A guide presses a dry cloth into his hands. He takes it with a simple thank you. He thanks the group for letting him stay. Of course, comes the reply, we're all just travelers here. She tells him he must be freezing after getting caught in the rain and waves him over to warm up by the fire. He settles in around the campfire with the whole traveling group, rain hammering down outside the cave. But someone's watching him closely through the firelight, sizing him up. As he dries off his little white cat, the guide can't shake a feeling. This guy is not just some ordinary traveler. She admits she never actually checked who he was when she aimed her spear at him earlier. Looking at him now, though, he's clearly not your average wanderer. His stance and walk don't scream warrior or mage to her. Still, the rain's only getting worse, which means they all need to head deeper into the forest. He carries himself like a guy just out for a stroll, like he already knows exactly where this is all going. Good own, he coos, scratching the cat's chin. Funny thing, the legend never actually describes what the wish-granting dragon looks like, or how it shows itself to people. Don't tell me. He just smirks, letting the suspicion hang in the air a beat too long. Is he a dragon? She blurts out. He steps up to the fire and ever so casually introduces himself. Just call me Cale. She backpedals fast, saying she's just mentioning it beforehand, just in case. I'm not a dragon, the cat flatly declares, as if a talking cat wasn't suspicious enough on its own. He tucks the curious little cat back into his coat by the fire's glow. Quietly, he tells himself this whole hero act is just the last leg of funding his dream of doing absolutely nothing for the rest of his life. I'm not a dragon, but I do know the paths through here, the cat insists. The guide tears up. Is that even possible? He spins a cover story. Says he met Own, supposedly from the cat tribe, by pure chance in the slums one rainy day, and Own apparently can control mist. What a valuable skill, she marvels. Yep, he says smugly, petting the purring cat like he had nothing to do with it. He keeps spinning it. Own supposedly wandered far from home through countless places before stumbling onto this very spot. They'd apparently come across an old book describing this place as mist-controlled, which is exactly why the two of them journeyed here. He lays it on thick. They hope to uncover this place's secret and bring hope to the lost. Though he admits he's nervous Own's little trick might not even work here. Lucky for them, the mist here actually cooperates, clearing enough to reveal the path, while his little lizard companion happily crunches on fish bones nearby. She takes it all in, so the dragon from the legend, probably. It doesn't actually exist, she concludes as the watching tribesmen look on. Little does she know. Seeing as he came all this way chasing the legendary dragon, she figures, he must be carrying some pretty desperate wish. She admits there's nothing they can do about their own situation. They've been trapped in this forest so long they'd actually considered burning it down just to find a way out. He deadpans that's a pretty scary word to drop into casual conversation. He says he gets it, that's a brutal call for Southerners who treasure nature the way they do. He asks if she knows much about the South at all. He admits he doesn't know a ton, but he's read plenty, and he loves visiting all kinds of colorful, beautiful places. Oh, I see, weak human, I'll remember that, comes the teasing reply while he recalls everything he's read about the jungle's mountains and rivers. They're apparently planning to go see that gorgeous scenery for themselves once they finally escape the rainforest. He sighs and warns her the jungle beyond isn't nearly as pretty as she's imagining. She's caught completely off guard. Pardon, what do you mean? She asks if they need to put it out right away. He explains this is a fire that won't spread, but it also just will not go out. One day, right as they were leaving the rainforest, the entire first region of the jungle just burst into flame out of nowhere. They threw water, magic, sorcery, everything at it. Nothing worked. Everyone was terrified it would never go out. Weirdly though, it never spread past that one region, it just stayed put. Nobody's sure if that's a good sign or a bad one. He asks just how big we're talking. Biggest flame she's ever seen in her life, she says, shooting into the sky every single day like a fresh explosion. Getting anywhere near it is brutal. It genuinely feels like it's scorching you just for approaching. They're doing everything they can to put it out, she says, watching the flames flicker in the distance. He rubs his face, visibly stressed, like he already has a guess about exactly what's causing all this. Out of nowhere, he asks her to take him straight to the flames. She's floored. Pardon. He thinks he actually knows how to put it out, he says. His pet yelps, "Whoa, human, what are you doing?" Even the little lizard is stunned. "You're really strange today." Time for some quick background on these jungle folks: tanned skin, seriously sharp reflexes. These people share a deep bond with the jungle they call home, a bond that eventually split their culture into two camps, the barbaric and the southern. The barbaric Whipper Kingdom warriors chase pure survival of the fittest strength, forging themselves in constant battle. The southerners, meanwhile, organized peacefully under one leader. But their queen, Ritana, eventually sided with Tunka, who saw survival of the fittest a whole lot differently. That flame, by the way, can't be put out by magic or sorcery at all. That's exactly why it's still roaring away in the jungle's first region. The real cause, the crown prince of the Morg Empire, a nation built on alchemy. To match Ritana's power after she unified 15 regions, that same crown prince torched the jungle himself. So Ritana geared up to face him head-on with Tunka at her side, the queen who rides a panther instead of a horse. She led her warriors straight into the fight, determined to protect the jungle. He mutters that technically none of this is his problem. He really does not want to get dragged into it. Morg's crown prince and his own kingdom's crown prince share one trait at least. This one prefers talking to people face to face, since that makes them so much easier to manipulate. Meanwhile, the Empire's own crown prince is a slippery, calculating piece of work who only ever looks out for himself. A showdown between those two spells nothing but trouble. He just wants to wrap up the jungle mess and collect his payday. After that, he tells himself with a smile, he's handling whatever's urgent and locking himself away in his own territory for good. She presses him. He said he might be able to put out the fire. What exactly does he mean by that? She warns him Ritana has a soft spot for the weak and shares generously with anyone kind-hearted. Cross her, though, and she pays it back tenfold. He just grins. Yes, he says simply. He believes he can do it. Around the campfire, Cale rolls out his cover story, just a humble kid from a tiny noble family way out east. Watch him sell it with a straight face. So you're from the northeast, Rena says, sizing him up. We're warriors of the jungle, she adds, and Cale can tell she's testing him. Cale wonders if warriors is code for something they're hiding, then keeps spinning his own tale. A small noble family, comfortable enough to bankroll all this traveling. He mentions he's got a crew of his own waiting on him. Rena perks right up a party, while a very unbothered cat just keeps snoring through the whole conversation. Cale name-drops the people who trust and follow him, then claims he stumbled into some golden opportunity during his travels. Truth is a lot more complicated than that. The story goes, barely surviving an ocean whirlpool, washing up in a cave, and finding someone hurt he just had to save. Noble stuff for a cover story, anyway. I guess that's why I ended up in that whirlpool in the first place, he muses, kneeling by the person he saved. Rena winces. I'm sorry, clearly moved. That's not even the story I meant to tell, Cale admits, a little sheepish. Rena just smiles. I think you've saved plenty of people, if only she knew the half of it. Rena cuts to the real question, what power? Cale's answer is blunt water that suppresses fire, just like that. Rena studies him hard, turning that answer over in her head. A power like that could change everything for her people. Any fire, he means, not just some fires, any fire, period. This is the same ancient water power that once saved a legend named Lark, and somehow it ended up sealed inside the little necklace Cale never takes off. Turns out the infamous Tunka found this water first and just drank it straight down after that. Fire couldn't touch him. No big deal, right? Cale waves it off with classic false modesty. I've got heart energy to spare, it'll just hurt a little healing up, no need to waste the water. Sure, Cale, totally casual about walking through fire. Rena's sweating just watching him talk about it. She warns him the power's limited and she's honestly not sure how much is left. Is all Cale manages back. The limit is very real apparently. There's only enough of this stuff to handle a fire the size of an entire continent going up in flames. Handy, but not infinite. So, what should I call you? Cale finally asks. It's Rena, she says, and just like that, they're on a first-name basis. One of her own warriors nearly faints at that she let an outsider use her name, stammering out a very formal yes, Miss Rena, just to cover the awkward silence. The water doesn't play favorites. Cale explains this power doesn't discriminate, every fire's fair game. What actually matters, he says, is where he uses it, and he gestures out toward the water like the answer's obvious. Because out there is nature itself, the plants, the animals, everyone's home, and protecting it is kind of the whole point. What happier thing is there than that? He says with a grin that's almost too convincing for a guy who usually can't be bothered. He trails off mid-thought, hand still raised over the water, like the rest of the sentence isn't really necessary. Rena's face says it all. She wasn't expecting that out of a random shipwreck survivor. So here's the catch: he has to physically be at the fire to use the water, which he shrugs off as a little bothersome. Rena's jaw drops. Wait, he has to go inside the fire to do this? Miss Rena, he says, all sincerity, if this power of mine can actually help, that'd make me pretty happy. Big words from a guy who's supposedly just some broke noble. He means it too. He genuinely wants to help everyone here, not just Rena. Cheesy? Sure. Effective? Also sure. Somewhere else entirely, his own dragon companion is watching this performance and losing it. That is not the useless human I know. No, he's usually nice, just not like this. Either way, saving people's a good look, right? Back in the jungle, someone just clasps their hands together. Thank you so much, genuinely grateful. The forest is still standing. I don't know how to repay you, someone tells him. Cale brushes it off. Please, don't worry about it. He hasn't even done anything yet. He definitely has. To do this, he says, simply like walking into an inferno is just another Tuesday for Sir Cale. Rena isn't taking no for an answer. She still wants to repay his kindness. Her people are grateful he's the one walking them straight into the fire. You're using a power that has limits. We can't just take and take, she insists. Cale rolls his eyes. Sheesh, I said it's fine, already regretting being nice. Ah, then, Rena starts, and you already know she's about to propose something he's going to hate. The sun sets over the coast they just saved from burning, and even Cale has to admit that's a pretty amazing view. All he actually asked for was permission to come back and watch that sunset once the fires were out. Rena's practically floored. That's it, that's all he wants. Everyone assumes he's talking about scorched, ugly coastline, and yet here's this guy who wants no land, no money, just a look at the view. Suspicious levels of selfless. Pardon, Cale says, sensing where this is going. That's not nearly enough repayment, Rena insists. We will, oh no. We will build you the villa, she declares, already planning real estate he never asked for. Cale just shakes his head. No, definitely not necessary. It's really fine, that's way too generous, he stammers, clapping his hands together in protest. Rena's answer? A flat, immovable no. The villa, we will build it, she repeats, leaving zero room for negotiation. Even her own people look a little stunned by the commitment. Cale tries a different angle. Forget the villa, could he maybe just get a small plot of land to build his own villa on someday? Nice try, buddy. Of course, as much land as you need, Sir Cale, she says warmly. Please ask for things, it'd honestly make me feel better. The guilt trip works every time. A very unbothered cat meows its opinion on the whole negotiation, and Rena pivots. How about some food first? We can't exactly give you a feast, but you won't go hungry, she offers. About that, Cale says, because he's got other plans. Cale's inner monologue kicks in. There's a dead simple way to get someone loyal to you. You can probably guess where this is headed. And just like that, a full-blown feast appears out of nowhere. Meat, soup, seafood, the works. Somebody's jaw hits the floor. Someone who feeds you is automatically kind, Cale reasons. Hey, it worked on Choi Han once. He plays it off as simple repayment for borrowing a blanket. Sure it is. Let's eat up and head out tomorrow, he says with that easy smile, the same smile that just bought an entire tribe's loyalty for the price of dinner. Cale lays out the plan: back to his own party's village first, then through the forest to the jungle. Just eat before it gets cold, someone reminds him. So we eat up, get our strength back, and go save the jungle, right? Exactly the pep talk everyone needed. The legend wasn't hiding somewhere far away after all, Cale murmurs, half to himself. Pardon? Someone asks, not following. He just smirks. Some things are more fun left unexplained. Classic Cale. Time skips forward, rain rolling steady over a whole different stretch of forest, far from that jungle fire. The storm just keeps coming down, hard and heavy, setting the scene for wherever we're headed next. Back on Cale's home turf, a whole group's braving the downpour under umbrellas, including one very damp little fox spirit. That fox takes off running through the rain, calling out like it just spotted something or someone it's been waiting for. Sure enough, another familiar little critter comes bounding up to meet it, a soggy, very enthusiastic reunion. What in the world are you all doing standing out here in the rain? Grumbles the old man, looking every bit as unimpressed as usual. Someone else's head snaps up like they just realized exactly why everyone gathered outside in a storm. And there he is, Cale, soaked hood and all, greeted with a delighted shout of young master. Home safe, secret power intact, and absolutely nobody the wiser about what really happened out there. The rain won't stop, and neither does the grief. At a quiet grave marker, Cale steps up beside the village elder and simply says her title, Elder. The old man's answer lands like a gut punch. There was no dragon. Whatever this village prayed to for years never existed at all. All that's left of the missing villagers, their clothes, their bones, turned up scattered through the forest. The elder quietly offers to bring what remains back to him. The legend everyone clung to, the one about a dragon protecting these woods, turns out to be exactly that, a legend, nothing more. With his little dragon perched quietly on his shoulder, Cale admits there's not much comfort he can offer. Gathering what's left of these people is the only thing he can actually do for them. He gets moving. Hans is sent to collect the names of every missing villager, and the answer comes back sharp and immediate, yes, sir. The group splits up. They'll return with Hong, while Owen helps sweep the forest for every last keepsake left behind. A cheerful okay seals it, grim task or not. Not everyone in the group is dialed into the somber mood. One of them is already muttering about needing to work on some designs, giggling to himself like nothing's wrong. Cale eyes him and sighs internally. He can't just leave this dopey guy behind unsupervised, but dragging him along by the collar feels a little excessive too. Decision made, pack your stuff, Cale tells him, because they're headed into the jungle next, whether he likes it or not. Watching from a distance, a sharp-eyed warrior with a spear finds the whole thing weirdly fascinating. This guy seems so ordinary on the surface. Normal enough that she assumed his knights would just be decent, competent, forgettable. Nothing prepared her for what she's actually looking at. Because apparently countless gifted, terrifyingly capable people just take this man's orders without question. Even his own tiny dragon can't help but sigh at the absurdity of it. She settles on the only conclusion that fits. Whoever this guy is, he is a genuinely unique kind of person. Cale's mind jumps straight to suspicion the moment fire comes up. Is this jungle blaze their doing, he wonders, eyes narrowing. He means the shadowy organization hiding behind the masks, the ones who don't exactly announce themselves before they strike. This is the same secret group tied to the magic bomb attack on the capital of Ron Kingdom and to the slaughter at Harris Village. But this time Cale is sure, no, this fire isn't on them. It's a small detail but a telling one. Normally Choi Han would already be tangled up in something like this, the way he was back in the Breck Kingdom. This time he isn't. Someone quietly probes him anyway, half expecting inside information the way he had it back in the capital. All she gets back is a non-committal, I see. Cale looks him dead in the eye and reminds him he hasn't forgotten their oath. If he ever finds out who these people really are, Choi Han will be the first to know. He'll tell him, no question about it, so don't worry, Cale adds, like that settles the matter completely. A quiet yes is all the answer needed. Then Cale remembers there's one more thing he wants to bring up. Whatever it is, the guy across from him already looks nervous. What is it, he asks warily, bracing himself. Please, he adds, don't. Cale blinks back, genuinely confused. What's he even talking about, Cale wonders. Why would I do that? His companion isn't buying the innocent act for a second and chimes in that yeah, actually same, she agrees with that suspicion completely. Cale just laughs it off. He has no idea what anyone's talking about, he insists, but just to be clear, he's definitely not planning anything like that. Definitely. Which is exactly the problem, his friend points out with a heavy sigh, because there's genuinely nothing stopping him if he wanted to. The mood flips fast. Someone steps up with a grim offer, they'll guide him there right now, no more stalling. Crossing the border might be necessary before this is over, and for a second Cale considers just going it alone. Not a chance, someone insists, ruffling his hair, too dangerous to go solo. She'll guide him instead, and honestly, Cale already suspects exactly where this is headed. That's precisely why he wanted to go alone in the first place. Before he can argue further, a frantic voice cuts through the rain, screaming for Her Majesty the Queen. A familiar warrior comes jogging up, greeting her commander with barely a breath to spare. Something urgent has come up, she says, promising to explain everything later. No more waiting around. A massive black panther bursts into a sprint, tearing straight toward the smoke on the horizon. It doesn't slow down for the flames either, launching itself straight through the blaze without hesitation. Its low growl rumbles under the rain, a warning to anything foolish enough to get in its way. Somewhere ahead, someone's screaming. The panther just runs harder toward the sound. Then an invitation cuts through the chaos. Come on, have a seat, Sir Cale. Her ride's already saddled up. 10 and I will get you there, she promises, patting the massive cat beneath her. Someone nearby asks who exactly these newcomers are. The dragon comes the answer, flat and matter of fact. Pardon is the only response anyone can manage. The explanation lands better the second time. These people were brought here specifically because they can put the fire out. Really, someone asks, hope creeping into their voice, they can actually extinguish it. Cale gets a personal escort for the last stretch, with a firm warning that the area ahead is genuinely dangerous. Just getting close to that flame guarantees at least a burn, they are warned. Everyone not essential gets ordered back to the safe zone, no arguments. Cale is blunt about it. Their usual powers won't do a thing against this fire, so if they tag along, they'd only slow him down. He turns to Rosalind instead, asking her to throw up a shield around him for the approach. She agrees without hesitation, already gathering the magic she'll need. Golden light wraps around Cale and his little dragon, a barrier built to buy them a few precious seconds inside the inferno. All he has to do now is get there fast as the wind itself, he tells himself, exhaling hard to steady his nerves. There's no other option left on the table. A hand grips his tight. Let's go, she says, and that's that. 10, take us to the fire, Cale orders, and the great beast answers with a roar and takes off running. Across the burning hillside, panicked shouts for the queen keep ringing out, swallowed up fast by the storm. The cries only get more desperate the closer Cale's group gets, every voice screaming the same two words. Cale's eyes go sharp with focus. 10, faster, he shouts, and the panther somehow finds another gear. They tear through the burning brush at full speed, embers scattering behind them like sparks off a blade. Branches crack and collapse around them as the fire eats through the forest canopy overhead. Cale mutters a bitter little curse under his breath at whoever's crazy idea landed him here. This crazy crown prince bastard, probably, before trudging on with his dragon and his oversized cat in tow. There's a lot he's still not sure about in all of this, he admits. But one thing he is sure of, he's not turning back now. Ahead of them, the wildfire roars on, bright and merciless, daring him to come closer. Picture this, a peaceful jungle sky turning blood orange as flames start eating through the treetops out of nowhere. Even Owen, Cale's pint-sized dragon, takes one look and goes quiet. Something about this fire feels wrong, like it is breaking the rules of nature itself. And it keeps climbing tree after tree, swallowing the whole forest. Cale just stands there watching, dragon perched on his shoulder, calmly doing the math out loud on how much of his water necklace he is actually going to need. Classic Cale, he decides to lowball it and only use a third of the necklace's power. Why pay full price when you do not have to? He turns to Rena and tells her flat out to stand back. He is the one heading in. Rena begs him not to get any closer, but Cale is already walking straight for the heart of the blaze. She watches him go, jaw clenched, absolutely certain he is about to get himself killed. Even her Panther 10 picks up on the tension and starts acting up. Someone asks what has gotten into him. Rina steadies herself and insists she will not get hurt, she will put the fire out fast, everyone just needs to watch from a safe distance. But if things go sideways in there, well, that is a promise nobody is fully buying. Cale just shrugs it off with a smirk and tells Own that if it gets bad, the dragon can always save him. He pushes deeper into the smoke and heat without even flinching. Step by step he closes in on the inferno. The heat only gets worse with every footstep. Cale wipes the sweat off his brow and admits it, this heat is no joke. If he did not have the mysterious energy of the heart keeping him alive, he would already be a crispy critter. Own doubles down, shrieking that this fire is flat out crazy, like nature itself got broken to make it. Yeah, Cale is thinking the exact same thing, this fire is insane. He glances back and sighs, he specifically told his people not to follow him and here they are anyway. Whatever, that is a scolding for later, right now the fire matters more. Something surges, power is building fast. Cale's hand lights up around the necklace as a wild idea clicks into place. If this fire behaves anything like a tsunami works, then forget restraint, he is just going to summon an actual tsunami. Rina's eyes go wide, oh my barely covers it. A wall of water erupts out of nowhere and slams straight into the flames. The current rips through the trees like a living thing. Wave after wave keeps crashing in. Right in the middle of it all, Cale's eyes are blazing with focus. The necklace itself is working overtime, pouring out everything it has got. Own roars that they are taking this crazy fire down together and Cale just grins back, yeah, let's conquer all of it. A tsunami-sized wave slams down over the entire burning tree line. The forest vanishes under a wall of white water. Fire and flood collide in one massive hiss of steam. Cale stands right in the eye of it, arms raised, refusing to back down. When the dust settles, Choi Han is the one hauling an unconscious Cale out of the flood, panic in his voice as he shouts for his young master. Rain starts falling steady over the scorched ground. Someone finally lets out a breath, it is actually over. The rain just keeps coming down, washing the smoke out of the air. The fire that looked like it would burn forever is gone, just like that. But someone is still panicking, Rina is screaming for Ten to hurry, something is still wrong. Sir Cale is still out there, she yells, scrambling toward him. Cale groans, barely coming to. One of his companions bursts into relieved tears, admitting she was so stunned by what she just watched that she forgot to even check if he was okay. Turns out the flood he summoned came right back around and swept his own legs out from under him. Down he goes. Own panics, he was so busy watching the water he forgot to throw up a shield. Cale just laughs it off, he forgot too, they are both at fault. He tumbles through his own tsunami, completely soaked. Ever the penny pincher, Cale grumbles that if he had known that little water would do the job, he would have used way less. Own just melts into apologies. Cale waves it off though, he is alive because of Own, plain and simple. That just makes Own cry harder, wailing about this weak human and calling himself stupid. He spirals into asking out loud whether he is just not compatible with water at all. Cale mutters that he always ends up drenched around water right as the rest of the group finally catches up, frantically checking if he is alright. Choi Han just lets out a long sigh. Seriously, young master, you could not have picked an easier way to do this. Rina crouches nearby with Ten pressed against her side, still shaken from the whole ordeal. Somewhere behind them, another figure watches the wind finally die down over the ruined jungle. The rain keeps falling, quieter now. Then Rina straightens up and says it plainly, she thinks it is time for her to get going. Cale just blinks, caught off guard. Out past the tree line, a whole procession is waiting for her, bears, deer, cloaked figures like an honor guard. Her business here, she explains, was tied to that jungle fire. Now that it is out, she has got nothing left to do in this place. As she walks off to meet them, someone in that waiting crowd greets her with a title nobody was expecting, Your Majesty. Somewhere in that quiet moment, an unseen voice admits it misjudged him completely. This was the very person whose water put out the flames. A soft-looking guy carrying that much power, and yet always so carefree about it. I was mistaken, the voice admits. He is not weak at all, he's Strong, properly, undeniably strong, and Cale just stands there in the rain with that easy smirk like he already knew it. In the middle of a rain-soaked forest, Rena turns to Cale with a simple question: will he come along with her? His answer comes back flat and immediate: no. He tells her straight her people don't need him standing around, they need their leader, they need her. Alone with his thoughts, Cale admits the truth: he just wants to grab his magic stone and go home. He has been out here way too long. As they walk together, Cale mutters something unexpected. He is jealous of the LOUT kingdom. Rena blinks, completely thrown. Come again. Cale waves it off with a laugh, changing the subject before she can dig any deeper. Cut to Rena, riding tall on her massive black panther through the storm like she owns it. Word spreads fast: the signal fire has gone out, which means everyone in the territory saw it happen. Cale reassures the group with time, they will get their scorched forest back. Someone in the crowd murmurs to herself, so today is finally the day. The forest erupts in celebration. Today is being declared a blessed new beginning. From high above, the whole village roars together, celebrating the fresh start. Somewhere quieter, a name gets written down carefully: Rayon. And there he is, Rayon, the little black dragon, looking impossibly small and cute for someone with this much attitude. Rayon scolds Cale for standing around soaked, ordering him to dry off before he catches a cold. The moment Cale tries to return the favor with a towel, Rayon squawks in protest: dragons apparently do not need drying off. Cale just smirks and tells him he looks like a drowned rat anyway. Rayon warns him not to smile like that, then needles him about the so-called star of the LOUT kingdom, the crown prince, before asking how things stand in Sten territory. Cale pulls out a scrying stone, genuinely confused by the question. The stone shows ownership of the land is changing hands right now, which only makes him wonder why Rayon is so curious. Rayon asks him point blank, is it finally time for revenge? It took 3 weeks just to reach Hoik village, and in that time something big happened. Cale lays it out plainly. After everything the Sten family did to Rayon, moving on means settling the score first. Elsewhere, the crown prince weighs in over the stone, insisting he is being completely serious about something. Message received, he tells Cale and orders him to hurry back to the kingdom soon. Cale agrees easily enough. Cale promises to make his best effort to get there quickly, emphasis on try. The next day rolls around and Cale sits quietly, lost in his own thoughts. He flips through a document and flags something worrying for Rena. Cale insists it is too much. Rena shakes her head to her, it is nothing at all. She explains it would be hard for him to legally hold land here otherwise, so she would rather he just take as much as he wants. Cale tests her, asking what she would do if he claimed the whole coastline. Her answer doesn't waver, it doesn't matter, she trusts him to do as he likes. He turns her down anyway. A giant estate would just be a hassle, all he wants is a small spot to come rest. Rena is stunned he actually turned her down and starts scheming over how to repay someone this stubbornly honest. She tries a different angle. Can she at least learn his family name? Cale shuts that down too. He just wants to slip away quietly and asks her to forget the whole ordeal and think about the future instead. Rena admits it frustrates her that he won't give her anything to work with. Cale insists there is only one form of payment: he'll accept the magic stone. And not just any magic stone, a masterfully crafted top grade one buried somewhere deep in this jungle. She agrees to help him go find it himself. Rena suddenly calls out for 10, and Cale has no idea why she's shouting at her panther. Cale eyes the massive growling panther and quietly wonders if there's any way out of whatever is about to happen. To everyone's shock, 10 actually lowers herself down to let Cale climb on, something she's apparently never done for anyone but Rena. Rena beams, 10 clearly has good taste in people, go on, get on. Cale climbs on, figuring it should be fine, at least while 10 already has an owner to answer to. Still, riding this thing feels a little too much like walking into the lion's den, he thinks, right before one of his own people calls out to him. The plan gets settled fast. His people will help with restoration work here, and once Hans and Own cross the forest, everyone regroups with Cale. He simply tells them to handle it. Riding off with Rayon and 10, Cale is quietly relieved Rosalind didn't tag along. If she had spotted that magic stone, it would have been a whole situation. Rina offers a warm goodbye, see you again. Cale immediately panics, pointing out that for the two of them, meeting again probably means a battlefield. Hard pass. With that, he nudges 10 onward and heads out. Back with her people, an advisor checks in with Rina, addressed with real respect. Your Majesty. She admits this is the first time she's ever lent 10 out to anyone. Strangely enough, she isn't worried at all. Her reasoning is simple. If Cale weren't trustworthy, 10 never would have listened to him. She trusts him because her panther already does. Elsewhere, Cale gets a cheerful greeting from LOUT and returns it just as easily. He flashes a bright grin, though inside he is already counting down the seconds until he can leave this place for good. They reach a burned-out cliffside. Rayon marvels that there's genuinely nothing left, though Cale remembers it being beautiful once before the scorching. With the sun about to set, he suggests they take a look around while they can. He tells LOUT to stay back and play with 10 instead of tagging along, and LOUT, ever agreeable, just nods along. Someone watching from a distance notes that Cale reads people well these days and decides to keep an eye on the pair just in case. Back at it again, Cale flatly refuses another offer, even when he's told he might actually want to see this one. His mind is already elsewhere. He needs to get back to the county, and he's going to need a skilled interrogator for what's coming. First name on his list, Vicross, the go-to expert when things need to get physical. For the psychological side, he figures the eldest son and that one unhinged officer already stationed at the county should do nicely. Cale pictures the exact pair he has in mind, and honestly they look like trouble waiting to happen. And then there it is, the magic stone itself, glowing exactly as promised. Rayon lights up. What a find, another treasure. Cale is already doing the math on how much money this thing is worth. As the war drags on, a stone this rare is only going to get more valuable, and desperate buyers willing to pay top price will never run out. Top of his buyer list, the crown prince himself, Albert. Rayon, meanwhile, just wants one of these treasures for himself too. Rayon nuzzles up to him, declaring that Cale is actually pretty nice after all. Cale laughs him off with an easy okay, standing on the sunset shore already tallying his haul, 1 seed, 1 magic stone. With the sun sinking low, Cale figures the important business here is mostly wrapped up. Soon enough, his whole party will regroup right here, and after that there's only one thing left to do. Head home, back to Henituse territory. 1 week later on the jungle coast, the waves roll in nice and easy, a rare quiet moment before Cale's crew packs it all up. Tents and umbrellas dot the beach. Looks like the whole camp's been living the vacation life while they wrapped things up here. Of course, Cale's passed out on a bench with a tiny green dragon snoozing on his chest. Somebody's about to have to wake Sleeping Beauty. Someone gives the signal that everything's packed up. Time to head back. Vacation's over, folks. Are they heading back to the Whipper Kingdom? Nope. Asked where he's actually going instead, Cale just leaves everyone hanging. Whatever the answer is, it's enough to make a certain redhead's jaw hit the floor. No way doesn't even cover it. Hans comes sprinting down the beach hollering for his young master. Can't just let him sail off without a proper goodbye. Thanks for everything, Hans says, waving him off as the little dragon takes to the sky over the shore. Cale presses something into Hans's hands before he goes, a small parting gift that gets a big, grateful laugh out of him. With the goodbyes done, the ship creaks and pulls away from the dock, right on schedule. From above, the little fleet cuts through the surf, leaving the coast behind for good this time. Riding shotgun on Cale's shoulder, the dragon wants to know if it's finally time for his big revenge. Priorities, right? That's right, Cale tells him, let's get started. Whatever's coming next, it sounds like it's finally game time. Back home safe at the manor, Cale reassures everyone he made it through in one piece, no need to worry. Daruth's relieved to see him fine, but his eyebrows shoot up at the new face tagging along in the library. Introduce yourself, Cale orders, and the poor kid practically jumps out of his skin at being put on the spot. Turns out this is Muller Han, heir to a family that's been designing and building things for 2 straight centuries. The kid's all in, give me any order and I'll get it done, while one of Cale's own men does a double take at hearing designing and producing. Daruth cuts to the chase. He'd heard Cale wanted to repair the castle, and he wants to know exactly why. "You're predicting a war is coming, aren't you?" Daruth says, studying his son's face for the real answer. Someone points out Muller's credentials again, the guy behind the magic tower design, no less. Handy person to have around. "Father," Cale says, turning the question right back on him, "what exactly is it that scares you?" Daruth doesn't hide it, he's terrified their territory is about to get dragged into whatever's coming. The Western continent is teetering on the edge of ruin, and a noble who suddenly rebuilds his walls and starts a naval project clearly isn't clueless about why. "I'm just keeping you informed, Father," Cale says, which, coming from him, is basically a warning label. The job the Crown Prince sent him on boils down to one thing: the North. The North, Cale reveals, is quietly building a massive coalition. That's the kind of sentence that ruins everyone's day. Daruth's jaw drops and Muller nearly jumps out of his chair. "Yeah, that reaction tracks." "That reaction is a given," Cale says dryly, like he didn't just drop a continent-shaking bombshell. This intel matters because of just how much it's about to shake up the whole Western continent. 3 kingdoms make up the North, and right at the top of the map sits the Fowern Kingdom, home to something called the Guardian. Daruth rubs his face. Not the Whipper Kingdom, not the Mogger Empire. So how exactly does the North even get past the chasm? "There's also the Forest of Darkness to deal with," Cale adds, just piling on more bad geography. "That chasm has a name for a reason: the Chasm of Death, the deepest scar on the continent and the wall between North and Central. And once the chasm ends, the Forest of Darkness picks up right where it left off, basically nature's way of saying do not enter. But of course there's another way through, there always is. Walking isn't the only way to travel, is it, Father?" Cale points out, letting the question do the heavy lifting. Muller pipes up with a guess: "Boats, maybe." "Boats, yes," Cale confirms, tapping the map, "but it's not just boats." "So why would the other northern kingdoms throw in with Fowern, a knight's nation that gave up on farmland to chase raw strength instead?" "Because of something called the Guardian. Picture armored riders soaring through a blood-red sky on dragonback, because that's exactly the kind of power we're talking about. They found a way to straight-up rule the skies. No chasm or cursed forest can stop something that just flies over it. It's the cleanest way to skip past the chasm and the forest entirely," Cale explains back in the library. "It's also the most likely option, since it rules out both Rosalind and any dragons capable of long-distance flight magic doing the job instead. The 3 northern kingdoms have secretly been building a navy 5 years in, with 2 more to go before it's finished. So why would he ever help Ubar territory raise naval troops of its own? Because the countdown's almost up, and once that clock hits 0, an unknown future starts writing itself. There's just one wrinkle," Cale mutters to himself. "The hero of this kind of story always starts out weak and ends up broken, unstoppable OP. So I need to get ready," he decides, turning back to his father, who's already bracing for whatever's next. "Cale, yes, sir." "As your father I believe you," Daruth says, "but as the lord of this house, I need proof, and confirming intel straight from the Crown Prince won't be easy." "I'll get it confirmed as fast as I can," Daruth promises. "And if I come up empty, I'll just trust your word instead." Cale's learned one big lesson since he started making his own money, and he's about to share it. When something's worth investing in, he says, you go big, genuinely, stupidly big. Money's not much use once a war actually starts, he admits, but spend it right beforehand and it can still tip the whole board in your favor. "Then it'll help," comes the reply. "I'll be in touch soon." Understood. All around then someone remembers to ask if Cale's given any thought to the whole heir situation. The library goes quiet for a beat before the answer lands: "Nope, not really." "I haven't," Cale admits flatly, not even pretending to have a plan for that one. "Same as Vason, huh?" Someone chuckles, shrugging it off. "All right, don't sweat it for now." "Fine, go get some rest," Hans tells him with a grin, holding the door. But someone's still got a nagging question: why exactly is the young master rebuilding a castle and a whole fleet of boats? "It's because of what I told you before," Cale confirms, "that's the whole reason." Holding up a little gold necklace, he tells Muller plainly, "Just think of it as a place built so none of them have to die. Then you'll live," Cale adds, "and you'll get plenty of rewards out of it too." Muller can barely stammer out a yes. I'm going to build a place where we never have to die. Cale vows to himself, not exactly small talk for a guy who acts like he doesn't care about anything. A few days pass at the estate before the next move gets underway. Choi Han, let's move, Cale says, already halfway out the door, and Hans can only point out it's been barely 4 days since they got back. I'll bring the whole crew along first, Cale offers, but the answer's a flat no. The two of them are heading out ahead of everyone else. There's a loose end that needs tying up, and Choi Han's sharp enough to guess exactly what it is without being told twice. Vikros will catch up later. Choi Han says first they've got some guys to relocate. Cale's already got a guess, Marquis Sten. Now then, Cale grins, and that's never a good sign for whoever's on his list. Choi Han, Marshmallow, Hong, and a certain little dragon all fall in line behind him. Get ready because Cale's crew is rolling out. Deep in the woods, a lone trail winds through the trees, dead quiet, the kind of quiet right before something rolls through. Sure enough, a carriage comes rattling down the road, hooves pounding away. Somebody's headed somewhere in a hurry. Inside, Cale's dragon gripes that they could just teleport there and skip all this quiet sneaking around. The little guy's practically vibrating with excitement. He just wants an excuse to show off some magic. Rosalind can't get over it. The dragon hasn't even hit his first growth stage and he's already this strong, and by her own account she's gotten stronger just being around him. Sticking close to Rosalind and soaking up human world magic did wonders for him. Turns out dragons grow through 3 distinct stages. Compared to other dragons his age, this one's still a baby by dragon standards. Plenty of growing left before that first big leap. Trauma or sheer desperation for power can fast-track that growth, apparently, and right on cue, the dragon whines at Cale to just teleport them already. Even with a teleport, there's still waiting involved, and somebody finally asks the real question: will Cale's plan actually work on the Sten family? Choi Han catches Cale's unimpressed face and calls him out on it. Cale shrugs it off. The plan's simple, he's just stuck on one detail: how exactly does Marquis Sten go after Venian? Word is the family's abandoned firstborn, Taylor Sten, has quietly been building up his own strength. And his influence isn't staying contained to the family either. Some northwestern houses were supposed to push back on him, but nobody's surprised he saw that coming. More and more vassals and subsidiaries have started backing Taylor. So why hasn't the Marquis shut it down? Simple: stop Taylor now and he can never legally become heir. In the Sten family, survival of the fittest isn't just a saying, it's practically law. The heir has to be the strongest, full stop. And that test comes with a brutal catch: the heir is expected to kill off their own siblings to prove it. Back in the carriage, someone shuts down a rash idea fast. No need to overcomplicate this, just do what needs doing. So what exactly needs doing? The blunt answer: a kidnapping. Casual as ordering takeout, though first they'll actually need to prep for it. Cale figures they'll need outside help and a solid location to pull it off, which begs the question: who's on the favor list? Turns out it's someone Cale already knows. His mind jumps straight to Taylor Sten, half joking about setting up a meeting on the spot. Nope, the name that actually drops is Odious Flynn. Choi Han's jaw drops. That name clearly means something, and not in a casual way. Wait, that merchant? Turns out he's Bylos's uncle, and these days, he's the one actually running the northwestern underworld. Not exactly your average family friend to have on speed dial. So that settles it. The plan is to track down Odious Flynn the second they hit the northwest. Elsewhere, the so-called crazy priestess Cage strides in with purpose. Looks like she's got a part to play in this too. A private room gets set for exactly 3. Tonight's meeting is about to get very interesting. Someone points out they didn't realize these two already knew each other, and judging by the stiff body language, this reunion isn't exactly comfortable. Fair enough, really, one of them practically runs the entire northwestern underworld. And sitting across from him is the guy who'd love nothing more than to burn that whole underworld down. Yeah, crime boss and crime-hating noble sharing a table. What could possibly go wrong? Cale lays out the ask. Taylor wants everything there is to know about the northwestern region and Marquis Sten himself. Everything, he repeats, and by that, he really means the dark, ugly parts nobody talks about. Locals actually have a name for it, they just call it the alley. Every kind of illegal business runs through there. But credit where it's due, Odious doesn't touch slavery or violence, and he always builds in protections for whoever he's dealing with. That's exactly why I came to you, Cale tells him plainly. As a noble meant to govern his own people, Taylor despises everything the underworld stands for. And honestly, Cale admits he's not exactly a fan either. Any noble who actually looks after their people should hate it, and sure enough, the Henituse territory doesn't even have one. No black markets, no shady deals, not on Cale's father's watch. Count Daruth might be buried in gold, but he's the textbook definition of a noble who actually takes responsibility seriously. His sheer wealth alone was enough to choke out that kind of dirty business at home. Marquis Sten and Venian, though, a very different story. Even the original story had a couple of lines about them, tucked into the Black Dragon chapter of The Birth of a Hero. Venian spent years pulling dirty strings behind the scenes, hand in glove with the underworld the whole time, even when he crippled his own eldest son to clear his path. Indeed, Choi Han mutters, clearly not thrilled about any of this. Odious admits Taylor's the real deal, a noble trying to make his move while he can still call it justified. And apparently, Odious himself played a role in the family's coming downfall. To stop Venian once before, Odious blew his own cover and torched the Sten family's moral standing in the process. This time around, though, nobody's asking him to expose himself again. They'll settle that particular score another day. First things first, they need their mutual enemy gone, and Cale flatly volunteers to be the one who takes Venian out. Odious eyes him, half curious, half wary, and what exactly does Cale have in mind? I'm going to kill him, Cale deadpans, and Choi Han immediately shuts that idea right down. Cale just grins, relax, he's got something better than a straight-up murder in mind. Whatever it is, Odious looks more than ready to play along. Meanwhile, under cover of night, a hooded group creeps down a quiet hallway and somebody's watching them go with murder in his eyes. Crazy bastard, he mutters. He might not kill his own family outright, but total domination is very much on the table. He grits his teeth, there's just so much standing in his way right now. A black dragon, he growls, he should have finished it off back when he had the chance. None of this would be happening now, he snaps, all because he threw a fit, insisting he'd raise the thing himself. A sudden gasp cuts him off and he clicks his tongue, annoyed at how loud it was. Chaos breaks out, someone's choking, gasping out a desperate young master between coughs. I can't breathe, the struggle ends with a sickening splash. What's going on? Someone shouts as shadowy shapes swarm in, then the real shock hits, the dangers coming from directly above. He could swear he heard something up there a second ago, but now, nothing, not a thing. Then, out of nowhere, a breezy little high drifts down from right above him. That voice, he knows that voice, and it is the last one he ever wanted to hear again. His whole body goes rigid, panic setting in as strange green light swirls around him. The air itself seems to crackle and surge with it. And there it is, the black dragon itself, wings spread wide against the night sky, very much alive and very much done being polite about it. We meet again, comes the line, and for the guy who wanted it dead, that might be the scariest sentence he's heard all night. Somewhere under a bruised evening sky, a voice cracks with pure panic. Ho, how did you? The answer comes back ice cool and almost amused. Why is he so shocked to see this face again? A small black shape unfurls its wings on the rooftop behind him. It's a dragon and it's smirking. Is it strange, it asks, that I'm not covered in blood this time? A caption brands the moment with a single name, Venian Sten. Clearly it's a name this guard was hoping never to hear again. Wings snap open wide, and blood already mists off claws that have clearly been busy tonight. Did you really think, the dragon purrs, that I wouldn't come back? Good to see you, it says, and all the guard can manage is a useless, stammered no-no, as he stumbles backward. Somewhere close by, another voice screams into the dark. What's going on? Nobody's coming to help in time. One last scream, one last spray of red across the rooftop tiles, and whatever score this dragon came to settle, it's just been settled. Morning breaks clean and quiet over a completely different city, like last night's bloodshed never happened at all. Someone lets out a long, tired sigh, the kind that says today is going to be a very long day. A companion rolls her eyes skyward, already bracing for whatever chaos is about to unfold. "Good morning, young master," comes the greeting as Cale meets up with his two favorite troublemakers for the day. "Please take these guys away," someone says flatly as hooded men are dragged off, loose ends tidied up before the real plan even starts. "We don't have much time," the redhead warns, and Cale, caught off guard, snaps to attention with a quick yes. "That's plenty of days," someone confirms, sealing whatever timeline they're now racing against. "Make sure you're not late," a hooded figure warns on the street. "Of course, don't worry," comes the easy reply. With a cat perched on each shoulder, Cale mutters that today is going to feel like it drags on for a whole year. The redhead's smile fades for just a second. "Since it's the date you set," he says, "even if I wanted to forget it, I couldn't. Some wounds don't come with an expiration date." Their carriage rattles up to a gate hidden behind climbing vines, hoofbeats echoing off old stone. The carriage rolls on through the overgrown grounds, closer now to wherever this is all leading. A hooded figure crosses the courtyard alone, feet crunching on gravel, in no hurry at all. "Very good, you may go now," the hooded man says, waving them through, completely unaware of what he's just let inside. Elsewhere, a distant figure walks off, thinking to himself that everyone already knows the young master is kind. "But I judged him wrong," he admits. Choi Han is decent and righteous, and he listens to whatever the young master says without question. That's actually the problem, the man realizes. He's been taking Cale's word without a shred of doubt, and now he finally understands why Cale needed an excuse at all. "So I can personally look after Venian Sten," the man tells himself, satisfied with the cover story he's just been handed. The redhead bows just slightly. "This isn't something my subordinates can handle," he says, a polite way of saying nobody else is doing this job today. The gate creaks open. "You made it," comes the greeting, right on schedule. "Indeed, let's go," the redhead says, dragon in tow, as Cale falls into step behind him. They step into a cold stone chamber lined with restraints and old equipment. "This is good," someone says, which, given the room, is a genuinely unsettling thing to hear. The dragon studies the room with narrowed eyes. "It looks the same," he mutters, like he's been here before and not as a guest. A caption fills in the blank. They'd made it to Vikros the moment they arrived. Then a name surfaces, Ron Mir, the man now standing in front of them, visibly flinching. "The one who got us our food during the trip out of the capital was Ron," the group recalls, backs turned to him like he's already beneath their notice. "I see," comes the quiet reply. Since Ron has no idea what actually happened to Venian, this whole situation is about to go very badly for him. A single wary glance is all it takes to confirm it. Ron knows he's in over his head. "Yes," the man says, resting a hand on the bald prisoner's shoulder. "How?" Ron asks, dreading the answer. "I will," is all he gets back. "I will pay back everything I suffered," the dragon says calmly, his shadow stretching across the wall behind him. "Suffered?" Ron echoes, not liking where this is going. "Exactly, I was threatened for 4 years," the dragon says, "tortured and abused constantly, daily." Bloody chains rattle behind him like a receipt coming due. The dragon's head snaps around. "For the next 4 days," he announces, "I'll be paying back everything I received in those 4 years. Fair's fair, apparently." In the memory, a hooded figure hangs limp near the torture wheel, eyes shut, clearly not there by choice. The two cats wince in unison as the dragon promises to walk everyone through exactly what he suffered, in detail. "First, this great dragon was whipped until his tough skin peeled," he recounts, and of course, they always aimed for wherever he was already bleeding. The memory crashes back in with a violent flash, the prisoner slumped behind bars mid-story. The chaos of that old beating replays in jagged motion, a body thrown and tumbling across the floor. "The hypnotoxin was so strong he still hasn't woken up," the dragon notes coolly, looking down at the man crumpled at his feet. "Ah, sorry for interrupting, go ahead and do what you need to do," the redhead says. "All right," comes the calm reply, like they're just discussing lunch plans. A caption picks the story back up. Ron continues on from exactly where he left off. "But that was enough," the caption notes, right as the redhead flashes a satisfied smile. "As expected," he says. Ron's hands move to his collar, unbuttoning it slowly, the air around him practically crackling. A caption reminds us Vikros is a professional torturer, which means he's weak against anyone young. My blood's boiling, Cale mutters, watching it all unfold. Vikros, before that, the redhead starts, and something about his tone makes it clear this isn't going to be a normal request. I'd like you to cook, he says. Cook, right here, right now, comes the baffled reply. Precisely, the redhead confirms, dead serious. The dragon watches from the wall above, utterly unbothered, like this is just another Tuesday for him. Ron needs to eat, the redhead adds, and suddenly the joke doesn't sound like a joke anymore. He used to beat me and say it stimulated his appetite every time he ate, the dragon says flatly. He said he tasted his food better when he saw my blood. That crazy bastard, Choi-han growls through gritted teeth while Cale just clenches his fist and says only, I see. Somewhere else in the chamber, Ron straightens his shirt with shaking hands, the sound of a man trying to hold himself together and failing. Somewhere dark and cold, a voice groans awake, rough start to whatever this is. Another groan echoes out into the shadows, nobody's answering. He bolts upright, sweating bullets. Where am I? Yeah, buddy, great question. He spots something slumped across the room and his blood runs cold. That dragon, he mutters. And there it is, a small black dragon perched above him, smirking. Recognize me because I'm not covered in blood, charming. Dragon, he shrieks, furious that this thing dragged him to such a filthy place. Priorities, my guy. He crumples back to the floor, something glowing faintly beside him. Not a great sign. A blue magic circle flares against his chest. Ugh, what's wrong with my voice? Something's very wrong here. Chained up and screaming, our guy is getting the absolute worst wake-up call of his life. Cut to a very different scene, the little dragon snacking at a feast table, someone watching close by. Start, one word, and the dragon's glare says this is about to get ugly. Chains rattle in the dark, this dungeon isn't letting anyone go easy. The whip cracks again, he screams, this dream is getting real vivid, real fast. Another crack, another cry, whoever's running this show isn't holding back. He howls into the dark, chained and bleeding, rock bottom, meat basement. A shadowy figure raises a hand, red eyes glinting, stay still, not exactly comforting bedside manner. Don't give me that look, the tormentor snaps, eyes glowing in the black. Rude, considering the circumstances. Back at the feast table, Venian watches on and flinches hard. Turns out this whole ordeal's being watched live, snacks included. Another crack of pain rings out. Venian's not enjoying this show one bit. The little creature beside him trembles. Venian grits his teeth. I need to watch, I have to, nobody's forcing him, and yet. It's not just that the scene is cruel or that Venian looks pitiful watching it. It's so they understand exactly what Ron went through. And worse, they both have the sinking feeling this is only the beginning. A gentle hand pets the shaking little creature. You don't need to watch, comes the quiet reassurance. Meanwhile, the little black dragon just keeps chowing down like none of this concerns him at all. Mouth wide open, mid-bite, this dragon has zero chill when food's involved. Drool everywhere, ancient terrifying beast, table manners of a toddler. Oop, Venian yelps, you're going to get indigestion. Somebody's playing dragon sitter today. Tusk, you got it all over your mouth, he sighs, wiping the little beast down like a fussy parent. Back in the vision, the masked man pauses. Why are you using a potion? Don't I need to treat him? Almost sounds like he cares. Only use it when he's on the verge of death, comes the cold order. He isn't there yet, every torturer's favorite line. That's a great and fitting order, the masked man scoffs. Sarcasm, alive and well even in a torture chamber. Venian steps out into the corridor, torchlight flickering, clearly rattled by what he just watched. Someone at the table pauses mid-thought, hand clasped. I'm sure he hasn't changed in size. Worrying about a dragon's waistline, sure, why not? Let's take a break, the masked man says, pulling his mask down. Small mercy, big dread. What should we do with him when he wakes up? Someone asks, looking down at the battered blonde figure. A dark, wolfish figure looms in. We're going to continue, that's what he said. Not exactly the mercy anyone was hoping for. I understand, the masked man says flatly, resigned to keep going. A quiet knock breaks the tension, and things shift somewhere else entirely. Venian walks off down the stone hall, someone watching him go from the doorway. Elsewhere, Cal casually orders up a new bottle of wine like none of this is happening. Bring it. Ah, and the glasses, Cal adds. Yes, sir, Venian answers, back on wine-fetching duty like clockwork. Cal sizes up the dragon. You grew in that short amount of time. You're heavier than before. The dragon snaps back. Weak human, your arms are just weak. Rude and probably true. In the vision, the dragon looks down almost fondly, a tear in its eye. You've grown up well. Venian Sten, the dragon says, and suddenly this whole ordeal has a name attached to it. I intend to let you live, it says. Somehow that's not the comfort it should be. Fangs bared in the dark, but whenever, the dragon continues, and you already know a threat is coming. I lose my appetite. A hand reaches out of the dark toward him. I'll come for you. Blood floods the vision. Message received, loud and clear, be good or become dinner. The nightmare bleeds out into red, swallowing everything. The red fades to white, and slowly someone starts to stir. Huff, my body doesn't hurt, Venian realizes, and my voice is back to normal. Relief you can practically feel. Was that a dream, he wonders, flexing his hand. Right, it just felt real, just a dream, sure. He kicks back, laughing it off. Haha, yeah, it was only a dream, famous last words if we've ever heard them. And then, out of nowhere, a meow rips through the silence like an air raid siren. Venian flinches like he's been struck. Turns out 4 days was more than enough to instill real fear and horror into the once arrogant Venian. Vikros had given the battered Venian so much fear that he lost his rationale at times. There was no need for me to get caged to mentally torture him further, Vikros muses, so this whole nightmare was homework. I intend to let you live, the line echoes again. Turns out the whole dream was a lesson designed top to bottom. But whenever I lose my appetite, I'll come for you. A cat's eye gleams in the dark, the same threat dressed up as an ordinary house pet. Quickly, Venian fumbles, reaching for something, hands shaking. He creeps down a dark hallway, every step heavier than the last. A voice cuts through the dark behind him. I finally found you, and just like that the dream doesn't feel so over. What's happening? Venian stammers. Is this a dream, bro? At this point, who even knows? It seems like you've dreamt a long nightmare, Venian, comes the voice, calm and heavy as a closing door. Arrest him, 2 words, and suddenly the nightmare looks a lot more like round 2. Evening rolls in over the Henituse estate, and right on cue a pair of horns pokes up outside the window. Someone's dinner senses never fail. Sure enough, it is the dragon, already elbow deep in a chicken leg with the white cat for backup. Looks like you finally found some time, someone teases as the young master slips in with an awkward here. His host is already carving the meal while the cat begs for scraps, and his guest admits she cleared her whole schedule just for this dinner invite. Wine in hand, she needles him a little. If it is not tonight, she says, he is only going to get busier from here. Yes is all he offers back, though the smug little smile on his face says he already knows exactly where this night is headed. Over dinner, she drops the real reason for her visit. Nearly everyone he had her look into turned out to be tied to Venian somehow. And a few of those names, she adds, were on his own father's payroll too. He goes quiet for a second. This is news even to him. He is not buying the innocent act, though. Under the Marquis's orders, it turns out Venian Sten was the one who raised the black dragon in secret. The narration does not sugarcoat it. Whoever gets caught up in this is looking at hard labor at best, and the Sten family runs the harshest courts in the kingdom. In a bare stone cell somewhere, a shaking prisoner mutters it to himself, this is all because of that dragon. To bury the whole mess, the Marquis is going to need to get rid of everyone who knows. So you didn't know, comes the reply, cold as ice. Back at dinner, he softens for a second. I believe you, he says, before quickly changing the subject with a blush he would never admit to. Someone else pops open a fresh bottle with a laugh, ready to drown the heavy conversation in wine instead. Down the table, a toast goes up. Young master, his companion says, raising his glass, for this and for everything before. I will pay you back, no question. She only smiles and says she will hold him to it, pouring another round like she already has all the leverage in the world. A quiet little yes please do slips out from the dragon's corner of the table too. never one to turn down seconds. The bottles keep lining up on the shelf as the night winds down, one long, wine-soaked negotiation disguised as a dinner party. The next day dawns clear over the estate's watchtower and business, as promised, picks right back up. Odious, he says, the request went off great, very satisfactory. Odious tries to wave it off. No, it was great for me too, since you paid me so well for it. He finishes with a grin. I'll be in touch again, he adds, business as usual. Okay, I'll reach out from time to time, comes the reply, though privately he would rather not see this man again. It is dangerous work and difficult. Still, as he heads for the carriage, he knows this is not the last they will cross paths. Before he goes, one last question hangs in the air. You know the basement, right? Down in that basement, a rough-looking hired hand mutters that he will clean everything up perfectly. Kind my ass, he grumbles to himself, elbow deep in a job nobody wants. Odious watches the carriage roll off, thinking the young master is cruel and sly in equal measure, and hoping Vikros never hears what actually happened here. Secrecy is important for my requests, the young master reminds him one more time before they part. Okay, I'll see you next time, Odious answers. Goodbye, he says with a small bow, and just like that, the meeting is over. Giddy up, the carriage rattles off down the estate road, business concluded for now. Someone lingers by the wall a moment longer, watching it disappear into the trees. The hoofbeats fade out into the distance, and with them, this whole grim little errand. Elsewhere, another carriage wins its way through jagged, rocky peaks, wheels rattling over the uneven path. Inside, someone asks if the ride is boring. No, it's not. Comes the immediate answer. Turns out lazing around in a moving carriage is exactly this cat's idea of a good time. Ron looks out at the passing scenery and is distinctly unimpressed. They have been here before, he points out, and it is basically just a stone pit. Wait a second, Choi Han has passed through here before too. Cal perks up, curious whether this was on the way to the Breck Kingdom. Did you cause trouble in Breck? Cal asks, only half joking. Choi Han shakes his head hard. No, I didn't, he insists. Ron just shrugs it off, hearing the Crown Prince's version of how Breck turned out is honestly plenty for him. Cal keeps digging. Did they pass the 10-Peak Mountains on the way through the west? Choi Han draws a blank, never heard of them. Cal fills in the gaps himself. It is the starting point of the southwestern Ron Kingdom. He explains 10 granite peaks that look eerily like fingers reaching for the sky. Choi Han thinks it over. They must have missed it since they headed northwest and took the same road back both ways. If he had seen mountains shaped like giant fingers, he is pretty sure he would remember. The scenery just sounded too strange not to ask about. Well, Cal finally admits, I was asking because I've been thinking about heading there myself. In about a year, Choi Han blinks, a year from now. There is a reason for the timing. The last of the ancient power, as the story goes, is set to reveal itself right there. The cat and fox practically vibrate with excitement at the idea of everyone traveling together, until someone points out the 10 peaks probably do not even have a village to stay in. Ron starts to argue there must be somewhere to stay nearby, then stops himself mid-sentence. Actually, no, there really isn't. Cal confirms it. As far as he knows, there is nothing out there at all. No human villages, anyway. The carriage rattles on through the wilderness while he lets that thought hang. Out there, the story goes, they love nature more than anything and worship dragons over mages, which is exactly the kind of place you would find an elven village. Elves, the narration reminds us, are a mysterious race who keep their villages hidden from humans behind illusion magic, second only to dragons in how deeply they are tied to nature and able to command spirits besides. Add in the fact that they are stunning to look at, and it is no wonder the rest of the continent has always been fascinated by them. Cal's mind drifts back to how this was all supposed to go. In the story, Choi Han was meant to come through here on his way back from Breck. And that is where he meets someone, an elf, gifted with the power to heal others. A name surfaces in the narration, heavy with meaning, Pendrick. Pendrick becomes the reason Lark loses control for the very first time. In the original story, Birth of the Hero, Pendrick dies protecting Lark. Which means Cale realizes if Pendrick never ends up joining Choi Han's party the way he originally did, he does not have to die at all. If Choi Han simply never crosses paths with Lark and a year slips by instead, Pendrick gets to live longer than the story ever gave him. It is probably the single biggest change from Birth of the Hero so far. Ron chimes in they have already blown past the original meeting window anyway, so if they do end up at the 10 Peaks, they can just steer clear of the Elven village entirely. Yeah, there is no village, Cale confirms. The dragon does not care either way. Fine by me, I just want to get there already once the year's up. Ron is quick to add one more reason to keep their distance. They definitely cannot bring a dragon anywhere near elves, who would treat Rayon like an actual god on arrival. Rayon, you know about the Crown Prince's magic, right? Ron asks almost too casually. I do, human, the dragon replies, unbothered. The scene shifts somewhere else entirely. Another conversation with the Crown Prince is already underway. A small glass vial gets set down on the table with a soft clink, glowing faintly purple. What's this? The Crown Prince asks, eyeing it warily. A gift I prepared just for you, your highness, Ron replies with far too much cheer for comfort. Yes, the Crown Prince, heart of this kingdom. Ron starts up the flattery. Stop, the prince cuts in, already fixing his collar like he knows exactly where this is going. The cork pops with a sharp little sound, and whatever is inside that vial is definitely not subtle. It's the smell of the black swamp, Ron says with a grin, the little green creature on his shoulder bobbing along in agreement. The prince freezes mid-wince. He manages before Ron cheerfully talks right over him. Not for free, obviously, Ron adds, because word on the street is the Ron Kingdom's Crown Prince naturally has plain, ordinary brown hair. So why, Ron wonders to himself, would that lowly prince bother dyeing it with magic in the first place? It is a different flavor of magic than regular nature mana too, Ron notes, which only makes the mystery of the prince's real power more interesting. Turns out the answer was sitting inside that little glass bottle the whole time. He is not a demon, and he is definitely not using anything black, forget necromancy too. But there is a rumor going around that the late king secretly carried southern blood. Most dark elves have noticeably darker skin, Ron reasons out loud, but half-bloods are said to look a lot more like people from the south. So Ron asks with a knowing smile, what if you are the child of a half-blooded dark elf? The prince's smile does not move, but his eyes definitely do, somewhere between fury and panic. Inside his own head, the verdict is in: he has been caught, completely and totally. Ron leans back, thoroughly pleased with himself. Looks like his hunch was dead on. Under a full moon, two figures stare into the dark because tonight's story starts with a secret: a dark elf. See, dark elves wield the darkness attribute, forbidden power drawn straight from the mana of the dead. Back in the day, dark elves haunted graveyards and plagued towns to fuel that power, and humanity never forgave them for it. No wonder they went into hiding better than regular elves ever did. And tonight, Cale strolls in already knowing exactly who's been hiding one. Across the table, Ron plays it cool, sipping his drink like Cale hasn't just dropped a bombshell. So, he shrugs. Cale isn't buying the poker face. He's got a gift for Ron, but nothing here comes free. The room erupts in laughter, the kind that says everyone already knows this is going somewhere expensive. Between howls of laughter, Cale admits it. He just wanted to watch Ron squirm a little first. Ron isn't amused. You called me here for nothing, he grumbles, unimpressed by the theatrics. So Cale's really not going to explain how he figured him out, and he still expects Ron to pay for the privilege. That's right, Cale confirms, cool as ever, leaving Ron to stew in the reveal. Ron just smirks back, sipping his drink. That I am, he says, owning the label like a badge of honor. Cale can't help but grin at him. You sly bastard, he says, and somehow it lands like a compliment. Cale can't decide if he's impressed or exhausted that Ron takes sly bastard as high praise, coming from him no less. Think about it, Ron could have taken this information straight to the second or third prince. Instead, he came to Cale, which means he wants a deal, not a rival. And honestly, Cale's almost relieved. This guy thinks just like he does. You sure you're not one of us, he jokes. Ron's still stuck on one question: How did Cale clock him as a dark elf when Cale himself isn't one? Cale just leans back, smug as ever. Then a tiny green dragon pipes up out of nowhere, puffing out its chest. "Don't worry, human, this great dragon will definitely save you." "Sure, buddy." Then Ron slides a small purple bottle across the table. "You need this, right?" Cale eyes it carefully. Yes, this would make him stronger, and reassuringly, it's not poisoned either. "Of course it's rare," Ron says smugly, watching Cale's face as the realization starts to dawn. The mana of a dead dragon. Cale's jaw practically hits the floor. This is not something you just pick up at a market stall. Dead mana alone is brutally hard to come by. Mana from a dead dragon, that's a whole different tier of rare. Sure enough, the glowing liquid inside that little bottle really did come from a dragon's bones. "With this, I can jump up several levels," Cale mutters, half thrilled and half convinced he's losing his mind over a bottle. Ron isn't handing over everything for free either. He's got information, sure, but he's not spilling it just anywhere. His pitch starts simple: the Ron kingdom needs to get stronger and fast. Right now, out of every kingdom on the map, Breck and Ron are sitting at the bottom of the pile. The Whipper Kingdom and Tunka are riding a one-way train to ruin, and the jungle down south has only just stopped burning. Meanwhile, Albert's been quietly building up his own power, pulling the Whipper Kingdom's mages into his corner to brace for what's coming. But even that's not enough, not with the Empire and its Wyvern Knights looming over everyone. Those Wyvern Knights own the skies. The second the Empire's crown prince decides to push south, Breck and Ron are just candles in a hurricane. And Ron's real motive slips out. For his own sweet, comfortable life, the Ron kingdom simply has to survive this war. To pull that off, they need a ruler strong enough to hold it together, someone who can turn a poison into a weapon. Cale just laughs. "You already know everything, that makes it hard for me to keep any secrets from you," he admits. Turns out the summons Cale handed him for the magic Tower Master came in very handy. Ron used it to reach the surviving mages himself. His plan: relocate the magic tower to the Ron kingdom and rebuild it from scratch. Cale rubs his head with a smirk. Ordering Ron around never works, but a polite request that might just fly. Ron's not rebuilding the tower himself, but he's willing to hand over part of the blueprint. Cale goes quiet, turning the offer over in his head. "What's the catch?" Cale finally asks. Ron's answer: give him 2 years and the terms start moving. Because for the peaceful, safe, gloriously unemployed life Ron actually wants, money alone won't cut it. He needs real power behind him. Outside of family, the best part of being unemployed is never having to watch your back around clients or bosses again. And somewhere nearby, that little dragon flops over with a happy squawk. Cut to the palace. Ron's laying the same pitch on Crown Prince Alberu now. "That's a call only you can make, Your Highness." Alberu actually laughs. He's getting the better deal here, yet something about this arrangement still leaves him uneasy. "It's a win for both of us, so just relax and enjoy it, Your Highness," Ron says with a laugh that's a little too pleased with itself. Alberu studies him, unreadable. He genuinely can't tell what's going on behind that smile. "Go ahead then," Alberu says, not expecting a straight answer anyway. Ron just gives a small bow and shows himself out. A few days later, the scene shifts back to Henituse territory. Ron barely gets a moment's peace before someone comes rushing at him. "What's wrong?" he asks, already dreading the answer. A nervous servant can barely get the words out. Young master." The household does a double take at Ron's sudden appearance, and in the same breath, someone's stomach drops at the word father. Yes, but someone hedges, and the color drains from every face in the room. The word comes back grim: his condition isn't good at all. A scream echoes down the dim hallway as the news spreads through the estate. Hand skids to a stop, stammering "Yo, young master," before bolting through the halls screaming for the count. And there he is, collapsed on the floor. Someone quietly, urgently says the one name that might actually help: Ron. By the bedside now, someone finally asks the obvious question: "What's wrong with your arm?" The answer comes out tired and vague: "Things just came to this." "Hands," someone calls out sharply. Hands flinches. "Yes," he squeaks. The whole household crowds into the room, gathered around the bed where the count lies recovering. Someone settles in at the bedside, keeping quiet watch over him. Even Hong and the little white cat sense the tension, huddling nervously at everyone's feet. They just keep meowing, clearly not thrilled about whatever's going on either. "Do you have the strength to talk?" someone asks gently. "I do, young master," comes the steady reply. "Then explain," Cal demands. "Why does someone who just went fox hunting come back looking like this?" He manages a tired, reassuring smile despite the bandages. Whatever happened out there, he's not telling it easy. In a dim, candlelit room, an old man stares up at the chandelier and rasps out one word: "Father." He shouldn't have come here, he thinks. Doesn't matter now, he's dying anyway. Family gathers around his bed. Before he dies, he just wanted to see his son and a few other people one last time. He came here, he says, all the way from the eastern continent. Cut back to when Vikros was just a boy. Turns out this quiet old attendant has a second job: trained assassin. 5 assassin families once ruled the underground of the eastern continent's darker corners. He was the heir to one of them right before the whole family came crashing down. Amid the ruins, he went hunting for whoever did this. Someone impossibly strong, someone he could never track down. So he fled to the southwestern continent with his son instead. He hid out for years posing as a lowly attendant. Real subtle career change for a career killer. Then, after years of nothing, he finally picked up their trace again the day Choi Han walked into this very castle. That's when he caught it, the unmistakable stench of darkness clinging to him. Back in the present, his sickness just keeps getting worse. Deeper in the flashback, he tells someone not to worry, he'd only just come back from the forest of darkness itself. Younger him grins, "I'll be right back, nothing's gonna happen." Famous last words if there ever were any. Next thing you know, he's running for his life, sweat and blood streaking his face. He staggers up to a blood-red doorway and something is already waiting for him in the dark. Don't tell him the people who showed up in Harris Village were. He can't even finish the thought. Yeah, it's darkness, it has to be. Cut to a highlight reel of chaos, leaving Rayon behind at the Marquis's palace, then a terrorist attack tearing through the capital square. Then an ambush on the Blue Wolf tribe. All of it traced back to the same shadowy string pullers, quietly grabbing power behind the scenes. So he used the chaos to make his own move, but turns out this wasn't a hunt at all. It was a stray dog wandering straight into a lion's den. Looking back, how confident was he to even try this? No regrets, though he had to know what they were really doing. Digging around the capital, he ran straight into one of Darkness's attack forces and finally got his answer. The cost: his entire left arm lost right there in the square. He barely crawled away with his life. So, someone asks, you still never found out what Darkness actually is. Oh, he found out plenty: a young mage who severed the limbs of anyone unlucky enough to cross him. Redika, that crazy bastard, someone mutters, stunned. This could even happen to a guy like Vikros. For context, Ron is actually stronger than Redika and his specialty is quiet assassination and stealth, not flashy limb chopping. There had to be a reason someone that dangerous was forced to run with only one arm left. Back in the present, 3 men crowd around the sicked. "Ron, what is that rotten smell?" someone asks. Ron doesn't wait for an answer, he grabs the bandaged arm himself to check. Vikros flinches hard. Weight poisoned, his eyes go wide. Ron peels back the bandage and finds the answer: mermaid poison. No wonder it's rotting his arm from the inside. Elsewhere, Cal watches Ron from the doorway, quietly piecing it together. The whales talked about the forest of darkness, and the mermaids got stronger off whatever's brewing in that swamp inside it. Honestly, he'd already suspected as much. He just didn't want to think about it too hard, because getting involved always turns into a headache. But if he does figure out who this organization is, he'll have to tell Choi Han. Otherwise, not his problem, he tells himself. Doesn't mean he's letting anyone waltz into his own territory, though. A title card flashes up: the assassin Ron. Ron just groans, fucking hell. Watching this cranky old man work, Vikros has a moment of clarity about him. Bottom line, Ron is one of Cal's people now. Was it by the sea, someone asks, feet shuffling under the table. It was on an island, Ron answers right before Choi Han's name gets dropped into the conversation. Cal wastes no time, grab the ship's blueprints right now. And Ron's coming too. What else is Cale supposed to do when his own assassin comes back half dead? Ron holds up a note, "I'm still alive, you better be too." Vikros still alive, barely. Cale smirks, still a smart mouth as ever, then sends Vikros to get the whole party repacking. We need to neutralize the mermaid poison, right? Is there actually a way to do that? Ron's eyes narrow. There's a method he's already used before. The same trick he once used to save a half-blooded whale. A regal mer warrior chimes in, "Don't worry, just get everything ready." Someone eyes bandaged old Vikros and cracks a joke, "Looks like your father's going to live a long life after all." "Young master, I think darkness and the mermaids are after the sea routes." "I know, pardon." Cale's already 3 steps ahead as usual. Still laid up, Ron asks for one more favor before this is all over. "Has anyone actually seen your face?" he presses. "Only the mage saw." "My face?" Vikros finishes. Ron turns dead serious. "You're not planning to fight that organization head-on, are you?" Ron just grins right back. "What do you think?" Vikros studies him in silence, clearly bracing for whatever comes next. "No matter what happens, it'll turn out fine, and it benefits you too, young master. As expected, you know me too well." Translation: he never meant to become a burden. Hit the goal fast, then retreat. "Oh, and obviously he's planning to stab them in the back too," Ron adds cheerfully. "Just rest up until we leave." Back with Ron, "Bastards," he mutters under his breath. Facing the dragon, he admits he heard the whole ugly story from outside. These guys are too strong to just charge in head-on, not with the Black Dragon, Choi Han, and Rosalind on the other side of this fight. The baby dragon flutters up to reassure him. "Relax, weak human, you've got the great Rayon watching your back. Doesn't matter if it's darkness or the mermaids pulling strings. Ron's already got a plan cooking. A plan to protect everyone living on the border, himself very much included. The dragon figures they already know exactly who's around Ron and what they can do. Because at the end of the day, Ron is just fighting for his own comfortable life, body and mind fully intact. Thank you very much. A few days after the meeting, Cale heads out to Ubar territory to check on something big, a brand new naval base. The second he steps onto the docks, the whole crew practically bows. Nothing like being filthy rich to earn some respect. Cale zeroes in on the man running the show and gets straight to business. "Are you the one in charge of this place?" No small talk, no warm-up. The supervisor confirms it. He's overseeing construction of the naval base, and with the whirlpools finally cleared out, way more islands are up for grabs now. With the coast stabilized, construction is flying and the ships are coming together fast. He offers to show Cale to his lodgings first. Cale waves that off. He's got somewhere else to swing by before any of that. "Hurry up, won't you?" Cale says, tapping his foot. The poor guy practically trips over himself scrambling to keep up. Cale clocks something else too. Dudes put on some weight. Before anything else though, he wants to see the primary external design. The blueprint gets unrolled and the reaction is instant. All he can manage is a stunned, "Huh." Sweat beading, he admits he's never seen a design quite like this one in his life. Cale, strolling alongside his engineer, grins. "Won't it be great once it's finished?" "Sturdy as anything too," he promises. "Sturdy, sure, but it'll cost a fortune," his engineer warns. "Especially that golden turtle part." "Yes, you heard that right, gold." Cale just shrugs. What's he worried about? He's swimming in cash. And oh yeah, the secondary internal design is basically finished too. The internal design too. His engineer lights up like a kid on Christmas morning. "Really, what's the concept?" He can't wait to hear it. He throws a thumbs up and declares with total confidence, "The best form of offense is defense. Bold strategy, let's see if it pays off." Cale's impressed, or at least amused enough to play along. "Show him the internal design the second it's ready," he says. He means it too. His engineer practically takes flight, scroll in hand, thrilled someone finally appreciates his genius. Cale pictures the finished ship in his head. Whatever it turns out to be, it's about to be one very expensive boat. Later, alone with his thoughts, Cale admits it to himself. This won't be easy. One of his people isn't so sure about the scale of it all either. It's not like they're trying to destroy a kingdom, but even so, this feels like a lot. Since nobody actually knows how big this enemy really is, Cale makes the call, bring everyone. First stop, Hayes Island, the closest one to where they're headed. They'd already mapped every island between the eastern and western continents, numbering each one in the order they passed through. According to intel from Ron, this particular island had been serving as a base for the darkness attribute and the mermaids working with it. Cue a flashback. Count Daruth once chose to save Ron back when the rest of the world saw him as nothing more than a lowly servant. Assassin or not didn't matter to the Count. He's one of my people. Save him first, worry about the rest later. Turns out loyalty runs in the family. Back in the present, one of Cal's people has second thoughts. The mermaids have gotten stronger thanks to the darkness attributes dead mana and poison. Will they really be okay? Cal doesn't even blink. It's all right, he says, like it's already handled. His dragon chimes in to back him up. Cal already knows how to treat mermaid poison, and they can just bury that dead mana under something a lot stronger. Cal goes quiet for a second, turning the whole plan over in his head. The idea's simple enough on paper. Stack up stronger mana and aura and just overwhelm the enemy's dead mana with raw attack power. It's stupid, Cal admits, but there is one good solution. Never a great sign when he says it like that. And that solution needs a lot of blood, like a genuinely alarming amount. The logic goes like this: isn't something alive always more powerful than something dead? Blood is proof of life itself, and it's brutally effective against the darkness attribute's dead mana. Spray enough of it, even briefly, and these things can't get close. Of course, the risk of straight-up bleeding out goes way up too. Not that it matters much to a vampire who lives on blood or a dark elf whose whole power runs on it. Blood straight from the heart carries the body's raw vitality. And that particular blood holds the strongest life force and regenerative power there is. Thanks to that regenerative ability, the supply practically never runs out. Cal figures he'll only know for sure once he's tested whether there's a strong blood type lurking within the darkness attribute itself. Still, he's confident his own blood would work great. If I use my blood, he starts. His dragon nearly loses it. That's crazy. For someone as weak as you, that's reckless. No, there's no need for you to do that, Cal says quickly, before anyone gets any bright ideas about donating on his behalf. He was just saying it out loud, he insists. He's not about to waste his precious blood when there are plenty of other things he can use instead. So will something like that actually happen? An awkward ahem cuts through the room before anyone answers directly. The dragon settles in on the bed. I'll watch, he announces like this is dinner theater. The little white cat hops up right beside him. Me too, great, now they've got an audience. The group trades a look. Bottom line, nobody trusts these mermaids one bit. Cal slips off with his dragon in tow and someone immediately calls after him. Where are you going? Destination: Winds Cliff. Walking the corridor, one of his people puts it together mid-sentence. What are you going to do? Ah, no way. A hand comes into view, marked in a way that makes it very clear. This isn't just any old scar. His mysterious elf mentor appears right on cue. We said we would help you anytime, she reminds him like she'd been waiting for the call. The moment lingers, quiet and heavy, before the scene shifts. Out on the cliff at sunset, she tells him plainly, whenever he's ready, young master. A long, echoing cry rolls out across the cliffs, and you can feel the moment building. Cal, his dragon, and his red-haired companion gather at the cliff's edge as the sky turns gold. Everyone's in position, and everyone's ready for whatever's about to show up. They are here, someone calls out, and the whole group turns toward the water. Oh my gosh, wow, yay, that about sums up everyone's reaction. A massive whale breaches straight out of the water, and it is an absolute unit. Pazetin steps forward to greet him properly. Young master, it's been a while. He gets right to it too. Why the sudden summons? Does Cal already need their help? Cal explains they've found out exactly who's been helping the mermaids. One of Pazetin's own people got hurt, confirming it, poisoned in the process, and needs treatment fast. Pazetin wants to know why Cal even bothered looking into it. Cal's answer is almost bashful, it just kept nagging at him. His dragon just sighs, again with this, somebody's got a soft spot he won't admit to. Pazetin confirms one thing at least, the mermaids didn't get their boost from the Forest of Darkness in his territory. The whales are strong, so everyone should be fine either way, but he wanted to pitch in regardless. They're not exactly strangers after all. Cale thanks him genuinely for the help. There's just one catch: treating the mermaid poison needs an actual corpse to study. Cale decides he'll go get one himself. His whole crew immediately shuts that down, they're all going with him. Someone scoffs at the word help. Please, that just means attacking once and bolting. Meanwhile, a small whale gets caught staring at something it really shouldn't be. Small whale, what are you looking at? The dragon asks. It's nothing, Sir Dragon, comes the very unconvincing answer. Heemp, I'm going too, the little whale huffs, clearly not about to be left out. Then let's go, Cale says, and the whole group heads for the water. Cale greets another familiar face. It's been a while. Someone points out unhelpfully that a killer whale is smaller than a humpback whale. Bad news if their ride turns out to be on the small side. The white-haired guy in question is not thrilled. Who said you're riding? Too bad, Archie, I'm going to ride with you, someone announces, grabbing hold before he can argue. Cale flashes a smirk of his own. I'll be in your care, he says, settling in for the ride. And as the group sets off, Cale and his red-haired companion share a moment that's a little closer and a little warmer than strictly professional. We'll leave the details to your imagination. Cale drops the assignment on his crew: tow the magic boat yourselves, no fuss. Cale, Choi Han and Rayon slip through the jungle as the boat trails behind them, some enchanted vessel you basically leash and steer like a dog through the waves. Venian is not having it, snapping that hauling a boat is beneath him, while Watira reminds him Daddy said to behave. He actually dozes off mid-complaint, and by the look on his face, Dreamland isn't much kinder to him. Then gravity wins, both of them go tumbling straight into the ocean. This towing gig is off to a rough start. Meanwhile, Cale's already moved on, Rayon tucked against his shoulder like nothing happened. A massive shape rockets out of the water, hurling Rayon right along with it, because apparently that's just how travel works now. Rayon's eyes go wide as the wave crashes down around him, loving the chaos more than anyone should. Cale, perched on this creature's back, calmly notes that this is basically standard procedure for them now. I see, comes the reply, half amused, half exhausted. Rayon's face says it all: this ride is somehow both terrifying and the best thing that's happened all week. Cale grins through the spray, calling the whole thing a high-speed taxi service. Sure, why not? They finally hit land, the crew slipping ashore on one of the haze islands as their boat trails in behind them. Cale scans the horizon, already counting how many islands they passed on the way in. He's already thinking bigger picture, wondering out loud if blowing up one whole island is fair game once the fighting starts. Ron just asks if he should pitch the tent. Cale gives Early Bird his marching orders, and Ron salutes back without a second of hesitation. The rest of the group touches down nearby, Choi Han landing sharp and ready the moment his name is called. Cale pulls him aside, Rayon perched between them, clearly about to drop something heavier than small talk. Cale shrugs off the reputation. Call him sneaky all you want, he says, beats bleeding out for the sake of looking brave. But this time sneaky isn't enough. He brings up the mage from the attack on the capital and the mood shifts instantly. Choi Han's expression hardens the moment the memory surfaces. Of course he remembers. Cale lays out his priorities. First on the list, making sure Ron gets patched up and taken care of. Second, wipe out anything that could put the team in real danger. Choi Han confirms he's on the same page, and Cale finally says it outright: they need to take out that mage's remaining eye. Choi Han doesn't blink, his answer is simple and cold: he's going to kill him. Cale weighs it out loud. Vikros is going to be furious, but with him this unstable right now, it's smarter if someone else handles it. Still, he pumps the brakes, no need to go overboard, no plans to get anyone's hands dirtier than necessary. We won't, comes the quiet agreement. Don't let the easygoing attitude fool you though, when it comes to guys like this, Choi Han genuinely doesn't lose sleep over ending them. Cale weighs the blood already on his own hands before laying out the actual plan. Somewhere else, someone's watching all this unfold with way too much amusement, remarking on the poor soul spraying blood everywhere. They even wonder out loud if the guy's hurting himself on purpose. Bold theory. Back on the water, a massive creature glides toward the shore, carrying its passengers in for a landing. Cale and Choi Han share a look, the plan now fully in motion. Turns out that someone's spraying blood everywhere, just a whale, never mind. A genuinely massive humpback whale at that. Cale waves off some idea entirely, insisting he's too great to bother, especially for this guy. Elsewhere, Rosalind watches the black dragon with a focus all her own. Rayon's impatient as ever, demanding his magic stone payment while Cale checks in on a very specific skill. How good is Choi Han at hiding, exactly? Dozens of magic bombs built from crystallized mana, all set to go off under one codename, Plan Reflection. Because apparently the only way to really get under this enemy's skin is to hit them where it hurts mentally, not just physically. Enter Watira, the most aggressive whale in the water, always first into the fight, never flinching from a little blood. Exactly the kind of chaos Cale needs leading the charge. The plan: let Watira spill enough blood in the water to send the mermaids scattering. Watira, delighted at the assignment, practically lights up at the idea. She's ready to spread pure murderous energy across the whole battlefield. Cale, for his part, has zero plans of testing that energy out on himself. Safety first, chaos for everyone else. He lays out the real target. He's about to blow one entire island off the map. Cale pulls out the map. More boats are about to start anchoring at Hayes Island 7 as traffic on the ocean road picks up. The Hayes Islands sit 2 or 3 hours apart, and since only that secret organization actually lives on Island 5, torching it won't cost any innocent lives. Before any of that though, he needs 2 things, and before those 2 things, one more prerequisite. Watira just blinks, a prerequisite. Living in the ocean her whole life, Watira genuinely doesn't care if a chunk of land disappears. Cale's first priority is staying anonymous through the whole fight. Especially going up against an organization like this one, Watira gets it immediately. So what exactly does he need? First up, a ride, specifically a small whale. Watira's already on it, promising something fast and easy to hide. Cale's already thinking about item number 2. He wants her to cause a distraction, a real scene. While they're busy leveling the island and the mermaid's base, he wants something specific happening at the exact same time. Watira's already agreeing before he's even finished the sentence. She fills in a detail of her own. Once they're on the island, the enemy tends to just linger nearby rather than leave unless someone actually approaches. Even better, Cale says, because if they play it right, they can take out the island and Redica in one shot. Watira recalls just how unhinged the guy seemed, grinning like a maniac and going straight for her the second she started bleeding. Cale isn't even surprised. Turns out Redica loses it completely at the sight of red, and Cale's hair happens to be extremely, unmistakably red. Which means getting spotted would be a very bad time. Watira just grins at the realization. That's exactly right, she confirms, clearly enjoying this a little too much. Then the conversation turns to the swordsman. Apparently that mysterious woman shares some unsettling traits with the mage too. Watira waves it off though, insisting Cale won't be running into her anyway, so there's nothing to worry about. At least she probably shouldn't, right? Not exactly reassuring. The next day arrives and it's go time. The plan clicks into gear. The whale will lead them straight to the target while everyone else lies low on Hayes Island 12. Cale double-checks that Ron packed the clothes he was given. Ron confirms he's got everything, and Cale sends him off with simple instructions: if anything goes wrong, fire the flare. Early Bird takes off fired up and ready, saluting like his life depends on it. Cale turns to Vikros next, telling him straight up to hold it together no matter how upset he gets. His place right now is by his father's side. Vikros doesn't argue, he already knows. Someone else chimes in with quiet reassurance, telling him not to spiral over it too much. With that, the rest of the team steps back, leaving everything in Cale's hands. Cale hands over a familiar outfit, and the reaction says it all. Wait, this thing again. Yeah, Cale confirms, not even bothering to explain further. It's the exact uniform he swiped from the secret organization back when they saved Rayon, star symbol and all. Sure, it's a shabby knockoff compared to the real deal, but honestly, who'd have guessed he'd actually get to use it out here? Cal pulls the mask up over his face, and that unmistakable smirk says the real fun's about to begin. Picture a fleet of ships getting tossed around in a screaming ocean storm, clouds boiling overhead like something's about to snap. Dozens of sails cut through the waves below, somebody yelling fight like that's going to help against what's coming. Something massive breaks the surface, whales and orcas ripping straight through the middle of the fleet. A whale the size of a building launches clean out of the water, dwarfing every ship in sight. Orcas come crashing down right behind it, hunting in a full-blown frenzy. One orca clamps its jaws down hard and the water turns red in about 2 seconds flat. This legend does not play around. "Whoa, this is no joke," someone mutters. "Yeah, no kidding." Then comes the warning that ends the story: "Human, do not go there under any circumstance." Cool, 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 cool. But of course the tale keeps going, more ships sailing straight into that same nightmare anyway. Out of nowhere, a lone swordsman leaps into the carnage. "What's that?" someone screams from the deck. And what does this legendary swordsman apparently say mid-slaughter? "How beautiful would an ocean of blood be, charming guy." Is what he said apparently. Cal just stares, mask and all. "What the hell," he mutters, fair reaction honestly. So that's the legend of the island they are about to break into. Great, no pressure at all. And right on cue, back in the present, blades are already flashing bright enough to blind you. Steel cuts the air in one clean, brutal stroke. Something detonates in the middle of it all, throwing sparks everywhere. A lone swordsman drops straight into the fight, sword first. The clash keeps going, streak after streak of pure speed. That's Choi Han, Captain Sirius himself, mid-swing and completely locked in. Blades scream past each other in another vicious exchange. Green steel meets his blade dead on, and the impact rings out. "Choi Han, watch them closely," someone calls out like Captain Sirius needs the reminder. "Don't worry," comes the reply. Choi Han never loses, bold claim, also probably true. Elsewhere, Rosalind reassures the group. Even if the whole plan falls apart, she and Choi Han aren't the ones who will get hurt. Cal, watching an explosion go off nearby, privately admits he's way more worried about himself getting hurt than either of them. One of their goals here, he reminds himself, is simply wiping out a future threat before it becomes a real problem. Even if it collapses and comes down to an actual fight, only Choi Han and Rosalind are supposed to be the ones swinging. "Careful," Rayon warns. "Things get messy fast if he has to show himself in full dragon form." As Rayon put it, they need to tread carefully from here on out. "There are trap spells and alarm spells rigged all over the beaches," Rayon reports. "Most of the mana energy is concentrated right around there too," he adds. "There's nothing guarding the sky though, so could they just fly straight in and hit the center building?" That'd be a bit hard," Rayon admits. "That mage bastard really did coat the whole place in spells." It all traces back to one bomb terrorism incident and a very near-death experience. Cal's solution, as always, keep it simple. So they won't approach the center base head-on. Instead, they'll just set up some magic bombs. "Where?" Rayon asks. Cal taps a marked-up map right at these spots. Top-tier mana stones, it turns out, are a terrifying war weapon all on their own. Insane explosive power packed into one rock. The driving force behind the whole bomb plan is the mana stone itself. And not just any mana stone, a top-tier one no less. Cal drifts back to when he was still in the line of succession, staring at the palace's own stash of top-tier mana stones and feeling genuinely rattled by how much power was packed in there. Just owning 10 of these would be enough to call someone rich. And yet the young master handed a whole pile of them to the dragon without blinking. What an amazing person, someone marvels. Where did he even get all of these? "Time to move, we'll split into 2 groups for now," Cal says. "You two take that half," he tells them, and his eyes go sharp. "Time to actually do this. We'll regroup right here once it's done," he tells Choi Han. Rayon and his companion take to the sky, cutting silently through the clouds. Below them, the island's shoreline waits, deceptively calm. Feet hit the ground running, blades slicing low through the grass. Someone in black darts through the tree line without a sound. Marshmallow and Hong tense up beside Cal, ears pinned, waiting on his signal. Next, Cal says, then catches himself. "Wait." Rayon warns him, there's a human nearby. Cal goes still, hand ready to move if it comes to that. Two guards nearby squint into a sudden fog rolling in. What's with this fog, who knows? We're at the beach, the weather's just unruly, one guard shrugs. Ah, guess that tracks, says the other. Convenient how that cover story writes itself. Marshmallow and Hong huddle together, tails knotted, doing their absolute best to stay quiet. Rayon tilts his head at Cal. Human, should we fight them? I'd rather not pick a fight and draw attention to myself, Cal says. Besides, why bother, I can just turn invisible. Then an alarm rips through the air, loud and sudden. The whole forest seems to flinch at the sound. Cal's stomach drops. Did Rosalind and Choi Han get caught? Then again, he figures, a main character's basically guaranteed to run into a fight sooner or later. I'm sure they'll handle it fine on their own, he tells himself. Doesn't matter as long as nobody figures out who we are. Hurry, human, Rayon urges, nudging him along with the bomb still in hand. Marshmallow and Hong scamper after them, panicking, we might get caught too. Then, somewhere else entirely, a familiar face gets a surprise greeting. It's been a while, Archie. Cal figures backup should be arriving any minute now, right as enemy soldiers start screaming, get them. We have to kill them, one shouts, and someone caught in the middle of it looks absolutely terrified. Stop them from jumping, comes the panicked order, a beat too late probably. Sure enough, they leap straight off the cliff edge without a second thought. They skid and tumble down the rock face in a blur. Ah, Cal flinches watching from a distance, then has to admit, good one. Choi Han catches up, breathless. We ran into them while setting up the bomb. You can explain later, Cal cuts in. Let's get moving. Footsteps pound behind them. Get them, don't let them get away. Now hurry, Cal orders. Get as far from this island as you possibly can. Rayon's voice cuts through the chaos. Human, I think someone just found the bomb. Really? Then let's begin, Cal says. All right, Rayon answers, already gathering power. Dark energy churns and swells around him, building toward something massive. Overlap as many shields as you can, Cal calls out, so Archie and the whales can fit in too. Okay, comes the reply. Somewhere in the water, Rosalind spins through her own glowing circle, readying her part of the plan. A streak cuts across the sky above the waves. That's the signal. Everyone back off, Choi Han roars, unleashing a wall of water and ice in one clean strike. Human, someone calls out, right as another surge of power rips through the air. I'm ready, Cal says, steady this time. Rayon rears back with power crackling around him. All right, comes the answer, and everything's about to go off at once. Cal's dragon rears back, lightning crackling around its wings as it winds up for everything it's got. A wall of raw blue-white energy erupts as the dragon just lets it all go. The blast slams down hard enough to tear the sky itself apart. The explosion just keeps growing, swallowing everything in its path. Someone's shouting for everyone to hold on tight as their ride bucks through the shockwave. A tidal wave rises up behind the blast, ready to swallow them whole. Cal's eyes go wide. Whatever he's looking at, it's a lot worse than he expected. He turns to take in the full scope of the damage they just caused. Cal just sits in silence, his dragon hovering over him, both of them staring at the wreckage they made. He admits it even to himself. He cranked up the explosion, but this went way past what he asked for. His dragon just shrugs it off. Didn't he want it this strong anyway? Cal admits he told it to crank things up a few extra times, and the dragon can't help but snicker at him for it. Even Cal, the guy who ordered the hit, can't quite stomach looking at what's left. The shockwaves keep rolling outward, swallowing the last of the island's silhouette. His dragon teases him for having a weak heart. Cal just fires back that hey, that's exactly its strength. Bitterly, Cal argues with himself. Since when does a guy with a weak heart casually plan out leveling an entire island? He flashes back to why he did it in the first place for Vikros, and for the old man who helped him get his revenge. He knows it was the right call for the people who needed it, but he's honest enough to admit it wasn't exactly justice. And honestly, Cal's never had much interest in living some spotless, by-the-book life anyway. A little while later, back on Hayes Island, life somehow goes on. Choi Han asks if Cal's really the one behind dressing the kids up like that. Cal doesn't even blink, indeed. Choi Han sighs in relief that Lark and the other kids won't have to lift a finger today. Cal nods along, fair enough. Cal's mid-thought about wrapping up loose ends with Watira and a mermaid corpse when a scream cuts him off. Someone's here to kill him. A bloodied, half-crazed attacker comes screaming that he's going to kill every single one of them. Cale can only manage a stunned "what" at the sight of him. Turns out this guy's got a serious grudge. Cale already took his eye and his arm, and blowing up an island on top of that was apparently overkill. He howls that he's going to kill Cale, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. His whole body starts lighting up with raw, unstable mana. This guy's gone completely feral. Choi-han just sighs, yeah, that's a full mana explosion, alright. Rosalind arches an eyebrow, oh really now? Someone calmly points out that his own men are either dead or fleeing the island. Shouldn't he be looking after them instead? Offered backup to go face them, the dragon just shrugs, there's no need. Cale spots something closing in and frowns. Why are they even bothering to come this way? Rosalind steps up without a shred of hesitation, she'll handle it. Cale splits up the work, Choi-han takes the mage, he'll deal with the swordsman himself. Choi-han admits fully beating the guy won't be easy, but he'll give it everything, then checks in with Cale to make sure the plan's alright. Cale figures Rosalind assumes the invisible swordsman Ron won't be able to do much against her, which might be underestimating him. Cale tells Rosalind they'll fight together, and when she does a double take, he's quick to clarify he obviously doesn't mean the front line. Then he barks the real order, everyone, get ready. Their ride cuts through the waves, closing the distance fast. Cale mutters that he really doesn't want to send the kids into this, as his critters scramble into position around him. One of his masked crew declares, dead serious, that they are officially a secret organization now too. Someone else deadpans right back, sure, but are they seriously the only secret organization running around out here? Choi-han gives the signal, time to move. The kids beg Cale to be careful. He promises he'll be back, tells them to stay hidden, and gets a solid "yeah, I got it" in return. Cale calls out to Archie, their orca fairy, to get them closer to the coast. Archie just grunts an alright and gets moving. The whole crew charges across the whale's back, closing in fast on the enemy. The enemy swordsman spots them coming and roars out, who the hell even are these people? Rosalind wastes no time, cutting loose with a blast of fire the second they are in range. The swordsman answers back with a strike that rips clean through the air. The clash keeps escalating, neither side backing down an inch. He takes a hit dead on and goes crashing into the water with a groan. He can't believe it, she actually blocked that. Grudgingly, he admits she's stronger than he figured and demands to know who they even are. He throws up a shield, buying himself a second to regroup. Rosalind answers with a wall of fire, cool as ever. He presses again for a name and gets nothing but a smug shrug in return. Who knows who they are really? The fire keeps rolling, swallowing everything in its path. It just keeps building, bigger and hotter by the second. He cuts back through the flames, refusing to go down easy. He lunges in with a full-force swing, roaring as he commits to the strike. Battered and dripping, he starts laughing. Okay, wow, this lady is actually something else. He admits flat out that she's really strong. Rosalind doesn't even pretend to be humble about it. I know I am. She adds cheerfully that she's a pretty strong mage if she does say so herself. A wave of ice water crashes straight into him, soaking him head to toe. He comes up sputtering, cursing every single one of them. Meanwhile, the mad wizard screams for Choi-han to just die already, throwing everything he's got. Choi-han doesn't even flinch, standing his ground as the blast detonates around him. The smoke clears and he's still standing there, completely unbothered. The wizard snarls at him to do it again. Choi-han just gives him a small, chilling smile. Fine, he'll play along. He's completely calm about it, like this whole fight has just been a warm-up. He plants his feet, ready to end this properly. Watching from a distance, the others just sigh. Is Choi-han really about to wreck something else? The dragon chimes in way too casually that this next one's just a little one, while one of his critters is already whispering about how fun it'll be to wreck it. Choi-han's blade finds its mark, cutting clean through. The wizard goes flying, screaming the whole way down. Something claws its way out of the wreckage. He's not done yet. Across the water, the swordsman freezes. Wait, there's another mage helping her out. Rosalind just grins. That's classified, obviously, since they are a secret organization now. She looks entirely too pleased with herself over that answer. Realizing they're outmatched, their commander finally calls it, everyone fall back. The whole crew scrambles to retreat as the water itself seems to turn against them. The dragon asks if everyone's ready, gets a solid yes, and unloads one final, devastating blast to send them off. The retreating ship gets rocked by the shockwave as the dragon soars overhead, more than a little pleased with itself. And honestly, Cale's big takeaway from all this chaos is pretty simple: dragons are great. Picture this: storm clouds ripping open and something screaming through the sky about to change everything. A lone swordsman launches off the wreckage, blade glowing gold, and cuts clean through a hail of incoming arrows. The strike detonates on impact, and the whole deck goes up in a wall of fire. Watching from a safe distance, a red-haired stranger and his tiny dragon buddy size the guy up. Not bad at all, they admit. Turns out the little dragon's read was dead on. That one burst of aura wiped out a small storm's worth of arrows in a single shot. Still, even a strike that clean isn't enough to stop what's coming next. Down in the wreckage, the mad wizard behind this whole mess coughs up blood, vowing to sink the ship no matter what. That mana explosion he just unleashed is about to be the last thing he ever does. The swordsman doesn't let up, slicing through the smoke like he's got something to prove. Our disguised watcher winces and looks away for a second. Even he can't stomach this one. Another blast rips through the ship, sending debris raining into the sea. Wait, where did the swordsman even go? Turns out there was a second rescuer on that ship the whole time. And this one's not just swinging a spear, he's slinging magic too. A magic-wielding spearman soaring through the air with a woman cradled in his arms. Flight magic mid-rescue, no big deal. Magic he apparently didn't even have before today, and he only had enough juice left to save one person. Down below, survivors are screaming for anyone to save them as the fire keeps spreading. The ship keeps taking hits, and there's not much of it left to save. From the sidelines, one very serious swordsman sizes up the new guy. Yeah, that spearman's the real deal. His tiny dragon chimes in, "Don't worry, the spearman's still weaker than Choi Han." Choi Han shrugs it off, he only brought it up because the guy's stronger than him. Of course he's stronger, the dragon grumbles, clearly annoyed someone else is getting the spotlight. Still, the little dragon isn't about to let anyone get sloppy. Guard up always. Another shockwave rolls across the water. The battle's far from over. Elsewhere, Choi Han and Rosalind stare out at a sky stained red, taking in just how bad this fight has gotten. What a shame, Rosalind murmurs, watching it all unfold. Choi Han did suggest running earlier, but well, here they still are. Neither of them recognizes the two figures they're sizing up, but going by pure skill, Choi Han figures they're evenly matched. The strangers actually double down and dare them to throw hands right there. Steel and magic crackle in the air as both sides brace for round two. For a second it looks like this whole thing is about to turn into an all-out brawl. Everyone holds their breath, weapons ready. Then Choi Han waves it off. Unfortunately, they don't have the time to spare for a fight right now. Somewhere else on the battlefield, the chaos isn't done yet. Another blade flashes through the wreckage. The magic spearman and his companion get caught right in the middle of another blast. Somebody's watching this go down, and they do not like what they're seeing. A pale-haired stranger waves them off with a smirk. "Bye, strangers, how sad," he says like he's already bored of the fight. Our disguised hero's eyes narrow. He's clocked exactly what just happened. A fresh burst of magic rips the air apart. The spearman goes down coughing blood, and his companion screams for her brother in pure terror. Someone points, stunned, recognizing exactly who just did this. Cale watches the whole mess play out from a distance, letting out a quiet awe at just how far this fight has gone. "Don't worry," someone reassures the group. Even if the enemy tries to cover their tracks, a trace of the mana used will still linger. That leftover trace is stamped right on the spearman's body, and here's the kicker: nobody can see it except a dragon. If that magic spearman ever comes near them again, Cale's dragon promises to end him on the spot. Cale praises him for the save, and the little guy soaks up every bit of it. The plan, apparently, is to wait until the dragon's grown up a bit more before making any big moves. Cale blinks, caught off guard. Larger, since when is that on the table? The thought of just how big this little dragon could eventually get is honestly a lot to process. Just how powerful is he going to be once he's fully grown? nobody's quite ready for that answer. Back to business, someone hands over exactly what Cale asked for. Cale apologizes to his blue-haired ally. He was a little too busy fighting off mermaids to keep an eye on the runaways. She waves it off. They still manage to block every attack. Battle Commander Archie and his whales are supposed to escort them to Hayes Island. Instead, the so-called whale taxi is peeling off to chase the fugitives east. The whale princess's eyes go steely. She's seeing this through to the very end. Cale asks if she's planning to wipe out the mermaids entirely. Nope, she says, kill them all and the whole ecosystem collapses. Better to let them live and just keep them in check. Cale just stares, remind him never to get on a whale's bad side. He can't help but think about it from the mermaid's side too. Of course, they'd resent the whales who have ruled these waters through nothing but sheer dominance. Still, everyone's got their own side of the story, not really his problem to solve. With that, he says his goodbyes. He's got somewhere to be. The coastline stretches out behind him as the group presses on toward home. Back at the hideout, Cale orders the good stuff poured. Only the high-quality potion will do tonight. No arguments there. In the next room, a badly bandaged figure stirs awake and rasps out 2 words, "Young master." Cale doesn't even look up. Don't talk to him, he's busy, just get the potion. The antidote's already been administered, though from the sound of it, it isn't going down easy. Time to restart his treatment properly, and there it is, the name everyone's been dancing around, Ron. Ron manages a weak yes, young master. Cale tells him plainly no one recognizes his face anymore, it's safe now. Cale presses him, does he actually understand what that means? Ron starts to protest. Cale cuts him off gently, he's saying it's time to go home. The plan is set. The second they reach the territory, Ron's treatment starts right away. No debate on that either. Cale steps outside and just watches the sky for a moment, letting it all sink in. He barely notices how dark it's gotten. For a while, his whole focus is going to be Ron's recovery, nothing else. It's going to be a long road, but he's alive, that's what matters. Once they're home, things should finally quiet down for a while, now. He can finally let himself rest just a little. The chapter closes on a blood-red moon hanging over a hard-earned, quiet night. We open on Harris Village, deep in Henituse territory, quiet skies, fluffy clouds, and a dragon dozing midair like the world owes him a nap. Marshmallow the white cat and Hong the fox are perched on the balcony, both muttering the same word, strange, something's off with the house today. Turns out their favorite red-haired guy has been sleeping in later, waking up later, and barely touching his food lately. He's barely moving around either, and Rayon just about loses his tiny dragon mind watching him lie there like a log. Because there he is again, sprawled out on the lounge chair, snoring the day away. He's sleeping again, yeah, no kidding. Someone's clearly stitched together a whole photo collage of the guy dead asleep, drooling included. Sleeping more, eating less, the diagnosis writes itself. So the pets huddle up, dead serious. Is their favorite human actually sick? He can't get sick, one yelps, I don't think so, the other mutters back, not convinced at all. But thankfully he isn't, somehow turns into, so he's probably sick in the very same breath. Great logic, everyone. Someone points out the timing, he's been like this ever since they got back from the Forest of Darkness. Maybe it's some weird side effect nobody warned them about. And there he is, out cold in his chair, while a servant pokes his head in with a chipper young master, completely unaware his whole household's been diagnosing him with a mystery illness. The second he leans in close, Rayon, Hong, and Marshmallow all pile onto his face, demanding dinner like it's the only thing that matters in the world. The vice butler just about melts, hand on heart, insisting these fuzzy little menaces are the most lovable creatures alive. Ron, the household's self-appointed early bird, practically glows just thinking about getting to serve the young master, then immediately demands to know what's for dinner. Answer, Rayon's favorite steak plus vanilla ice cream courtesy of Rosalind and Vicross. Cue everyone losing it. And there's our supposedly dying invalid, eyes closed, quietly demolishing his plate like a man who's never felt better in his life. Fast forward, everyone's back and accounted for, crisis, if there ever was one, officially over. Back at the estate, someone calls out for the young master. business as usual resumes. Hans checks in on Ron, glad to see he's back to his normal chipper self. Ron just grins and confirms it, tea in hand. Cal savors a fresh glass of lemonade like it's the best part of his day, which, let's be honest, it probably is. Dinner's already laid out, practically a feast, and Cal realizes mid-bite that he'd completely forgotten how good it feels to just eat well. Someone side-eyes a rather unkempt guest and politely suggests a shower might be in order. Turns out it's the trainees, loudly protesting that after a brutal day of training they need food before hygiene. Priorities, am I right? Cal reminds Choi Han again to take it easy and not overdo the training. Captain Sirius swears he's pacing himself just fine. Because lately the Wolf Tribe kids and Wilsman have been marching into the Forest of Darkness to train, every single day. To them, Choi Han is basically a hellish drill instructor, and somehow that just makes them chase him down every morning for more. Cal, sweating just watching them, admits these kids stopped looking like students a while ago. Now they're basically a frontline assault squad. Someone asks if they are wintering here. Cal confirms it. When spring hits, everyone heads back to the territory and tells the household they are free to move around for their own research, whatever they need. A red-haired woman, likely Rosalind, thanks him warmly for the freedom he's giving her. She flashes a bright smile, clearly touched by the gesture. Fine, Cal mutters to himself once she's gone, already scheming. The more favors he can rack up from people, the better. He smirks into his drink, because a guy with a good enough network never really has to work hard himself, does he? The pets catch him sighing dramatically at his desk and immediately diagnose it: boredom. The man probably just wants to travel. Then the mood flips, the video communicator flares up, glowing an ominous red. Even the cat freezes. Cal glances toward the noise, already bracing for whatever nonsense is about to interrupt his peace. Oh, it's the prince, someone chirps, scrambling to connect the call like royalty is about to walk through the door. And there he is, the crown prince floating in the orb, immediately needling him with "Why are you doing this?" before casually asking how his day's been. Cal, unimpressed, mutters that it's just the two of them, no need for the theatrics, though he can't help wondering if this is some kind of payback. The prince lays the flattery on thick, calling him the treasure of our kingdom like that's ever worked on this guy before. Well, we are on decent terms, Cal allows, and the prince practically beams, right? Which is exactly the opening he needed. Since we're on good terms, I'd like to ask a favor. Cal's already stalling, insisting he's swamped and in a real tight spot right now. The prince just smirks. Really, then Cal finally caves and agrees to hear him out, pets crowded around the glowing orb like it's dinner theater. They ask, can Cal make a trip out to the village of the Dark Elves? I knew it, Cal groans, already mourning his cushy freeloading lifestyle before it's even over. He slumps back against a stack of books, staring at the orb like it personally wronged him. The prince explains whatever he and the Dark Elves have going on makes it hard for either of them to move around freely right now. There's something that needs retrieving. The catch: a human has to be the one who goes and gets it. Skilled craftsmanship aside, the item's rigged. The second anyone with even a drop of dark elven blood touches it, the thing activates. Cal, flanked by Rayon and Hong, just asks flatly, what is it? The prince sighs theatrically, wondering aloud why he's only ever surrounded by these types of people. Cal just blinks. What? Somewhere off-screen the prince is cackling about what wonderful company he keeps, while Cal, back home, mutters that the guy definitely knows exactly which buttons to push. Back on the call, the prince studies him for a beat, weighing how hard to push. Though if you really can't do it right now, he offers, couldn't you just send one of your people to grab it later instead? Of course, I'd love that, Cal mutters, clearly not buying it'll actually be that simple. Then the prince pivots, but I need to head to the Empire myself. Cal perks up. A festival. Turns out the Empire's own crown prince, alongside the sun god's twins, is throwing some kind of festival, and somehow the Rowoon prince got personally invited. Which is news to Cal. He never saw this one coming, not even in the pages of the novel he half remembers. Because this whole event never happened in Volume 5 of The Birth of the Hero. Uncharted territory now. Enter the sun god's twins, fraternal, both vessels of the same god, worshipped across the empire as the saint and the saintess. Painted as endlessly kind, endlessly beautiful, living symbols of sacrifice. But every myth's got an edge, and theirs is about to show. Because their whole worldview boils down to one brutal rule. The Dark Elves, hated across the entire southern continent, land on the wrong side of that rule by default. And apparently the Empire's current crown prince Alvar is about to lose that crown entirely. Worse, the Rowoon prince suspects the twins are coming after him next. Simple as that. The sun stands for light, so anyone carrying even a hint of darkness gets branded the enemy. They don't punish them, they burn them and call it justice. Cal's stomach drops just hearing it. I don't get a good feeling about this, he mutters. Have a good trip, the prince says, all smiles. Cal just shoots back, I was planning on going without you. He can't shake the question though. Why would the Empire's crown prince suddenly throw a festival and invite him specifically when nobody else got a summons? He probably just lost it, Cal mutters bluntly. The prince, delighted, notes he's really stopped filtering himself these days. Because the official excuse, celebrating the day the sun god became state religion, doesn't exactly hold up on its own. No, Cal says flatly, unconvinced, especially once he learns it's also, conveniently, the Alchemy Tower's 500th anniversary and they're bundling both celebrations into one. So they're merging two massive occasions into a single event and calling every kingdom on the continent to attend. That's the official story, at least. Cal and the prince trade a look, both landing on the exact same word, suspicious. The prince agrees completely, something's clearly going to happen at this thing, invitation list or not. Something's going to happen, Cal mutters, or there's a whole plan neither of us knows about. And honestly, I hate getting tangled up in anything this bothersome. I don't know, Cal admits when pressed on what he actually thinks is going on. No you don't, the prince shoots back, then drops the real ask, handle it and he'll make it worth Cal's while. Cal exhales, no choice left really, while his pets watch him, worried. Whatever games are being played, one thing's clear in his head, he can't let this guy actually die. One last smirk before the scene fades, because underneath all the complaining, Cal's already 3 steps into a plan of his own. Picking up mid-plan, someone lays out the next move. They need to head northwest into unfamiliar territory. Turns out northwest means dark elf country, and by the smug look on his face, our red-haired schemer knew that all along. We drop into a scorched wasteland called the Land of the Dead by day. The sand glows blood red under a merciless sun. By night, that same sand turns black as the sky, and somehow a brand new dune rises every single day. This place doesn't sit still. Legend says the last necromancer once raised an army of corpses right here, skeletal hands clawing up out of the purple dark. And this same stretch of sand hosted history's last great battle. No pressure, right? Back home, Cal's lounging with his little cat companion when travel comes up again. A desert in this heat? It grumbles, half joking it might just faint. Cal just grins and calls for the video line to connect. A chilling voice sets the scene. This isn't a story about the moon or ordinary darkness. This is about something eternal. A horned silhouette looms behind a smirking figure bathed in violet light, someone with the power to blot out the sun itself. Never a good sign. One word says it all, death. Skeletal hands claw up from the dark, tying this cursed land right back to that old necromancer legend. Cal's already dialing out, asking to be patched through to the Sten territory. Business never stops for this guy. Fan in hand, looking every bit the pampered noble, Cal drops the real reason for the call. The dark elves are hiding out in the land of the dead. On the other end of the line, someone in a lavish estate doesn't even hesitate. Of course we have to go, they say, like it was never a question. Back with the crew, Rayon can't resist needling him. Young master, is someone about to go kill a priest of the sun god? A bit on the nose, honestly. Cal, fans snapping open, plays coy like the mastermind behind it all definitely isn't him. Rayon keeps digging, there's no reason he'd turn on the Sun Church, right? After all, being disgustingly rich apparently makes a guy kinder than anyone else. Sure it does. Then comes the cell phone. By the church's own standards, Rayon would be exactly their type if not for that pesky lack of kindness. A knock at the door and eager voices start chanting to hurry up. Already this crew doesn't like waiting around. I need to introduce you to someone, Cale announces, leading the group toward a new face. Oh, you had a guest, someone blurts out, catching sight of the newcomer. Not a guest, more of a party member, comes the correction, half formal and half not, like she's still figuring out how to talk to these people. Someone confirms she's already been briefed where they're headed and exactly what they're bringing along. No secrets left. Turns out the newcomer is Tasha, a dark elf who's temporarily changed her skin tone to blend in and act as their guide. A handshake seals it. I'm Cage, the excommunicated priest of the Church of Death, the new recruit says with a grin before someone floats the idea of a welcome party for the group's newest member. Rayon lights up at the word party mostly because of the promised alcohol. Cale doesn't disappoint, there'll be all sorts of drinks. Tasha, let's get moving, someone calls out. She flashes a grin and a quick okay, ready to lead the way. The wagons rattle out into open desert, and it doesn't take long before someone's groaning about the heat and honestly, fair. Keeping close to their little fox companion, the group pushes on toward the horizon, caravan creaking under the desert sun. As dusk falls, a massive stone structure rises out of the sand, glowing in the last light the edge of wherever this road is really taking them. At a border checkpoint, someone points out how odd it is that this gate leads somewhere with a very ominous nickname. Of no return, right, he adds. Rosalind blinks. That is strange. Yes, why? I know why, comes the answer, and it's not a comforting one. Grab them, a guard barks, and suddenly this friendly little gate doesn't seem so friendly. Turns out this gate exists for one reason, to catch anyone desperate enough to run from their fate. Cale spells it out plainly. This is exactly how they trap citizens trying to sneak away. And sure enough, guards are dragging someone down, laughing while they beat him bloody for trying to leave. The reason becomes clear. Under the Dewberry family's rule, taxes have only ever gone up, and this gate keeps the tax base from running for the hills. Cale's had enough. Blade drawn, blood sprays. The beatdown is about to change direction. The guard sneers, bragging that they always catch people trying to slip out under cover of night. Confidence he's about to deeply regret. Cale wipes the floor with him. We were sorry, Sir Knight, the guard stammers, blaming it all on having no money. We have no money, ugh, he wails through the blood, and Cale finally, coldly, tells him to stop. No grand speech, no threats, Cale just wants through this gate, plain and simple. One Knight actually seems impressed, laughing that Cale clearly knows exactly how this game is played. The order comes down, open the gate. The freed townsfolk cry out after him to come back alive and please, don't let his blood end up as part of that red sand. Sure, Cale says easily, already walking off. And he's clearly not done yet. He flips a coin toward the guard with one last order, release the people they've been holding. The guard mutters such nonsense under his breath as Cale strolls off, completely unbothered. And if I come back alive, I'll give you another gold coin, Cale offers on his way through. The guard practically lights up. Yes, sir, I'll be waiting. With that, Cale strides straight into the red sands beyond the gate, leaving the checkpoint and its corruption behind him. Out in the open desert, Cale suddenly feels every eye on him. What? He asks, visibly unsettled. His whole crew, Choi Han, Rosalind, Rayon, is just staring. Why are you all looking at me like that? He demands. Tasha can't help herself. Our young master is quite kind, she says, clearly charmed by the gate stunt. Kind my ass, Cale mutters, already backpedaling from the compliment. Instead, they're just being irresponsible, he grumbles about his own crew deflection at its finest. No time to dwell on it, the group races across the dunes as fast as they possibly can. The wind practically carries Cale forward, Rayon soaring overhead like this desert crossing is just another Tuesday. Somebody actually stops to admire the view. How fascinating, they murmur, watching the world blur past. And yeah, the sand really does look like blood out here, every bit as unsettling as advertised. Tasha grins wide. Okay, everyone feast your eyes on the scenery up ahead. Scenery, someone echoes, not quite sure what she means yet. Then the sky itself seems to change, the desert dusk melting into a sea of stars right in front of them. The whole horizon glitters like the night has been poured straight onto the ground. A streak of blue light cracks across the sky, unmistakably magic, and unmistakably close. Even Rayon is stunned. It's the same color as me. Like me, this desert is beautiful and cool. The whole group agrees this place is downright mysterious, like the night sky itself fell onto the sand. Tasha confirms it with a grin and a thumbs up. The sky really did fall onto the ground here. Then, she starts. Someone wonders aloud, if the sky fell all the way down here, then where did the actual ground go? Cale puts it together. If the sky fell this deep, the dark elves must have sunk even further down than that. Tasha beams exactly. A shooting star streaks past as she says it. From here on, everything changes. Wrapped in starlight, Tasha finally reveals her true self and with a proud smile, promises to guide them all straight into the city of the dark elves. The night sky itself seems to crash down into the earth tonight, folding into a hole that drops straight into darkness. At the edge of the pit, someone volunteers to go first, plunging into a swirling portal of light without a second thought. Down in the pitch dark, Cale hesitates at the edge until Rayon in human form grabs him and barks human, "Let's go," tugging him toward the drop. Cale talks himself into it, figuring he will be fine with Rayon watching his back, right before the ground turns into an actual slide and yanks him down. The group free-falls together through the void, city lights and shadow blurring past as they race toward whatever is waiting below. Cale lets out a stunned little "oh" as the fall suddenly steadies out. This is not freefall anymore, it is something gentler. Sure enough, it feels exactly like sliding down a giant playground chute, not exactly the dramatic entrance he was expecting. Someone is already begging for a second go before they have even landed, though with the world pitch black around them, it is hard to tell who is having more fun. Turns out the passage was built as an actual slide on purpose. Whoever engineered this entrance had a serious flair for the dramatic. Cale face plants into something impossibly soft and pink instead of solid rock, and immediately someone is cooing about the adorable little sound it made. Someone nudges him back onto his feet, all business, while Cale is still catching his breath from the world's softest crash landing. Then Choi Han straightens up, flashes a grin that is a little too excited, and announces they have officially arrived in the City of Death. Below them sprawls a glittering underground city, lit up like a jewel box buried in the earth. Glowing branches arch overhead like something out of a dream, and for a second even Cale forgets to be sarcastic about it. Someone gasps at the sight of a hidden garden glowing blue in the dark. Even jaded adventurers are not immune to a little wonder. Choi Han cannot believe a place this beautiful exists buried underground, but Cale just shrugs it off. Death, he says, is as natural as anything else. A flicker of light catches their eye and someone wonders aloud if it is a spirit, just more proof that nature's magic runs wild down here. Turns out the dark elves draw their power from dead mono itself. Grim as that sounds, they are every bit a species of nature, not some monster race. Right on cue, a welcoming party of dark elves comes sprinting out of the trees to greet them. These elves can command spirits and channel dead mana both, and apparently some of them already know Cale's crew, greeting them like old friends. One elf jokingly guilt-trips them for going 5 years without so much as a letter, while their guide, a dark elf named Sean, steps up to personally show them around. Cale gets completely steamrolled in the reunion chaos and cannot help but whine that everyone is ignoring him. Typical. Cale cuts through the small talk and asks to be taken straight to the mayor. No time to waste. Sean tells him the mayor has actually been expecting them and offers to lead the way himself. Sean, hearing Cale is a noble, offers him the casual treatment, and Cale, dragon tucked against his shoulder, does not hesitate to take him up on it. The deeper they go, the more magical the city gets, strings of light and blooming flowers everywhere you look. It is less a hidden refuge and more a full-blown festival town, decked out in lanterns and garlands. Sean points out with obvious pride that this place is more developed than most cities on the surface. Honestly, he is not wrong. Then comes the surprise, humans live down here too, side by side with the dark elves. Cale wants to know why. Sean's smile flickers into something a little more knowing as he leads them further in, clearly about to explain. Cale's expression shifts. He is starting to piece together exactly why people who flee to this desert never go back. Sean confirms his hunch, admitting the dark elves understand those runaways' pain better than anyone else could. This desert, it turns out, is one of the world's 5 great mysteries, the land of death itself. Legend says the sand's blood-red color comes from countless deaths, and that some necromancer's curse is what keeps luring people here. A shadowy figure looms in the crimson haze, exactly the kind of image that keeps that old rumor alive. Rumors aside, Sean says it is the dark elves who truly understand what it means to run just to survive. Cale can only admit that is kind of amazing. These elves, bound to death itself, were the ones humans once scorned, and yet here they are, welcoming humans with open arms anyway. It is a strange kind of contradiction, unlike typical elves who avoid humans entirely, but somehow still true to what it means to be an elf. Cale starts to get it now, why nature itself seems to favor these dark elves. Maybe it is just something in the land they call home. Choi-han takes it all in with a serious look. This, unmistakably, is the land of death. Once or twice a year, the desert itself breathes out a burst of dead mana, just enough to feed the whole city. Sean is quick to clarify, death energy is not some evil force, whatever outsiders might assume. In his eyes, death is just part of the natural cycle, energy that lingers after life moves on, nothing more sinister than that. Someone notes he sounds exactly like a priest of the god of death, and Sean quietly admits he actually was one before he got exiled. Cale and Rayon both go quiet for a beat, letting that little reveal sink in. Maybe, Sean muses, this whole city is a gift straight from the god of death. Cale points out the obvious double standard. Needing dead mana does not make you evil, and plenty of humans are far worse anyway. He figures this city is really no different, and Rayon, perched on his shoulder, happily backs him up. Verdict delivered, great city, solid vibes, and the group presses on toward the mayor's office. They finally arrive at the mayor's office, tucked into the glowing heart of the city. Turns out this city hands leadership to whoever has lived the longest, and the current mayor has clocked in at a staggering 521 years old. The old mayor freezes mid-turn, visibly rattled by something he is sensing in the room. Someone rushes over asking what is wrong, but he cannot seem to shake whatever just spooked him. Cale clocks the word grandpa and starts wondering if it is just affectionate, or if there is an actual family tie here. He starts connecting dots. If the woman Tasha called her aunt is tied to this mayor, then this city's link to the crown prince runs deeper than anyone let on. Someone teases the mayor for acting so shocked, pointing out his own granddaughter has visited before without this kind of reaction. The word granddaughter lands like a confirmation. Cale's suspicion was right, and if the crown prince is involved, of course this mayor is someone important. The pieces click into place. This dark elf mayor is the crown prince's own maternal great-grandfather. Even Cale can only manage a stunned perhaps. Then the mayor rounds on Cale directly and asks, point blank, if he is secretly a dragon, already nodding like he has got his answer. Cale flatly denies it, but the old man insists he can feel a dragon's power radiating off him, the kind that bends nature itself. Even Rayon, wriggling against Cale's shoulder, has to admit this old elf's senses are annoyingly sharp. Cale repeats the denial through gritted teeth, but the mayor just strokes his beard, murmuring that it is the exact same energy he felt the last time he actually met a dragon. Even the spirit at his side, which met a dragon decades ago, is whispering the same thing. Cale's poker face is starting to crack. At 521 years old, of course this man has crossed paths with a real dragon before, which is exactly the problem right now. Choi-han jumps in to hustle everyone inside before the mayor says anything more incriminating in public. Cale is internally spiraling. If a spirit has already confirmed it, there is no lying his way out of this one. No matter how many times he denies it now, the old man's mind is made up. A spirit never forgets energy it has already felt. Cornered, the mayor reaches for the door to his private office, ready to settle this once and for all. Cale finally gives in and calls out to Rayon directly, and when a voice answers from thin air asking permission to reveal himself, the room goes stiff with shock. Light and shadow ripple through the air as Rayon's true form starts to unfurl. One of the elves gasps in disbelief while the old mayor just starts laughing, vindicated after all this time. The whole room flinches back as the truth finally lands. And there he is, Rayon, fully revealed, peeking out from Cal's shoulder like it is no big deal at all. Deep in an elf village, our disguised heroes cover gets a surprise assist. A small black dragon peeks out right over his shoulder, wings flared like it owns the place. A sharp-eyed onlooker in pearls freezes mid-step. "What are you doing?" she demands, staring right at the tiny dragon like it just crashed a fancy dinner party. The village elder, an old elf with a beard longer than his patience, comes rushing in and nearly faints. He's not looking at the boy, he's looking at the dragon looming right above him. "Wait, that's..." someone stammers, spotting the dragon's tail curl into view. "How? Nobody in this village expected to see one of these creatures up close, let alone in the parlor." Two more elves clock the scene and their jaws hit the floor. There really is a dragon here. Word is about to spread through this whole village faster than gossip at a royal ball. And there it is in full. A small black dragon, scales gleaming, looking way too pleased with itself for something the size of a house cat. The dragon actually bows or tries to, grumbling that it's rude to stand while greeting royalty. Yes, this baby dragon has main character energy and it absolutely knows it. One elf clutches her head in disbelief. "I knew elves went crazy for dragons, but to this extent, turns out dragon worship is very real around here." Someone teases the boy for oversharing his age to strangers. He waves it off and spins a cover story instead, claiming he's just minding that weak kid, Cale Henituse. The old elf buys it completely. "That's not it," he insists, brushing past the question, then gets straight to business. "Village head, please stand." The old elf is still on his knees, shaking like a leaf. "No," the elder stammers, refusing to rise, sweat pouring down his face while the little dragon looms behind the boy like an unblinking judge. He explains himself. A dragon he once met told him standing up in front of a dragon counts as declaring war, and this old elf wants absolutely no part of that fight. The boy can only wonder which dragon fed him that nonsense, because right now the old elf looks a lot more terrified than respectful. The dragon itself pipes up, nuzzling in close. "I don't like it, you can stand." Turns out the rule was made up probably by this exact dragon for its own amusement. Relief washes over the old elf. "Yes, I'll stand immediately." He scrambles up so fast you'd think the floor was on fire. The dragon nuzzles right up against the boy's face, absolutely delighted with the chaos it just caused. "Human, I think I'm quite great," the dragon declares telepathically, preening. The boy just stares back, unimpressed but clearly used to this by now. Later, over tea, someone checks in on the rest of the group. "Did everyone get settled into their lodgings all right?" "Yes, I did," comes the reply as a spread of fruit and pastries gets laid out for the meeting. This whole visit is being treated like royalty just walked in. Time for introductions. The old elf gives his name, Ovante, and the disguised boy finally drops the act with one simple line. "I'm Cale Henituse." Cal leans in close with one request. "Keep it quiet that anyone here ever laid eyes on that dragon. Some secrets are worth protecting." Ovante nods and goes all in, swearing on his very connection to the spirits that he'll keep the secret. That's about as serious an oath as an elf can make. Off to the side, the dragon happily munches on a treat while someone remarks that Cal really can't bring himself to speak casually. Cal just shrugs it off, claiming he and this small dragon are pretty close these days. Ovante's eyes widen with a new worry. Does the Crown Prince Alvar actually know about any of this? Cal's expression says everything you need to know. Cal can't resist a jab, so Alvar had someone this important in his life before Cal ever did. Then, almost as an afterthought, he asks if this whole meeting can stay a secret from Alvar too. Ovante insists he'll tell the Crown Prince himself. Cal grimaces at that, not the answer he wanted, but lets it go. A shame, but he'll keep his own secret regardless. Cal changes the subject to business. Word is Ovante doesn't fully understand the item the Crown Prince gave him. Ovante confirms it, that's exactly right. It's a bracelet, Ovante explains. Cale shrugs. He doesn't actually care what the thing is, there's a bigger question on his mind. Is it alright for several humans to touch that bracelet? Cale asks. Ovante nearly chokes on his tea. Pardon, that was not the question he expected. Ovante can only ask why. Cale wants to know, staring into his cooling tea like it might have the answers. Cale lays it out. Someone in his group can perform the blessing of the god of death, and the crown prince apparently wants that blessing renewed daily. So really, two people need to keep touching that bracelet, the priest doing the blessing and Cale himself. Ovante's relief is obvious. Fewer hands means less chance Alvar's little secret gets exposed. It also builds in an escape hatch if things go sideways. And somewhere off the page, a very specific priest gets name-checked for the job. Cage, notorious for being just a little unhinged about her rituals. Someone notes Cage's blessing might rival the power of the legendary sun god's twins. High praise for someone known mostly for skipping meals and yelling. Since they're doing this properly, Ovante offers to prepare everything on his end. Cale's happy to leave the details in his hands. The ritual should wrap up by tomorrow, which means Cale could be free to leave the village any time after that. Not a bad timeline. Then Ovante hesitates. About that, there's a wrinkle in the plan and it's not a small one. Why? Cale asks, already sensing bad news. Ovante isn't even sure Cale's heard the reason behind the timing yet. Turns out this desert releases a burst of dead mana once or twice a year and nobody can predict exactly when, only that it's close. Convenient timing, considering they're mid-ritual. Cale asks if it's about to happen now. Ovante confirms it, starting in 2 days, lasting 3 more after that. Great, just great. While the dragon happily crunches on a stolen gold coin nearby, Cale keeps digging. Does this dead mana show up as a liquid? No, Ovante says it's a gas. Not liquid then? The dead mana drifts through the air like smoke instead. Cale files that away, already 3 steps ahead in his head. Cale drops the real plan. His group should stay put for a week before heading out. One of his companions, unbothered, figures that just means a week of well-earned rest. What? Ovante blurts out, completely caught off guard by the sudden generosity of an offer to stay even longer. With nothing else to do for a week, Cale figures he might as well sightsee. Does this city even have a tourist map? Ovante's happy to help. He'll have someone named Sean show Cale around, then he catches himself mid-sentence. But... Cale's eyes narrow. Something or someone just walked into view that's caught his full attention. Who is that? A figure wrapped head to toe in a dark hooded cloak stands quietly beside one of the elves, giving away absolutely nothing. Ovante explains, that's the one currently working on the bracelet. The mystery guest has a job here and apparently an important one. I brought the child here to explain, Ovante says while the dragon tilts its head, intrigued by the newcomer. Then the bombshell drops. That hooded figure is a full human and somehow a human with the darkness attribute, something Cale finds very, very interesting. Ovante suddenly looks nervous, sweat beading on his brow. Whatever's about to happen, he clearly saw it coming. The hooded figure speaks up, calm and clear. I want to venture out into the world, I'm curious about it. Simple words, but they land like a bomb in the room. She stands there in silence, face hidden, letting that declaration hang in the air. One of the elves nearly jumps out of his chair. Mary, what are you talking about? Ovante just sighs like this is a fight he's had 100 times before. Another elf, clearly family, demands to know what's going on right now, voice cracking with alarm. Mary stands firm. That's why I'm going to go alone, she says, like that settles it instead of stirring things up further. Grandpa, what is going on? The younger elf shouts at Ovante, panic rising. Going alone would be even worse. Mary, you know the outside world is dangerous, someone pleads while Mary's fist clenches. She's heard this warning before and she's done listening to it. The whole room falls into an uneasy silence around the tea table, everyone staring at Mary, unsure what happens next. Without another word, Mary turns and walks off in a swirl of dark cloak and drifting smoke, done with the conversation entirely. Her footsteps echo down the hall, cloak trailing behind her, nobody quite brave enough to stop her. Mary, the elf calls after her, voice full of worry, but she doesn't look back. She keeps walking, cloak rustling with every step, putting real distance between herself and the family trying to hold her back. Back at the table, the two elves reach toward each other in shock, both realizing they have no idea how to talk her out of this. Cale watches all of this with sharp interest. A full human with the darkness attribute who can actually craft items infused with it isn't just rare, that's a serious asset. It's nearly impossible for an ordinary human to carry the darkness attribute at all. But someone marked with black webs like Mary is clearly no ordinary human. For a true necromancer, Cale realizes the whole situation changes completely. This isn't a minor talent, this is a genuine weapon. A hooded stranger steps forward with a quiet introduction. "I'm Mary," she says, 25 years old. Someone nearby practically shrieks at her, mortified. "Mary, you can't just bare your arm to total strangers like that." Cale watches the exchange with one eyebrow raised, quietly noting that her whole self-introduction sounds a lot like Rayon's used to. Someone asks Cale over tea if he knows anything about necromancers. About as much as the average person, he shrugs back. "Then I won't need to explain the basics," the old dark elf says. "When dead mana rises out of the ground, they climb to the surface every single night. It's all about getting any surviving humans back down here as fast as possible," he explains. "Anyone who fled into the land of the dead usually turns up starved half to death. So if a starving body soaks up even a little dead mana, it can kill them outright." The story rewinds. It happened on the single worst night for dead mana in centuries. A little girl screams into the dark for her mother. "Mary, keep running," her mother shrieks from somewhere behind her. "Don't look back, just run," is the last thing she hears clearly. Something crashes through the dark behind her, way too close for comfort. "I need to run," she tells herself over and over, legs burning. She keeps sprinting through the black, dead mana clawing at her heels. "I need to run further," she gasps, refusing to slow down. The scene shifts back to the present, to a quiet lantern-lit hall where Cale is hearing all of this firsthand. When they found Mary, she'd already soaked up so much dead mana that dying wouldn't have surprised anyone. And yet, Cale notes, she survived. "Yes, I did," Mary confirms quietly. "It was excruciating. She thought her veins were about to burst. While she was in agony, they told her she'd have to learn to control the dead mana just to survive it. Between becoming a black magician or a necromancer, she chose necromancy. Once she did, the pain stopped," she says. "It barely hurts even now." "Hurts less, huh?" someone murmurs, taking that in. Found in the dead mana desert, Mary became a necromancer and lived. But for the sin of touching mana forbidden by God. "But I don't remember," she admits, staring at her own scarred hands. The transformation itself is just gone. After her family fell apart, all she remembers is running through the desert, the faces of home already fading. She doesn't remember the world she came from at all, not anymore, other than that echo of her mother screaming for her to run. The only thing she still has, she says, is her mom's voice. 15 years of pain, and somehow she says she was happy through it. She's still happy. And grateful, she adds, even knowing humans supposedly hate necromancers and find scars like hers horrifying. She's practiced hiding the scars, staying out of sight. She admits quietly that she's curious about that world up there. She stands there a moment, hope and dread fighting it out on her face. Something sudden breaks the quiet, a reaction that just can't be held back. "You're amazing," someone blurts out, unable to hold it in. Naturally, Rayon can't just leave it there and starts winding up to remind everyone who the real amazing one is. "You're not as great as me, obviously, but you're amazing," Rayon declares. Cale cuts in more genuinely. "You survived, that's enough." Even Rayon comes around, "Fine, amazing human, acknowledged." But Rayon adds darkly, "If this weak little human ever gets as strong as his own front leg and comes back injured on her own watch, I'll destroy this earth." Rayon growls, flames and all. Even Cale has to admit that's a bit much, isn't it? "You'd better treat me the same way if I come back hurt." Cale fires right back at his overprotective dragon. Cale's smirk drops for a second. He's sure Mary doesn't want anyone close to her getting hurt on her account. He gets it, same as Rayon does. But nothing he says is going to talk her out of chasing back the 10 years the Dark Elves world cost her. I won't surface until I'm permitted to, Mary states plainly, and within a year. The village's old dark elf leader weighs in on the matter. Cale takes it in silently, then simply says he understands. Once the dead mana settles, may I call on you again, young master? The elder asks. Until then, I'll make sure your stay here is comfortable. Cale accepts the hospitality with thanks. The village head then calls for his aide, escort the young master. The aide practically springs to attention at the order. Footsteps echo through the empty halls as they head off. A door creaks open down the corridor, the old elder watching them go. The footsteps stop, someone calls out at a doorway, Mary. Are you talking about a human's arm? Cale asks. Yes, she confirms, a left arm specifically. Do you need one? She asks. Yeah, he says. I understand, I'll make one, she agrees, while Cale privately wonders if he owes her extra for this. With Rayon perched on his shoulder, Cale asks her what she wants to see once she finally resurfaces into the human world. I don't know, she admits. No memories to go on, just books and stories. She can't really picture what that world is like. So if I see it with my own eyes, she figures, I'll know what I want then. Yeah, that makes sense, Cale says. I know exactly how that feels. It's a vague wish really, not wanting anything specific, just to be free. Rayon's whole world was once a cave, too small to want anything more. Which is exactly why Rayon, of all people, understands her best. Amazing human, Mary echoes softly from the doorway, handing the compliment right back. And you've lived quite the life yourself, Cale replies, a smirk creeping in. All that beating around the bush, Cale admits to himself, when really he's just been trying to talk her into joining them this whole time. 2 days later, and the scene cuts to a sunny courtyard cafe. Go grab a glass of lemonade, someone's told. Young master, I'll go instead, comes the quick offer. No, you sit, Cale says, waving them off and calling for someone else entirely. Footsteps approach as Cale singles out Vikros, the death glare chef himself, for the job. Vikros breaks into a nervous sweat under the sudden attention. For someone doing you a huge favor, you'd better treat her well, comes the reminder. After all, she's the one about to build his father a brand new left arm. Cale taps the table, mutters something about money and backstabbing, then insists, I'm not a scammer though. You remember me asking you to make me an arm, right? He checks with Mary over the meal. Yes, I do, she confirms. I don't like feeling indebted to people, Cale says, so. He reaches for something to settle the debt properly. I'll cover your lodging for 6 months out of the year, he offers. What do you think? Cale flashes a confident little grin and asks, what do you think? And his tiny dragon sidekick pipes up, cheerfully mocking him as usual. Yes, good job, weak human. An old innkeeper and a cloaked stranger look on, baffled, as Cale calmly lays out the offer. He'll give her somewhere to live until winter hits. There's a catch, though. The place he has in mind isn't exactly in the normal human world. No village, no city, nothing like that. But hey, silver lining, she'd get to spend her days under an open sky, surrounded by real nature for once. Sure, it's technically the dark forest, crawling with monsters at every turn, but the view, Cale insists, is spectacular. You just can't appreciate that kind of beauty from underground, he adds. Sipping his tea like this is a real estate pitch. Mary hesitates, murmuring that she shouldn't be a bother to him. Cale brushes it off. He can pull this off without anyone finding out who she really is, so it's really no trouble at all. And if worst comes to worst, he'll help her disappear before anyone can hurt her. The old innkeeper, who's practically raised this girl, can barely get the words out. Can Cale really save his Mary? Turns out the old man was rescued by dark elves himself years ago and has thought of Mary as his own family ever since. Cale just nods yes, he'll help. Cale leans in with a knowing look and asks if she's ever heard of something called a dragon's dead mana. Night settles over the city as the wheels of Cale's plan quietly start turning. That rare, precious mana, he tells her plainly, is exactly what he's planning to hand over to her. Here's the real reveal. Mary's necromancy puts her on the same level as Rosalind herself if she can just keep clear of the Sun God Church's priests. And with the right resources, Cale figures, he can make her even stronger. She's about to build Ron a brand new arm out of thin air. The least Cale can do is make sure she's taken care of in return. Ron shoots to his feet, alarmed the second he catches wind of what Cale's giving up for him. That's enough, Cale says flatly, shutting the protest down before it starts. Ron tries again anyway. That's a literal dragon's dead mana he's talking about giving away. Ron fumbles for another argument, but Cale's already moved on, snapping at someone else entirely, Vikras. Turns out the real crisis of the moment is the missing lemonade. The chef gets a pointed look and scrambles to fix it. Ron just stares, completely thrown by how casually Cale switches gears from life-changing generosity to snack complaints. Ron eyes the mysterious hooded woman warily, still not quite sure what to make of her. Mary studies him like a sculptor sizing up marble, noting just how much muscle he'd built on that missing arm before he lost it. She'll have to be careful crafting this one. It might take several fittings and adjustments before it's right. This isn't a one-and-done job. Expect more than a few trips back to the workbench. Cale asks the obvious question, how long is this going to take? About a month or two, she figures. Staying cooped up underground that entire time, though, might cause more problems than it solves. So Cale offers a fix: she can work on it while living above ground instead, since it just so happens Ron works right where she'll be staying. Mary admits she's still overwhelmed by all this and hates feeling like a burden, though she supposes being surrounded by powerful people might actually work in her favor. The baby dragon puffs up proudly, declaring she's a smart cookie and promising that if anyone dares treat her like a bother, he'll just beat them all up. Cale agrees on the spot and tells her to pack her bags. They're leaving in a few days. Over a shared meal, he pushes a glass of lemonade her way, casually noting they'll be seeing a lot of each other from now on. Cale flashes that easy, confident smile of his. One warning, though: she'd better get used to his chef's cooking. Somewhere down the hall, a quiet voice murmurs, "Young master, trouble's brewing." Cale's father catches sight of the hooded stranger at the front door and wants answers. Who is that, and what exactly did his son mean by all this? Cale keeps it short. Ron. Elsewhere, Cale tells his butler he can accept a gift, but only this much, nothing more. Hans just goes quiet, clearly unsettled by whatever that means. Recovering, Hans asks if he should whip up a light snack, and Cale, ever the opportunist, asks for a drink to go with it. Hans watches him go, a small, satisfied smile creeping onto his face. Days later, the road stretches out under a wide, open sky. They arrive at a quiet village inn just outside the capital, ready for the next leg of the journey. Mary takes in the skyline below, marveling out loud, "Isn't it fascinating?" The little dragon's just as awestruck, gawking at his first real look at open sky. "It feels endless," he says, like you couldn't even measure how far it stretches, and he promises to show her the night sky back home sometime because, trust him, it's really cool. He offers to give her the full tour of the dark forest too, and she thanks him warmly for it. Cut to a grand hall where a door creaks open and Cale steps inside. A blonde noble's face just lights up the second he spots him. He throws his arms wide with a booming welcome. Subtlety was never really his thing. Cale just gives a small nod, quietly clocking the room. Someone laughs off an accusation. Of course not, they insist. This was all just a planned little surprise. With a flourish, the host announces he's officially delivered Cale to the party. Now everyone can just enjoy themselves. At the table, the dragon and a grinning companion are already cracking up over something, and Cale, deadpan as ever, mutters that he thinks they've got the wrong room. Someone, clearly pressed for time, tells him to just sit down and eat already, and honestly, with a spread like that turkey feast, who's arguing? Word spreads around the table that Tunka's just been named Commander-in-Chief and Grand General of the Whipper Kingdom, and Cale admits he didn't expect anyone to come all this way just to break the news to him personally. Cut to Tunka himself whooping it up with a buddy, thrilled out of his mind about the promotion. With Tunka holding that title now, the entire Whipper Kingdom is basically sitting in the palm of his hand. The consensus at the table: that kingdom's fast-tracked straight to collapse. Rough, not their problem though. Someone produces a bracelet and points out that the Whipper Kingdom has no clue. Cale's side quietly poached a mage right out from under them. Of course they don't, Cale confirms. Even his own people barely know, so there's zero chance Whipper Kingdom's caught on. Cale's eyes narrow, catching something the rest of the table missed. Someone teases the disguised royal at the table, not looking too shabby in that getup, are we? He just smirks back when you're this handsome, apparently any disguise works, calls it the blessing of the god of death. Sure, buddy. There's a collective sigh of relief over the bracelet, and then someone remembers, oh right, Grand General Tunka himself is about to show up here too. Yeah, this is about to get chaotic. Nobody wants to imagine how bad it'll get, so they change the subject fast. Is Cale actually staying at his estate for once? Yes, that's the plan, Cale confirms. Asked what exactly he's going to do with himself, he says he's just going to farm and rest. His friend just about chokes laughing with that smug face. Nobody on earth is buying the humble farmer routine. Cale just laughs it off. No, really, he insists, he is actually going to farm. Cut to the estate where a mysterious seed Cale smuggled out of the Magic Tower's research room starts glowing to life. That seed has officially sprouted. Back home, Cale plans to nurture it carefully, quietly cultivating both talent and money around himself in the process. Of course, actually doing the work himself, yeah, that's not part of the plan. Elsewhere, a frazzled contact reports that the Breck Kingdom's prince is asking after his sister Rosalind and about Cale too. Everyone's suddenly tiptoeing around me asking questions about you. What on earth is going on? He groans, papers rustling with an exhausted sigh. Meanwhile, word comes that the ocean has finally gone calm. The Whale King himself wants to show Cale the road of the sea. And apparently he'll be heading back home with the Breck Kingdom's prince in tow. And then everything grinds to a halt. The Pope of the Sun God Church is dead. Blood-soaked steps, a chapel bathed in red light, and one burning question hanging over it all. Who did this? A body lies broken across the stairs while two figures stand quietly over the scene. The reveal lands like a gut punch. The culprits are the very twins the whole church reveres as its saint and saintess. We catch Cale in a rare peaceful moment among the flowers right before his butler shows up to say a message just came in. And get this, it's from the whales. Turns out his fishy friends, the whale tribe, want him to come visit since their big festival is right around the corner. Cale reads the invitation over with his butler standing by. The whales are basically saying, come celebrate with us before the festival kicks off. The second Rayon, On, and Hong hear the word festival, they lose their tiny minds with joy, ears up, eyes sparkling, already planning the snack table. Cale sighs like a man being dragged to a company picnic. He heard festival loud and clear and he already regrets it, so annoying, he groans. However, he can't just brush this off. There's a flicker in his expression, half annoyed, half resigned, like a man realizing he's already lost this argument. Once you've heard about it, he figures you can't just pretend you didn't. Translation, Cale's going to that festival whether he likes it or not. Then the letter drops something heavier. He's coming back with the Breck Kingdom's prince in tow, and the Sun God Church's pope has just died. Whoever's responsible didn't stick around to explain themselves. They are on the run, vanished without a trace. Cale calls in Ron, his ever-composed butler, ready to set the next set of wheels in motion. Contact Miss Rosalind, he says, and let the rest of this mess slide for now. Oh, and push the visit to the county back 2 days. Ron just smiles and says the young master gets wiser by the day. Coming from him, that's basically a standing ovation. Rayon isn't about to let the festival talk slide, though, practically climbing Cale to demand, "Human, are you seriously going to forget about the festival? If they want to bring the kids along," Rayon insists they'd better hurry up about it, right before dozing off in a pile with Cale mid-argument. Ron, watching all this unfold, mutters one word: ridiculous. Honestly, fair. Somewhere in all this chaos, the order goes out anyway: hurry up and call Rosalind. Cut to Rosalind mid-tea party, catching wind of some serious gossip. One of the princes apparently asked the crown prince all about her and Cale. And that prince, whoever he is heading back to the empire together with the crown prince himself. A servant passes along exactly which prince asked. It's the fourth prince, apparently. Word is he's got a reputation, a bastard who left his manners behind in a dragon's lair. Rosalind's jaw practically hits the floor. He's a what now? Everyone around her is stunned too. Apparently it's the first time anyone's heard Rosalind talk about someone like that. It stirs up an old memory for her, a whiny kid she used to nag constantly back in the day, who probably had no clue he was actually royalty. Still, she reasons it's not like he ever asked her for a favor, and the world sure won't cut him slack just because of his birth. She admits if things had gone differently back then, it really could have turned into a horrific world. That thought lingers with her. Yeah, it really could have turned into a horrific world if things had gone differently. Back home, whoever visits Cal's already said he's sending them away regardless. Then a stray thought hits him mid-snack. Why does that sound so ominous? Right on cue, someone's knocking at the door. Come in, he says. A hooded figure steps through with a simple hello, good morning. Morning pleasantries exchanged. We get one quiet beat of sunlight through the window before the real news drops. Human, listen, Rayon announces, practically vibrating with excitement. That kind child and I found something, he says, gesturing proudly at their hooded companion. Cal, thoroughly unimpressed, guesses it's another weird rock or a leaf full of holes. Nope, they insist, this time it's something similar. Something like a leaf and a rock, maybe, or dirt. Nope, the answer nobody saw coming, bones. And not just a few. Rayon's already shouting that there's got to be hundreds of them out there. Turns out they've found roughly 200 monster corpses just sitting out in the wild. Most of them were buried right after they died, so the bones are in surprisingly good shape, probably no more than 2 years old. Choi hands read on it. They likely killed each other off fighting in the dark forest, a clash between ground and flying monsters and some smaller species caught in the crossfire. Piece enough of these bones together and you might get a much clearer picture of exactly what went down out there. Back at the tea table, Rayon pipes up with the real question. Can the kind child actually use these bones for something? We'll use them nicely, we won't break them, comes the reply, promising to treat the bones with care. Then comes the follow-up, are the flying monster bones usable too? Because that opens up a whole different set of possibilities. The plan, piece the broken parts back together and restore them. They seem sturdy enough to actually hold up. Cal wants specifics though. How big are we talking, wyvern-sized? Answer comes back, a bit smaller, more likely some kind of mutant monster. A tad smaller, they confirm, which is exactly the detail Cal needed to hear. That's when the light bulb goes off over Cal's head. Why didn't I think of that? He mutters, and you can practically hear the gears turning. His mind flashes back to the Northern Wyvern Knights Order, dragons and wyverns tearing across a blood-red sky. Fighting that kind of firepower usually means burning through lightning and magic, and even then, allies pay for it in casualties. Heavy casualties, that is, but Cal's smirking now because with his new plan, his side won't be the ones paying that price anymore. He turns to their hooded guest with a much lighter question. Mary, are you thankful towards me? Yes, very much, she answers, so he presses further, will she be willing to repay that favor if he ever needs it? Yes, I will, comes the promise. Cal, satisfied, admits he'd like to cash that favor in eventually. One catch though, she can't take the bones with her when she leaves. Fair's fair, so she agrees to bring them back before she goes. Still, from behind that hood you can practically hear her thinking, what kind of deal is this exactly? Rayon, meanwhile, is thrilled. I knew you'd let us use them, zero doubt in that little dragon's mind. Cal can't resist teasing Mary a little more. If it's a flying monster's corpse, does that mean they get to fly too? She admits it's her first time working with a flying monster, so she'll need some practice. Cal's totally fine with that. If this all works out, he figures, it'll make one heck of a countermeasure against the Northern Wyvern Knights. And just like that, the idea takes shape. A skeleton air division, patched together bones ready to rise into the sky. Picture it, reanimated skeletal wyverns soaring through the clouds, because apparently that's just a Tuesday for this household now. Cal can't help admiring his own genius. Thinking it over again, yeah, this is a genuinely good idea, and honestly, the name's pretty cool too. Yes, I will, she confirms, and with the deal settled, it's time for her to get going. She hurries off through the halls, telling herself to wrap this up and get back quickly. As she disappears, Rayon's already chasing the next big idea, murmuring to himself about a dragon. A dragon's bones, he figures, would make an even more powerful skeleton than any wyverns. And here's the kicker, the bones of a full-grown adult dragon are apparently still out there, sitting deep in the black swamp within the dark forest. Cal turns back to Rosalind with a different look on his face this time. Miss Rosalind, she answers hesitant yes. Then comes the real curveball. How's the Breck Empire's military doing these days? She's caught completely off guard. Pardon. He warns her that whatever he's about to say next stays strictly between them. It's that confidential. Cal just holds that look, letting the weight of what's coming sink in before he says another word. Young Master Cal, what do you mean? She asks, clearly bracing for impact. And there's the line the chapter drops on us right before the credits roll. Breck and its allies definitely aren't the only ones capable of building an alliance of their own. Rosalind just sits there with her tea, letting that little bombshell sink in. And that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. The Henituse castle gates are packed with excited festival goers, and even Cale Henituse can't help but admit it finally feels like a real celebration. The kid gawking at the crowd is honestly just as amazed as everyone else. He's never seen this many people lined up in front of the castle before. Cal and his tiny dragon Rayon press their faces to the window wide-eyed, while the palace cats pipe up too. Everybody wants a turn in that line. Even Venian Sten cracks a grin at the chaos, the whole territory turning out just to watch the competitions kick off. The festival categories light up one by one. Cooking and drawing are on the docket first. In sculpture, too, Countess Violin's festival never does anything by halves. The Countess herself conjures the announcement in a shower of gold sparks, because when Violin runs a competition, she runs it with style. Somebody in the crowd immediately asks the real question on everyone's mind. Forget baking, is there a fighting tournament too? Cal clocks a couple of standout fighters in the crowd right away, calling them especially skilled at a glance. Choi Han studies them too, guessing they don't just rely on swords. One of them looks like a bow user by the way they carry their shoulder. Across town, Sten and Old Hands size up the crowd from a very different angle. Even the assassins showed up for the festival. Hapless Hands just laughs it off. Of course, a place like this would run a cooking and arts competition alongside the intrigue. Sten pauses, almost forgetting for a second that he's living in an honest-to-God fantasy world. Because here, the mild-mannered festival chef could just as easily be a master poisoner in disguise. And the friendly tailor down the street might be capable of murder that would make your skin crawl. That's just the kind of world they live in now, charming on the surface, lethal underneath. Behind closed doors, Sten meets with the crown prince himself, and the two trade the same tired look. Stop making that face, goes both ways. Keeping up this secret back and forth every single day is exhausting, and honestly it shows on both their faces. Word reaches the prince that the three northern nations have quietly formed an alliance, and he can't believe they're still pretending not to know about it. Sten connects the dots fast. That's exactly why the alliance helped build out that waterfront military base and smuggled mages in under everyone's nose. So the real question becomes, what do they actually do about it now? The prince asks if Rosalind is looped in too. Sten's answer is simple: she's an ally, full stop, and this stays strictly between the three of them. Confidentiality matters more than ever, Sten reminds him, which is exactly why he's kept this quiet until now. Elsewhere, the Emperor confirms it himself. The fourth prince is heading to Henituse territory with 3 escort guards in tow. Sten gets the marching orders and promises to pass the news straight on to Rosalind. The fourth prince will land within the month, and Sten's told to loop in Count Daruth as well. A simple alright is all he gives back. Alone with his thoughts, Sten wonders if his own father ever realized Rosalind was secretly royalty. If Hans figured it out, surely the head of the Henituse family did too, Sten reasons. The prince leans back with that grin of his. Do you want to hear something funny? Sten shuts him down flat. No, not even a little. Then why even ask? The prince grumbles before dropping a real bombshell. Does Sten know how the Pope of the Sun Church actually died? Right after the emperor kicked off the festival, the Pope had given his own address for the sun god ceremony too. And then, without warning, that very platform burst into flames. Sten can barely process it. Pardon, it exploded. The prince confirms it grimly. Yes, sharp gas, it really did explode. It's the same magic bomb terror that once targeted the two of them personally. The same style of attack that already rocked the capital once before. This is the exact incident the prince quietly calls us whenever it comes up, the attack that nearly got them both. Sten starts tallying suspects, the mysterious twins, the black-clad strangers, and now this magic bomb. The blast signature lines up exactly with the one from the capital, too precise to be coincidence. So the prince asks the only question that matters: does Sten actually know who's behind it? Turns out the Pope wasn't the only casualty, and the prince swears he'll hunt down whoever's responsible. Worse, it means this same group was plotting to strike their own kingdom next. The prince vows to make the mage responsible pay, only for Sten to cut in with an awkward "Your Highness" about that mage. That mage is already dead, Sten admits, and the prince's jaw drops. They're dead, Sten quickly clarifies, hands practically raised, that it wasn't him. All Sten can do is exhale. This job never gets any simpler. Next time the prince grumbles, lead with the dead mage part, Sten just agrees. Piecing together cause and effect on this one is going to be brutal, what with the sun god's twins tangled up in the magic bomb too. It's eating at Sten, but he can't exactly pull Ron or anyone else in to dig deeper without blowing his own cover. Sten's mind drifts to an old memory. Someone once promised him a certain person was well-mannered and gentle. He still isn't sure he buys it. Because the woman he pictures now looks nothing like the composed, gentle description he was given. The person he actually knows is a whole different story entirely. The next day rolls around and the festival prep kicks into high gear. Out at the caravan camp, Rayon's already bouncing off the walls, pestering Cale about whether the tournament's finally starting. Cale promises a trip to the night market instead, and when Rayon threatens to buy out the entire place, Cale just smirks. He'll still have plenty of gold left over. Turns out Cale spent the morning teaching Rayon about money and handing out pocket change to the kids, a rare soft moment for the LOUT. The little creatures are already buzzing about all the snacks waiting for them at the market tonight. Cale tells himself they should learn responsibility one step at a time, then can't help patting himself on the back for being so thoughtful. Back with Sten, he's reviewing a very different kind of recruitment. So you're saying it's these three? His contacts lay it out: a former knight commander, a skilled archer, and a trained killer, all up for hire. Sten realizes he could build a real covert combat force out of talent like this. He grins, imagining how furious the Skull Wing would be if a force like this showed up on their doorstep. Mid-tier fighters, roughly on par with Vice Commander Wilsman. Meanwhile, back with Cale, something's clearly caught his attention and he can't hide the smirk creeping across his face. Rayon immediately calls him out on it, dying to know what's so funny. Elsewhere, one of Sten's people raises a toast, admitting the Henituse territory has grown on him as a place to settle down. Sten agrees with a laugh, though someone off to the side clearly isn't in on the joke. Word spreads that ever since the Northern Alliance formed, Count Daruth has already started fortifying the territory's walls. Someone's quietly pouring serious money into backing Cale too, gold literally raining down on the plan. Still not quite enough, Sten mutters, but if things keep progressing the way they are, it just might be. Back at the festival grounds, chaos erupts as someone loses it completely over the art competition. An old judge collapses to his knees, wailing that he can't believe he ever called his own work trash next to this mess. He can barely choke out the word art through his outrage. This, he bellows, pointing at the offending canvas, is simply not what art is supposed to look like. Picture this: a grown man hunched over a canvas, absolutely losing it because his own hand won't cooperate. "My hand's gone crazy," he groans. "I'm seriously trash." Watching from the sidelines, our red-haired young master winces, sweat beading on his forehead, but he forces out the most diplomatic lie of the day. But it's good. Here's the setup: a drawing competition where the first round happens before the big festival, judged by the public. Survive that, and round 2 picks the ultimate winner. Right now, the survivors are out painting the back of the castle, the stone mountains, the quarries, basically anywhere with rocks. One hopeful is having a meltdown over her canvas while the crowd whispers behind her back. The verdict floating around: that person's an archer, not a painter. Word on the street is the real artist they're hunting for is sensitive, touchy about his work, and prone to spectacular meltdowns of his own when a piece flops. Ron and the young master case the slums from a hilltop, tracking rumors that their mystery artist built his home right next to the towering white tree, the very thing feeding his inspiration. And here's why any of this matters. That white tree belongs to the unbreakable shield, and our young master happens to be its owner. This isn't just any tree, it's the man-eating monster from the slums that swallowed the very first ancient power, and it's still very much alive. That's exactly why it keeps reacting to him. As the shield's owner, he's basically catnip to an ancient, people-eating plant. Great. So the plan is simple in theory: track whoever the tree responds to and hope the vibrations lead somewhere useful. But then it hits him, if the tree reacts this hard to random passersby, he might accidentally become some old man's muse. This is ominous, he mutters, and decides to just skip that lead for now. Meanwhile, Ron's checking in on a different lead entirely, asking whether the mystery sculptor is even showing up for tomorrow's preliminaries. The answer is a flat no, she failed, and honestly the young master's face says it all. A giant stamped failed pretty much sums up his reaction. Word is she wasn't just bad, she came in dead last. But here's the twist nobody's saying out loud: her actual abilities haven't changed one bit. She's hiding, not failing. Our young master just lets out one long, exhausted sigh. Running a secret recruitment drive is exhausting work. New plan: should I just go see a chef instead? Sometimes the best leads come with a side of dinner. They stroll up to a quiet building tucked into the district, footsteps echoing, the little bell over the door announcing them before they even knock. Inside, a warm welcome greets them, and a waiter offers to walk them straight to their reserved table. A young kitchen hand spots the old master of the house and lets out a startled brother, clearly not expecting royalty-adjacent guests tonight. Our young master bows properly and lays on the charm. Nice to meet you, it's an honor to meet my mother's instructor. Ron nearly chokes, blurting out "Master was your mother's instru" before catching himself with a sharp ah. Some secrets almost slipped right there. Turns out the chef's protege has a confession of her own. It was a secret from my family that I was learning swordsmanship. The young master can't help but smirk at that little bombshell landing in the middle of dinner. And you're also my sister's master, so I wanted to greet you properly, he adds while the old chef laughs it off. Ha ha ha, I'm by no means the countess's instructor. The old man just chuckles, brushing off the praise. Your compliment is too much, he says, clearly enjoying it anyway. Meet Edro, chef, former commander of the Knights and heir to a noble family that fell from grace long ago. Back when Violin decided to dive headfirst into the brutal world of nobility, Edro traded his knighthood for mercenary work just so he could stay by her side as her guard. He followed her every step of the way, all the way out to the Henituse territory itself. Once Violin became countess, Edro finally got to chase the dream he'd shelved for years, running his own restaurant, and he's been settled here ever since. And this cozy little restaurant, built by Count Daruth himself, turns out this quiet dinner has some serious history behind it. The young protege at the counter, it clicks. She's Lily and Edro's her sword master. Small world. I heard the food here is great, I'm looking forward to it, the young master says, all smiles. Ron just gives an unbothered, it's all right. The staff scrambles into action, everyone eager to help make this dinner memorable. Please sit right here, comes the invitation, while Ron and Edro just exchange a long, loaded silence. Then the gloves come off playfully. You cunning bastard, Ron mutters. Haha, same goes for you, Edro fires back, old rivals clearly. Watching it all unfold, someone can't help but think our young master has really grown up well. Look at him, working a room like a pro. Dinner's served and the verdict is unanimous. He's become quite cunning. That might be the nicest insult anyone's given him all day. Lily leans in with a warning. Brother, today we came here without telling the countess, so please keep this a secret. Everybody's got secrets tonight, apparently. Turns out the young master had two reasons for coming, seeing Lily, sure, but really he wanted to meet the man who once served his mother. Ron just blinks. Me. Later, under open sky, the young master turns serious for a second. Ron, when the territory is in danger. I want Edro to feel like he needs to step up and help. That's the goal, he says plainly, so that dinner, not just dinner. He's got it all figured out with that trademark smirk. He's old, so he won't rush to the front lines. But if someone like him takes action, it moves the heart, doesn't it? Pure manipulation wrapped in a compliment. Then, turning to Lily, he adds warmly, I believe you'll become a great swordsman, Lily. Ron just stays quiet, letting it sink in while Lily practically lights up. Yes, brother, I will become a guardian knight who protects this territory. Edro catches on fast, giving the young master a knowing little smile. Young master, he says like he sees exactly what just happened. Mission accomplished. I think this is a success, our young master decides. One dinner, one loyal chef quietly recruited, one inspired swordswoman. Night falls over the bustling town, crowds chattering away, and our young master's already moving on to his next target. Somewhere in the crowd, a hand trembles. Is that a demon? Someone whispers, eyeing a very unusual companion. A hooded figure sits quietly beside an old woman at a stall. Forsythia, comes the confused question. Up close, that so-called demon turns out to be a very opinionated little green dragon shouting Forsythia like it's the most important word in the world. That's also a talent, right? Someone asks, baffled. The young master stammers out a wee welcome, before someone corrects him deadpan, no sir, it's a Forsythia, it's a flower. I'm shocked, the dragon deadpans, then rounds on him with total confidence, human, that isn't a Forsythia. Bold words from a creature that can't tell a flower from a demon. At the sculpture stall, the young master points to one piece. I'll take one. The hooded sculptor blinks, stunned. Really? Yes, he says smoothly, I'm going to give it to someone special. He turns it over in his hands. It's a great sculpture, he says over the quiet patter of rain. A simple I like it seals the deal. The old sculptor beams, what a great choice. Can you please wait a moment? I will wrap it up for you. Off to the side, someone still isn't convinced. Is she really a good sculptor? Alone for a second, she laughs to herself, thrilled. If she's acting, then she's really good, someone notes while she's practically giddy that someone finally recognized her real skill. Suspicion creeps in fast. If she's not a killer, then she's a spy. In this world, nobody hides in the slums for fun. But the investigation already cleared her of that, so what's left? A hand reaches out at night, offering something small and gold. The hooded figure freezes. Oh my, you're the first person who's recognized my skill as a sculptor, she says, stunned. Comes the young master's very fake surprise. Yo, young master, she gasps, recognizing exactly who she's talking to while he just flashes that insufferably smug grin. Isn't it? Busted and loving it. Difficult being in hiding? He asks, way too casually, sliding a coin into her hand. Just take the money, he adds like it's nothing at all. I want to give you this for your hard work while running away, he says warmly, then turns to Ron. I'll leave the rest to you. Yes, young master, Ron answers, all business. The logic behind it all. A killer can relate to and talk to another killer far better than anyone else ever could. And just like that, a second recruit gets looped into his master plan, a sculptor and a killer both, a fugitive named Frisia. Our young master can't hide the satisfaction on his face. If he's going to build a real attack force, he needs people exactly like her. Elsewhere, in a much fancier building, someone's having a very different kind of night. See, sister? Ugh, comes a pained groan. The wailing kicks into full gear. How could you be living in such a lowly place? My sister, who's the best in the world, dramatic much. A red-haired prince throws his whole body into the tantrum. How can you stay in a place that's filled with stone? Wah, at a county, rough life apparently. He keeps howling about the county while a little blonde kid nearby just watches with a deadpan. He's very well-mannered and gentle, clearly not meaning a word of it. How the hell is he like that? Someone mutters. Elsewhere, a familiar face with his little green dragon just rolls his eyes at the whole thing. Our house is nice because there's so much stone, you stupid crybaby. Who's the crybaby? Comes the offended reply. He shoots back a flat who else without even needing to look up. Some insults just answer themselves. In a grand hall lit by shimmering blue magic, word spreads that a guest has traveled a long way just to see his sister in person. And there she is, mid-spell, unbothered as ever. This, everyone whispers, is Rosalind's younger brother, still every bit as immature and whiny as ever. Over a video call, the Crown Prince thanks Cale for helping him patch things up with someone dear to him, and Cale, ever the polite host, asks if he is leaving right away. Turns out he is sticking around a few extra days. Cale plays along, though inside he is needling himself for ever believing this guy was polite and calm. Because right now, with a baby dragon perched smugly on his shoulder, Cale has to admit it, yeah, the prince actually is behaving himself, for once. Just moments earlier though, that same polite and calm prince had been an absolute mess, crying one second and throwing a full tantrum the next. Off to the side of the call, someone mutters the real question: what exactly is calm about this guy? Where did they even find this loser? Watching the prince's face sour, his advisor Harold decides now is definitely not the time to bring up the touchy subject of the Mage Association. Call wrapped up, Cale gets a quick thanks and a warm send-off. Enjoy your stay in the Hoarding kingdom before settling in for a meal with his usual chaotic entourage. Back home, Lily strolls up all smiles, asking to borrow the training hall for a nice, quiet little chat with her baby brother. That syrupy tone should terrify everyone in earshot. Cale, never one to get in the way of family bonding, agrees instantly and even offers to clear the room so nobody interrupts. Cold. Poor Basson goes white as a sheet, stammering at his sister and white-knuckling a chair, genuinely unsure what he did to deserve this. Rewind a bit to right before that call with the Crown Prince ever happened, where things kicked off with a whole lot of ugly crying. Alvar is losing it, ranting about being stuck out in the sticks with more rocks than people, and worse, never even landing the Magic Tower Master title. Someone calmly points out the obvious: how does he even know he has been passed over for that title in the first place? Harold presses harder: does he really doubt that Rosalind is the best mage of this entire era? Alvar backpedals fast, insisting of course he believes in her. Too late, someone snaps that he has got some nerve doubting Rosalind when he barely has the standing to talk and the temperature in the room drops fast. Ice magic wraps around him and Alvar is left choking and sputtering, learning the hard way that badmouthing Rosalind comes with consequences. Cut to Rosalind, practically radiating flame, clearly still simmering about the whole thing. And just like that, we are back in the present. Rosalind dried off and composed again, like she did not just deep freeze a crown prince minutes ago. Cale magically dries the prince's soaked clothes while telling Lily to hang tight, muttering that the crybaby still does not get how great Rosalind is, mocking their household and looking down on regular people. The baby dragon huffs in agreement, can't stand the guy, does not like immature crybabies one bit. Solidarity. Cale starts wrapping up the call with a polite goodbye, Your Highness, then pauses. Oh, there is one more thing he needs to mention. And it is a low blow. He casually notes the training hall floors are made of rock too. Guess there are more rocks than people everywhere, huh? Savage. Back in the training hall, Basson nervously compliments how sturdy and nice the furniture is, sweating buckets as it dawns on him just how doomed he really is. Those two, he thinks, watching Cale and Lily, they get along so well because they are honestly cut from the same terrifying cloth. Somewhere Chibai Lily just cackles, absolutely delighted with herself. Seasons drift by, petals falling past the window, marking the quiet passage of time. And just like that, Cale has turned 19, another year gone, same as always. Somewhere in the house, someone is already knocking, telling the young master it is time to get up. The baby dragon is not being gentle about it either. 13 hours of sleep. Human, you are not a bear in hibernation, get up. Cale groans that spring is over, he really should not need this much sleep anymore, marveling half asleep at how fast time flies. Late spring already, he realizes, which means it is time to go track down the last of the ancient power still out there. Destination, the 10-Peak Mountains. Cale checks in with his crew. Can everyone really fly together at once? Sure, comes the reply. They would all love to soar up as one if it were not for prying eyes. The skeleton air wings are finally finished and ready for their first real flight. And up they go, Cale soaring on the back of a full skeletal dragon, wind in his hair, looking every bit the show-off. The trick behind it, powdering 2 top-grade mana stones over the bones of 72 flight-type monsters that Mary brought back from the dead. Efficient, deeply unsettling. The baby dragon is not impressed with the ride though, complaining its butt hurts even with a cushion since, well, everything under it is bone. Still, admits the dragon, the view is not bad. Oh, and hey human, there is the vice butler down there. Down below, a young blonde staffer named Cale over heaven is frantically waving and shouting up at them, arms flailing. Something drops fast with a heavy thud. Cale blinks oh my as the skeleton dragon touches down and a letter gets pressed into his hands, straight from the Count and Mr. Mueller. The letters are warm ones. His father promises it will all be over soon, and Mueller is practically bursting with pride over how hard the team is working to decorate everything just the way Cale pictured it. Both the castle walls and the ship, they write, are already well underway. Cale reads on. He will be seeing Rosalind again soon too, fresh off her back and forth negotiating between the 2 kingdoms. And Watira should be swinging by as well, since she mentioned she has something she wants to give him. Yes sir, comes the eager reply from Cale, and then the real question, is Cale all packed up and ready to go? Nearby, Mary, the very necromancer who raised those skeleton flyers, says it is a shame they are heading in different directions now, and asks Cale to look after the babies until she is back. She admits quietly that she will actually miss this place quite a bit. I shall return, she says. All right, Cale answers easily, though there is clearly more he wants to say. It hits him a beat too late. Wait, babies? As in these bony little horrors, that is apparently what he just agreed to babysit. New scene, new reunion. It has been way too long, Cale tells an old face waiting for him inside. As if comes the skeptical reply to whatever has just been claimed. Turns out Taylor Sten is doing just fine, thanks of course he is thriving, now that his brother Venian is locked away for good. Cale's blunt takeaway, Venian Sten has completely lost his mind. Word is he has a full seizure every single time a meal shows up in front of him. Grim stuff, delivered with a shrug. And apparently the marquee remaining loyalists are being picked off one by one, no exceptions. Young Master Taylor is clearly skilled at this, someone remarks. Of course he is, comes the smug reply. Cale turns, spotting a familiar face walking in. So, what actually brings odious Flynn all the way out here today? There is always the normal, boring route too, someone points out if he wants to play it safe. Cale just drops a golden plaque on the table like it is nothing. Is that a literal golden plaque? Yep, he confirms, then casually asks for 200,000 silver on top of it. 200,000. Yep, Cale repeats, completely unbothered, while everyone else nearly falls out of their chair. Can it be in gold instead, someone asks. You want 200,000 in gold? Well, he shrugs, if that is what you would prefer. Either currency works, honestly, though someone quickly does the math and realizes 200,000 gold is roughly 200 billion. Hard to pull off, sure, but not impossible. Better to get caught carrying a mere 2 billion than the full 200, someone reasons, eyeing the coin glinting on the table. That is a serious amount of cargo, Taylor points out, sipping tea he clearly needs right now. So what exactly is Cale planning to do with all of it? Curious, Cale asks. No, not at all, comes the hasty walkback. Forget he said anything. Get it ready within the hour, Cale says, like he is ordering takeout. An hour? How is that even? Oh, of course, right away, comes the defeated answer. That is settled then. Somewhere, someone is still stuck wondering what on earth Cale even needs that much money for. It is simple, Cale says, with the confident little smile of a man about to make a scene. He is going to build himself a literal path of money and walk straight down it. An hour later, and Cale's tiny dragon is still riding high, crowing that it has got plenty of gold now too. Watch it eyeball a coin like it has never seen shiny treasure before. Wow indeed. Back in the vault room, Ron just gapes. Cale seriously grabbed every last coin in the place. Ron starts to ask where he's headed, then decides not to pry, calls it the wise move, and just asks Cale to pass his regards to Vikros, the Deathglare chef himself. Cue Cale literally swimming in gold, gleefully declaring he is having a blast and doing great with all this cash. And with that, he strolls off into the sunset, sack of gold in hand, dragon in tow, a rich lout and proud of it. Somewhere down the road, one of Cal's furry hangers-on gets a little dramatic about something. Cue the theatrical sniffle. Cal scoops up Snowball and Ginger, beaming that his furry companions have voted for this inn, so that settles it, they're staying. A nearby onlooker mutters that this pair is shamelessly playing the poor assistant butler like a fiddle, and honestly, they kind of are. Cal gets serious for a second, asking if Rosalind is meeting them here, just a quiet yeah back. Their destination, a quiet border town called Block Village. Tucked right on the western edge of the Roun Kingdom, it is a hub that draws travelers and merchants from everywhere. It also happens to sit near the 10 Peak Mountains and the elf village, though Cal figures that should not matter much. After all, elves famously cannot stand humans. They would not be caught dead in a village like this one, right? That is the village's one hard rule, apparently. Cal strolls in anyway, with no idea how wrong that rule is about to prove. Someone waves him off with a casual "take it easy" as the group heads toward the inn. The door chimes as they step inside. The innkeeper greets them with a cheery welcome, no idea what kind of guests just walked in. Cal's easy smile flickers for a second. Something in the room just caught his attention. A cluster of hooded strangers sits huddled at a corner table, and he cannot help but clock them. Every plate on their table is packed with vegetables, not a scrap of meat in sight, and his brain jumps straight to a very specific, very nervous conclusion. His dragon leans in and confirms it. "Weak human, I don't think they're human." Cal just sighs. Yeah, he already knew. Sweat beads on his forehead. This cannot actually be happening, can it? Then a voice from the hooded group drops the real bombshell, wondering aloud if this whole village is about to be wiped off the map. Worse, Cal realizes one of them has clearly felt dragon energy before, and his own dragon is sitting right there. He hisses a quick order: "Stay invisible, but keep moving around the dining room like it is nothing." And for good measure, he has never met this dragon in his life. Rayon, ever obedient, chirps back an enthusiastic "got it." And just like that, an invisible dragon starts looping lazily through a packed inn. What could go wrong? Thankfully, the place is crowded enough that one extra draft of air probably will not be noticed. Probably. Cal tells himself it will be fine as long as Rayon keeps circling unseen right as one of the hooded strangers goes rigid. Something just brushed past them, and they absolutely know it. Caught looking way too interested, Cal plays it cool, just an innocent bystander, citizen number one, nothing to see here. Meanwhile, two of the hooded group start scuffling with each other, one begging to be let go, the other demanding to know what has gotten into them. Turns out even dark elves keep their cool better than a regular elf does around dragon energy. Cal pictures it, one flap of Rayon's wings and this entire elf delegation drops like flies. Just imagining a full dragon reveal in the middle of dinner is enough to make him break out in a cold sweat. One of the hooded strangers suddenly blurts out that they have found something. Rayon, invisible and bored, whines about how long he has to keep circling, while nearby patrons wonder why some drunk guy keeps bumping into everyone. Cal mutters a hasty apology to a bumped patron and orders Rayon to keep flying no matter what right as one of the hooded figures starts walking straight toward him. Panic mode, the little dragon zips around the room in a full-blown fluster. Cal insists loudly that there is no dragon named Rayon here at all, just as someone calls out for the young master. He nearly jumps out of his skin, but it is just hapless Hans, innocently asking about room arrangements on the 3rd floor. Cal tells Hans to go ahead and sort the rooms, then peels off the opposite way, much to Hans's confusion, since he was the one who suggested the 3rd floor in the first place. Rayon immediately notices and demands to know where he thinks he is sneaking off to without him. Worried, it presses further, asking if he is feeling sick and offering to come along. Cal shuts that down fast. Absolutely not, stay right there. He heads off alone, straight for the hooded group. Steeling himself, he reaches out and clears his throat. What turns to greet him is not what he expected. Some scarred, one-eyed stranger just flashes him a lazy peace sign. Then a familiar voice calls out, and it is coming from directly behind him. A booming voice cuts through the noise. All Cal can manage is a stunned "what?" Someone clears their throat loudly. Cale spins around to find the hooded stranger flustered, stammering about what exactly he is doing. Cale can only think, this whole situation has officially gone off the rails. And then the hood comes off, it's Pendrick. Cale cannot process why on earth Pendrick is here, right as the healer awkwardly starts in with "this might sound a little strange, but do you believe in mana?" To Cale's ears, that lands somewhere between weird and "are you trying to recruit me into a cult?" and he gulps hard. Pendrick is dead serious. He can feel dragon energy thick in the air, though he talks himself out of the obvious explanation, because surely no dragon would just be flying around a village inn. He chalks it up to some stray magic just circulating naturally, close but no. Because as everyone in this world knows, a real dragon is nowhere near a casual sighting. Which leaves Cale with a much bigger problem: exactly what does this guy actually know? He plays it careful, telling Pendrick flatly that no, he does not believe in mana, though if this were about dragons and their bond with nature, his answer might be different. Pendrick blinks, clearly not expecting that answer. He mutters that he understands now, and that he will do exactly as instructed, which only makes Cale more suspicious of what just happened. Pendrick apologizes for interrupting his travels and promises to pretend he never noticed a thing. Next time, he says, he will look the other way entirely and hopes this little encounter has not ruined Cale's evening. However you slice it, Cale realizes they are treating him like he is the actual dragon. Best move now, play dumb and get out. He turns and walks off without another word. Behind him, Pendrick offers one last apology for the whole ordeal, while his silent companion just looks lost about what any of it was for. But then the mood shifts. Hurry, one urges the other, because whatever is coming, this village is going to need saving. Picture 10 mountain peaks, quiet and untouched. Well, almost. Something's about to make one of them very famous. A wall of destructive fire erupts on the third peak, chewing straight through solid rock like it's nothing. For 2 weeks nobody's even sure if it's fire or lava. Either way, it melts half the mountain into slag. Turns out the inferno won't quit until an elf brave, or dumb, enough shows up to claim the ancient power sealed inside it. A hand reaches into the blaze, and just like that, no one on this mountain can put the fire out anymore. Whatever's about to happen next, the narrator makes one thing very clear: nobody else is supposed to find out. There's a method to claiming this power, and somebody's already read the instructions. "I've read The Birth of a Hero," our mystery redhead announces, like that settles everything. Something in the flames isn't so sure you're really doing this. "It's impossible. If you're upset about something, just tell me." Silver coins come crashing down like confetti. Our guy is about to make it rain, literally. Coin after coin tumbles out of a clear blue sky. Somebody's having entirely too much fun. He throws his arms wide and cackles while cash and fire rain down together, genuinely living his best unhinged life. His whole philosophy right there: the best way to relieve stress is to flaunt money you probably don't even have yet. He grins at the sky, wondering out loud when he'll get to make someone else's money rain like this instead of his own. Somebody's clearly asking why he's doing this. He's not really in the mood to answer. "It's been so long since I've felt the beautiful coolness of money," he sighs, hugging a literal pile of it. "Gehaha, money, let me smell more." Subtle he is not. Here's the punchline: the ancient power everyone's fighting over is guarded by a spirit who's basically a money-crazed maniac. Perfect match. His dragon needles him about it. Who'd have thought another greedy bastard like him would show up? Rude, but fair. The fire itself demands more, it roars, and somehow that's the least surprising part of this whole scene. The dragon even offers to chip in its own money, though he insists he's not about to rob a kid, dragon or not. 200,000 coins straight into the fire, generously funded, he claims, by the crown prince's goodwill. "Gehaha, I want to smell more," the fire bellows. "Fine," he sighs and keeps shoveling in the cash. Here's the trick: the more money he burns, the more the fire's true value and true nature starts to show. If the elf who started this whole quest knew what this power actually was, he narrates, they'd feel pretty regretful right about now. Out of the flames rises a golden piggy bank. Turns out the ancient guardian just really loves cash. "Those dark bastards took all my money and my partner's too," the pig thing wails. grudges apparently transcend species. He grumbles that this whole money rain routine counts as labor, and frankly, he's getting tired of it. The golden pig spirit chugs the coins down like a starving man at a buffet, spraying gold everywhere in the process. "Yo, you good bastard," it splutters, as close to gratitude as this creature apparently gets. A jagged bolt of light cracks the sky. "I shall acknowledge you," the spirit declares, sounding almost noble for once. "You possess the ambition to have this power," it announces. Ambition might be underselling his greed a little. He looks up, startled. Turns out there's still more power falling from the sky to grab. He plunges his hand straight into the blaze, ready to take everything that's on offer. "Thigh this angelic bastard," someone mutters, watching him casually pull off what should be impossible. The spirit admits it wasn't sure about him at first. It sensed the power of an old friend coming off him. That old friend turns out to be a thief who mastered the sound of the wind. He's just learned something he really didn't need to know. "Gahaha, those who hold ancient powers are always a little unhinged," the spirit cackles. He is, in fact, sweating. "Did that thing just call me abnormal?" He is personally offended. "Fine, take it." Gold and fire erupt together as the spirit finally hands over the whole package. The power to burn everything is officially his now, no takebacks. "Next up, the land of rock. You're standing on it," the spirit points out, "but you don't have its power yet." He admits there's exactly one rock he's never been able to destroy, and offers to explain now that his power's been let loose. Somewhere in the land of rock sits a rock king, a terrifyingly literal true stone guarding power of its own. A true stone, he does not love the sound of that. He tallies it up in his head: defense, regeneration, evasion, attack. Not a bad haul if he can actually pull it off. His dragon streaks through the fire and light, right there with him for every ridiculous step. He reaches out and closes his fist around another glowing prize. "I have obtained them all," he declares, sounding almost as impressed with himself as he should be. A rainbow-colored shockwave rips across the sky as every power he's collected slams together at once. "Melt everything that stands in your way," the fire whispers, and the whole sky lights up gold. The fire spirit's face burns bright behind him as he channels its full force. Wings of flame erupt like something out of a myth, not bad for a guy who started this by throwing coins around for fun. The spirit's molten face glows one last time before its power settles fully into him. "And you will endure," it tells him, right as the scene shifts from fire to something colder. Ice and lightning tear across the sky now, spelling out one word: everything. A glowing rune burns itself into the air, sealing whatever power just got unlocked. Fire in one hand, a shield of ice at his back, he's basically become his own personal apocalypse. The blaze finally sputters down to a few dying drops of flame. Show's over for now. A quiet breath and we cut to the aftermath. Whatever just happened here, it left a mark. Where a mountain peak used to be, there's now a massive scorched crater. Subtle, this was not. He notices his personal symbol has changed. Wait, it's not a pig anymore. The old piggy sculpture was kind of cute, honestly. His dragon asks the obvious question: is that power from before the same power he's carrying now? Yeah, he shrugs. "You're ever so slightly less weak now, about as strong as my pinky toe," the dragon needles. Tough crowd. He gets serious fast. There's a magic spearman lurking in the area, and it felt important enough to keep quiet about until now. The dragon perks up, scanning the horizon. Someone uninvited just wandered into range. "He just arrived. My magic caught him the second he did," the dragon reports. Then it clicks. "Ah, I remember him. That spearman, the one from that secret organization he crossed paths with back on Hines Island. Not exactly a friendly reunion waiting to happen." Between the 7th and 8th peaks sits a village invisible to human eyes, hidden behind old vision magic. The dragon wonders aloud if that magic spearman went straight for the elf village. Not a comforting thought. He wipes sweat from his brow. 5 elves went missing from that village recently, and this particular disaster never showed up in any book he's read. No way that spearman showed up here without a reason. He's already piecing together which side the elves are actually fighting. And speak of the devil, the guy they spotted earlier is headed this way too. A green, dragon-like creature comes barreling down the cliffside fast, and everybody scrambles to duck out of sight. "You really couldn't have mentioned that sooner," he groans as lightning cracks across the ridge. These things always get tangled up in some extra twist right on cue. Someone's confused about where their target went. A hooded figure steps into view, Healer Pendrick apparently caught right in the middle of all this. Word spreads through town. Did that man actually get captured by someone? Nobody seems totally sure. Two hooded figures trade a nervous "just" and let the sentence trail off into nothing. Out of nowhere, a voice clears its throat right behind him. "Ahem, who are you?" He doesn't even flinch, he just wants to know one thing back: "Do you know me?" Somewhere out in the mountains, Cal's tiny dragon spots a familiar face and perks right up, chirping that this elf was hanging around the one who chatted them up back at the inn. Cal, unimpressed as ever, mutters that he already knew that without the play-by-play. Somebody in armor squints after him, clearly wondering just what this guy is up to now. Out on the cracked desert flats, the elf reminds Cal they've crossed paths before. Back at that inn, their eyes had even met. Cal just shrugs it off with a flat "I see." Cal's already scheming, wondering if playing along here will finally get this elf off his back. The elf admits he's been through hell lately, then finally asks it straight out. Has Cal gotten his hands on that ancient power? "Yeah," Cal says simply. The elf's face nearly falls off in shock. Cal freezes mid-step, already regretting opening his mouth. He picks up the pace, sweating, silently praying the elf isn't following him. "Hey," the elf calls out. Cal's ear twitches in dread. "No," he groans under his breath. The elf catches up and hesitates, working up the nerve to actually ask for something. Straight out, the elf asks if he can borrow that ancient power of his. Cal's dragged into yet another problem that isn't his. Cal wipes the sweat off his face, already bracing for whatever mess he's about to get pulled into. The dragon pipes up that this healer elf isn't actually sick, he just looks that way, an elf who never learned to properly control spirits. Whoever's suffering, the narration warns, is doomed to live with that despair for the rest of their life if nothing's done. The pale, handsome healer introduces himself simply, an elf who lives in the elf village. Turns out a hostile group has stormed the elf village right now, hunting down the branches of the legendary world tree, and Cal's face says he did not see that coming. Straight out of fantasy novel tradition, legend says a single world tree holds up both continents. Cal just blinks. What? That tree, we're told, is what keeps every nature spirit in the world comfortable and safe. With the world tree's blessing, the elves broke off a few branches to build their whole hidden village and its cozy nest of nature-grown homes. An elf woman glows with the world tree's light, a living reminder of just how sacred those branches are. Illusion magic from those very branches is the only thing keeping the elves hidden and safe. So the question hangs heavy: what happens if the branches are gone for good? The elf does a double take, stunned. Cal already knows this much elf lore. Indeed, that's correct, he admits. To protect those branches, elves and spirits alike are fighting off the attackers. Cal wants a name. Who are they? All the elf knows is their uniform, a white star ringed by 5 smaller red ones. Cal sighs, he knows that symbol. Those crazy bastards again, the same ones he'd already been quietly digging into. He'd come up empty, and get this, even Ron couldn't dig up who these people really are. The dragon, meanwhile, is losing it, ranting that if these clowns touch his home he's going to destroy the entire world. Bit dramatic for a guy who fits on someone's shoulder. Cal still doesn't get what the village crisis has to do with his own power. Why do you need my ancient power, he asks. The elf answers with a question of his own. Does Cal know what poison is deadliest to elves? Yeah, I do, Cal answers grimly. Unfortunately for him, he knows exactly what it is. Dead mana. Even Cal's not sure his own fire can burn something like that away. But I want to try, please help, the elf begs, desperate. Cal eyes the dead mana warily, weighing whether this is even worth the trouble. Whoever's in constant pain, the pain isn't unbearable, he figures, and helping might even do his own spirit companion, the one he calls Mary, some good too. Put her to work, chip away at that debt, classic Cal logic dressed up as generosity. If you help, I will definitely repay you, the elf swears. Repay? Cal echoes, brow raised. Yes, I will, the elf insists. Okay, Cale shoots back instantly, even the elf blinks. What? The dragon points out the obvious: elves living off nature clearly don't carry cash or jewels, and teases that Cale's making that weird scheming face again. Turns out the elf healer and his spirits can pay Cale back just fine, elves just aren't into gold. Cale's already planning exactly what favor he'll cash in on instead. The dragon grumbles that he's got no choice since the strongest one here is calling the shots, admitting he doesn't want this healer dying after surviving this long. Tell me where the village is, Cale says. I'll bring my whole crew and help. The dragon gnaws on Cale's cheek, muttering about those groupies with zero chill. Cale's expression darkens. He's pretty sure he's crossed paths with this shady group before. That white and red star insignia flares into view again, unmistakable now, and everyone braces for what's coming. Cale's group charges straight into the fire, no more waiting around. The dragon soars over a battlefield already choking on flame and smoke as the fight for the elf village breaks wide open. Elves scream that the enemy's here, and worse, more of them keep pouring in. A fist connects hard, and the skirmish spills across the burning field. Someone swings a blow that lights up the whole panel, the fight ramping up fast. A wide-eyed gasp catches someone completely off guard. Someone falls and the shout goes up, "What? That's them, the mystery group's finally been spotted." Cale's eyes go sharp and burning, all business now that he knows exactly who he's fighting. A brutal strike lands, drawing blood in one clean stroke. Another enemy drops hard, the fight turning ugly fast. A blade cuts clean through, and someone mutters, "How annoying, like this whole cult is just an inconvenience." A hooded enemy sneers that they showed up last time too and they're still here now, and gets a furious "Who the hell are you?" right back. "We're a secret organization," the hooded stranger declares proudly, like that's supposed to be intimidating. And there's Captain Serious, Choi Han, openly mocking the so-called secret organization to their faces. The cultists cackle nervously, clocking that he's needling them on purpose. "You guys are insane," someone deadpans, watching the chaos unfold. Probably just embarrassed, the narration teases, annoyed that Cale's crew crashed his little secret club meeting too. Cale strolls in, dragon perched on his head, cats trotting along beside him, the whole ragtag crew ready to finish this. Word comes in about a new threat waiting out in the Badlands, and get this, it's a kid. His name's Bellard. Out on the cracked desert flats, the boy's flanked by his own bodyguard, a stone-faced swordsman built to keep anyone from getting close. Look closer and it gets creepier. Every wolf in the nearby village has gone glassy-eyed, all whites, all instinct gone. Turns out that's Bellard's whole trick. He doesn't fight, he recruits. Whatever he's got, it makes him a nightmare of an opponent. He spreads something called dead mana through animals to turn them into mindless attack dogs, and for elves nearby, that stuff is straight poison. Ron, our so-called scary old man, just stands there grinning at the kid like he's already won. And honestly, he probably has. The muscle around Bellard doesn't impress anyone, but the boy himself, Ron's crew figures there's more to him than meets the eye. Sure enough, Bellard drops into a full summoning circle, hands glowing, his real power on display, puppeting every living thing nearby into his personal army. Here's the ugly part. Those puppeted animals aren't just tamed, they're basically already dead inside. Let go of the leash and they don't come back, they go berserk and die on the spot. Somewhere in the smoke, someone's had enough of watching wolves get used like weapons. "I won't forgive you," comes the growl. Then a small detail catches an eye, those claw marks. Somebody or something has already been through here. Worth repeating, cut Bellard's control and his whole beast army dies with it. Every move here has to be careful. Through the dust, a figure presses forward, closing the gap while the fight rages on. A strike lands hard and fast. Somebody just paid for getting too close. One of the enemy's own agents peers at the wreckage, sizing up what's left of Bellard like he's just another stray animal. "Isn't he a wolf?" he sneers. The same creep can't stop grinning. "Wow, I want him," he says, fingers twitching, already planning to drag Bellard off as a trophy. Turns out this isn't some random ambush. Somebody upstairs wants to know if this crew are the same ones who torched their whole merpeople scheme earlier. Small world. Ron's not impressed by the trash talk, For weaklings, they sure talk a lot, he mutters, already moving in. Even the enemy's own bodyguard is getting nervous for his young master. It's about to get ghastly, he warns, then just breathes out one dreaded name, Ron. Such a wicked old man, somebody mutters, watching Ron's face twist into something truly unsettling. Ron's already decided they're pushing this fight all the way to the border. And that's the cue, starting now, nobody's walking away from this clean. You can fight, Ron says, almost impressed, right before cutting loose anyway. Steel meets flesh and the screaming starts. Another one goes down, blade first. The bodies just keep dropping. Somewhere in the fog, a cat-shaped monster slinks in unnoticed, right up until it's on top of someone. Gotcha. The magic keeps whipping up, wild and unstable. Whatever's building in that explosion, it is not holding back. A hand shoots out of the purple haze and grabs hold hard. Whoever's caught in that grip is shaking, straining against it. More enemies keep pouring in out of nowhere. You've got time to talk? One fighter snaps mid-swing. Guess I need to use more power. So he does, and the fight kicks up another gear. The clash lights up like a small explosion. One soldier's had it. Shit, this is why I don't go on field trips. Where the hell do these guys keep coming from? Ron's got a plan of his own, because I'm planning to use all my white gloves today. Translation, he's not stopping until every pair's ruined. Something huge gets swatted clean out of the fight, swallowed in a burst of purple light. One of the good guys grits his teeth, sword locked against a spear, refusing to give an inch. An enemy mage curses under his breath, fire already gathering in his palm. Fireball, and the whole scene goes up in flame. The fire keeps rolling, swallowing everything in its path. It's still not done detonating. Someone braces himself, calling out for the young master through all the chaos. Cut to home base where the real question finally gets asked out loud. Can these poisoned animals be healed or turned back to normal? The answer's a flat no. Once their minds are gone, that's it permanently. Back in the fight, someone screams as a hand rakes across them, drawing blood. A figure plummets through the sky as a voice below coos, "Are you coming to me so I can capture you?" Thanks, the same voice purrs, delighted, clearly not done scheming yet. A soft meow drifts through the smoke, then a startled huh, as something unexpected shows up to crash the party. What is this? Someone yelps, caught totally off guard. A clawed hand bursts out of the swirling magic, reaching for its prize. "Oh no you don't," comes the reply, and that grab attempt is over before it starts. "Guess I need to cut your fingers off," the voice adds, casual as ever. "That's Ron for you." Then the real gut punch, there were more of them. Turns out this ambush had backup. Cut what? Someone asks, genuinely confused, right before finding out the hard way. The answer comes down like a blade, fast, brutal, final. Another enemy goes flying, swallowed by the glowing sky. For 1 second, everyone just breathes. Not that it lasts. "Ah, so annoying, I'm going to kill that wolf," one villain shrieks, done playing nice. Blood sprays, someone's about to regret those words. Ron's just walking it off. Someone asks what those gloves are even for. "I'm just pissed," he shrugs, like that explains everything. It kind of does. An ally shouts "don't" at a hooded figure about to do something reckless, but it's already too late to stop. Word starts circulating about the masked stranger who saved a bunch of whales and a crowd of civilians from a bomb meant to kill them all. That masked hero has a name, and it's a familiar one, Cale Henituse. "I heard his name when I went to investigate," someone reports back, "and the people he runs with, not normal either. Where are the powerful people whose skills you can't even measure?" One voice demands, hunting for answers and getting impatient. "Get up there and kill him," comes the order, aimed squarely at Cale. One villain shrieks in pure outrage, "He damaged my precious baby skin, like a scratch is a war crime." "Sir Cale, is this okay?" They seem really angry, someone worries. Cale's completely unbothered. "I did that on purpose," he says. Cue the surprised what. Furious as they are, there's a silver lining. None of their people are getting hooked on the black mana drug because of it. He may look unconscious, but he's still thinking 3 steps ahead, someone notes, which just leaves one question. Then what should we do? Someone's decided enough is enough. "I'm going to personally use it on them," comes the warning, and the elf standing nearby does not like the sound of that. Fire streaks across the sky, gathering speed. A fireball forms in someone's palm, crackling and ready. "Shit, go stop him," someone barks, panic setting in fast. It's an order, the shout repeats, like saying it twice will help at this point. Nearby, the dragon flinches at the sudden thunder rolling through the sky. Human, what is that? The weather's looking strange, it asks nervously. Can I just stay here? Yeah, that's fine, comes the reassurance. Smart dragon. The attack finally lets loose, built to melt down anything unlucky enough to be in its way. And endure comes the order, right as the impact lands like a freight train. Lightning rips across the battlefield in jagged, screaming arcs. The whole area detonates in one massive burst. Everything in range gets swallowed in the crash. Except somebody's paying the price for it, coughing hard, doubled over in his own robes. More coughing, more blood, damn it, he growls, wiping his mouth. You didn't, someone mutters, staring at him in disbelief, sweat and blood dripping down his face. Tell me there was such a big rebound. Ron howls. Turns out going all out has a price and he just paid it in full. Hell of a way to close out the fight. Everything's a blur. Somewhere in the haze, a voice keeps calling one name over and over. Cal, Cal. Someone screams his name into the dark. Through the haze he catches a shape overhead, maybe the dragon, and all he can manage to think is, this hurts. Coughing up blood, Cal realizes something. In all his time since landing in this world, he has never once hurt this badly. Choi Han catches him before he drops, shouting his name like it's the only word he knows. A masked healer barks at everyone to stop. One wrong move and the blood could reflux straight into his windpipe. Choi Han wants to argue back, but the protest dies in his throat. I'm fine, Cal insists, then immediately blows the lie by coughing mid-sentence while trying to tell them to hurry. Choi Han is fully panicking now. Why won't the bleeding stop? And then half-dead, his stomach growls. Dead serious, Cal announces he's hungry. The little dragon cubs are horrified. Hurry, you have to. One starts and the other just snaps. What are you even saying right now? They beg him to take care of his body first. He just says no, still trying to send someone off for bread. He coughs up more blood mid-request. Somehow he is still stuck on the bread. Priorities, apparently. Cut back to the burning forest, total chaos, masked fighters everywhere, and a baby dragon caught right in the middle of it. Someone shrieks that their skin is burning. My precious baby skin. Somehow, in the middle of an inferno, someone is more worried about their complexion. Rewind a bit, flames roar to life as a brand new power rips loose. Masked, hooded, and dead calm, Cal tells his enemies straight up that he's picked up an ancient power and would like to try it out on them. He orders his own people to clear out the moment he gives the signal. The enemy screams in agony, swearing they'll kill him for this. Still burning, they scream they'll kill everyone. Cal doesn't look impressed. Cal notes, almost bored, that they can still pull off a blink like that, tough as ever. Then he barks at someone to hurry up and go. He orders someone to look after the tamer's beasts too. He's not about to leave innocent animals to burn. Choi Han recognizes the pattern instantly. It went exactly like this during the Capitol terrorism too. Watching him bleed for everyone but himself, one thing is clear. This is a man who saves others even while he's the one getting hurt. Wounded and running on fumes, he'll still stand by their side, biting into his own finger to draw the blood he needs. Someone can't help but wonder, what's the point of being this strong if it wrecks you every single time you use it? A snap of the fingers cuts through the moment. Hurry. Choi Han hesitates, but Lord Cal. It's all up to you now, Cal tells him, the two of them kneeling together in the ash. He'd originally planned on sending the dragon for this part, but the dragon roars, clearly not doing great. He's been acting strange this whole time. Quietly, Cal says, I will return. Got it, now go, he tells the dragon, then turns to Lark. You're going with him. Quick aside, the dragon's new left arm was built by a necromancer named Mary. Since the arm isn't living tissue, it turns out you can actually pull dead mana straight out of it. And half dead or not, Cal is already running the numbers. That dead mana could fetch a fortune from dark elves and the crown prince alike. The little dragon cubs curl up together. I'm fine, so don't worry, one insists. Cal decides he'd better hurry up and tail the fleeing enemies himself. Staring into the inferno, he wonders, have the flames of destruction always burned this hot? Watching it rage, he allows himself one grudging thought, this isn't half bad. Someone gasps that whatever this is, it's easily worth 2 billion, right before screaming for their lord. An ally screams at him point blank, you can't, Cal, you can't afford to collapse. His hand ignites with magic. I'll begin, then he freezes. Huh. Someone yelps that something's touching them. Wait, that's a dragon. Pendrick, less than thrilled, reacts on the spot. Pendrick reasons it out. These animals practically grew up living among his people, so of course elves should be the ones caring for them now. Watching the wreckage unfold, Cale admits to himself he's picked a genuinely difficult path this time. Red lightning crashes down, his new trick, and he can't help but wonder why the fight still isn't over. This power alone should have settled it. Pendrick realizes it then. Cale's been deliberately holding back, keeping that lightning far away from the animals this whole time. He was just being considerate. Someone bows their head to him. I will never forget the grace you and your men have shown me, my lord. Drained to the bone, Cale grumbles. Why did he even open his mouth to test his own powers, only to end up a wreck like this? Classic Cale logic kicks right back in. If there's capable people standing around, might as well let them handle the heavy lifting. Something shifts in the dark. You crazy. A stunned elf screams bastard, as the masked figure squares back up in the flames. Cale strikes again before they can even recover. The inferno just keeps climbing. Someone shrieks in disbelief, snarling that all of this is because of him and his people. A voice vows flatly, I'll kill you. Purple lightning tears the sky open. Wah, what is that, a mage? A dark, winged shape rises out of the storm. Weak human, I've reached the limits of my patience. A voice intones that it won't reveal its true form, just as it was asked. Completely spent, Cale murmurs, got it. After everything that just happened, he casually decides he'll just get some sleep. Dark energy churns violently around him. A massive blast rips clean through the battlefield. Blinding light and purple energy erupt everywhere. That's. Someone gasps, is that the protection of some higher being? Cale's eyes slide slowly shut. He feels himself getting dragged down into the dark. Right before he's gone, one last thought surfaces. After I wake up I have to, and then he's out. Total darkness swallows the scene. The world just fades away. Somewhere in the dark, a countdown echoes. 3, 2, 1, 1/2. 1/4, the voice warns him. Human, I'm starting the count from 100 again, and you'd better wake up before I hit 0. If he doesn't, it swears it'll level the entire continent and starts right back down again from 99. Cale finally puts it together. Right, he passed out. Wait, was he stuck listening to this the entire time he was unconscious? The dragon reaches for him, bawling, Human, you're finally awake. Why were you out for 3 whole days? Cale just blinks. Hang on, he was out for 3 days. The dragon scolds him through the tears. It can whip up 100 of those lightning bolts easy, so don't ever pull that stunt again. If he's this fragile, he'd better start acting like it. Lord Cale, the rest of the group comes sprinting in. The dragon, still sniffling, grumbles that nobody else even looks fazed. Didn't they say he was out for 3 whole days? Cale properly comes to now, flower crown and all in a sunlit grove, wondering why on earth he's even here. Then he spots it, the dragon's wings tied down tight, like this. Someone clearly hog-tied the dragon mid-meltdown while he was out. 3 days after a brutal fight, Cale gets dragged out to the one spot the elves swear has the highest concentration of life force in the whole forest. Turns out it is the flower field straight out of the storybook, the one from the elven village he had only ever read about. Recovery Central, apparently. Cale crowns his dragon with a wreath woven from the world tree's own leaves. Nothing says get well soon quite like literal magic tree jewelry. Rayon is soaking up the royal treatment, but something about all this pampering has him side-eyeing the sky like he cannot shake the feeling something is off. Choi Han is quietly wondering whether the chieftain has clocked that Rayon is, in fact, an actual dragon, and whether every elf in the village is already in on the secret. Not everyone has caught on, it turns out. Choi Han shakes his head, keeping the secret tight for now. Cale is not so sure about that. He figures pretty much everyone has picked up on Rayon's presence at this point, leaf crown or not. Rayon insists he has been the picture of discretion this whole time, totally ignoring the chieftain every time he tried to strike up a conversation. Sure, buddy. Turns out Cale was out cold for 3 straight days after that fight. Fair enough, that is a lot of unconsciousness to catch up on. Choi Han is stuck wondering exactly what everyone got up to while their fearless leader napped through an entire weekend. First thing out of Cale's mouth is "Everyone okay?" Hapless Hands, ever the reliable one, assures him nobody got hurt on his watch. Before anyone can even brief him on how the battle actually went, Cale cuts them off with the only report that matters to him right now: he is starving. One word out of him and it is not exactly subtle: meat. Choi Han just blinks at him. He doubles down, demanding somebody get him meat, which is a bold ask considering he is currently parked in the middle of a very vegan elven village. Hapless Hands looks like he just got handed an impossible quest, but ever the professional, he vows to track some meat down immediately. And just like that, meat appears. Cale is practically glowing. That is his reliable old head chef coming through again. 3 days on, the dust has settled. Every enemy who came at them in that fight has pulled back, and the assassin they had nicknamed Number 1 did not make it out alive. The blinded, unconscious tamer got teleported out along with the magic spearman, who took a leg wound bad enough that he will likely never walk again. As for the middle-aged swordsman and his crew, still tied up tight, courtesy of Choi Han. Others were not so lucky. Not everyone in that fight made it out alive. Cale just sips his wine quietly, letting it all sink in. It is not all clean victories, though. All the animals caught in the crossfire did not survive, and it is clearly eating at him that he could not stop it. The chieftain offers to repay him for the trouble. Cale waves it off before she can even finish the sentence. He tells her to put that energy into rebuilding the village and securing the border instead. As long as his people walked away in one piece, that is enough for him. The chieftain's inner monologue kicks in. She always figured the fancier the noble, the greedier they get for wealth and power. Turns out she was wrong about this one. Naturally, she reasons, that is just what you would expect from someone under a dragon's protection. Enter Canaria, chieftain of the elven village, musing that there must be a reason the dragon stays hidden right at Cale's side instead of revealing itself. She has made up her mind. This dragon clearly adores the guy. He has been blessed, plain and simple. And she has got the receipts, too, flashes of him fighting to protect the elves and the world tree until he was literally coughing up blood. So by her logic, if he carries the dragon's protection, then everyone standing with him deserves some kind of recognition too, right? Cale's internal alarm bells go off. This is sounding less like a compliment and more like a setup. All he wants is what he actually came here for. Canaria cuts right to it. She is pretty sure he is after the world tree itself. The elves have kept the world tree's location under wraps. That much is non-negotiable. Almost no humans know where it is. Cale, ever the diplomat, decides he will just play dumb about the whole thing. Fair enough, he figures humans have no real reason to know. Canaria agrees. You cannot exactly go around broadcasting your own greed. Only a greedy human would even want that kind of intel, she says. This one, apparently, is different. No greed and willing to throw himself on the line for others. That is the read the elves have settled on for him. For a notoriously selfish dragon to burn its power protecting someone else, that someone has to be legit hero material, the kind who leaves a mark on history. Sure, they admit he is not exactly bursting with raw talent, but the guy is absurdly lucky, stacking up ancient powers like they are party favors. So to deal with the situation at hand, Canaria is already cooking up a plan. Step 1. Send word to the gold dragon through Pendrick, since it is that dragon's magic holding the world tree's protective barrier up in the first place. Meanwhile, Rayon is losing his mind with curiosity about this gold dragon, badgering Cale for answers, who would honestly rather play dumb about the whole thing. Cale is stuck wondering how a dragon this self-absorbed can also be this nosy about other dragons, and where exactly Pendrick wandered off to. Turns out they are headed to the Whipper Kingdom next, and Rayon, ever gracious, reminds Cale they have still got sprouts to sell to that ignorant fool. The to-do list keeps growing. Meet Watira, the so-called gentle giant of the whale tribe, track down Tunka the human torpedo of the Whipper Kingdom, collect their rewards, and somehow deal with a magic tower that needs detonating. Cale sighs. This is shaping up to be a whole thing. In every fantasy novel, ancient dragons are the wise helpers, the key players, but the dragons around here are, by his own admission, brutally selfish. Ron is the rare exception. Rayon naturally declares himself the greatest, if humbly curious, dragon around. Then quieter, Rayon points out that every other dragon out there has a tribe to belong to. He does not. He brushes right past it though, needling Cale instead. At least there is no human around as weak as him, so really it evens out. Rayon cackles it off, thoroughly pleased with himself, more or less fine with how things are. Cale is having a bit of an existential moment. His master plan is going sideways, and he is starting to wonder if keeping a literal dragon and the protagonist glued to his side has something to do with it. Rayon, oblivious to the crisis, just checks in. Is his human hurt again? Cale just sighs seriously, then gets straight back to business, asking exactly where he needs to go next. All right then, new question. Does this gold dragon they are about to meet actually have a decent personality? The elves dodge the question entirely. Who are they to judge such a noble being? Every dragon deserves respect. Cale realizes he asked the wrong crowd and tries again. Is it at least a holy dragon? This one is an elder dragon, they tell him, and thankfully a sociable one. Though sociable and selfish are not exactly opposites around here. Cale allows himself a small win here. At least this gold dragon should be friendly toward Rayon. Small mercies. Rayon declares he is about to prove his own greatness to this other dragon. Meanwhile, the elves quietly worry the old dragon's vitality has been fading. Maybe they figure just seeing another dragon might perk the old one up a little. Either way, everyone agrees, 2 dragons in one room is going to be a sight to behold. Before Cale can head out, someone has one more ask. Could he swing by and meet with that captured swordsman first? Apparently the guy has been stonewalling every interrogation attempt so far, and Cale has already sworn up and down he has no idea who this swordsman even is. But hey, third time is the charm, right? Cale mid-snack does not look thrilled about round 3. The chieftain wonders aloud if Cale might pry a little more out of the guy. Funny enough, she notes, this played out the exact same way back in the birth of a hero. She made plenty use of Choi Han back then too, all while insisting materialism is just human greed talking, and refusing to actually hand over anything of value. No real rewards, just endless requests. Canaria insists she has no intention of getting dragged into that kind of exploitative cycle herself. Even as she is very much doing exactly that, Cale gulps, and ever the martyr agrees to the request, purely for everyone else's sake, of course. Canaria lays it on thick. For Pendrick's sake, should they not all help each other out? Opening your heart, she insists, beats material wealth any day. She turns to her guardian warrior for backup. He, wisely, just agrees. That is right, she declares, you simply cannot buy a heart with material wealth alone. Very noble, also very convenient considering she is not planning to pay anyone. A heart can only be repaid with a heart, apparently, so everyone is about to get volunteered into pouring their hearts out to help her. Someone clocks the look on Cale's face and asks if something is wrong, because that is the exact same fake diplomatic smile he wore the day he met the crown prince. That smile has never once meant good news. Just as the guardian warrior predicted, it is happening. Time to get to it. Because when someone needs help, rushing in without a second thought is just what you do, right? Cale, resigned, braces for whatever is coming next. He figured the elves would just ask a few polite questions. Instead, they lead him somewhere so grim, not even the legendary tale of the birth of a hero ever mentioned a place like this. A basement, he thinks? No, wait, calling it that is way too generous. This is a straight-up underground dungeon and it reeks of trouble. Welcome to the underground prison, chains, blood, and all. Somewhere in this mess sits a prisoner who's clearly already had a very bad day. Standing over the wreckage, Cale, tucked behind a mask and a very loud red wig, wonders out loud if you can even hold a conversation with someone in this state. The elf beside him just sighs. Turns out stereotypes don't hold up. Elves, humans, doesn't matter, everyone squirms the same way under torchlight. The elf at Cale's side looks a little green about it. Cale asks Pendrick to clear the room, elves and all, he wants to talk business in private. Pendrick snaps to it immediately, nothing like a little privacy for questionable activities. First question, does anyone know this dead guard's name? Nobody does, he never said a word no matter what they tried. Cale, though, already has the answer. Belvert, turns out being the mysterious silent type doesn't work so well when your enemies already did their homework. Word is the enemy's own magic spearman gave Belvert that name mid-battle. His job, bodyguard to something called the Tamer. Cale's clearly filing that away for later. Meanwhile, the guy who's actually still breathing starts cackling like he's already won. Just who are you people, he sneers like he's the one in control here. Cale doesn't even blink. What do you mean who? Cool as ever, even wrapped in a mask and questionable hair. Then the prisoner's smugness cracks wide open. He calls Cale by a name that clearly isn't Lord or Young Master. He calls him Darkness and asks if the Eastern continent just wasn't enough for him. The hooded figure stammers, backpedaling hard, like he just realized he said way more than he meant to. Somewhere in the blood and the questioning, one word slips out, the sun god. Whatever this organization is mixed up in, it's bigger than a single dead bodyguard. The pieces start sprawling across a map in Cale's head: Ro'un, the merpeople, the wolf tribe, the empire itself. This small interrogation just went continental. So Cale cuts to it: why target Ro'un and the empire specifically? That's the real question nobody wants to answer. The prisoner just laughs it off. "Huh, you think I'd actually tell you that?" Bold talk for a guy tied to a chair. Then he drops the bomb. There's a poison bead hidden in his mouth. One bite and he dies loyal, just another disposable cog in the machine. "I'll never tell you," dramatic, almost respectable. He goes for it. Cale doesn't even flinch, just shuts him down cold before that bead gets anywhere near his teeth. Some kind of dark, shadowy grip locks the prisoner in place. I can't move, he chokes out, and yeah, hey, that's the whole point. "You're looking down on me quite a bit if you thought that would work," Cale says, dry as ever, like he's mildly annoyed rather than impressed with himself. The screaming that follows is not exactly subtle. Cale gets his information the old-fashioned, deeply unpleasant way. Somewhere in a normal story, the hero fails to get any intel because the enemy conveniently dies from hidden poison first. Cale's not exactly broken up that he's not that guy. Being unfortunately not the protagonist has its perks. A tiny green familiar pipes up, calling the poison bead a magic tool and volunteering to analyze it. Cale, ever the multitasker, is already 3 steps ahead. A guard checks in. The prisoner's passed out cold from the paralytic poison. Should they wake him up? "No, leave him be," Cale says. "It's a relief we saved him before he died, don't you think? All life is valuable after all," said with all the warmth of someone who absolutely does not mean it. Pendrick, the elf healer with a suspiciously long memory for grudges, gets asked what he plans to do with this guy. Hard to say, he admits. So Cale offers a suggestion. Off-screen, the chains rattle again. Nobody said this negotiation was going to be gentle. See, Cale name-dropped Darkness and the Eastern Continent earlier on purpose, info he never once mentioned in front of the elf chieftain. He's baiting Pendrick, and Pendrick has no idea yet. Cale figures Pendrick's going to want more intel like that, and honestly no race holds a grudge quite like the elves. Free labor, basically. Cale floats, handing Belvert's buddy over to someone else entirely. "You mean yourself, my lord?" comes the reply. Bingo. Cale tells Pendrick to talk it over with the elf chieftain first, and to let him know if he wants the prisoner handed over. Pendrick hesitates. Will this prisoner actually end up in reliable hands? "This is critical, think it over carefully and let me know by tonight," Cale says. "I've got to leave tomorrow for my own plans." Pendrick reasons that if he can find someone trustworthy, that person's worth trusting. Cale just nods along, playing it casual. Pendrick asks if Cale's really heading to the Whipper Kingdom solo. Yeah, apparently that's the plan. "Let's go together then," Pendrick offers. Cale's brain briefly short-circuits. What? Pendrick's got a point. It's dangerous traveling alone right now, and the elves have their own business in the Whipper Kingdom anyway. Safety in numbers. Cale tries to wave it off. No need to go that far. Pendrick shrugs, figured they might as well given the whole hostage handover thing. Just think it over. Thank you very much, Cale mutters, visibly a little thrown by the unexpected kindness. Privately, Cale figures having an elf around couldn't hurt when meeting a literal gold dragon. Bring everyone, honestly, plenty of room to hide behind Choi Han. That's right, you're right, my lord, someone agrees. Yeah, I told you so. Now then, time for the real business. Time to go meet the one person Cale's about to dump this entire mess onto. It's been a while, comes the greeting, as a glowing communication crystal flickers to life out in the forest. A familiar blonde face appears in the orb. What do you want, he asks, already sounding suspicious. You know me far too well, Cale says with a smirk after being told he shines like a star in the hearts of the kingdom's people. Flattery clearly isn't the point here. Stop it, the prince snaps, annoyed. Then, catching Cale casually sipping a drink mid-crisis, he asks how any of this even happened. Cale waves it off, the how doesn't matter. No, it does matter, the prince insists. Cale, despite really not wanting anything to do with secret organizations, reports it anyway. They've got one member of the group behind the capital's terrorist attack in custody, a low-ranked swordsman. And just like that, the crown prince wants this information for himself. This isn't exactly a Count's kid's problem to solve, Cale thinks, watching him take the bait. The prince, for his part, reasons it's too messy to get tangled with the secret organization and the elves directly. Better to find someone who can handle it more cleanly than he can. And he needs someone whose weakness he already holds, charming guy. Only one person fits that description, the crown prince himself. Cale's plan working exactly as intended. Cale offers a taste of intel. They caught members of the group near the 10-Peak Mountains in the Roun Kingdom, but only the full details after they finish talking terms. The prince wants to know why he's even being told this. Cale just goes quiet for a beat, letting the question hang in the air. To dump them on me? So that's what you're doing, unloading all your annoyances on me, the prince accuses, not entirely wrong. Are you displeased? Cale asks. No, it's fine, the prince mutters. It really is, sure it is. Your Highness, you're going to try something, aren't you? Someone asks the prince. What do you mean, he replies, a little too innocently. Behind it all sits a nastier truth. The Empire still hasn't caught the secret organization or the twins who murdered the Pope. That kind of failure should be devastating for an empire whose image is supposed to be everything. And these people care about their reputation more than almost anything, yet they've turned up absolutely nothing that makes sense. Suspicious doesn't begin to cover it. Cale reminds himself just who he's dealing with, a crown prince who literally burned down a jungle just to seize control, and who's patiently waiting for the North, Roun and Breck to wear each other down. It's just not logical that a guy like that would let a secret organization run around unchecked. So it's one of two things: either the Empire's quietly hunting the organization themselves to handle it their own way. Or, and this is the uglier option, the Empire and the secret organization are working together. Soon enough, Tunka of the Whipper Kingdom heads for the Empire, and Cale's stockpile of foreknowledge, 5 volumes worth, is finally running dry. The story's drifted way off script thanks to him at this point, but the plan still stands. He'll take custody of the captured enemy through his aunt and wants everything reported straight back to him. Business apparently isn't done yet. There's quite a haul here, enough that Cale might just offload it in the dark elf city, rare goods, fixed price, no discounts and cash only, thank you very much. The prince eyes the item, clearly caught off guard. Is he actually supposed to be buying this? How much is it, he finally asks, and Cale's grin says it all. Dead silence. The prince is doing math. He really did not sign up for tonight. Back at the manor, Cale's father reels in shock, looking like he's about to cry blood. Meanwhile, somewhere in a dim room, Cale himself stirs awake, groaning, ugh, just what is going on here? Cale looms over a groggy, bound figure and murmurs, you up? Ron blinks back to consciousness, wrists tied and clearly not thrilled about it. Ron breaks into a cold sweat, glaring up at him. I don't like how you're looking at me, he grumbles, already sensing trouble brewing. What did you do? Ron demands. Cale just shrugs from the shadows all too innocently. I didn't do anything, he says, which, knowing Cale, means the exact opposite. Cale settles into a chair like he owns the place, looking down at his own bound bodyguard. Though that'll change in a moment, he says with a smirk. Leaning in close, Cale lays it out plainly. You're leaving this elven village with me. Ron's blood runs cold. That means your life is in my hands, Cale says coolly. I'll now tell you what my plan will be. Ron braces himself, this is never good. Cale poses a riddle to his captive audience of one. Try guessing this, what's the strongest creature after a dragon? Ron's eye narrows warily in the dark, clearly not liking where this is headed. We'll first meet with the whale tribe, Cale reveals, since they are of royal lineage. And there's a catch. The whale tribe also despises Ron's old secret organization and would love nothing more than to get their hands on him. After that, we'll go see a dragon, Cale adds, as if that's a totally normal errand. You know what they're like, right? Famous, selfish, vicious. That's the usual reputation of dragons, and the little dragon riding on Cale's shoulder looks mildly offended on his kind's behalf. That's nonsense, Ron blurts, sure Cale has finally lost it. Well, Cale says with a knowing look, there are dragons who aren't like that, so. The dragon we're visiting is an ancient one beloved by the world tree and the elves themselves. You should look forward to it, Cale says, already 3 steps ahead of everyone. Elsewhere and sometime later, Cale stirs awake again, this time for real, rubbing his throbbing head. He'd wanted to slip out of the elven village quietly. No such luck, a wide-eyed elf girl gasps, have you really received the dragon's blessing? A crowd of elves has already gathered, murmuring among themselves, waiting on his answer. One elf noble apologizes for the leak, I only told my family members, while another waves it off, it's okay. Word is already spreading through the trees faster than anyone can contain it. Don't be sorry, comes the reply, it isn't difficult to answer. The air itself seems to shimmer around Cale. This human is being protected by a strong energy, the elves whisper in awe. It must be the dragon's energy. A young elf girl practically vibrates with excitement, jaw on the floor. Ever the opportunist, Cale leans right into it. Indeed, the dragon is protecting weak little me, he says, dead serious, while his dragon peeks smugly from his hood. A chorus of elves gushes back at him. Wow, I'm so jealous, you're the best, so cool. One elf admits she wanted to visit him during his 3 days recovering in the World Tree Garden, but the intimidating company around him scared her off. Cale breaks into a sweat, slowly realizing his own terrifying subordinates might be the real reason nobody dared approach him for 3 straight days. Sure enough, Choi Han and the others stand guard nearby, hauling supplies and radiating exactly the kind of energy that keeps admirers at bay. A little elf girl tugs at his sleeve. Young master, what's the dragon like? Very great, Cale answers, completely deadpan. Very great, he repeats, and the kids erupt. Whoa, they're super cool, right? And super strong. There's nothing stronger than me, his dragon declares, puffing up smugly, while the kids beg for a chance to meet him for real. Cale laughs it off on the inside. There is absolutely no way he's letting a bunch of elves anywhere near his actual dragon. An elf elder addresses the gathered crowd solemnly. Do you not feel the grand energy of the dragon, everyone? Those of us close to nature should be able to feel this great power, the elder continues, offering to personally put in a good word to the dragon for him. The crowd murmurs in awe and someone promises a meeting could be arranged if fate allows. Cale cuts in fast, but right now. The village is in a tight spot, he explains, and there are dangerous things scattered in various places, so I need to leave. I have much to do. Only I alone can do them, Cale declares, striking a heroic pose with his dragon in tow, all part of the getaway plan. He bids his farewells. It was a pleasure meeting the friends of nature, the elves. The group packs up, Choi Han and the 2 fox and cat companions in tow, as Cale adds, but unfortunately I must now take my leave. Well, enough of that, he says, brushing past the emotional send-off. I really do have a lot to do. As he walks off, he tosses out one more excuse over his shoulder. I also have many more people to meet. The group presses on beneath the towering canopy of the World Tree's forest, leaving the elven village behind. One of his companions asks the obvious question. Young master, you said your family is in the northeastern region, right? Yes, they are, but why? The elf chieftain studies him carefully. I'm aware you know of this, he says, but I don't feel the earth's power among the many powers already inside you. However, the Rowoon Kingdom is the land of boulders, the chieftain explains, the strongest place for the power of earth. As the strongest form of earth is a boulder, he adds, clearly proud of his own logic. He presses an ornate old book into Cale's hands. This is a book about the ancient legends surrounding the earth. It's a legend we don't understand, but it may be useful to you, the chieftain says. Cale's eyes narrow with interest. If it's ancient legends. As they walk, the chieftain spins the tale of a hero who, after the first hero's death, quietly recovered and stashed away that hero's entire fortune. It's quite an amusing legend, the chieftain chuckles, to claim that someone who wanted no authority, nobility, or honor would pick up coins as a pastime. Do you think that makes any sense? Why would a hero who saved a frozen world go chasing after money, he asks. Cale mutters under his breath, I wonder about that too. Awfully suspicious for a man who knows exactly why. It has no rhyme or reason, the chieftain shrugs. Regardless, this book is about another hero, one who was both friend and enemy to that money-obsessed one, the hero who wielded Earth's own power. Since it's a book we don't need, the chieftain adds, I wanted to give it to you, the one who saved our village. Privately, he doubts the book will change much, even in Cale's hands. Still, watching him go, the chieftain can't help but think, he's a lucky fellow, change may be possible. Since it won't serve the elven village much, Cale says graciously, I won't refuse your kindness. Ancient power like that isn't something you can just pick up after all. I'll see you again if chance favors us, chieftain, Cale says. Yes, comes the reply, and I'd like to meet the dragon myself next time. Cale walks the forest path alone with his thoughts, the chieftain's words about that money-hungry hero still nagging at him. Do you think that makes any sense? He mutters. Why would a hero who saved a frozen world go chasing money? He repeats to himself, the question hitting a little too close to home. The path opens onto a scorched, cratered wasteland, the scale of the destruction staggering. Cale can't help but needle himself over that old legend. It doesn't make any sense, sure. Because here's the thing, Cale was the one who actually threw the money at that very hero. The master of the destructive, he starts to recall, book in hand. Flame, who's crazy about money, he finishes. And if that hero's old friend was the scary blockhead, well, that description tracks a little too perfectly for one bearded bodyguard he knows. So the blockhead took the destructive Flame's money, Cale wonders aloud right before a voice booms out, human, catching him completely off guard. Look, someone calls, waving him over toward the ridge. Do you see the remains of our great fight? Comes the boast, gesturing over a valley leveled flat. Everything's destroyed. Cale ruffles his dragon's head fondly. The power you used was formidable, he warns, but don't use it again. This is exactly why the elves. He doesn't need to finish the sentence. His dragon puffs up, utterly undeterred. If you do, he grins, I'll show you something that's stronger than the red lightning. 3 months since his last visit, and Cale is back at Rosalind's mage headquarters in Rowoon, and she's clearly been counting down the days. All smiles as she welcomes him home and shoves something into his hands before he's even through the door. Whatever she just handed him, Cale wastes zero time tearing it open. A tiny green face pokes out of the unfolding paper. Yep, that's Rayon, checking in from wherever he's wandered off to this time. Rosalind leads him deeper inside, past hooded researchers bustling around what's clearly the beating heart of the kingdom's magic research. Turns out the cozy little inn upstairs is just a front. The real business happens down in the basement, one of the busiest pit stops in the whole mage network. Rosalind can't help but smirk about it. Since the war ended, Rosalind's been running both the Breck and Rowoon Mage Associations at once. She fishes for a compliment, asking if the place measures up to his own castle. Cale just shrugs that his home turf probably still wins. One of the excited staff insists this place should blow his castle out of the water, but Rosalind cuts in, matter of fact. This branch isn't even the main hub, and it's still packed with the latest magic tech around. Cale's eye practically bugs out of his skull at something off to the side before he catches himself and plays it cool with a flat little O. One of the younger mages can't resist asking, wide-eyed, is the Henituse territory's own castle really packing magic tech this impressive? Turns out the whole Rowoon kingdom is famously behind the curve on magic, which makes it even stranger that a backwater territory like Henituse somehow has the newest gear around. Someone even wonders out loud if the Crown Prince's own pricey magical acquisitions are getting quietly outclassed. Cale gives a smug little finger snap, so that's where all this fancy equipment actually came from. Funny how it traces right back to his own wallet. Rosalind, with Rayon perched on her shoulder, just rolls her eyes at him for stating the obvious. Officially, Rosalind manages all the magic equipment across the Henituse territory. Unofficially, almost every piece of it was actually engineered by Rayon. Cale mutters to himself that those 10 measly silver coins he once tossed Rayon's way clearly turned out to be the deal of a lifetime. An excited assistant begs to see the real Henituse castle for herself, but is told to wait, since the renovations aren't quite finished yet. Somewhere new, Cale steps into an unfamiliar room and pauses, surprised at just how oddly cozy the place feels. He's assured the stay here will be plenty comfortable. Every single corner in the room has been rounded off, not a sharp edge in sight. It's less cozy and more padded cell. The whole room looks built for exactly one purpose: stopping someone from hurting themselves. The verdict is in: mental torture over the physical kind this time. Nearby, a captured, hollow-eyed prisoner looks on, clearly dreading what's coming. Footsteps echo down the empty corridor as they lead their captive deeper into the facility. Cale himself hauls the limp prisoner over his shoulder, carrying them further inside without a word. They come to a stop outside a heavy door, the hallway dead silent. A masked medic orders the prisoner to open their eyes, then delivers the grim rundown: the lower body's paralyzed for now, though the smaller wounds have at least been patched up. Someone offers to bring in a professional to handle the psychological torture. Cale waves it off with a laugh. The Henituse crew has their own way of doing things. The prisoner's eyes well up with tears as the session is about to officially begin. With a chillingly pleasant smile, Cale warns them they are in for a very, very long conversation. Hands fold together calmly, all business. This is about to get serious. Scene shifts to a lighter mood. Someone casually asks Cale how his trip to see the elves went. He brushes it off as nothing special. The reply comes back knowing him: I see, along with a pointed reminder that protecting the World Tree's branch makes him basically a legend to the elves now. A literal hero to the elves, apparently, and that title extends to Rayon too, whether the dragon likes it or not. At this rate, he's practically the church's own saint, someone teases. Cale, sweating, has absolutely nothing to say to that. Cheeky aside, word is Crown Prince Alvar has been cackling to himself over whatever's being hawked in the Whipper Kingdom these days. Cale just nods along. Yeah, that checks out. Turns out the prince and his companion share an uncannily similar laugh. People keep saying the two could pass for family. Someone wonders if the Whipper Kingdom's even profiting from the scheme. The proud reply: of course, they are loyal Ro'un citizens through and through. They wrap things up with a promise to grab a drink together once the dust settles. Sure, comes the easy reply. Rayon grumbles that the whole deal sounds like a scam if you ask him. Cale insists the fine print says otherwise. After all, they're only selling half the item, and Cale sweetens the pot, offering Rayon 10 silver coins if he can level a magic tower for them. Cale bumps the offer up to a full gold coin, and Rayon's eyes go comically wide. Months pass. The story picks back up on the shores of the Ubar territory. A nervous companion mutters Cale's name under his breath, staring wide-eyed at something out on the water. He stammers out the obvious question: is that actually a ship out there? Cale just answers flatly, yep. No matter who's looking at it, there's zero doubt whose colors that ship is flying. The Henituse families, of course, though even Cale admits the turtle-shaped design isn't quite what he pictured. Yeah, someone mutters, still just staring. It's gaudier than anyone imagined. Rayon and the rest just gape, awestruck, at an actual solid gold turtle floating toward them. Cale mutters that he clearly underestimated something: not his father's wealth, but the entire Henituse family's fortune. Cale facepalms with a groan while Rayon squawks in disbelief. Wait, is that thing seriously all gold? Someone dryly points out, yeah, turns out the young master really does come from serious money, just so nobody's under any illusions. Everyone braces as the ridiculous golden ship finally lurches into motion. The hull slaps down against the waves with a splash, and a small awe escapes someone watching it happen. Ashore at last, a familiar voice greets him. It's been a while, and asks if he's kept well. He admits he has, but trails off. She cuts in dryly. She doubts he can say the same about her. Turns out, thanks to the whole mermaid incident, her people ended up forging a surprise new connection with the Eastern continent. They picked up a wealth of information through that link, but there's one thing her side genuinely can't handle on their own. She admits she came to see him just in case. Cale asks outright if she's here to call in a favor. Not quite, she says. What she's actually after is a straight trade information for information. Cale sighs inwardly. Of course it is. She never shows up unless something complicated is about to land on him. Not that he can pretend he doesn't already have a guess, and if it's too much trouble, he's already got a mental list of who else he can dump this on. The Crown Prince, the elves, or Rayon. Somebody else can deal with it. Out loud, though, all he says is a resigned "tell me." She doesn't waste a second. Who exactly did he meet on the Eastern continent, and what information does he want in return? Someone's handing Cale a batch of intel, straight from a tribe called the Tigers. Turns out the Tigers aren't just any tribe, they're the strongest one on the whole Eastern continent. And right now they're staring down annihilation, courtesy of some group that's even roped in a sorcerer. A sorcerer? Seriously? Cale mutters he's not running some kind of animal hospital, wondering if his whole life is cursed to revolve around beasts. The cats couldn't care less. Cale grumbles that without this mess he'd have zero reason to be tangled up with the beastman tribes at all. Getting involved with the Tigers of all people, Cale is not thrilled. One look at the tiger and Cale sighs, guessing this is about to get chaotic real fast. He's reminded again that he doesn't owe anyone information in return. This is supposed to be a two-way street between allies, not a trade. Word comes in that the group calling itself Darkness has seized total control of the Eastern continent's underworld, and even the toughest listener flinches. Choi Han and the old advisor take it in without a word, already running the numbers on what this means. According to the Tigers, a small scouting group has already slipped onto the Western continent, with a much larger force of skilled fighters right behind them. That magic spearman and the blonde swordmaster were famously hard to pin down, and now Darkness's whole main combat squad is on the move in serious numbers. Cale dumbfounded. What? To where exactly? Here? Yes, the Western continent. The answer lands like a gut punch. Sweating bullets, he explains they're pooling intel with the Tigers, who expect Darkness's big push to hit sometime in winter. Somebody wonders aloud why a tribe that barely survived getting wiped out is now poking the hornet's nest. Are they gunning for revenge on this secret organization? In exchange for all this intel, the Tigers have a favor to ask, and Cale already has a bad feeling he won't like it. The plan hinges on catching Darkness's main fleet the moment it hits open ocean, halfway to the Western continent. The blue-haired woman, ice in her voice, wants it destroyed, all of it, until nothing remains. Their request, it turns out, is simple: kill them all. The deal is set. The Tigers will keep watching and feeding them intel until winter, in exchange for one very specific piece of information. They want payback on that group, so they're hunting for whatever it is these people are actually after, and they think Cale might know. Honestly, it's not that the answer is hard, it's just that Cale's clearly more clued in on this than anyone else in the room. Knowledge, he asks, not information. The requirements roll in. Keep the group small, favor cold weather, and find somewhere with a seriously overgrown forest. Why? Cale asks. Because the Tigers want to move there, comes the answer. So it's a relocation job. Cale, the dragon, and the blue-haired woman pause on a windswept beach. Wait, he says. What exactly are the Tigers planning here? Cale wonders, the old conditions about cold weather and forests still rattling around his head. In a little imagined detour, Cale goes around asking if anyone's got a spare mansion lying around. The answers range from absolutely not to "oh, actually, I know a place." The dragon, nuzzled right up against his face, pipes up, "The dark forest? Seriously, human, you didn't know that?" Cale tries to make the announcement herself, tell her about the dark forest, he says. The dragon flatly refuses, don't wanna, not doing it. Really, she asks, unconvinced. Yeah, Cal says, already regretting it since bringing up the dark forest is going to invite a whole lot more questions. That's assuming the tigers can even survive living there. Of course, the whales don't hand out favors for free either, and she's really not enthusiastic about any of it. The dragon points out the tigers are angling for revenge on the secret organization too, and jumping in with them is basically stepping in front of a moving train. Still, having them around would be reassuring whenever the Northern Knights come knocking. A no, though, is a no. They agree to just watch for now. Before any big invasion, this group always sends scouts across the ocean first to map an escape route. You're really not going to do anything about that, someone asks. The reason they're just watching, Cal tells the elf woman beside him, isn't nearly as simple as it sounds. They just want to see where those scouts are actually headed, she explains. The darkness scouts won't beeline straight for their hideout the moment they land, but they'll still cough up a small clue. Good enough, Cal figures, time to wrap this up. Somewhere in the dark, blades flash. A fight's already breaking out and the back of someone's neck is prickling with a very bad feeling. Cal, tucked in somewhere safe and cozy, wonders if he's the only one who thinks getting tangled up in all this is going to be one giant headache. Take care, she tells him. Yes, he says, so she adds, you're still going to hand over that information too, right? Yes, of course, Cal says with a grin, while privately hoping whoever's on the other end of this plan chokes on their own bad luck. Land here, she says. Yes, I will. Cal watches her go, sighing, well, here we are. Young Master Cal, someone starts nervously, is that your ship? Yeah, to be precise, it's his family's ship, Cal admits, mildly impressed someone guessed it on the first try. Right on time, Cal says, just as something small comes tumbling out of the sky. He built that ship, someone says in awe, watching a huffing, out-of-breath figure come sprinting up. Young Master, have you been well? The runner shouts, practically skidding to a stop. The little fox and cat come tumbling out. Are they both here? Yeah, Cal says. Owen and Hong really missed him apparently, and mice, it turns out, are very fun. He's half dwarf, half mouse, Cal explains, and a genuine talent for craftsmanship, wouldn't you agree, Muller? That's right, the boy chimes in proudly, the ship's getting equipped with the strongest attack he can manage. She watches Cal quietly. He's already prepping for full-on sea warfare, isn't he? What about the villa plans, someone asks. Almost finished, comes the cheerful answer, as sturdy as possible with amazing defense. Make it with everything you've got, Cal orders. Yes, I will, comes the enthusiastic reply. He's calling it a villa, apparently. A villa, sure, right. Cal just laughs it off. Okay, he says, I'll trust you. The elf woman beside him looks deeply unconvinced. But from the look of things, what he's actually building is a full-blown secret base. Several days later, over in the Whipper Kingdom, something is very much on fire. Everyone's about to learn exactly how impressive a magic tower explosion can be, someone declares. But seriously, how are you planning to destroy it? Cal presses. I'm not destroying it, the answer comes back with a grin. I'm grinding it into powder. Yahahoha, did you hear that? Comes the booming laugh. The history everyone finds loathsome is about to disappear, someone declares, as the tower looms upside down against the chaos. This, apparently, is set to be the opening chapter of the Whipper Kingdom's brand new history. That's insane, Cal mutters, watching the chaos beside a very amused, brown-haired woman. You're just rattled by the sheer number of soldiers, aren't you? She teases. The training field nearby is packed. Every soldier apparently showed up the second they heard Cal was in town. Training, my ass, he grumbles, they clearly know exactly what's going on. Morale's bound to shoot up the moment that tower comes down, someone reasons, fist already raised. Yeah, I get it, Cal says, more are welcome. Everyone's going to know exactly how great this magic tower explosion is, comes the boast. But seriously, how are you actually going to pull it off? Cal presses again. Magic, comes the one-word answer. Pardon, Cal blinks. Wouldn't it be fun to blow up the magic tower with actual magic? Someone grins, fingers already sparking. And they add. Stay in your lane, Cal's warned. Whatever happens to that tower is entirely up to me, the brown-haired woman finishes, dead serious. You've basically got this whole kingdom in the palm of your hand, Cale points out, living freer than just about anyone. We're not so different in that regard, she admits, eyes narrowing. I'll stay in my lane, she says, so you do the same. The fist comes down, ha ha ha. You haven't changed one bit, she tells him, smiling, which honestly makes seeing him again even more of a pleasure. And there it is, that exact same grin Cale wears whenever he's about to meet the crown prince, dragon perched on his shoulder, fingers steepled like he's already 3 schemes ahead. Choi Han and Tunka cross paths again, and Tunka can't resist an old habit challenging him to a quick sparring round. Somewhere nearby, someone smirks at the thought of the commander getting knocked flat the night before the big rebellion. The spar ends fast and Tunka's left rattled, snarling that Choi Han smells even more dangerous than before, stronger. Again, how does this guy keep leveling up? Tunka grudgingly admits the guy was terrifying to begin with. Choi Han just shrugs it off, he's always grinding to protect everyone, but something's clearly weighing on him. He reflects that listening to Watira's advice days ago set him on the right path, a quiet vote of confidence before whatever's coming next. Tunka gets a sudden bad feeling and immediately shuts the thought down. Nope, not today. Turns out his gut was onto something. Choi Han's eyeing a spot on the secret squad's Team 1, the elite group the Tigers and Whales mentioned. Tunka decides that's a problem for future him. Right now there's something more pressing to handle. Tunka pitches an idea, throw a festival tonight since tomorrow they're blowing the magic tower sky high. Someone grumbles about the rot bred by noble bloodlines and Tunka gets called out for jumping on his own train straight to hell. The real plan comes out. Instead of retreating to the jungle, they're pushing straight toward the Empire. High risk, higher stakes. Cut to the tower's basement, where tonight's real muscle reveals itself, the little dragon Rayon and his fluffy sidekicks On and Hong, ready to work. Tunka eyes the trio warily. Cute as they are, he flat out admits he doesn't trust them one bit. He asks if these 3 can actually pull this off. Their answer comes back loud and confident: we can. The little ones hype themselves up as the best of the bunch, while Tunka reminds himself he can't tip off anyone heading to the festival about what's really happening tonight. One of the little ones brags the 3 of them alone could level most kingdoms. Somebody clears their throat, thoroughly unimpressed. Tunka sighs. Rayon alone could flatten more than 1 tower without breaking a sweat. What actually worries him is whether they'll do the job right instead of just smashing everything. He talks them through handling the goods carefully. Okay, got it. Inside the chest, monastery equipment built on an ancient power, far too valuable to just let go up with the rest of the tower. Alongside it, research on why some people develop magic tolerance, plus a strange, unidentified seed. Of course, they're only walking away with the half that doesn't actually matter. The little creatures can't resist a jab either. Weak human, we're stronger than you. The dragon just wants everyone to stop nagging and let him work. With a flash of green light, the loot lifts off. The little ones trailing behind. Like this is just another Tuesday. They warn Tunka not to overdo the celebration drinks tonight since he's weak and all he can manage is a stunned huh. They promise to be back soon, then immediately ask if they can play hide and seek in the magic tower once the job's done. Tunka, exhausted, just goes along with it. The stolen chest floats off into the night sky above the camp, the mission quietly underway. Tunka watches the little squad scamper off, confident they'll pull it off, so why can't he shake this anxiety? His thoughts get interrupted. Pendrick, the healers, come looking for him. Ah, Pendrick, good timing. Tunka lets out a heavy sigh just thinking about what's waiting after all this, a golden dragon's lair. Just picturing it makes it hard to breathe. He figures he'd better give people a heads up in advance. They are going to be thrilled. Pendrick perks up, wondering if he can tag along too. Tunka invites him to the lair once they wrap up here. Pendrick, a little nervous, agrees he probably should tag along. He confirms Pendrick will even get to see the dragon that's been guarding him this whole time. Pendrick's eyes go wide. Nearby, an elf can barely contain herself, bragging she'll be the only elf alive to see 2 dragons at once. Pendrick's just hoping he'll also get to check on the patient he's supposed to heal on the way back. Elsewhere, a hooded figure quietly arranges for Tasha back at the capital to stay in touch. tasked with easing necromancer Mary's pain. Duly noted, it's late, so the visitor takes their leave. Back at camp, someone checks in how's everything holding up. Two figures walk off together, one of them dead serious. Everything has to go perfectly tonight. Zero room for error. Yes, alright then, time to move. If they get caught skulking around, it'll be bad news, so the smartest move is to actually join the festivities like everyone else. Let's go. The festival kicks off, proper bonfire blazing, one guy already laughing like a hyena with a drink in hand. Tunka, meanwhile, is sweating bullets watching Choi Han chat with a woman nearby, definitely not thinking about anything else at all. Back in the Magic Tower's basement, the extraction job is still quietly underway. The little trio keeps working the chest over, completely oblivious to the party happening topside. The next day dawns clear. Rayon soars overhead while Tunka watches from below, already bracing for what's coming. Someone's practically giddy for the show ahead, grinning ear to ear, though it's fair to wonder if he's even sober yet. Then the mood shifts hard. This tower took people from them, their tribespeople, countless citizens of their kingdom, all gone because of it. It's almost funny someone admits that something so devastating gets wiped out by a simple magic bomb instead. Almost. That's right, Commander Tunka, today they rewrite their history. The detonation is set to go off the moment Tunka gives the signal. Someone suggests warning the soldiers first before they blow it. Tunka just grins, maybe, perhaps. A woman needles him. He must be a little bitter, right? He took ownership of the tower and got nothing out of it before torching the place. Standing in a field of sunflowers, Tunka just laughs the whole idea off. Hell no, if anything, he's more pumped than ever. He shrugs it off, call it expendable money, he's plenty wealthy as it is. She teases that he sounds like an actual noble when he talks like that. Yeah, well, don't forget who he is. One last look at the Magic Tower, standing peacefully among the trees, blissfully unaware of what's coming for it. Deep underground, rubble shudders loose as the countdown crew takes their positions. Somebody lets out a wild scream of anticipation, then the order comes down, begin. A woman answers with a simple yes as raw magic erupts around her, feeding straight into the blast. The countdown starts, 5 seconds, and everyone braces. 4. 3. Tunka watches, unblinking. 2. The light building underground is nearly blinding now. 1. And then the Magic Tower vanishes into a wall of fire, vengeance, served hot. A spell rips through the sky in a blaze of light, the opening shot of some serious payback. It slams down in a fireball that swallows the horizon whole. The tower itself buckles under the blast, stone and flame raining down together. Off to the side, Cal just watches with his little green dragon perched on his shoulder, deadpan as ever. Wow, he mutters, this is so fun. The one causing all this carnage is Tunka, grinning like a maniac. Since no one's getting hurt, I get to destroy everything, he roars, cackling as the tower folds. The Magic Tower is collapsing. Someone yells as the whole structure buckles into rubble. Tunka just keeps laughing, fists pumping, loving every second of the demolition. Cal watches the wreckage settle with one flat thought, what a crazy bastard. Dust still settling around him and his dragon, Cal actually smiles. It's refreshing, he admits. Guess blowing things up agrees with him. Coughing through the dust cloud, someone grumbles about the mess, while a stranger nearby asks if the group's caught a cold. The question just hangs there in the swirling dust. A cold, really? Cal, cloth pressed to his face against the grit, offers to show someone the rubble up close. Yeah, I do, comes the reply. Then a stunned huh and a wide-eyed what is this, as they spot something in the debris that definitely shouldn't be there. Choi Han crouches at the edge of a glowing crater in the wreckage, the others gathering in behind him. Watching from the side, Cal frets to himself that their little setup is about to get exposed. What's wrong, Vikros? Cal asks, turning as his retainer waves him over. Young master, please take a look at this hole. There's something here, Choi Han announces gravely, and Cal can barely keep a straight face at how bad his acting is. Rosalind gasps, my god, right on cue, while someone else just blinks in confusion, clearly not in on the act. Peering down into the crater, they spot what looks like a crown-shaped structure buried below. What's its elevation? Cal asks, all business. That is, Choi Han starts and Vikros throws a fist up, genuinely excited this time. Turns out it's sitting below the third basement floor. Really? There was a fourth basement level, someone asks. There shouldn't have been, this tower only had 3, comes the reply. Yes, that is correct, Choi Han deadpans. To be honest, I'd heard rumors of a secret lab in this tower, Rosalind adds smoothly, and Cal can't help but admire it. Her acting, unlike Choi Han's, is genuinely excellent. Wouldn't you agree, advisor? Cal says, selling the whole shocking discovery bit to anyone watching something nobody saw coming, apparently. Footsteps approach, someone's heard the commotion and wants to know what's going on. Ah, Tunka, Cal greets him casually. We think we found a hidden space inside the magic tower. Tunka just blinks. What? Didn't we destroy everything? Tunka asks, genuinely confused. Cal's inner verdict, this idiot. Go bring back whatever's down there, Cal orders, already treating the loot as his own. Also Harold, Cal adds, eyeing his advisor. You're going to help too, right? Yes, young master, Harold says. Of course I should help, Harold says with a big fake laugh. Inside, though, Harold's screaming, help his ass. Meanwhile, someone warns Cal the aftershocks down there could be dangerous, so he'd better just stay put. I'll go myself, Cal declares, only for his dragon to pipe up. Yeah, human, you're weak. Sit quietly in the shade. Everything down there is mine, you understand that, right? Cal reminds everyone. Without a doubt, comes the reply. But you're going to sell whatever you don't need, aren't you? Yep. So you're only tagging along because you think they'll skim off the top. Well, there's that, Cal admits, not even a little ashamed of his own suspicion. I don't want doubts like that between us, go with them, Cal tells someone before deciding he'll wait up top himself. Sure, just don't get hurt, he calls after Tunka as the group heads into the wreckage. Cal watches them go, dragon on his shoulder, already plotting because Ron and Vikras are supposed to be guiding Tunka somewhere very specific. Namely, straight into a trap they rigged beforehand, telling him not to get hurt while doing that is rich, not that he's going to die from it, probably. The excuse is that information earned through hard effort is worth more. His dragon isn't buying it for a second. Weak human, you're lying again. Someone gushes over another's talent as they press deeper into the ruins. That's an exaggeration, comes the modest brush off, right before Tunka's name gets called. Cal explains that whatever research the tower's mages were doing will come pouring out of that secret space, and if any of it's useful, he'll hand it straight to Tunka. And if it's something that could actually hurt you, Cal adds. I'll hand that over too, he finishes, sounding almost generous for once. He crosses his arms, looking entirely too pleased with himself. Shouldn't you keep it vague and sell it for more the rarer it looks? Someone needles him. What, do I seem like that kind of guy to you? Cal shoots back. No, Tunka says flatly, that's not who you are. Cal's inner voice isn't so sure. Can you really say that about me? Tunka presses on, sincere. Deals between equals should be fair, and Cal's nothing like those shady mages who hoarded this research in the first place. Ha, that's right, Tunka grins. I'm not that type of guy. Cal just nods along, saying nothing about the trap he just set. Quietly, Cal lays the ground rules exactly so Harold can't pull any tricks of his own. Now then, he says, as a whole stack of scrolls comes tumbling out. He eyes the documents. For someone who's good at appraising these things, this is from the Whipper Kingdom, right? The whole crew gathers around the table, poring over the recovered research. Strong magic, someone murmurs, studying it. I'm sure people will want to take this off our hands. The dragon pipes up proudly, holding up a piece of the gear. Yeah, human, I made it. You mean the mana storing equipment tucked inside this, right? Cal asks. Yes, you're quite knowledgeable, comes the reply. Rosalind, can I use this right away? No, she says, it's a seed, but it's completely dried out, unusable as it is. Unless we run new research on the seed and these documents to build up a tolerance to mana now, that would be huge. Cal shrugs it off anyway, just a small piece, not that important, we could throw it all away, no? Someone bolts upright, stunned. The others aren't having it. This is easily 10 years worth of research from skilled mages, and everyone knows it. Though I suppose these items are worth next to nothing, Cal muses, already scheming about what Harold's really after. Harold, sweating a little, is clearly hoping to keep researching it himself. Instead, Cal turns to Tunka. I'll give this to you. Really? Tunka stammers. Yeah, Cal says, I spent 10 billion on that tower and got nothing back for it, so I'd like to sell the one thing I actually gained. What would you do with it? Cal asks. Sell it for a higher price, Tunka answers immediately. Bingo, Cal grins. Harold's doing math in his head. Cal spent 10 billion, so he'll want a profit, but their coffers are already gutted from prepping for war against the Empire. There's no out-negotiating this guy. Here's what I think, Cal announces, ready to open the bidding. No matter what, he tells himself, he has to be the one to name the number first. 550 billion, Tunka and Harold both choke on the number. Nobody expected him to open that high. Cal tosses another scroll onto the pile, without missing a beat. Just Tunka can barely get the word out, 5 billion. Really, Harold's heart is pounding just watching the number come down, and it's still not exactly small. Choi Han and Tunka both just stare wide-eyed, wondering what exactly just happened to them. We rewind to last winter, when snow blanketed the land and Cal had a very particular kind of trouble brewing. His father corners him outside the manor. Sell the magic tower relics to the struggling Whipper Kingdom for a mere 5 billion, since, as he bluntly points out, the 10 billion Cal spent buying that tower wasn't even his own money. Through a scrying crystal, Cal needles his golden-haired contact with a loaded question. Wouldn't it be great to play hero for the poor kingdom? Because that is exactly what the guy is after. The blonde just smiles and admits it outright. Of course, that's the plan, before calling Cal out for being quite nasty about pointing it out. Left alone with the candlelight, Cal second-guesses himself. Is 5 billion really going to be enough of a bargain? Yep, he decides. The Whipper Kingdom is broke and desperate right now, so a discount like this counts as more than fair. Besides, he's quietly planning to gouge the Crown Prince on the rest of his inventory, so the charity balances out just fine. One of his men can only mutter "young master" under his breath, stunned that Cal somehow gets thanked for practically giving priceless relics away. A soldier can't help but ask if he doesn't want more money out of the deal, because who just walks away from a payday like that? Cal turns the question back on Harold instead, asking flat out just how much wealth the Henituse territory is actually sitting on. Harold visibly breaks a sweat. It's far more than anyone could imagine, Cal reminds him, and as the eldest son of that fortune, 5 billion barely makes a dent. Harold's eye twitches as it sinks in. 10 billion really is pocket change to a family that spends money like water. Cal admits he knows exactly how badly every power player on the continent wants what he's holding, but there's a catch. He insists he wants no part of that spotlight because, and he says this with a straight face, he is a man who simply loves peace. Cue the visual gag, Cal cuddling his pet dragon like a plush toy, the picture of a guy who definitely does not cause chaos wherever he goes. Someone finally turns to Commander Tunka for a gut check, and the big guy just grins, fine by him. Tunka claps hands with Cal, swearing he won't forget this kindness anytime soon. With the deal settled, Cal straps his blade back on and turns to head out into the cold. Somewhere new, a voice calls out for Sir Cal as a document laying out a cool 5 billion sits waiting on the table. Cal glances up, unbothered, with a casual yesh. He turns to find Choi Han trailing behind him and asks, point blank, why his loyal knight followed him all this way. Choi Han can't hold back the praise. Cal's skills are genuinely incredible. No one else on the continent excels at. He catches himself strategy quite like him. Cal deadpans that he's really not very good at these things, then sarcastically roasts Choi Han's shaky acting, all while quietly wondering if his knight was about to say swindling instead. Back with Tunka, the pieces click into place, so that's the real reason Cal came all the way to his tent. Talk turns serious as they gear up to meet a new, far more dangerous entity. The reveal lands like a thunderclap. They are about to stand before the gold dragon itself. Harold can only admit that Cal is somehow always a step ahead, and that this particular entity is genuinely, terrifyingly strong. Even Rayon might not be strong enough for this one. Someone worries, which of course sends the little dragon into an indignant huff, insisting he's way stronger than anyone gives him credit for. Choi Han gets the nod for the front line this time, and he doesn't hesitate for a second. Leave it to him, he says his whole reason for training this hard has always been to protect the party. And everyone else riding on this fight, he adds, jaw set. His fist tightens as he vows to give this fight absolutely everything he has. Later, in a much lighter mood, Cale digs through his pockets muttering "ah," right like he just remembered something important. He flips Rayon a shiny coin as a reward for hard work, and the little dragon's eyes go wide. Is that actual gold? Happy, Cale asks. Very much human, Rayon practically shouts back. Rayon promises to keep working hard for more, and Cale just smirks, privately amused that 10 silver and 1 gold means nothing to him but everything to his dragon. He gives the little guy an affectionate scratch, earning a happy giggle. Also, for On and Hong he starts, and suddenly 2 very interested little faces perk up out of nowhere. He'd hoped to keep the bonus payments quiet, he admits with a nervous laugh, but Fluffball and Ginger catch on way too fast for that. He hands over their cut too, and the pair happily nibble their little coin treats like it's the best day ever. Payroll handled, Cale collapses back onto the couch with an exhausted sigh. Being everyone's boss is exhausting work. In a quieter scene, Cale hands over travel documents, promising he already told Harold exactly where he's headed so no one worries about him wandering off. His father simply says he trusts him. That kind of trust catches Cale a little off guard and he clears his throat, visibly flustered. Daruth grants him free passage through the Whipper Kingdom, adding gruffly that Cale should let him know if anything goes wrong, about as close to fatherly affection as the Count gets. Elsewhere, Cale pulls Tunka aside with a warning, some advice friend to friend. Alchemy, he warns, is far more wicked than magic. Tunka needs to watch over the warriors with magic resistance, because there's almost certainly an Imperial spy hiding inside his own army. If Tunka's own search came up empty, Cale adds coldly that just means the spy is someone close to him. Look again. Eventually he says, you have to find them. And when you do kill them, there's no hesitation in his voice at all. Then just as quickly, he leans back and drops the icy tone business as usual for a guy who can flip menace on and off like a switch. Time to move before the northern winter fully sets in. Cale sighs, already dreading the gold dragon waiting ahead. His only real hope, that whatever they're about to meet isn't completely insane. The next day, the party sets off into the frozen wilderness. Boots crunch through fresh snow as Cale narrates their trek straight toward the dragon's lair. A hard sneeze later, Lily is right there with a handkerchief. Here, young master, because someone has to keep him from freezing solid. He pulls his scarf tighter against the biting wind and pushes on. They pass the very spot where Lark once snuck in to steal that necklace. Old history catching up with new business. The treacherous peaks ahead finally get a name, Mount Elia. Cale can hardly believe the dragon's lair is really tucked away here, and turns to ask Pendrick, their resident healer and today's designated warrior, what they should do next. The answer is simple and infuriating. They wait until the dragon decides it wants to see them. Cale's jaw drops. So they're stuck freezing out here on a dragon's schedule? Great, wonderful, Cale is thrilled. One of the elf scouts keeps pestering Cale about when he'll finally get to see his famous dragon, not realizing Rayon has been standing right behind him this whole time, deeply unimpressed. Ironically, Rayon is just as confused as everyone else, grumbling about why the great dragon living here won't come out and say hello. Then the wind suddenly picks up and everyone freezes. What was that? Snow whips harder around them, visibility dropping fast. Just as fast, the storm eases into an eerie hush. The snow has completely stopped. Someone realizes with a jolt, was the dragon controlling the weather this whole time? Since when can dragons even do that? Rayon naturally takes it as a compliment. Of course, it's finally coming to greet them, seeing as the great Rayon Mir has graced this mountain with his presence. A stunned voice gasps out loud, my goodness, it's an actual black dragon. Sure enough, a small dark shape comes swooping in low over the snowy canyon. Rayon zips around, introducing himself with his usual flair. Nice to meet you, he's the great Rayon Mir, only to get hit with a blunt "Who are you?" in return. The wind shifts and long golden hair spills into view. Rayon can only manage a stunned what? Standing amid the glowing flora is a striking golden-haired stranger, quietly murmuring the word dragon like it means something. The stranger's gaze softens into something almost warm. Happy, it turns out, to finally meet another dragon. And on that gorgeous cliffhanger, the chapter cuts to black. Deep in the snowy mountains, a stranger squares up to Rayon and asks the obvious question, "Are you really a dragon?" Rayon puffs right up. "Yeah, hey, obviously," he says like it is the dumbest question he has ever heard. The group can already see the problem coming. Two dragons who have never met another of their kind are about to find out neither of them likes sharing the spotlight. Any second now this could turn into a fight over who is the real dragon around here. Grudgingly the stranger admits it. Fine, Rayon is a dragon too. Rayon is not letting that slide quietly. "It is nice to meet you," he announces, then immediately roasts the guy for not even knowing how to shake hands. "I do," the stranger mutters, turning away with all the warmth of a slammed door. Rayon tries again anyway, sticking out a paw. "Come on," he says, "shake on it." Somehow it actually works. The two of them agree to get along while everyone else just watches this whole dragon meet-cute with second-hand embarrassment. Meanwhile, Choi Han is standing stiff as a board in the snow. "Relax, Choi Han," Ron tells him, but something has clearly got him on edge. A golden eye locks onto him out of the shadows. Whoever or whatever this is, it is watching very closely. Wait, was that thing actually looking at me? Choi Han's brain short-circuits a little. Or was it? He is not even sure anymore, just a whole lot of nervous sweating. Why me though? That is the question rattling around in his head. Somewhere close by, that golden eye catches a whiff of something old, an ancient scent it is certain nobody else alive would even recognize. A strange pressure rolls through the air like a tidal wave, and everyone feels it hit at once. The glow keeps building, washing everything in gold light. Dragon fear, someone is already bracing for the worst. Choi Han is not so sure. No, he says, this feels a little different. If it were real dragon fear, he reasons, everyone should be feeling it too, and they are not. So just what is this? It is not an attack, he realizes, piecing it together. It is warm, actually. This is not dragon fear at all. It is insulating magic. The source becomes obvious fast. It is the gold dragon glowing like a furnace. Rayon is not having it. "Quit glaring at his human like that," he snaps. The guy scares easy. "Wait, gold dragon." Rayon was ready to throw hands over that stare, but watching the guy cast careful insulating magic instead of picking a fight actually earns him a little grudging respect. "You called him my weak human," the gold dragon asks, baffled. "Are you serious right now?" "I'm no dunce, I'm just sociable," Rayon fires back at dear gold dragon who does not even know how to shake hands. Somebody nearby quietly notes he is actually a golden dragon, not gold, but nobody is correcting Rayon mid-argument. Off to the side, an elf is having the time of his life, whipping out recording magic. Cursed elves supposedly cannot even see spirits, and here he is watching two actual dragons bicker in person. "Ha, surprised by my greatness, gold dragon," Rayon crows. The gold dragon barely gets out "yes, I am very surprised" before he is cut off by a violent coughing fit. "Gold dragon, that is blood," someone shouts, spotting it on his hand. Did he seriously just cough up blood? Rayon swoops down, alarmed. "Hey, do not do that." Turns out he was not lazy or sluggish this whole time, he was actually in bad shape. Is he even okay? The blood will not stop. Someone drops down to check on him. "Sir Elhaven, are you alright?" "Good news, the coughing has finally stopped." "We should get moving too," someone says, and the group starts to regroup and head onward. "It is an honor to see you again," comes the reply. Old acquaintances, it seems, reunited at last. The group presses on through the icy terrain, toward wherever this is all leading. Choi Han keeps close to the others as they move, still not totally at ease. That golden eye is on him again. Something is clearly being sized up here, and Choi Han is the one under the microscope. "Elhaven, stop staring," Rayon barks, flapping wildly. "I already told you my human is a scaredy cat, so quit looking at him like that." Choi Han, mildly offended, mutters that sure, he is a bit of a scaredy cat, but he is not about to faint just because someone is staring. He is a scaredy cat, someone deadpans. Elsewhere, someone watches the scene unfold and murmurs under their breath that maybe this is fate after all. Somewhere a dramatic hair flip is happening in slow motion, as dragons do. The scene shifts again, gold light spilling through a grand hall as the story cuts elsewhere. Turns out that mysterious group is going after the world tree, someone reports. From what Cal has mentioned, they are a single organization that might have backing from other kingdoms or big organizations. Well, it makes sense he is the gold dragon, someone notes dryly, eyeing the ridiculously lavish room. But damn, he is filthy rich. And you do not even know the dickhead running this secret group. The gold dragon needles, clearly enjoying himself. Geez, dickhead, Choi Han mutters, half mortified. That is a pretty on-brand thing for a dragon to say. Not yet comes the answer. How strange, someone murmurs back. May I know what you are thinking, Sir Elhaven? Someone finally works up the nerve to ask. I have not left, comes the reply. I have been in that lair for the past century, Elhaven admits, so I do not know the current state of the continent. But about this group behind the incidents in the east and west. It is impossible for a single person to be behind all of that, he concludes. Sir Elhaven, does that mean demons? One of the knights asks carefully. Pendrick jumps in fast. Am I wrong? Of course not, he insists. If demons were really on the move, God would have given us some kind of revelation. Then Pendrick trails off, clearly turning the theory over in his head. Like your hypothesis suggests, Elhaven adds, one kingdom might have backed this group for decades, or maybe powerful beings from the natural world have been propping them up. Or it could be both, he muses. Now I am curious. The conversation settles and Choi Han sits back, taking it all in. Well, it is none of my business, Elhaven shrugs, watching two little creatures wrestle nearby. I am old and lethargic now, I do not want to leave, and I definitely do not want to think about fighting. But he softens anyway. I should at least reinforce the world tree's defenses a bit more, he decides, handing over a magic shield. Take it with you. Thank you, Sir Elhaven, Choi Han says, quietly deciding this dragon is not half bad after all. Then it happens again, that stare. Is he looking at me again? Choi Han wonders, tensing right back up. You're very fascinating, Elhaven tells him, point blank. No, amazing is the better word. You are carrying such ancient power, he says, and somehow you are still alive. Normally, he adds, that kind of power would make a person explode and die. Huh, Choi Han freezes. Wait, what did he just say? A golden-haired dragon looks the young redhead up and down like he's checking a corpse that forgot to die. You're carrying ancient power strong enough to blow you apart, he says. And yet here you are, still breathing. Back at the manor, a gray-haired butler nearly keels over just from overhearing the word die. The redhead himself doesn't even flinch, one hand resting on the necklace at his throat. A small black dragon whips around, outraged, wings flaring wide. Excuse me, say that again, gold dragon. The gold dragon arches a brow. You didn't know? Ancient power only ever comes from sheer heavenly luck. That's exactly where its strength comes from. The little dragon puffs up. Of course I knew that. Now hurry up and explain, golden dragon. Under his breath, he mutters about dragons who lecture instead of just answering the question. The redhead cuts in, unbothered. I'm not stupid, just explain it already. In the golden hall, the dragon presses on. Here's the thing, though most records only ever mention warriors with one power, so why is that? You can survive if luck hands you powers that all share the same attribute, the dragon explains. But a human like you, whose powers are all different types. An unnatural hand stretches in the dim light. Your body would stretch, just like this. The dragon presses a hand to his own face, wincing at the thought, then get ripped to shreds. And die without leaving a single trace behind. Blue flame flickers as the redhead turns the thought over. Now that he thinks about it, nobody in the birth of a hero ever held more than two ancient powers at once. The little dragon whines, weak human, the redhead just sighs. I told you not to eat weird things. The gold dragon cackles, delighted. You went through all that, threw up blood, and you're still like this? I find your way of thinking fascinating. The redhead just groans, shoving the little dragon's claws off his mouth. But I'm still alive, he points out flatly. Yes, comes the reply, you are. The little dragon tilts its head way too casually. So will he die soon? The little dragon just stares off into space, clearly turning something over. In the golden sitting room, an awkward silence stretches between the two dragons and their human. The redhead can't help but wonder why Rayon keeps saying such morbid things out loud. He's not dying, the gold dragon clarifies with a grin. That's exactly why I find him so fascinating. A hand closes around a glowing necklace. Yes, the power of the tree, the power of the wind, and the power of fire. Someone asks for a closer look at the necklace. No, he says flatly, and the tally keeps going. The power of water, the one that dominates all the rest. And the power of destructive fire. The gold dragon's eyes gleam. There's a human power buried in there too, you know. A power only humans can carry, he continues. The energy of the heart. Regeneration, the dragon finishes. The redhead nods. It's the only reason I'm still breathing. Exactly, that vitality is what lets an ancient human keep every attribute in check, harmonize them, the dragon explains. When I picked up the sound of the wind, I figured the power just got stronger because of a memory surfaces of another wielder, eyes glowing, hands trembling under the weight of power, the heart, but it wasn't amplifying anything, it was holding everything together. That was probably your first or second power, wasn't it? The dragon asks. That's right, the redhead admits it was. The second power, that's why you survived at all. Before your first two collided, your regeneration stepped in and settled them before they could explode. The gold dragon's mind drifts to an old rumor about some swordsman named Cale Henituse. Elsewhere, other voices scoff. A mere swordsman and mage are nothing next to a pure-blooded wolf clan kid, they say. Back to business, this human, it turns out, has enough sheer dumb luck to hold six ancient powers at once. How does someone with no divine blessing pull that off? A voice mutters, he's insane, a luck-crazed lunatic. The redhead just shrugs it off. Guess I don't need to worry then. The dragon studies him sideways. If he'd gotten a different power first, he'd already be dead. Doesn't that surprise him at all? What a strange guy, the dragon mutters to himself. A flashback to childhood, a younger version of him laughs it off with the little dragon. I'd have kicked the bucket if I'd gotten a different power first. Wow, lucky me. Well, rest easy for now, the dragon says. He asks what for now is supposed to mean. Right, your body's basically a ticking time bomb at the moment. If anything ever happens to your regeneration, you go off like a bomb. His expression turns dead serious against the firelight. The little dragon shrieks, what? The gold dragon waves him off. No need to panic, there's a fix for this. A hand twitches. No way, is it the power of earth? Why does that scary rock keep coming to mind? The power of water in that necklace already belongs to you. Get the power of earth and the two will balance each other out. Human, we need to find the earth's power now, the little dragon demands. The redhead just sighs. Kid, what exactly have you been listening to? The little dragon puffs up indignantly. This great dragon can manufacture luck itself. Don't you know how amazing dragons are, gold dragon? The gold dragon just groans. How did you turn out like this? The redhead just shrugs, equally baffled. Honestly, I wish I knew too. Human, let's use the book the elf chief gave you to track down the earth's power. I'll find it for you, don't worry. He can't help but think, half joking, that he's apparently got a long life ahead of him after all. Is your family the type that captures dragons? Someone asks out of nowhere. He blinks. Sorry, what exactly do you mean by that? No, comes the reply, and he just stares back, caught completely off guard. Of course not, he answers plainly. Our noble family isn't exactly a powerhouse, is it, Ron? Someone presses. Correct, he confirms. Cut to present day, a silver-haired butler stammers, caught off guard by the question. Why is he suddenly avoiding eye contact after agreeing so fast? That's weird. Choi Han, my family's weak, right? Comes the question, and the swordsman just laughs nervously. Yeah, they are, he admits. We've got plenty of money, not much muscle behind it. Why is everyone acting so strange about this? Wait, humans capable of killing dragons actually exist. They did, comes the answer. Long ago, the story goes, over tea shared between old friends. There was a group called the Dragon Slayers, total lunatics, every one of them completely immune to a dragon's fear and strong enough to trade blows with dragons directly. That power passed down through their bloodline, generation after generation, until the last known descendant simply vanished and the power died with him. The ability to shrug off a dragon's very presence and fight back regardless. A power gone missing, leaving nothing behind but a bitter aftertaste. He breaks out in a cold sweat. Don't tell me that's ruling aura. He laughs it off. Dragon energy, completely unrelated, that kind of power would be busted. Guess it really isn't me then, he says, visibly relieved. Well, if you say so, it must be true, comes the reply, though that golden gaze suggests he's not buying it for a second. He clearly has no idea. Back at the necklace, tension creeps in. More importantly, oh, what's he about to say now? The little dragon perks up. Kid, what is it, oldie? Oldie, the gold dragon splutters while the redhead smirks to himself in a war of insults. Whoever's nickname lands harder wins. Come to think of it, you haven't even hit your first growth spurt yet. The little dragon flexes indignantly. I'm still plenty strong. Sure, but run into another dragon and you'll get pulverized. Pulverized? No way. Ha, you're kind of cute, honestly, not very dragon of you. The little dragon bristles. What? I am not cute, I'm great, obviously. The gold dragon grins. I'll help you out. I'll teach you everything I know, just stay at my lair. It'll be a great experience if you stick around for 3 months. The little dragon freezes, eyes wide with shock. Can he really say no though? The guy's an actual dragon. You're free to decline if you'd rather not, comes the offer almost too casual. The little dragon perks right up. If the lessons are free, does that mean food and lodging are free too? Yes, then I'm staying, he shouts, I'm staying. The little dragon lights up with pure, unfiltered joy at the deal he just landed. Me too, the redhead chimes in, laughing along with the little dragon's greed. Yeah, he mutters to himself, watching gold coins practically dance in front of those little dragon eyes, just as I figured. The gold dragon watches, half amused. A kid's sense of value really does boil down to one simple rule: money is the best. Deep in dragon territory, Rayon plants himself in front of the ancient golden dragon and demands she teach him everything she knows. She doesn't even hesitate. Good choice, she says, ready to hand over her secret technique until a nervous comes from the corner. That's Cale, and the dragon rounds on him, calling him a weak human and demanding he agree with her. He just shrugs, of course, but she's got more to say. And what she says lands like a gut punch. She's dying soon, so she figures she might as well pass her knowledge down now. In his human form, Rayon explodes with panic. Was she poisoned? Cursed? Hurt in some fight nobody told him about? The dragon just sighs and tells him to calm down. Come on, does it really sound likely that a dragon got physically hurt by something? Rayon's still panicking. Don't die, he says. You're the only other dragon I've got, and demands to know what's actually wrong with her. She sighs and gives it to him straight. She's just weak from old age. Every living thing dies eventually, and that's one enemy she can't beat. Turns out there's a loophole, a way to cheat death without ever getting hurt again. Cale's ears perk right up. What is it? Her answer: sink into the darkness. Become something that can never be hurt and never dies. A lich, an undead. Necromancers die anyway, even walking that path, and so do dark elves. But a dragon who chooses to become a lich won't die. The problem is, she doesn't want that fate for herself. A few dragons before her already made that exact choice way back when. She understands why they did it, she just hates the idea for herself. Relax, she tells him, her death is still a long way off. Rayon quietly says he understands, then, almost pleading, just breathes out her name: Golden Dragon. Cale cuts through the heavy mood with a cocky grin. I'm great, so I'll find you a way to live a nice long life. Just you wait. Cut to later. Still in dragon form, Rayon tells Cale he'd better hurry back from meeting the Jungle Queen. He doesn't want to be left here alone. Cale answers with a quiet, simple okay. The golden dragon eyes Rayon warily. Is he telling her to go prepare all that stuff? He just reminds her, deadpan, that she's the host and lodging is supposed to be free. She grits her teeth through it while Cale lets out one long, tired ha before heading out. In any case, I'll be back. A lavish round bedroom comes into view from above the dragon's idea of hospitality. Okay, she grumbles, I don't care where you're going, just behave while you're staying here. She admits she only agreed because of the kid. She's a sensitive soul, honestly not sure she's making the right call, and she wants that clear up front. She's only teaching the kid, nobody else. No extra favors, she warns. Sure, she's a little curious about the beastmen, but a no is a no. Back with the group, someone catches Cale grinning for no reason. Oh, it's nothing, he says, just agreeing with what you said. Rayon warns him again, hurry back and don't go volunteering for things just to be nice. Cale, all smiles, promises he'll grab a few people and rush right back. And so the plan is set: grab a small crew, get in, get out fast. Someone checks in on him mid-journey. Young master, are you okay? Cale, wincing through a grin, insists he's totally fine. He muses it's been a while since he traveled with such a cozy little team. Not bad, he decides. A voice grumbles from the back, not bad my ass. Let's be honest though, this crew is basically a walking recipe for chaos. Cale wonders if he should have brought Hands along instead, the one left behind in U-Bar territory. His attendant just says it's time to head out. Yes, comes the weary reply. Let's go, Cale says, and the group heads off toward Hoik village as the sun dips low. They land in the Whipper Kingdom, and the weather has zero interest in making this easy. Hoods up against the downpour, the team pushes through the jungle toward a torch-lit cave up ahead. Someone crouches down at the cave mouth, and a strange feeling creeps in. This energy feels familiar. Cale snaps to attention. What? Inside, a blonde figure lies collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. A hand reaches out and Cale flinches back on pure instinct. Two more blondes stumble onto the scene and their jaws hit the floor. What? The woman on the ground bolts upright, spooked out of her mind. Who are all of you, and how do you even know about this place? One of Cale's masked companions mutters right back, just as lost. What the hell is even going on here? Then it clicks for Cale. Oh, she's never seen any of their real faces, only the masks they wore the whole time they fought. She's a blonde swordmaster who only recognizes their disguises, not one single actual face in this group. Cale can't help but grin. This, he decides, is good. None of them have to admit to anything right now. A stray cat meows nearby, blissfully unaware of the scheming. Choi Han, Cale murmurs, put your sword away. Choi Han balks. What? But Cale cuts him off flat. Hide your energy now. The swordmaster apologizes for startling them, looking genuinely sheepish about the whole scare. Cale's man smooths it right over. Too so sorry, he says. The young master's guard just takes his duty a little too seriously. But her eye narrows. She's clocked exactly what this group is: a noble young master, a servant, and a guard. A blonde swordsman in gleaming armor steps up, glaring. You can't fool me, dead certain about something none of them said. Cale keeps playing dumb. They're just visitors passing through, nobody's trying to fool anyone. The swordsman isn't buying a word of it. Stay away, he shouts. He hovers there, hand twitching toward his sword hilt, sizing them all up. It's like he can tell Ron's arm isn't real, like he's spotted it's built out of pure darkness. Someone chokes out a warning, ha Hana. The blonde woman gasps and Cale puts it together fast: a blonde man and woman who look eerily alike. He's pretty sure he knows exactly what he's looking at. A dead manhwa bomb. And standing right in front of him, the Sun God Church's own saint and saintess. Cale's inner monologue sums it up perfectly. Oh fuck, this is bad. He really does not want to be involved in this. A dead manhwa bomb, he repeats silently, staring the thing down. You can turn dead manhwa into a bomb, the knight demands. Cale just shrugs. No clue what you're talking about, must be some kind of misunderstanding. I'm going to protect Hana now, the swordsman declares, plainly ready to throw down. How? Comes the accusation. How could you use the Empire's name to pull off something this heinous? Cale can only blink. What? The sun, the warning comes, will know of this vexation. You will not be excluded from the sun god's punishment. And just like that, Cale's quiet little errand turns into a full-blown holy grudge match. In a rain-soaked forest, two strangers freeze as Cale calmly drops a bombshell. Wait, so, one of them stammers, totally lost. Flashback flares up. Amid fire and rain, Hana screams defiance. I will not submit. While her brother's thoughts spiral, convinced he's been nothing but a burden to her, now hunted by both the church and the Empire. But he still can't just stand by and do nothing, he tells himself, grinding through the fear. I'm just a half-breed who can only use healing skills, he insists, but I won't just stand here and do nothing. Even if you try to shut me up, I won't stop. Cue Cale, dragging a hand down his face with a groan. Ah, geez, the universal sound of a man who just got roped into someone else's mess. Cale's brain is already racing. The Empire built the very bomb poisoning these two, and now they're being hunted for it. By firelight, he gets his first real look at the damage, ugly black marks crawling across her skin. This is bad. Turns out even Cale's precious novel never covered an Imperial dead manhwa bomb. For once, the guy with all the answers is flying blind. One of them tries to keep arguing. If you try to silence me, right before Ron zaps him quiet with a crackle of lightning. Cal, unbothered, Ron, give them a potion. The kid's eyes go wide as a hand offers up a vial. If they're affected by dead mana, here, a high-grade potion. This will stop the dead mana from spreading, Cal explains, nodding at Ron. My servants dealt with this before he knows a thing or two, right, Ron? Ron admits his own arm and torso were badly hit once and he barely patched himself up. He fixed it. The kid breathes, stunned, as Ron hands over everything he's carrying. The vials turn out to be top-shelf goods straight from the God of Death's church in Rowoon. Use these on the young lady, Cal offers, and let's call it even. The kid balks. Potions like this don't come cheap. Ron waves it off. Lives matter more than gold. These, he adds, are the highest grade going, packed by Rayon himself. You mean a lot, to the point of insanity, the kid mutters, still processing just how much they're being handed for free. Cal finally remembers his manners. Bottle in hand, rain dripping off red hair, he flashes a smirk. Come to think of it, I never introduced myself. I'm elsewhere. Wind howls over bare rock. Someone spots something on the ground and mutters a single name under their breath: Vikras. Back with Cal, no mage around who can work the video communication device, so someone has to make the trek in person straight to Tunka. A letter gets written, he'll know what's going on even if I don't spell it out, Cal figures. Yes, get this to Tunka. The plan is a gut punch of fair play. Hand Tunka proof the Empire built the dead mana bomb or leave him fighting blind and outmatched. Ron notes how invested Cal seems. For Tunka, someone asks, eyeing the message with a fluffy white creature tucked underfoot. Enough talking, just go, comes the order, and the messenger heads off into the dark. I know how Tunka and Harol fight, the note explains, laying out exactly how this intel could turn the tide. It's not Tunka Cal's really worried about, though, it's his soldiers. They're the ones who'll actually catch the blast. What did those grunts even do wrong, Cal wonders, beyond following leaders drunk on greed? Anyone hit with dead mana needs a steady supply of top-grade potions just to keep it from spreading. So will Tunka or Harol actually use the potions on their own men? No need to find out the hard way. Rosalind's close by. Get it to her and she'll see it reaches the right hands. She'll pass it straight to Crown Prince Alvar too. I understand, comes the reply, but who exactly are these two we're helping? In a quiet cave, Cal puts the pieces together out loud. He suspects they're the sun god's twins. Those runaways, Ron asks. And the woman with them, Cal adds, is the swordmaster from that secret group, the one they clashed with during the whale tribe mess. That woman, yeah. Just trust me and Ron and go, Cal tells someone, fluffy fox creature in tow. I'll cover for you. A quiet nod, very well. Cal cradles the little white creature, already 3 steps ahead of everyone else in the room. Later, gratitude pours out. Thank you, young master. My sister woke up because of you. Cal just shrugs it off. What a relief. Turns out she's only in the early stages of dead mana poisoning. Impressive, given the hit she took. Being a swordmaster clearly helped her hold on. Swordmasters run tough thanks to their aura, Cal figures, and hers is probably fighting the dead mana back with everything it's got. Inside, Hona coughs up blood midrant. I told you not to let anyone in, and her brother cuts her off fast. Hana, stop talking. Blood on her hand says it all. You're coughing up blood, he says gently, easing her back down. Let me explain, just calm down. He wants to collect a sample of the black blood and ask the golden dragon about it later. Please, someone urges, think about your own condition first. Watching her brother work himself ragged to save her hits Cal harder than he expected, genuinely touched by the sight. Inwardly though, Cal's keeping score. Playing the noble hero for strangers is a completely different game than being real with Choi Han, Rosalind, or a certain 8-year-old dragon. Hana finally sizes them up. So, who are these bastards? Her brother, ever the diplomat, corrects her. They're not bad people actually. Then it clicks for her. Cale Henituse, she asks, narrowing her eyes. In his head, Cal's already rolling his eyes. Great hero, my ass, he thinks. Being recognized has never once made his life easier. Turns out Queen Ratana vouched for him once, called him kind when his name came up. The twins are baffled. Why is the saint bringing up Ratana at all? Who? Hana asks. Her brother explains she's the queen of the jungle. They go way back, apparently from a jungle expedition ages ago, just acquaintances. He insists, right as it dawns on him exactly who he's talking to. Cal gets bonked for his trouble. It's been forever since anyone's used that cringe nickname on him, the Silver Shield Lord, and honestly, it still stings a little. A flash of light cuts through the rain, proof of Cal's identity, about to settle any doubt for good. Yes, I am that very Cale Henituse, he confirms flatly. Her jaw drops. Oh. Do you believe me now, he asks. Well, yes, she admits, finally convinced. Ron backs him up, cool and formal. They're nothing like the monsters who pulled off that atrocity back in the capital. And we're different from people who kill, he adds. That's right, Hana agrees, still sizing them up. Meanwhile, in Cal's head, the mask slips completely. He wants those responsible bled dry and dead. Even Ron's inner reaction is blunt, brutal. Cal's mildly surprised Ron even bothered to answer back at all, not exactly his usual style. Young master, Ron calls out, stepping through the downpour with news. A light flickers through the trees. In the distance, someone's approaching their camp. Cal's mind is already 3 steps ahead. Wait a second, the saint isn't even part of that secret group. Did the woman with them betray her own people? The report comes in. Things boiled over during the fight with the elves, all because of the blonde twins, or so everyone keeps saying. Got it, Cal says, filing away one more piece of a puzzle that keeps getting messier. The queen of the jungle. Of course the saint brought her up, she was never a throwaway detail. Turns out the whole reason the twins came this deep into the jungle was to meet her, and there she is, striding out of the palms, glowing orb in hand. It's been a while, Miss Rena, Cal greets her. Then his eyes catch it, that orb she's holding is stamped with the sun god's church symbol. Why is it leading you straight to them? Cal presses. Hana's brother stammers, caught off guard. Young Master Cal, about that. It hits Rena then, they're not just partners, they're siblings, twins even. Hana gulps. Now I get how you two never once got lost in this forest, Rena says slowly, the pieces finally locking into place. I know exactly who you are. Yo, young master, Rena falters, dread creeping into her voice. She helped them in good faith, she insists, no hesitation, no second guessing. But the people she just helped are the same people from the sun god's church who pulled off the terror attack. Rena's whole world just tilted sideways, and that's where this chapter leaves us hanging. The chapter opens in a driving rainstorm, the sky bruised and heavy as someone whispers in disbelief, how could this really be happening? A blonde duo rounds on someone in the downpour, insisting through gritted teeth that's not it, while Cal lurks nearby quietly sizing up the standoff. One twin murmurs for her brother to calm down. He only grunts back, tension crackling between them like the storm overhead. Cal steps in to defend the woman he knows. The Rena I know isn't someone who'd do something this horrific, he insists, staring her down through the rain. He doesn't buy the accusations against the tight-knit siblings either, and tells them straight, I believe you didn't do it. The group falls into step together, trudging quietly through the wet dark, the accusations still hanging heavy in the air. Rena finally backs up Cal's read of her. That's right, young master, we didn't come here with bad intentions, she says. Then comes a line that keeps things deliciously murky. I'm exactly the person you think I am, young master, someone answers, leaving Cal with a knowing smirk. Cut to Cal getting praised for a job well done, and true to form he just shrugs it off. This much is nothing, he says, cool as ever. Someone waves Cal on into a cave to rest up, and he heads inside as the group settles in around a fire. Huddled by the campfire, someone insists they're fine, though the tense hush around the flames says otherwise. Out in the rain, Cal privately admits that conversation was a lot and jokes to himself that maybe he should decline just once, act like a noble who actually has limits. Someone tells him this isn't something they need his help with, just something they wanted to get off their chest while they had the chance. Go ahead, Cal says, and the question that follows lands heavy. Young master, do you remember the jungle fire? I do, Cal answers flatly. It was horrific. and he can't help but wonder why she's bringing it up now out of nowhere. Turns out Cale already knows exactly why the twins went looking for the jungle's queen, because the crown prince is the one who actually started that fire. There's no way the queen would move on that alone, Cale reasons, already suspecting the twins caught in the crossfire weren't the real culprits. You're right, the brother admits they told us exactly who was behind it. His sister nudges him forward, go on, tell them everything. Okay, he agrees quietly, then lays it bare. To the world they are known as the saint and saintess, but he's only a saint with half the divinity to show for it. And my little sister Hana, he adds, isn't even the real saintess. My sister's actually skilled with a blade, trained as a proper swordsman, he explains, while the church went ahead and announced both of them were born with divine blessing anyway. That announcement locked them into playing saint and saintess for the world, which is exactly why they never got to just live their own lives. Cale isn't buying the sob story for a second. Weren't able to see the world properly, my ass, he mutters in the rain, cutting straight through the theatrics. That fake little expression, he thinks, reeks of someone tied to a secret organization. Then the real bombshell drops, a magic bomb reduced the church to ash and the empire pinned it on these two. Why go after them? Simple, one of the twins says they knew exactly what the church was about to announce at the festival. Rena wants the details and gets a chilling answer. Everyone else who knew that secret has already turned up dead. Worse, the Empire's been quietly using alchemy, cooking up bombs out of dead mana itself. And that massive jungle fire that started this whole mess, that was the Empire's doing too. The church tried to use its big announcement to pressure the Empire, but a sudden terror attack tore through everything before they got the chance. And just like that, the twins got framed for it. The Empire knows they're onto the truth, which is exactly why the hunt for them hasn't let up. A fist clenches white-knuckled around the truth of it. Hana and her brother are nothing more than pawns being used. Cale sums it up with a raised eyebrow. Sounds like a fight between the Empire and the Church, so why's a secret organization even in the mix? It's so unfair, the siblings admit through tears. They really are just being used by whoever's pulling strings behind the scenes. And one more thing, Cale presses, watching the flames dance as he digs for the last piece of the puzzle. So you're offering information in exchange for protection? He asks. Exactly, comes the reply, they've got intel on the alchemy tower if you'll just get them safely to the eastern continent. Then Hana drops a request that stops everyone cold. Please, she says, just save my brother. Her brother goes rigid, speechless, the words hitting him like a slap. Hana, what are you talking about, you? He stammers and she says it plainly, I'm ultimately going to die. Don't say that, he begs, I'm going to save you, Hana, no matter what it takes. Cale, watching this unfold, cuts straight to it. Are you planning revenge? That's what your expression's telling me, Cale says before adding, and if I told you. Yes, Hana breathes, her brother explodes, revenge against the Empire. You're the one who told me never to do that, so why are you the one doing it now? Hana, answer me. Hana's expression is tight, sweat beading, a dark mark creeping faintly along her skin, the toll of whatever's eating away at her from the inside. The truth comes out, she was betrayed by the very secret organization that was supposed to be on her side. Hana, we need to stick together, someone pleads in the rain. If we're not together, it's meaningless, he insists, right before Cale cuts in with a simple, excuse me. Miss Hana, Cale says, since you seem pretty set on your goal here. Do you want that revenge to actually work, he asks. What do you mean, she replies warily. You're already technically dead from that dead mana curse, he tells her. I can buy you more time. Her brother demands answers. What the hell are you talking about? Cale just tilts his head. You can't die as a bloodthirsty mage, can you? Hana's eyes go wide, the word hitting somewhere deep. A bloodthirsty mage of all things. A bloodthirsty mage, what's that? Her brother asks. What a terrible epithet, Cale muses with a smirk like he's savoring the name. There's a person who was called exactly that, Cale says, grinning like he's about to enjoy this. Cruel doesn't begin to cover it, Cale says. From what he's heard, that bloodthirsty mage suffered a brutal death, stabbed by his own comrade's blade. Hana takes it all in, going pale, and can only manage a shaky, it really. Her brother hovers anxiously, offering another potion, worried sick that she doesn't look well at all. Even Cale winces a little at himself, thinking, oh no, maybe that story was a bit too violent for the moment. He reaches over to wipe the sweat from her brow himself. Thank you, she manages, my heart's just been racing after that story, that's all. Cale watches her sweat it out and quietly reasons with himself, can't exactly befriend an enemy, but he can definitely put one to good use. Hana grips her blade with new resolve as Cale looks on by the firelight, something unreadable crossing his face. I just don't like watching people die in front of me, you know, Cale says simply, and somehow that's the most honest thing he's said all chapter. Cale thinks it over, he can't exactly befriend an enemy, but that doesn't mean he can't put one to good use. By the firelight, Cale drops the tough act for a second, admitting he just hates watching people die in front of him. Across the flames, a golden-haired stranger breaks into a nervous sweat at how easily he says it. One of his companions quietly reassures him, she understands. Young Master Cale has always struggled to watch people die, and that's simply who he is. Rina hesitates, but she starts, then finally asks the question hanging in the air, is Cale really about to help these strangers get their revenge? Cale just smiles and turns it right back on her. Does Rina even know what the best revenge really is? She blinks, caught completely off guard. Turning to Hana, Cale admits he's not sure it's really his place to weigh in, but he's going to say his piece anyway. His advice is simple. Living a long, happy life is the realest revenge there is. She should stop chasing payback and just live safe with her brother beside her. Privately, Cale admits that Pretty's speech was mostly just to talk them into cooperating, but even he can't quite finish that thought. Hana's face falls, the weight of everything her own people have done to her finally catching up. So that's what he meant, only once revenge is truly finished can a person actually sleep easy again. The realization lands hard. Someone teases Cale for being surprisingly understanding for once, and the mood breaks entirely when a cat takes a swipe at Choi Han, who yelps in surprise. Choi Han remarks that this is what actual revenge looks like, while a soaked older companion chuckles that he's touched, dabbing at non-existent tears. Dawn's already breaking. With an injured companion in tow, someone suggests they finally get some sleep before exhaustion becomes an enemy all its own. Cale proposes a plan. His group and Rina's take turns patrolling the area so nobody gets caught off guard. She agrees without hesitation. Cale tells Hana to rest easy for once. She manages a quiet, grateful thank you. It's been so long since she could sleep soundly, Hana admits. But tonight, for the first time in a while, she thinks she finally can. Cale squares his shoulders. Now then, he'll take the first watch himself. Out in the pouring rain, someone calls out to Cale. He's been on patrol for quite a while now. Back at camp, Hana holds her brother close, murmuring that Cale's group swept the forest entrance as well. Cale's patrol partner nods, telling him to stay careful as the group presses through the storm. Then out of the darkness, a hooded figure suddenly demands to know who he is. Cale freezes mid-step, sizing up the stranger. "You" is all he manages, recognition flickering across his face. Back at camp, the patrol plan is set. Out in the rain, though, Cale's standoff with the hooded stranger is only just beginning. Just who exactly is this person? Cale doesn't blink, that's his question. He fires back, refusing to give an inch. He presses harder. Is this stranger working with them? Back at camp, Hana and her brother stir, sensing something is very wrong out there. Cale figures she probably finds it strange, being accused of ties to the secret organization when she's clearly running from it herself. Out loud, he just tells her if she really thought he was the enemy, she should have run when she had the chance. So why hasn't she run? Cale already knows the answer. She's worried about her brother, isn't she? The pair flinches at how easily he's read them. Hana's eyes go wide, caught completely off guard. Her mind races. What should she even do? First it was the church and the Pope who used them like tools, then the very organization that offered them an escape. They treated her like family, she thinks bitterly, right before they betrayed her completely. And now here's yet another stranger she's run into in the middle of nowhere, who knows what he wants from her. She's cornered, exhausted, and has nothing left to bargain with. Flames and lightning crackle around them as her brother lies motionless on the ground. What is she supposed to do now? Her hand trembles as the same desperate question loops in her head over and over. Cale cuts through the tension calmly. They're being considerate here. It's obvious she's been betrayed, and it looks like a magic spearman is already hunting her and her brother. Her breath catches, the Imperial Army, the church, and now this secret organization too. She demands to know why he's telling her any of this at all. Is he telling her to spill everything and pledge loyalty just because she's cornered? She spits out the bitter irony of it all, paraded as the kingdom's hero while faking kindness the whole time. Cale notes that nobody knows the real her, do they? Not even the queen seems to know what she's hiding. You do, he says simply. She freezes. What? Cale reminds her he's already shown her both sides of himself, the harmless act and the real deal underneath. Isn't that answer enough for her? He asks, holding her gaze. Given everything she's been through, he figures showing her this much is the considerate thing to do. She has no response, just stunned silence. To be precise, Cale says what he actually wants is to negotiate, and judging by her face, she's finally ready to hear him out. Here's his opening offer. He won't hand her and her brother over to the Eastern continent. She doesn't follow. What does that even mean? If anything, she's the one with no idea what's going on in his head. Cale asks if she knows the underworld of the Eastern continent answers to the darkness. She stammers no, she has no idea. If anything, he clearly knows more than she does. She'd assumed the secret organization was small time, just loosely allied with the North. Cale's ears perk up. Wait, they told her she and her brother would be sent to the North. So she figured heading to the Eastern continent instead was their best shot at surviving the betrayal. Cale's mind clicks into place. She said North, that means the organization is tied directly to the Northern Alliance. She wonders if she should try digging for more. Cale's answer is blunt. That's exactly why she shouldn't. The Northern Fowern Kingdom and the darkness are working hand in hand. Cale finally snaps. Oh, for crying out loud. This whole mess is driving him absolutely insane. That's exactly his point, he says, so she really does know everything. She insists she really didn't know a thing. So there's truly nowhere left for her and her brother to run to. And no, she clarifies, she doesn't know everything. What she just told him is literally everything she knows. Which, Cale says, is exactly why he's not shipping the two of them off to the Eastern continent after all. The three northern nations, the secret organization, and the Empire. Cale had assumed from what he'd read that the Empire held most of the intel here. After all, they'd known about the Northern Alliance's Wyvern Knights. But clearly he was wrong about how much they actually knew, and now that he's caught up, things are about to get messy fast. Someone clears their throat pointedly, cutting through Cale's spiraling thoughts. Choi Han finally asks the question everyone's thinking, so what exactly are they supposed to do now that it's come to this? Cale just crosses his arms, a slow, confident smile creeping in because whatever's coming next, he's already 3 steps ahead. Picking up right where things left off, the dust hasn't even settled from that blast and someone's already asking the question that matters most. What now? In a torch-lit cave, our red-haired hero needles a wary blonde stranger. First she doubted him, now she's asking him for a game plan. Guess fighting off the darkness earns you some trust. He scoffs at being called a hero fighting the darkness like it's the most ridiculous thing he's heard all week. Ever the modest one, he tells her the jungle is huge and full of good hiding spots. His advice keeps coming. Find Rena first and above all get stronger because right now she is the only one who can keep herself alive. The storm rages outside as the blonde man snaps back that he already knows that. A tired, resigned sigh follows. Yeah, he knows. Turns out this isn't one stranger but 2 twins. The sister explains her brother was blessed with the sun god's own healing power, and maybe that's exactly why he never got the muscle to go with it. She's the one built for the sword, fast and athletic, so it falls on her to protect them both. Lesson learned the hard way, trust nobody. Not Rena, not even the man standing right in front of her, she trusts none of it yet. All he asks in return is that she and her brother survive together. She admits it plainly, the man who pulled them out of the gutter and made them shine was him. Maybe, just maybe, they should trust him after all. He promises to bring someone who can actually save her brother's life, so hold on tight. Her brother can barely believe it. Can I really survive this? Yes, he can, but nothing's free. The brother asks the obvious question, what exactly is the price for staying alive? Fair point, he says, so let's make it official, a deal sealed with an oath of death. No backing out once this one's signed. The terms start stacking up, the moment he delivers the healer who can save him. The brother clings to the hope of it, he can recover, he can actually live wrapped in his sister's arms, and once that healing is finished, he'll help the brother get real revenge, so just hold on a little longer. And he already knows this kid has a taste for drawing blood. Plenty of opportunities are coming, he promises with a smirk, deal sealed whether the twins like the terms or not. Morning comes. Out in the jungle, our hero sighs so hard you'd think the sun personally offended him. Rena wants to know what's got him sighing before breakfast. He's had a lot on his mind, he admits. She asks if he even got a decent night's sleep. Knowing him the way she does, she figures it's been exhausting, especially after everything that just went down. Quite so, he sighs dramatically, mourning the peaceful life of unemployment he keeps getting dragged away from. Rena reminds him of his own words, living a long, fulfilling life is the truest revenge there is. Oh ho, is it finally time to stir the pot? Yes, he grins, that is absolutely the best way to get payback. But then his smirk fades. He looks out at all the trees, plants and animals lost to the recent flames, and for a moment, revenge doesn't feel quite so fun. Which brings up the real target. The woman who rules not just her people but the entire prosperity of the southern jungle. As a child of that jungle himself, she's owed her own revenge too. Ruling a territory like this means more than looking after your people. It means knowing how to fight whoever comes to take it. There's a reason Ritana earned the title Queen of the Jungle, and it's not just for show. She's clearly got a request tied to last night's deal, and Cale offers to relay it straight to the top. The crown prince himself will happily hear her out. Ritana beams, she knew he'd be just as sharp as he is kind. Given what the Empire's capable of, she genuinely wasn't sure her people alone would be enough. Time to prep for going public with the truth about that dead Mana bomb. So is the plan just to sit tight until the Empire and the Whipper Kingdom finish tearing each other apart? Exactly, and while they wait, the jungle needs to get ready for its own war. Someone mutters that the man's foresight is genuinely a little frightening. Ritana cuts in with a gift, a token of her thanks. A token of thanks, huh? He catches it out of the air, and whatever it is, it's clearly bigger than he bargained for. Turns out the gift includes rare stones and half the entire coastline. Even Cale can't hide his shock at that one. He tries to wave it off, that's way too generous. Ritana just shrugs, he travels by boat anyway, she was only trying to make the trip easier for him. The land isn't fully rebuilt yet, but her second-in-command has it handled and her people have already agreed he should have it. This, she says, is how the jungle feels about him. So he accepts and immediately turns the gift into a plan. He'll sneak the crown prince in by boat and she can meet him right there on that very coastline. Ritana just stares, how does this guy always have half a dozen kingdoms' futures mapped out at once? Then he turns to Rena with one more thing. About those twins, he says, he's heard their story now and it's a rough one. He asks Rena to look after the pair until he can track down a healer who can actually cure a dead Mana ailment. She's touched all over again by how much he cares. That should cover everything on this end, he figures. He's willing to bet he already knows exactly what the crown prince is going to say about it. Something along the lines of, this man is going to drive me absolutely insane. Elsewhere, snow blankets a whole different kingdom entirely. A voice on the other end of a call asks the obvious, where exactly are you right now? Cale's summoning some glowing golden orb, and honestly the first question anyone would ask is why it's so blindingly shiny. Your Highness, he cuts in focus, the group behind the bomb attacks has just allied with the 3 northern kingdoms. That gets a proper what out of him. The reports keep coming in. The tangled ties between the Order of the Sun God and the Empire, everything the Empire's actually done, and the meeting with the twins. Add in the jungle's own history with the Empire, the goodwill earned by helping the whale tribe, and now plans forming to take on the secret organization's battle group. Rena confirms she's already briefed Alvar on everything. So he's piecing it together. The Queen of the Jungle wants an audience, the Empire caused all this and the North is tangled up in it too. Involved, yes, comes the confirmation. Just who exactly is this guy? Someone finally blurts out. Cale Henituse, comes the smug reply, and yeah, hey, he knows he's driving everyone up the wall. It's total chaos out there, isn't it? Both the north and south of the kingdom, yes, no exceptions. Back with Cale, he's counting off the pieces on the board. The jungle, the whale tribe, the Whipper Kingdom, and the twins who got framed for a crime they didn't commit. His tiny dragon companion perks right up. He hasn't seen that grin in ages and he wants in on the fun too. Add the dark elves who can actually handle those dead mana bombs to the list. Planning, oh, just a good old-fashioned spanking for the Empire, the North, and the secret organization all at once. Sounds about right coming from him. See, even the Crown Prince admits it's been a while since he's heard something this troublesome and this refreshing at once. Cale insists he's not always this much of a headache. Ha, sure. Meanwhile, the hostage Cale handed over is already being grilled by the prince's aunt, and it sounds like a confession is close. The aunt's brought in a specialist for exactly this kind of job. There's still plenty to do, including a call to the Queen of the Jungle. He'll need to speak with the head of Whipper too. If everything goes to plan, they might just manage to split the Empire from the three northern kingdoms entirely. Then he notices the look he's getting and pauses. Why are you staring at me like that? Just a knowing little chuckle in response. The smart, hard-working ones always end up carrying the load, comes the pointed remark. Cale, all fake humility, insists he's simply in deep admiration of His Highness. Later at his desk, someone jokes about him finally heading off to relax. You jest, he mutters, though he's clearly weighing whether he should slack off after all. Maybe coast all the way to autumn while pretending to gather intel. Honestly, there's not much else for him to do right now anyway. His dragon pokes its head in, all business, asking if the human is finally done with work. Yeah, he shrugs. Why do you ask? Then let's go get it, the dragon says, eyes lighting up with pure excitement. The power of the land itself, apparently. Cale blinks. Oh right, that. Turns out he'd completely forgotten he still had that particular card up his sleeve. See you next chapter. An old book flares to life and its very first line is blunt. People always called the slow ones blockheads. But this particular blockhead had a warning for humans. He was about to show them a taste of real fear. His claim was simple. The ground beneath his feet, the earth itself, was the sturdiest thing there was. And the strongest shape earth could take was stone. That's why everyone just called him the Guardian. He earned that name by single-handedly holding back a horde of ogres before they could ever reach the village below. Nobody knew his real name. He was just the hidden guardian of the land of boulders, throwing punches that shook the ground itself. He always showed up wherever things looked worst, standing at the front line, hurling stones with brutal force, and his final act was holding back the darkness itself. Then he and his friends buried the whole legend, hiding every trace of it in his hometown like it never happened. Snap back to the present, and that's Cale, rubbing his temple like this old legend just gave him a headache. The more he reads, the more convinced he gets that hidden hometown in the story sounds an awful lot like his own turf. Cue Rayon, the little black dragon, barreling in and yelling for his human's attention. He's even brought a fruit platter, insisting Cale needs to eat well if he wants to get stronger after that trip to the cave in the rain. Enter Elhaven, the gold dragon wearing a human face, watching all this with a raised eyebrow. Even he's never seen a dragon fetch snacks for a human before. Rayon just shrugs it off and announces he already told Grandpa Gold Dragon the two of them need to train together. Elhaven's stuck somewhere between offended and confused. Since when did he get demoted to Grandpa? Cut to Cale playing host, pulling out a chair for Elhaven like the two of them are old war buddies. Elhaven grumbles that at his age, the last thing he needs is a bratty dragon crashing his house, and Rayon is having none of it. Turns out Rayon's been skipping his own dragon lessons, also he can help his weak human get stronger. Rayon insists on tagging along to train with Elhaven, while Cale, very much not sold on the idea, gets dragged into it anyway. Elhaven reminds the pushy dragon that he decides where he goes, then turns serious, warning Cale that hunting down the power of the earth won't be easy. Searching blind with 0 leads is rough going, he admits, and Cale can't help but notice underneath all the bluster this dragon's kind of a softie. Elhaven's advice: dig through the old legends first to find both the power's location and how to claim it. Cale just grins and says he already found it, all of it. Elhaven can only sigh, this kid's luck is honestly obscene. Cale just smirks, book in hand, already 3 steps ahead of everyone else. Elhaven admits he'd heard the stories about how Cale and Rayon grew close, but seeing it firsthand is another thing entirely. A flashback flickers by, Rayon soaring through the night sky with Cale in tow, the bond that started it all. Cale's philosophy hasn't changed a bit, he does what he wants, consequences be damned. And apparently that stubborn streak, pure dragon logic. Days later, the crew's deep in the dark forest and Choi Han's already puffing his chest out, ready to take point. Elhaven teases him for looking so on edge, then waves it off with an at-ease human. Choi Han insists he's handled this forest before and can take it from here, while Elhaven privately notes that most people don't stay this calm around a literal divine dragon. He recalls the 10 blue wolves that ambushed a village they passed on the way in, just another Tuesday for this crew. 6 ancient powers and a whole world full of monsters and lunatics guarding them. Elhaven calls it an exhausting way to live. Rayon just chirps that Cale's got him now, so exhaustion isn't allowed. The group presses deeper into the shadows of the forest. Something screeches out of the dark, and Choi Han mutters that these monsters look off wrong somehow. Nobody stops to find out why. Keep moving is the only order that matters right now. Elhaven brushes it off, of course the monsters are fleeing, they're in the presence of greatness itself. Cale shoots that down flat while Rayon announces he's about to hit his first growth stage and get even greater. Cale just sighs. Elhaven tells Cale he'll need to tap into an ancient power to pinpoint the location, and Rayon immediately panics. Is he seriously about to use that fire again? Cale promises he'll go easy this time. Rayon isn't buying it, half joking he'd rather smash every rock on the planet than watch him collapse again. Elhaven's caught off guard, they're hunting for a dead dragon's remains in this forest. Cale casually invites him to come check it out later. Elhaven waves the offer off, grumbling that how some other dragon met its end really isn't his business. He admits everyone should see the dark forest at least once, even though monsters are exactly why he'd rather have skipped it. Turns out this forest is one of 5 legendary regions humans mapped out centuries ago, ancient ground even by dragon standards. 10,000 years old, Elhaven confirms, and even to a dragon that's ancient history. Cale's intrigued and about to press for more, when the air suddenly turns razor sharp. Choi Han snaps into action, throwing himself in front of Cale with his sword drawn. A massive ogre-like beast crashes into view, roaring loud enough to shake the trees. Choi Han steps up without hesitation, ready to handle the threat solo. Someone stops him cold with a sharp "what are you doing?" and Choi Han freezes, caught completely off guard. The monster looms closer, jaws bared, and the tension spikes. Heavy footsteps thunder through the forest floor. Then, shockingly, the beast actually speaks, and it sounds almost pleased that this group has some brains. Elhaven wastes no time, ordering the creature to lead them straight to the heart of the forest. The monster obeys, lumbering deeper into the woods with the group close behind. Choi Han keeps his blade ready the whole way, trusting nothing about this escort. Then Cale conjures a small flame in his palm and Rayon nearly loses it. Is that the fire again? Choi Han's alarmed too, demanding to know why Cale would start using it again without a word of warning. His heart's already pounding, everyone remembers exactly what happened the last time this fire pushed him too far. Still, Cale keeps the flame burning steady, testing just how far he can push it this time. Something flickers wrong in the flame and Rayon panics. Did the ancient power just break? Cale just shakes his head calm, he's finally got the fire under control. Using the flame like a living compass, he starts calling out directions left then further on. Northwest, then a sharp turn northeast, the fire's practically dragging him toward its target. And then it just stops. This is the spot. The whole crew closes in on the location together. Cale raises the flame one more time, letting it guide his final steps. The fire flares up bright and violent, reacting to something powerful nearby. A voice greets the flame like an old friend, delighted that it's finally arrived. Even Rayon's thrown off, blinking in confusion at whatever's unfolding. The mystery voice rattles off nicknames for Cale's collected powers. The stingy one's the destructive fire, the thief is the wind, and the crybaby is its own heart's vitality. And the glutton, it claims, is its own unbreakable shield. Cale doesn't miss a beat, demanding to know exactly who or what he's talking to. He states his name plain and simple, and the voice practically lights up. Eureka, it's found exactly who it's been looking for. Something ancient is stirring inside Cale tonight, energy spiraling around him like the world itself is holding its breath. Nearby, another figure channels their own power into the dark, the wind howling like it knows something big is about to happen. Ron barks at his companion to hold still, and for once, the usually unshakable Rosalind actually jumps. Rosalind knows the rule cold: nobody's allowed to help Cale through this. If he needs backup, the only move is to stand guard, and a dragon sure can't do that quietly. Rayon, tiny and unbothered by rules, mutters that his human is just plain weird, then hops down anyway, ready to guard whether anyone likes it or not. Rosalind allows herself a small smile. There are always exceptions, and this dragon is clearly one of them. Because get this, somehow, someway, there's a human out there who's collected all 4 ancient powers, and you already know exactly who that is. The light show goes nuclear, and somewhere in all that fire, Cale's eyes snap open. A voice cuts through the ruins. He's qualified to take it, no pressure or anything. Turns out that giant boulder blocking the path wasn't blocking anything. It was the door the whole time. Cale reaches toward a glowing shield-shaped relic hovering in the flame and admits, out loud, that this is a pretty fascinating experience. Every step he takes, the earth itself seems to whisper directions in a language he can't quite place. His only question: what exactly are these relics? Then the vision pulls him under. A voice that isn't his own remembers a childhood spent hungry, dreaming of nothing more than 3 meals a day and a night without worry. As an orphan, the only thing this stranger ever really owned was the ground beneath their feet. The voice keeps going. They wanted to become someone who protected the weak, just like their old powerless self. No regrets there. If there's one thing they'd take back, it's the recklessness. They knew staying with the powerless would put their friends in danger. And it did. Every one of those friends died protecting people who couldn't protect themselves, leaving this person nothing to do but hunt down their relics and wait to pass them on. Cale's had enough of the sob story. In his head, he's already drawing the line. He's different. He's blunt about it too. He cares about himself and his people first, and dying nobly for strangers is not on his to-do list. The voice doesn't push back. It just admits that protecting the earth made it happy, but never being able to send its friends' remains home was its own quiet heartbreak. Worse still, there was no one left to hand its own remains to. Cale grips his head as the memory presses in. A light blooms out of nowhere. Cale can only stare and mutter that this is completely insane. The voice makes its reveal. This whole burning skyline is what's left of it. These are its remnants. Turns out the remnants are a full-blown estate, marble pillars so detailed they'd take master craftsmen days each. It beats the Henituse manor without even trying. Correction, it beats the crown prince's palace too. The voice insists it isn't materialistic, it just wanted its heir to have something nice. A lot of effort does not begin to cover it. Cale's sweating just looking at the place, quietly wondering if this guy's honesty is worth trusting. Deeper in, twin towers wrapped in glowing runes loom out of the dark, clearly hiding something nobody wants to meet. Cale can't place what he's looking at, only that it feels seriously ominous. The sweat's really flowing now. Whatever's sealed inside feels like a demon or worse, a phantom, and there's a sad truth buried under all that magic. Cale wisely decides he does not want to know. Except the vision won't let him look away. Monsters no one should be able to see outside the eastern continent lurking right here. The voice admits it never knew the secret either, not until it wandered into this very cave. Cale can only ask if those ghastly things are what he thinks they are. The truth unspools, a gate that let monsters cross into the western continent, mutating every single one of them into something far worse along the way. Elves, dwarves, humans, none of them could pass through. Only monsters could use that gate. The voice and its friends never solved the mystery of why. All they could do was seal every entrance shut so the mutated horrors couldn't get through. This particular guardian pulled duty on the western entrance. Cale sighs, great, more useless trivia for the pile, at least the seal should hold for 10,000 years. Only someone with this exact power can ever break that seal, apparently. Cale does the math on how old ancient times really is, then slaps a mental note on it, not his problem. Cale faces down one more glowing door and says the only word that matters: enter. The door groans open onto a corridor so grand it could swallow a palace whole. Room 1, and the voice is already directing traffic, sending him up to the 3rd floor. Turns out the gluttons who lived here only cared about food. Toss jewels in a corner and they'd forget those existed, so naturally our generous guardian just took them. Room 2 is a full armory. The resident crybaby had a regeneration power but hoarded weapons anyway, probably out of pure paranoia. Ordinary weapons or not, guess who grabbed those too? Room 3 is a straight-up mountain of gold, and somewhere under a legendary sword in the middle of it sits what used to be a cheapskate's entire life savings. Currency might have changed, but gold and silver still spend fine, and Cale's practically cackling as he wades in for a look. Room 4 belongs to a thief who apparently wrote everything down, every score, every trick, every secret method. And the remaining 3 rooms on this floor, all personal treasure, jewels stacked on jewels. The voice frames it all as gratitude, gifts from people it saved. Cale's inner monologue isn't buying it. This guy took everything and somehow people still call him kind. Cale finally just asks outright how anyone collects this much stuff. The answer, I'm quite meticulous, sure buddy. One more set of doors, and the voice announces they've reached its actual room. Nothing worth mentioning on the 4th floor, apparently, as Cale's hand turns the final handle to the 5th. The door swings into a quiet, softly lit chamber, nothing like the treasure rooms below. One coffee table, one plain room. Cale can't help but ask if the entire 5th floor really is just this. Sitting on the table, a single, unassuming stone. That's it, that's the big reveal. This is my power, the voice announces. Cale is distinctly unimpressed, grumbling that getting this power seems way too easy to be any fun. The voice asks if he wants it. The instructions are refreshingly simple, chew it. Cale just blinks. Easy to get, sure, but there's a catch. This power only ever switches on when it's used to protect someone. Chew it and the power's yours, the voice repeats. Cale, understandably suspicious of eating rocks, asks if that's really necessary. The answer just gets louder: chew, eat it. As his practical descendant, the voice throws in the whole estate too. Cale pops the stone in, grumbling that he doesn't even want this power, he's only after the attribute. The moment he bites down, the whole world lights up around him. 3 words blaze across the sky like a warning label: guard, protect, sacrifice yourself. Not exactly Cale's brand. This, the voice declares, is the power of the earth given so he'll protect every living thing with it. Somewhere out in the dark, a certain little dragon perks up. Back in the present, Choi Han and Rosalind keep their silent watch, footsteps the only sound in the dark. Cut to a much older memory, a scrawny young dragon shouting human, at a startled Cale standing over the wreckage of something that clearly didn't win the fight. Saved, the little dragon crows, perched proudly like he just single-handedly won the day. He introduces himself simply, Rayon, then he wants to know why this human's grinning like an idiot. Cale's answer is all that matters, he's got a lair now. Back in the present, Rayon's jaw drops at the sight in front of them. Human what? Pretty much sums it up. This is our villa, Cale says, casual as ever. Rayon can barely believe it, really. Choi Han and Rosalind stroll in behind them, and even steel-nerved Rosalind has to admit it. Cale is weirdly, infuriatingly lucky. Cale just grins, arms crossed, completely satisfied. That, he says, is exactly what he's been saying all along. Something's poking at a snoozing little lump of red hair and black scales. Looks like nap time is over. The little dragon Rayon is draped over Cal's shoulder, cooing about how nice this new place is. Good job, good human, he says. Cal just grunts back a flat, unbothered yeah. Enter Sir Elhaven, blonde, dramatic, and instantly bragging that his estate beats Rayon's golden-walled lair. More homely, less flashy, he insists. Rayon is thoroughly unimpressed. Sure, he mutters. Cal gets down to business. Those strange stone pillars nearby, he says, need investigating. Turns out those pillars are sealing the gate to the eastern continent, the very gateway monsters once used to flood into the dark forest. Elhaven notes the seal is strong, apparently good for another 10,000 years. Choi Han just watches in silence. Rayon, ever the pragmatist, figures if it will last that long they should just ignore it. Cal can't help but notice his dragon is starting to sound exactly like him. Elhaven's curiosity is piqued now. Interesting, he purrs, then starts angling for someone else to be the one who actually digs into these pillars. Cal lays on the flattery thick, calling Elhaven the wisest man around, the only one who could possibly crack the pillar's secret. Elhaven catches on fast. You're handing this off to me, aren't you, he says, watching Cal's little scheme fall apart in real time. What useless words, Elhaven grumbles, clearly annoyed at being played so easily. Still, he can't resist. Elhaven leans in for a closer look at the ancient pillars, muttering how unusual this all is. He can feel a strange energy under those pillars, one he can't even identify. Now he wants to dig deeper too. Elhaven decides they should just stay here and investigate properly. Cal isn't fooled for a second. He calls out Elhaven for really just wanting an excuse to bring his whole crew here and figures they might as well use it to train. Cal tells him to have his people come here then. Rayon, on the other hand, wants absolutely nothing to do with sticking around himself. Cue the total reversal. Elhaven panics without his dragon around and starts begging Rayon to please stay. Elhaven asks if Cal's setting up a teleportation gate here. Simple enough, Cal says, as long as you know the coordinates. Cal's already quietly plotting to link a gate straight to Rayon's own lair too, handy for calling in a favor whenever the territory needs it. With both lairs about to be linked up, an exhausted Elhaven just wants to be brisk about it and get this over with. Surprisingly, Rayon offers to help set the whole thing up himself. Cal can't resist one more scheme. Maybe this whole ordeal is the perfect excuse to guilt Rayon into training harder. Dripping sarcasm, Elhaven thanks him for the generosity. Seems like the sun's rising in the west, he quips. New scene, the whole crew's told to look around and pick their own rooms across the mansion's upper floors. Cal wastes no time calling dibs. The 5th floor, he declares, is mine. Rosalind, cats in her arms, asks if they are really going to live here. Cal's answer is short and simple, yes. The cats perk right up, so their room is on the 5th floor too then. Cal immediately backpedals, annoyed. Since when did his room become the whole household's room? Rayon just tilts his head, oblivious. Cal sighs and gives up. Do whatever you want. The 5th floor's plenty spacious anyway, so it's not really a fight worth having. The group takes in the grand hall below them. Nobody expected a place this lavish to be hiding out here in the dark forest. Choi Han quietly figures Cal's a little irritated that a place this grand was just sitting here the whole time he was struggling out in the wild. Choi Han thinks back on how long Cal actually lived out here, decades of hardship, yet the place looks untouched, like it's been empty 1 year instead of 10,000. It really does feel like time stopped here, he says, and asks Rosalind if she knows exactly what this place is. Rosalind tells him, this is a place that gained the very power of the earth itself. A memory settles over the group. The estate's original owner once stood at the very front line protecting countless people without a second thought. Rosalind can't help but admire him. Choi Han agrees. That's exactly what the previous owner said as he handed the whole estate over. Protect it, the words hang in the air and Cal sits with the weight of that dying request. Protect, sacrifice, 2 words in Cal's head, and for a second he can't shake the feeling they echo something a lot closer to home. So that's why Cal decided everyone should live here. Honestly, the others are a little touched by it, even while they tease him for it. Cale admits tough times are coming. He says it almost casually, like it's already decided. Because he's got faith in the people around him, he says, hauling one of them up by the collar, half joking, half completely serious. Rayon, perched proudly, declares he's only getting stronger and the great him is going to get even greater. Cale, deadpan, mutters that he's actually the one lacking strength here. Rayon, doing absolutely nothing to help, brags he's doing great all by himself, and that is exactly why he's great. Peak dragon logic. Cale sighs, the mood keeps getting ruined around this dragon, but underneath the jokes he quietly resolves something real. He's going to get stronger. The real vow lands next. He's going to protect everyone, no jokes this time. Choi Han watches him from the stairs, quietly taking in that resolve. Someone needles him right back. If you get stronger, you'll protect me too, right? The whole household gathers in the grand hall, Rayon on a shoulder, cats underfoot, hands bowing low. Everyone finally settling under one roof. Cale's resolve turns practical fast. If he wants that fire to catch, he's got to spark it himself first. And it needs to burn fiercer than anyone around here is expecting. That fire catches hard. Cut straight to training gone brutal, someone already bleeding, gasping, asked point blank if they're really going to collapse this fast. Choi Han, full drill sergeant mode, roars at his trainee to come at him. Collapsing simply isn't on the table if you want to get stronger. Swords clash, someone screams, blood sprays. This training montage is not messing around. A brutal mid-air exchange sends someone flying clean off their feet. Cale watches from the side, genuinely wondering if this is going to be okay. He honestly did not expect it to get this intense. At this rate, he figures, everyone in this household's about to get scary strong. Someone gushes that Cale must be so proud watching his people push themselves like this. Cale's honest answer, not proud, terrified. The fire as promised starts to burn. Everyone's grinding away in their own chaotic way, Choi Han putting some poor soul through the absolute ringer. Even Rayon isn't spared, chained up and drilled by Elhaven himself of all people. Cut back to Cale, legs numb from sitting around all day, grumbling about having to stretch morning and night like it's some huge chore. He watches the others train and admits that stance is a little much for just the basics of defending. Still, everyone's working hard. Someone checks in on Rosalind's own training. Going well apparently since she's got the best teacher around. A quiet nod of confirmation back, yeah, it really is. Rosalind's got something else on her mind too. She wants to pass a message along to Tasha. Cale catches on immediately. Sounds like everyone's about to gather in one place, huh? Rosalind isn't even surprised he figured it out that fast. Turns out the Breck and Rowoon kingdoms plus the jungle territory have all agreed to a meeting. But there's a snag. Did the Whipper Kingdom just not respond? Worse than that, actually. Commander Tunka replied personally and Cale wants to know exactly what he said. Word comes back, Tunka wants to talk to Cale directly, one-on-one. A video call flickers to life. It's been a while, comes the greeting from the other end. Cale clocks something off right away. Tunka's alone this time, no Harold, no subordinates in sight, which means he can't risk being caught on a call like this. On screen, Tunka looks rough, fidgeting and sweating. Cale doesn't buy the tough act for a second. It's obvious, Cale figures, exactly why this idiot looks so gloomy. The chapter opens on blood-red ink asking one simple, chilling question. Did you find the traitor? We cut to an empty study, dead silent, like it's holding its breath waiting for the answer. The question bleeds back onto the page, unfinished, like whoever's asking already knows it's going to hurt. A calm voice finally answers, if you're reacting this hard, that traitor must have been your own right hand. Enter Tunka, the barbarian tyrant, seething. He never saw it coming, his own man Hoda got played by the Empire and Tunka only just figured it out. He already knows who to thank for catching it, Harold, the only one sharp enough to sense the magic signal Hoda was carrying. So last night, Tunka took Hoda's head himself and admits he'd actually known for a week. Word gets back that it really was Harold who fingered the spy, and he's already thinking about what to do with the fallout. That explains why the enemy had gone strangely quiet. Hoda had been feeding them just enough to keep everyone guessing. Harold even admits he genuinely thought Hoda would have agreed with his read on the barbarians. He didn't. Tunker reflects that Harold really was the only one who could have caught this. The guy can literally sense enchanted gear from across a room. Cut to the chaos of the battlefield, barbarians howling and Tunka's gutted admission underneath it all. He trusted that man completely. Later, Tunka settles back at his desk, crystal ball glowing, ready for his next check-in call. Countless soldiers survived thanks to you, Tunka says into the crystal ball, crediting Harold, and admitting he trusted him enough to send him hunting for the mole himself. While I'm grateful you trusted me, Harold replies, it would serve you well to stay cautious. Then he drops the cold part out loud, I'm ultimately not on your side, and I'm not kind either. His actual read on the war, he's hoping the Whipper Kingdom wins, just not by too much. A total blowout would wreck the fragile balance between Rowoon, Breck, the jungle, and Whipper. So the human calculator is rooting for a narrow win. Just enough to survive, not enough to tip the scales. That kind of thinking rattles Tunka. Someone who thinks like that, he mutters, isn't exactly kind, is he? Then, worried, Tunka, you're not yourself right now. You're not planning to destroy the Empire, are you? Someone presses. Tunka's answer comes out flat and furious, yeah, I should destroy them, annihilate the whole rotten empire. Carry yourself the way you usually do, comes the warning right as we get a tight close-up on Tunka's eye blazing red, and very much not okay. Beat then Tunka exhales and smirks, heh, as I usually do, message received, he's reeling it back in. Okay, I will, he agrees, while Harold adds one more ask, pay a little more attention to your own soldiers too. Someone philosophizes that being weak makes it hurt more when the weak die, and Tunka can't quite believe what he's hearing. He's not kind, he mutters, thrown. Did I hear that correctly? Tunka asks, stunned that even Harold is willing to sit with it and actually think it over. You've had it rough, go rest, someone tells him. Tunka just laughs it off, gehahaha, rest, like the concept is foreign to a barbarian tyrant. I'll think about it, he finally allows. Plans shift, last-minute lead advisor Harold will attend the next meeting in Tunka's place instead. All right, you've had it, Tunka starts, then just settles on yeah, okay, see you later, and lets him off the hook. The second the call ends, Tunka grumbles that he didn't even want to say goodbye like that. Right on cue, halfway across the world, word comes in, young Master Cale, Miss Tasha, and Miss Mary have arrived. Cut to Cale himself, grinning at a familiar hooded figure. You haven't changed, he teases. Hello, it's a pleasure seeing you again, comes the polite, muffled reply from under the hood. It's Mary, the necromancer. Me too, Cale beams, kind Mary, I go check on your skeletons sometimes too. Yes, apparently that's a totally normal thing to say to your necromancer friend. A small dragon creature chirps a polite thank you up at Mary, because apparently everyone in this friend group is either undead adjacent or a dragon. Cale promises that once they hit the jungle, Mary can finally see the ocean. Can't manage it this trip, he admits, but next time they're riding in on a whale's back. Mary says she's genuinely looking forward to it. Elsewhere, a golden-haired figure remarks it's been a while since meeting a necromancer, and gets asked right back whether a dragon like her has ever met one before either. Cale, ever the tour guide, offers to show Mary around since it's her first time in the jungle. She's delighted, asking if the sky looks just as pretty from down there. Someone else chimes in they've actually been before. Do you think I'm a child like you? Someone snaps, annoyed at being babied. Cale shrugs it off. Mary doesn't need to hear the golden dragon calling him a kid. Someone mutters he's really not acting very dragon-like right now. What? Comes a startled reaction. Another dragon, word travels fast around here. Cale turns serious for a second. Checking in with Tasha, she does remember the oath she swore to the spirits, right? Cale's already thinking ahead, time to swear another oath. Last time it just covered Rayon, this time he wants Elhaven added to the protection too. Mary agrees without hesitation, I will. You haven't changed, young master, someone sighs, half exasperated that he's already lining up another oath. You're going to swear too, yes, Cale just sighs right back. It was fun, Mary says simply, and everyone's a little stunned. Mary saying something was fun, growth. Cale reassures her he's planning to tell the crown prince about all this eventually, so she shouldn't worry. "I trust you, young master," she answers. Mary admits she genuinely likes young Master Cale, Rayon, and the rest of the crew, and that she wants to come back and visit again. Attention turns to the Golden Dragon. What are her thoughts on Mary exactly, Sir Elhaven? The real ask finally comes out. Can Elhaven get involved in treating Pendrick? Yes, comes the answer. Elhaven, it turns out, is the one who once treated a badly weakened Pendrick before. Elhaven blinks, caught off guard. Because Cal's tone is just a little too smooth right now, and Elhaven can tell exactly what's happening. He's trying to smoothly hand that kid's treatment off onto her. The problem, Elhaven admits, is that I'm actually fine with doing it. Manipulated, and she still says yes. That's not a request, and it's not flattery either, she clarifies, almost bitter because with Cale, nothing is ever purely for her benefit. Elsewhere, Mary sits alone in the shadows, unreadable. How amusing is all she offers. Cale decides he's curious enough to go take a look at the kid himself. Thank you, Elhaven tells him. Cale gets real for a second. It's not about what anyone said. Mary needs to endure the pain and get stronger, so she's ready to actually pull her weight in the coming war against the 3 northern nations. Because there's a Wyvern Order flying patrols over the dark forest, and Mary is being groomed as one of the key pieces in the fight against them. The stakes get bigger fast. The second the 3 northern nations march out and push toward Rouen and Breck, the plan is to wipe them out while they're stuck deep in Henituse territory, the Empire's own northern front line. Though someone's quick to correct themselves, kill might not even be the right word for what's actually coming. Several days later, a ship cuts through the coastline toward a very different kind of destination. Deep in District 7, dead center of a jungle sprawling across 15 districts, sits the Jungle Palace itself. Someone rides in on her panther, asking the obvious question, are they meeting Her Majesty the Queen for dinner? Yes, before that comes the reply, let's go see them first, straightforward enough. A little dragon pipes up that he actually thinks this house is pretty solid and suggests they look around. Cue everyone wondering, to a dragon, does nature just count as the palace and the palace just count as nature? This is it, someone finally says, arriving at the spot. Please follow me, their guide says, leading the group through the doorway. The path down turns out to be a lot cleaner than expected, small mercies. Down below, there's currently just one servant and a single top-ranking warrior standing guard. Someone insists they should be down there too. Then a scream tears through the space where here collapses into a full-on shriek, and everyone freezes. It's a seizure, someone calls out, what? Comes the shocked reaction. It's explained flatly, this is what happens when someone's been badly hooked on dead mana, and it is, apparently, extremely painful. The kid convulses, screaming through gritted teeth, and the grim consensus lands fast, they've hit the limit, which is exactly why Elhaven's help was needed in the first place. Somewhere in the Henituse estate, a scream rips through a closed door, and that is never a good sign. Turns out the seizures started 2 hours ago, and the guard posted inside has just been standing around ever since, waiting for someone to actually show up and take charge. Patience of a saint, honestly. Word is she was supposed to still be in the early stage. Last night's messenger swore up and down on that, so why does it suddenly look so much worse? She is not fully there yet, but she is sliding fast toward the middle stage, and everyone in the room agrees, this is bad. In the dark, someone finally asks the only question that matters. You said there was a way to fix this, right? Because she is a swordmaster, it might just be possible. And Mary is not interested in barely keeping the girl breathing, she wants her saved, completely. A hooded figure makes a quiet, ironclad promise she will save her, no matter what it costs. Enter Cale cutting straight through the chaos with 2 words, step aside. The staff snap to attention the second they spot him, young master, and word gets sent straight up to report to Her Majesty herself. A very important guest has just arrived, and trailing right behind Cale is his usual tiny green troublemaker, wings and all. Cut to the real emergency, a blonde girl, Hana, convulsing in agony, blood on her lips, clearly losing this fight. Her brother is right there, begging Hana, please, praying to whatever will listen for her to just hold on a little longer. Someone promises she will be okay. He can only stare back, stunned, not quite believing it yet. You have done well, now hang on just a little longer. The room braces as Hana's condition hits its worst point yet. Hana's brother sizes up the newcomers and panics, a human wielding dead mana and a dark elf beside her. In his head, that spells only one word: eradicate. In the shadows, someone works quickly and murmurs one word back: purified. Cale sets him straight. Fast. These people did not come to hurt anyone, they came to save your sister. They risked their lives just to find her, Cale reminds him, watching the brother's fear crack into something closer to hope. Don't you want to save Hana, your sister? It is not really a question, it is a nudge in the only direction that matters. He swallows hard and agrees to endure whatever comes next, torchlight flickering as the group heads deeper into the manor. Stay strong, Cale tells him quietly, the kind of order that is really more of a request. Begin. Okay, Hana, sit up as much as you can, and just like that, the ritual to save her officially starts. There should be a power that helps the dead mana and her aura fuse together. The plan goes: follow the path that power carves out and hope it works. Hana screams as the process kicks in, her whole body lighting up like she has swallowed the sun. Gather your aura just as I guide you, the cloaked woman instructs, hands weaving through crackling dark energy. This only works because Hana is a swordmaster. The plan explains it won't fully remove the dead mana, but with her own aura it can be fused instead of left to fester. Even if she ends up carrying an attribute of darkness for the rest of her life, even if there are side effects, Cale and her brother press on anyway. We can at least save her, Cale says, not a perfect fix but the only one on the table. It has been a long time since I have seen a proper necromancer, one of the watching retainers murmurs, equal parts impressed and unsettled. She's the first necromancer born since the last one died, comes the reply, which is a wild sentence to say out loud in casual conversation. Either way, it is amazing, someone admits, and guiding another person's dead mana like this has got to hurt, even for the necromancer doing it. Hana's brother grips her hand so tight his knuckles go white, holding on for both of them. You know the kindness in that girl's heart, young master, a retainer says gently to Cale. He just answers quietly yes. We finally get Mary's story. She crossed a literal desert of death with her parents, got poisoned by dead mana herself, lost her whole family, and survived completely alone. To survive infected with dead mana, she had no choice but to embrace the attribute of darkness, and that is exactly how she became a necromancer in the first place. And now that same survivor has shown up to save Hana. Hang in there, someone urges as the girl thrashes and cries out in pain. Push all the dead mana toward me, Mary orders, her hand glowing as she braces to take the brunt of it herself. Hana's brother can only watch, torn between terror and hope, bathed in the glow of a process he cannot control. Saint Hana will carry the attribute of darkness too. If she survives this, the retainer warns, laying out the cost plainly. Thank you, young master, someone tells Cale with a small bow, gratitude doing a lot of heavy lifting in just 3 words. I understand your goodwill, comes the reply, as close to warm as this particular scene is going to get. Enter the justice bestowed by the sun god, quite literally poured out of a bottle because apparently divine favor comes in liquid form around here. I think I understand something that surpasses even that now, the saint tells Cale, sharing a moment clearly bigger than either of them expected. Holding yourself back is good, Cale notes, watching blood drip from a clenched, straining hand. Getting hurt in the process is not. He adds, self-sacrifice only counts for so much if you bleed yourself dry doing it. Kindness was not off somewhere else this whole time, Cale realizes. It was right here, close enough to touch. He clenches his fist, quietly moved by the whole thing, not that he would ever admit it out loud. Human, I'm sorry, I was wrong, the little dragon tells Cale, wings drooping in full apology mode. You said you were only here to treat her, but you smirked so slyly I figured you were lying, the dragon admits. Turns out, underneath the odd moments, you're actually good-natured. But human, that swordmaster is actually going to recover, right? Even the dragon needs reassurance as golden light swallows the room. She fought straight through the darkness and now she's radiating golden light like a full-on saintess, a stark contrast to her brother, whose gift only ever runs toward healing. The saint only ever possessed healing powers, comes the observation. Just imagine how deeply that would move every follower of the sun god. Hands reach up to hold Hana aloft as she glows, the whole scene turning into something closer to a religious vision than a rescue. A true saint and saintess pairing does not just heal one girl, it shares the very foundation the whole empire stands on. No pressure then. The golden light keeps building, torchlight and magic bleeding together in the dark hallway. Yes, just like that, Mary coaches, guiding the dead mana with her own hand. Use your aura to carve out a path. Hang in there, you can do it, someone urges, as Mary and her companion force the darkness into a channel Hana can actually survive. Hana grits her teeth through a fresh wave of pain, black smoke curling off her skin as the fusion fights back. Cale's earlier promise echoes back one more time, I will bring someone who can save you, and here they are, doing exactly that. One last strained gasp, one white-knuckled grip, the fight is almost over, one way or another. Then the light erupts, gold and blinding, and the whole ritual crests at once. Deep in a hidden chamber, dark veins creeping across a dying girl's body finally start to fade under a wave of golden light. But relief is short-lived. Cracked black web-like scars spread where the veins used to be, like dry earth splitting apart. The girl convulses in agony as the ritual tears through her, a pained groan slipping past her lips. A cloaked man cradles her close, murmuring her name Hana, while the group explains they're carving pathways for the deadly mana to escape her body, and only Mary can pull it off. Hands lock together over crackling gold energy as someone warns this is the hardest part of the whole ritual. The room falls silent but for the hiss of magic straining against the dark curse still fighting to hold on. Someone begs Hana to wake up as the glow finally begins to settle. A hush falls as someone murmurs young master while another voice keeps calling her name, refusing to let go. Watching from the shadows, Cale quietly admits to himself he actually wants to save her. The necromancer's silhouette bends over the dying girl, dark tendrils writhing as golden light fights back. This unsettling woman answers to the sun god's church of all things. Whatever she used to be, right now she's fighting with everything she has to save this girl, and Cale can't look away. A weak, defiant whisper cuts through the haze, she's not dying, not today. Tasha chokes back tears, gasping out thank you over and over as the worst of it passes. Someone notes Riley that he's such a softie underneath it all, but the only thing that matters is she's alive. Tasha stares down at her, the tension finally draining from his face. Now he's certain Hana is going to live. Later, Hana rests peacefully in a soft bed, the fight finally behind her. Tasha reports quietly to someone waiting outside, she's been saved. He turns to the necromancer with open gratitude, Mary, you saved her. But the cost catches up fast. Mary sways, her legs giving out beneath her. A companion lunges to catch her before she hits the floor, alarmed at how drained she looks. Someone shouts her name and rushes over as she goes fully limp in his arms. Cale tells her simply, well done, now rest. Mary mumbles an apology, saying her muscles have been weak lately and she can't even carry Hana herself. Cale turns to Tasha instead. Can't he just carry Mary with his wind spirit? Tasha snaps to attention. Ah yes, of course. Cale strides down the corridor afterward, the weight of the night's events still sitting heavy on him. Someone asks if the necromancer will really be okay. Yes, comes the answer, Tasha will look after her. Cale hesitates, something clearly on his mind that he's not used to saying out loud. He finally admits it, he's really glad they made it. He falls quiet again, gathering his thoughts before what comes next. Even if they escape the Empire's grasp, he realizes, people like Hana and Mary can only survive in places where no one else is around. They already fled the church, and now the entire Empire is hunting them too. Even after that, they'll have to keep dodging everyone else too. There's a long road of obstacles still ahead. Someone asks if that's really how he sees it. Yes, Tasha says people despise dead mana and the darkness attribute on sight, and now it's on him to protect his little sister from all of it. Cale blinks, caught completely off guard by what he just heard. He collects himself and reasons it out loud. Dead mana is basically poison to a human body, so surviving it at all is its own kind of miracle. A scarred hand, he figures, is just proof of the hardship it took to get here. Someone lets out a small, surprised breath at hearing him say it. Won't there come a day, he wonders, when the whole world finally applauds people who fought through hardships like these instead of fearing them? Right on cue, the little dragon nearly torches him for getting sentimental. Someone points out he sounds exactly like a man grateful to marry himself. Cale just goes quiet. He runs through the odd little crew. He's ended up with a dark elf, a necromancer, and a scarred servant with a prosthetic arm. And one young noble, thinking wryly that he only ended up surrounded by them because of young Master Cale, even as he quietly breaks from every sun god teaching drilled into his instincts. He admits the truth to himself: he never actually purified this necromancer. He just watched what she went through to survive her addiction to dead mana, and it changed how he sees all of it. The sun god's teachings always said goodness burns bright like light itself, that humans can survive on just one thread of light even while lost in darkness. That teaching hit different after his time half-playing saint inside the church itself. Being stained by darkness doesn't erase someone's morals, he reasons. If anything, holding onto them makes a person shine even brighter. He decides they really can build a world like that if they're willing to work for it. Tasha agrees without hesitation. He'll work hard to make sure of it. Cale echoes the promise back to himself, quietly resolving to work just as hard. Those who overcome real hardship deserve applause, he decides, and those who survive to the very end deserve it most of all. Hana and Mary just happen to carry the darkness attribute, nothing more. They're still people, and he wants a world where they get to shine too. The moment breaks fast, though, with a shout that the swordmaster's waking up. And sure enough, Hana's eyes flutter open, waking at last to the happiness of simply having survived. The dragon can't resist the moment, cooing that his thoughts sure are deep tonight. Young Master Cale, and Cale immediately regrets having feelings out loud. The story shifts, talk turns to a real saint and a fake saintess who never once lost sight of her real goal, because it turns out Hana has been quietly plotting to stab the Empire right in the back. But that particular story, the narration teases, is one for much further down the road. Time slides forward, the scene dissolving into what comes next. Someone seethes over a darker discovery. How could anyone brutally slaughter so many people and animals like this? A fierce tribal warrior sits fuming over her tea, clearly not done being angry about it. Tasha lays it out. According to word from the saint, the alchemy bell tower is churning out more and more research built for war and killing. And that kind of research, he adds grimly, takes a lot of experiments to pull off. That's exactly her point. She reminds them her people are no one's slaves, and the whole jungle is furious. The animals there are their allies, not test subjects. Most alchemy experiments usually target orcs or goblins, Tasha explains, but everything they've heard about this tower says its brutality has no limits at all. Don't they agree it's monstrous? Yes, they agree, which means they have to save them. Cale pauses at that, and Tasha adds quietly that he doesn't want the Empire's land, he just doesn't want his own people to die. The warrior chimes in flatly. She just despises the Imperial family and that tower, full stop. Someone mutters under their breath about that brain-dead lot. No, she clarifies, she wants the one actually in charge eliminated. Tasha asks if he can bring this straight to Crown Prince Alvar. Cale agrees. Tell the prince exactly how they see it. Tasha hesitates, though, bringing up Miss Rena. Cale prompts him to go on. Wouldn't it just be better, Tasha suggests, to destroy the tower altogether? Cale does a double take. Tasha backpedals with a smirk. Okay, maybe destroy wasn't the best choice of words. Bring down, he corrects himself with a grin instead. Same plan, nicer wording. Picture the Empire held up by two pillars, the Alchemy Bell Tower and the Sun God Church, with the royal family sitting on top as the roof. Right now, one of those pillars, the church, is already coming down, and guess who's planning to knock out the other one too? Tear down the bell tower that's still standing, then build a brand new one in its place, right on that same sacred ground, while the faithful keep praying inside, none the wiser. A new Sun God Church built from scratch, that's the end game here. Correction, it's less a pillar, more a foundation, so why not just recreate the exact ground the pillars stand on? And of course, he's not lifting a finger himself. he'll have someone else demolish the tower while he kicks back and watches. Then he turns to the saint with a question, ever been to the dark forest? Turns out it's the saint's first time ever leaving the capital. Cue Rayon puffing up, ready to play tour guide. These two barely know each other, but somehow they're already hitting it off, Rayon cackling like he's got a lifetime of inside jokes. The saint sighs. It's the first time in their life they've seen a dragon moonlighting as a tour guide. Someone mutters the end really is near. A guide warns the road to Harris Village is rough after the recent rain, asking for a little patience. The sofa's comfy, so nobody's complaining. In his head, Cale runs through the checklist, fill Ritana in on his plan to level the bell tower and warn her about Miss Mary handling the dead mana bomb. The talk with Ritana wraps up without a hitch. With the twins in tow, they finally leave the jungle behind and head back to the rock cave mansion. Back at the mansion, someone spots the new arrivals and can't help but blurt out there are new family members. A sharp, appraising glance sizes up the room. Enter a red-haired mage, lounging at the top of the stairs like she owns the place. Wow, you're really strong, someone gushes. Right, I'm kind of a strong mage, she shrugs, not even pretending to be humble about it. She lets the compliment sit for a second, clearly enjoying it. Meanwhile, the hooded saint peers down the grand hallway, taking in a world far bigger than anything back home. They head down the stairs to properly meet the household. The new team assembles, the confident mage, the wide-eyed saint, and a stern-faced swordsman standing watch. I look forward to working with you, comes the warm greeting that seals it. A handshake begins to close the deal. The mage offers her hand to the saint, no hesitation in the gesture. Their hands clasp together. It's a small moment, but it means a new alliance just got real. Welcome, she says with a smile that isn't just for show. The three of them head down the grand staircase together, an unlikely crew about to become a real team. Watching from a distance, Cale can't help but think Rosalind read his intentions perfectly, as usual. Several weeks fly by just like that. Then chaos strikes. Someone takes a spectacular tumble in the middle of the estate's usual hustle. More yelling, more crashing, the mishap just keeps escalating. Meanwhile, Cale's sprawled out, sweaty and wrecked by the heat while everyone else grinds away. He figures a message should be coming through any minute now. And right on cue, the message crystal lights up. Speak of the devil. He answers, and something dark comes swooping straight at him. It's Rayon, and he's already giving Cale attitude before Cale can get a word in. Cale's completely baffled by the mood swing. He's pretty sure he never taught the dragon to act this sassy. Turns out the real issue is bigger than attitude. Rayon still hasn't hit his first growth phase. It's overdue by now, and nobody can quite figure out why. The explanation: a dragon needs to build up an internal foundation before his body can grow at all. Rayon, embarrassed, snaps, "Don't talk to me. I am great, so I'll do what I must," he insists, pride intact even mid-sulk. Cale walks off through the grand hall, turning the problem over in his head. Rayon peeks out shyly from behind, still not over it. Cale teases that the mood is probably just excitement over seeing His Highness again, and hey, if he's still cracking jokes like that, he's clearly still sane. It's the Crown Prince on the line, noting Cale looks exhausted and asking straight up for his help. Cale promises to send medicine over, then notes just how much the Rowoon Kingdom's power balance has shifted in the last year. The king now knows the Whipper Kingdom's mages are on Cale's side, and this whole summit only happened because Cale made it happen by his own hand. The plan: unite Rowoon, Breck, Whipper, and the Jungle Kingdom. Surviving the chaos and war ahead means banding together, and they are already working step by step toward it. The Crown Prince can't help but think what an interesting guy this Cale really is. So it's all thanks to him, really, pulling strings from the shadows. Cale plays it off like he's just goofing around, but really he's been quietly gathering intel, and someone finally asks him point blank, "Who are you, really?" He rattles off details on the Marquess Sten household and Lady Amir's naval base like it's nothing. Impressed by the sheer amount of digging he's done, the prince announces the summit's starting soon and Cale's coming with him. Cale grumbles their first trip together already sounds like a headache, but promises everything will be delivered right on time. He says he's looking forward to it. Everyone's in for a surprise. Just one condition: travel light and keep it quiet. Suddenly Cale goes jumpy, scrambling like he's been caught off guard. A shadow swoops in fast. "Don't talk to me," comes the icy reply. Rayon's clearly still holding a grudge. "Here's the deal, dragons normally go through 3 growth phases, and the first one isn't even a physical change at all. It's about laying down the internal foundation needed for phases 2 and 3. No size difference yet, but a dragon's mana flow surges dramatically at this stage." Cale reassures him this pace of growth is perfectly normal, and there's zero need to rush into anything. "Really?" Rayon asks. "Yeah," Cale tells him, "and you're already great just the way you are." Then Rayon admits what's really bugging him. What if he runs into another rude dragon someday? Cale's kind of stunned by how oddly touching and slightly terrifying that worry is. "Surviving is what makes you great," Cale tells him. "You've been doing that since you were an egg in a cave. Surviving," he says, "is a strength all its own, and if trouble ever comes for you, you just smack it from behind, dragon or not." That, Cale grins, is the real key to victory. Then he calls for ice cream to seal the pep talk. Rayon pouts, clearly still a little salty about the whole thing. Cale just smirks and throws Rayon's own line right back at him. "Don't talk to me." Picture this, Cale, wide awake for once, tells his dragon they're going out, just the two of them. Suspiciously wholesome, right? Rayon's first question is the right one: who else is coming? Because with Cale, it's never actually just the two of them. Rosalind overhears and invites herself along on the spot, cheerful as ever about crashing the plan. Cale quietly notes that Rayon just finished months of training in a few short weeks. This kid might grow into an honest-to-God dragon lord, a title nobody's earned since ancient times. For a second the air goes heavy, like something ancient and enormous is stirring right under that scaly little hide. Even standing still, Rayon looks like he could flatten a castle without breaking a sweat. Cale slouches on the couch with a sour look, and Rosalind clocks it immediately, then volunteers herself as his guard for the trip. Cale protests how's he supposed to treat a priestess like hired muscle. Rosalind's answer is short: just do it, no arguments. She's completely unbothered, this isn't her first rodeo, she says, and tells him to simply accept the help. So the plan locks in. Choi Han tags along under a fake name as the guard, while Rayon rides along completely invisible. Cale actually cracks up at how ridiculous this whole setup is, and Rayon immediately notices how rare that laugh is. Rayon gets cocky and asks if the gold dragon even knows how to hold a sword. Her answer: "Kid, I've been a swordmaster since before your ancestors hatched. 1,000 years on this earth," she says, "and there's not a weapon alive she can't pick up and use." Cale just smirks hard, resume to argue with. Cale figures there's nothing left to be scared of tonight. He's got a literal dragon-riding shotgun. A magic circle flares to life, and the whole group steps through a teleport gate together, gone in a flash of light. They spill out the other side, the portal's glow still fading around them as everyone gets their bearings. A hooded figure steps up to greet them warmly. "It's been a while," they say, bowing to whoever's leading this little parade. Tonka's in the crowd too, ribbing an old face from her time in the Empire. "You haven't changed a bit," she says, "though you look a little worn out." "This way please," comes the invitation, and the whole group is led onward. Overhead, a dragon glides low over a lantern-lit building at night as Cale's crew makes their approach. First to arrive at the gathering is Prince John of the Breck Kingdom. 2 onlookers spot him and start whispering, "Wait, isn't that Rosalind's little brother? The one who took a water balloon to the face that one time?" Cale catches the prince staring at him and has a brief "why is this guy looking at me" moment. John's thrilled everyone's finally gathered together, then does a double take at the new face. Someone starts the introduction. "Our kingdom's treasure," John announces with a grin, laying it on thick for Cale's benefit. Cale is instantly annoyed. Wasn't he told to just act normal tonight? Cue a flashback. Right before they teleported into the jungle, the crown prince had exactly one instruction for him. "Just be you, Cale Henituse," the crown prince had said, with a smirk that promised nothing but trouble. "Yes, just act like you normally do," he'd added, while Choi Han quietly decided his real plan was to zone out and say nothing all night. Back in the present, Tonka is sweating bullets, staring at Cale like she's never seen anything quite like him. In her head he's basically a saint, kind, respectful, dutiful to a fault. Out loud all she can manage is a horrified "oh God." Just ignore that, someone mutters, waving it off while John grins wider. So this is the famous Cale Henituse. Cal isn't surprised the guy knows his name at this point. What throws him is the in front of it. John notes how happy his sister seems about the reunion, then just says thanks. Rayon leans in with his own review. This one's way better than that other bastard prince. No wonder Rosalind rates him so highly. More introductions roll in. Is this lead advisor Harold's first time meeting Cal? No, Harold says they already know each other. Feels like meeting an old friend. A trio steps up next, greeting Cal with genuine warmth. Nice to meet you, young master, one after another. Harold says it plainly, Cal is someone he genuinely respects. Words clearly gotten around. Commander Tunka told her people to show his friend proper respect. Cal gives a flat sure to all the fuss, and the crown prince finally steps in. Enough introductions, let's get started. Cal greets Harold properly, who waves it off. Just talk to me the way you always do. The night, after all, is short. Cal grumbles that he'll have nothing to do here anyway. He just lent them the venue. The crown prince can handle the rest, right? The crown prince isn't having it. Cale Henituse, you are not skipping out on this one. Pardon, Cal deadpans, while Rayon smugly says he called it. Of course they'd come looking for him. Be my usual self, my ass, Cal mutters bitterly under his breath. Choi Han, still playing the part of the mystery guard, gives a crisp yes, my liege, and falls into position. The crown prince strides in, arms crossed, radiating the confidence of a man who always gets his way. A clock ticks away in the background while Cal sighs. Honestly, he saw this coming. The real talk begins. The Empire and the three northern kingdoms still don't fully trust each other, even while agreeing to work together. This meeting's already run nearly an hour late, and the whole table, Cal included, is stuck waiting it out. Whatever's coming is set to arrive by spring, which means Rowoon and everyone else at this table needs to be ready. The Empire's still the real worry. Even if they don't strike now, nobody knows when they'll pull the trigger on their dead mana bombs. Someone floats using this window to weaken them first. One voice agrees hard. Top priority is crushing the Empire's power, starting with choking off their alchemy. Tunka cuts through the politics with the obvious point: shouldn't making sure they actually win matter most. The catch, letting the Whipper Kingdom come out on top, causes its own headache, and Whipper's the one now begging for backup to beat their enemies. Meanwhile, Rowoon and Breck are quietly stacking up mages of their own, tipping the whole balance in a very different direction. Even with everyone cooperating, Whipper can't actually get stronger this way. They despise magic too much to accept the help. The jungle has no ties to Rowoon or Breck, so Whipper's stuck playing middleman, and if Whipper gets too strong, a whole new war could break out. Someone notices the crown prince hasn't said a word through any of it, fingers just drumming impatiently on the table. Finally put on the spot, anything to add, young Master Cal? No, I don't, he says flatly. Rayon's voice cuts in, privately human, they're coming. The crown prince just smiles. They'll be here soon, he says, like he's been expecting this the whole time. He leans back, looking entirely too pleased with himself for a man stuck in a stalled diplomatic meeting. Tunka blinks, confused. Be here soon, who exactly is they? Before anyone can answer, an alarm shrieks through the building and every head in the room snaps up in shock. A guard bursts through the door mid-panic. Yo, your majesty. What's wrong? Someone demands, and the answer comes fast. It's the alarm they rigged out at sea. The ocean's gone off, the guard shouts. Whose ship is it? Can anyone even make out the flag? The answer arrives before anyone can check a single flag. It's whales. Not just whales, gigantic ones, closing in fast, and this quiet little summit is about to get a very unexpected interruption. In a dim room, Crown Prince Alvar weighs his words carefully. The Empire, he says, and the three northern kingdoms. There's another secret group working with them, he reveals, and the men across from him go pale. What did you just say? One stammers. A secret group, your highness, one of them asks, stunned. Yes, Alvar confirms quietly, and decides it's time everyone sees this group for themselves. Cut to the coast, where a colossal whale explodes out of the sea in a curtain of spray. Someone on the beach freezes, pointing. Is that? They stammer, hardly believing their eyes. Out of the surf strides a striking blue-haired woman, like the ocean itself sent her. The crowd finally puts it together. It's the whale tribe. It's been a long time since anyone's seen them out in the open. Back at the summit, Ron reports in. Per Alvar's orders, he's personally invited the whale tribe's heir to the table. The blue-haired woman introduces herself as Watira, the whale tribe's representative, here because their savior Lord Cale personally invited her. She flashes a warm, camera-ready smile, setting a friendly tone for the whole room. Every delegate in the room gets a good, long look at their newest and most powerful guest. It's calculated charm. Her polite greeting really just reminds everyone how much muscle the whale tribe brings and that it was the LOUT kingdom who delivered them. One red-haired guest just looks baffled by the theatrics, muttering under his breath about why everyone's suddenly starstruck. Okay, someone finally says, breaking the tension, and the room exhales. Then let's go inside and actually talk, Alvar says, waving the group deeper into the meeting. Inside, Alvar waves off a suggestion with a laugh. No, he says. Pardon, someone asks, caught off guard. Then the air crackles with purple light. There's one more person I invited, Alvar announces. A red-haired guest jerks upright, startled, as strange energy swirls at his feet. Whatever we discuss from here needs absolute secrecy, the newcomer warns as the magic builds. A cloaked figure descends in a burst of dark magic. A firmer guarantee than trust or belief, they say, would be our lives, don't you think? The newly arranged chairs, it turns out, are reserved for the whale tribe's heir and their priest. And one more for Lord Cale, someone adds, gesturing to an empty seat still waiting for him. The talk turns serious. An organization called Darkness has taken over the eastern continent's underworld. They orchestrated a terror attack on the LOUT kingdom and the Sun God Order, hit an elf village trying to steal a world tree branch, and even backed the merpeople's bid to seize the sea routes. Once Watira and Alvar finish laying it out, the whole room goes quiet. One man breathes, wiping his brow. So this group's been working with the Empire and the 3 northern kingdoms right under our noses, one delegate asks. What an evil operation, we have to get rid of them. How brutal, someone says. Since he despises magic, one ally will never forgive a magic bomb terror plot, and a certain hot-tempered warlord will feel exactly the same. Whipper's going to have a field day with this one, someone smirks. Then the room turns to Rena. Miss Rena, do you have something to add? It's fascinating, someone tells her. Word is she was the one who helped stop that magic bomb attack on the LOUT kingdom, the whale tribe incident, and put out that jungle fire too. And saved the elf village on top of it, another adds, clearly impressed. Oh, and helped rescue the saint and saintess while he was at it, someone chimes in. Just how kind is this guy? Does he ever actually get to rest? So what's the plan going forward? Alvar asks the room. Silence. Isn't figuring that out kind of your job? Someone shoots back. One small voice pipes up. Human, are you going to save us again? Perched on Redika's shoulder, the little green dragon watches the whole exchange with wide, curious eyes. Saving people is great and all, someone says dryly, something to really be proud of. We have to save the western continent, another declares. We have to bring peace to this whole continent, Redika says, dragon in tow. Once there's peace, he adds, I finally get to rest and play at home. I think the people here can actually pull that off, Alvar says, so please work hard so I don't have to do quite as much myself. Truly, you're right, someone tells him, you always stick to the steady, honest path. He's saying stuff he doesn't fully mean again, one onlooker whispers. I think I sold that pretty well, Alvar thinks to himself, pleased. Truly the LOUT kingdom, Alvar murmurs, eyes closed, clearly proud of what they've built. We have to kill bastards like this, someone says flatly. We'll also chip in food and funding, another offers. Then Whipper will quietly stockpile funds and supplies so the 3 kingdoms don't catch wind of it, Alvar explains, laying out the plan. If Whipper's borders get crossed in this war, the Jungle Kingdom will send its hidden battle squadron immediately. Then let's seal it, someone says, extending a hand. Let's begin the pledge, a voice says, as hands come together over a glowing magic circle. Footsteps echo as the ritual hands weave through the air, sealing the pact in silence. Light streaks across the sky like a comet, marking the alliance for anyone watching. A pillar of light erupts over the horizon, the pledge etched into the very land. Lord Cale, let's meet again after the victory, someone calls out as the group heads their separate ways. They want to see you again, someone tells Alvar and Retica with a knowing look. There's nothing to do until winter, so rest up while we wait for good news, Alvar says. I was planning on resting anyway, Retica shrugs. Yes, be sure you do, Alvar adds as they walk off together. But of course, things are never that simple, as the scene cuts to a quiet building. Footsteps hurry down a hall. What is it? Retica asks, sensing something's up. A glowing, scrying orb sits ready on the table, waiting for a connection from the front lines. A bloodied face flickers into view. Through the intelligence network Alvar and Ron built, word comes in that the Whipper Kingdom is holding its own against the Empire's forces. Retica mutters to himself that it's all moving too slowly, fall's already here. I wanted you to hear it from me first, the voice on the orb grins. We've half won. What? Retica blinks. We took a whole castle. The warlord Tunka crows, cackling, as Alvar reacts with a mix of relief and disbelief. And just like you said, Tunka adds, bloody hands still on the orb, we didn't leave our wounded behind, we brought them all with us. The strong have to look after the weak, he says, oddly noble for once. Has he actually lost his mind? Retica mutters, unconvinced. Treating that many wounded won't be easy though, Alvar frowns. We're barely halfway to victory and already low on potions, healers, and priests. I know a few people who could help with that, Ron offers, already thinking ahead. So what do you mean by halfway to victory exactly? Someone presses Tunka. A win's a win and a loss is a loss, he shrugs, not really answering. Turns out the enemy actually abandoned the castle and fled. So you just took over an empty castle? Well, technically yes, but… Tunka admits, dragon watching awkwardly. Human, it's burning, the little dragon suddenly shrieks in alarm. Out of nowhere, a pillar of fire engulfs the captured castle and it won't go out no matter what they try. Not being put out, someone repeats, stunned. Weirdly, the fire isn't spreading past the castle either, just burning right in place like it's shielding it. Human, isn't this the same fire we saw before? The dragon asks, spooked. A familiar necklace catches the light as its owner finally speaks up. I think, he says quietly, I need to go put it out myself. We open on a scarred war zone. Down a comms crystal, a familiar red-haired voice calmly tells someone not to worry so much. That someone is Tunka, who puffs up and yells that he's the commander-in-chief and he'll figure it out himself, but he doesn't even get to finish before Cale cuts in and demands his coordinates. Cale, hunched over the crystal ball with an unimpressed baby dragon Rayon beside him, repeats the demand and all Tunka can sputter out is, why? Fair question, honestly. Cale admits he's not totally sure why he has to go either, but he adds it's not like he can't. He walks through the strategy out loud. Whipper Kingdom needs that castle to chip away at the Empire's power, but who knows what the Empire's actually planning. They could pull back to guard their other two castles, then turn around and ambush the Whipper troops busy fighting the fire. Cale figures he needs to see this mess with his own eyes. And why else would he go? To drag along a priest and douse those flames himself, apparently. Tunka can barely choke out the word you. Tunka shoots a sideways glance and grudgingly admits Cale's never been one for empty promises. Back on the actual battlefield, blood still soaks the ground. Tunka can't wrap his head around why anyone would be this eager to walk into a war zone. Kind bastard, Tunka mutters half insult, half compliment before agreeing to have the mage from Rowoon set up a teleportation circle and hand over the real coordinates. Cale tells him to hurry it along then, almost as an afterthought, mentions he'll be coming in disguise. Tunka's brain just short-circuits, disguise come again. Cale's face stares back through the crystal, dead serious, while Tunka just repeats the phrase back like it'll suddenly make sense. Before Tunka can get an actual answer, Cale just hangs up on him. Cue Tunka standing alone on a mountainside going, huh. Back at the Henituse estate, Cale strides down a hallway toward a familiar door as a voice inside calls him in. Inside, Cale checks in with Jack, the reformed saint, asking if his little sister Hana is still training. She is learning to wield the darkness attribute, courtesy of a mentor named Mary. Cage chimes in that she's heard Rosalind and Choi Han are around too. Jack just nods along. Cal turns to Cage directly. Is she planning to keep staying at the estate? She'd like to, she says, if he's fine with it. Jack pipes up that it's honestly great having Cage there and he'd love for her to stick around too. Turns out Cage's presence is exactly what keeps Jack's purification powers in check, letting him get close to Mary and Hana without incident. Sure, he still can't so much as shake his little sister's hand anymore, but compared to actually having a living sister at all, that's small stuff. Cal tells Cage plainly he's glad she's staying too, then here it comes so. Let's go save some people, he says, casual as ever. The room just blinks at him. Where exactly? The battlefield, Cal clarifies like it's obvious. Jack chokes on the word pardon and Cal casually adds, oh, and everyone's wearing a disguise. Jack asks if the young master's disguising himself too. Cal shrugs, says it's basically a hair color swap, ideally something that reads holy. Cage just stares, holy. Cal sends Rayon off to fetch Rosalind and Choi Han. Even the dragon wants to know if they're getting costumes too. We'll see, just bring them here first, Cal says. Rayon zips off with an enthusiastic okay, human. Cal goes quiet, clearly scheming something, until Jack has to gently nudge him back to reality. Jack's whole face lights up as he suggests white, very holy, very fitting, and very much his own signature color, funnily enough. He clasps his hands together, positively glowing with pride at his own suggestion. Cal just pauses. Cal can't help but wonder if one measly opinion really warranted that much joy. Got it, he says anyway with a long-suffering sigh. Somewhere in that room, somebody's quietly mourning their life choices. Honestly, relatable. Storm clouds roll in over the horizon as the disguised crew gets ready to head for the front lines. With a crackle of magic, Cal's hair bleeds from red to a striking silvery white. He catches someone staring. What's with that look? Nobody's going to recognize him like this, his companions assure him. Not a chance. Slip the mask on too, they say, and he'll look every bit the wandering priest. Cal declares the disguise a success. Cage practically preens this, she announces, is her masterpiece. Rayon looks Jack over and declares he genuinely looks like a saint now, while the rest of the group start asking where the patients even are. Rayon takes to the sky, homing in on exactly where the wounded are hiding. The disguised crew marches in together, Jack solemnly declaring that finding people who need help is basically the whole point of divine will. Someone quietly volunteers to lead the way in. Out on the burning battlefield, soldiers argue over whether the Imperial forces really started that fire. Nobody's sure, but if they did. Tunka's been rationing out precious potions to the worst of the wounded, but it's grim they're dying anyway. Someone snaps at all the doom and gloom. The commander-in-chief and his staff will figure something out, they insist. Rayon eyes the raging fire and asks if Cal's going to blast it away like last time, because if he does, the whole castle's going with it. Cal just studies the flames with an unreadable, calculating look. Destroy it, Cal scoffs. He'd have to be out of his mind to torch something that valuable. Tunka, still with no idea who he's really talking to, asks permission to go inside. Cal just blinks pardon. The disguised Cal sweeps in with maximum theatrical flair, announcing he's arrived by heaven's will to help them through this brutal fight. Open the tent, Tunka orders, and a soldier scrambles to obey. A glowing hand reaches toward the wounded as the healing begins in earnest. Tunka marvels at just how many potions were brought along. Cal, still fully in character, offers a humble "I'm truly thankful." Turns out the Crown Prince footed the bill for all of it, straight out of his own pocket. Back on the crystal, the Crown Prince can't resist a jab, putting out fires again, dressed like the secret organization Darkness. He cackles that the Empire's probably hiding somewhere close by. Watching the Whipper forces the whole time, no less. It's the perfect way to keep both the Empire and that secret organization thoroughly confused. The prince cheerfully throws in more of his own funds to keep it going. Cal turns to Jack with a simple order: go put on a proper saint performance. Since he's already here, Cal figures it'd be a waste to just douse the fire and leave. Someone watches him go, quietly impressed he really is working hard. As the healing magic flows, one thing becomes obvious: this kid's got serious talent, and the Empire's going to want him around. A soldier is checked on and manages a weak but grateful nod. Following Cale out here, he says, was the right call. Jack's mind drifts back to his old life at the Order, where he only ever healed a handful of elites, never the people who actually needed a miracle. Jack turns to Cale with a small, oddly bright question. Can he share something funny? Cale, wary, asks what. I think my healing ability, he starts, trailing off mid-sentence. He is getting stronger, he finishes. He saved his own sister thanks to Cale's help, and coming out here because Cale needed him ended up saving a whole lot more people besides. Quietly, almost to himself, he admits he should have been living like this all along. Cale, with Rayon curled up beside him, simply tells him he trusts him. Cage beams and lets out a happy little yes. Blood-red moon hangs in the night sky while somewhere, someone counts down the days, wondering if today is finally the last one of the month. A stack of documents changes hands, official orders nobody exactly signed up to enjoy reading. An official presses for details. Is the castle really completely empty? His hooded companion confirms it. Mages from Rowoon, Breck, and the jungle have all swept the place already. He isn't thrilled about it either. Seems like their side is using captured mages without a shred of hesitation, he mutters. In the shadows, a robed figure lays out the real plan: sacrifice the small things for the bigger picture. If they want to erase magic completely, why not use their enemies as tools too? The report continues: no people, no items, not a scrap of magic equipment left behind. It's a completely empty castle, so the mages actually checked all the equipment themselves. Confirmed, not a trace of mana off any of it. No mana means no magic, plain and simple, as flames devour the curtains behind them. One detail still nags at him: the equipment style matches gear common on the Western continent. Could be an advanced model. He decides he needs to see it himself to be sure. Cut to the action. A dragon tears through the sky in a blast of fire while a red-haired figure below cheers it on. Someone comes crashing down through the flames in a dramatic entrance, because subtlety was never really the plan. Cale surveys the blaze with a small dragon at his side and understates the obvious: it's hot. His crew presses him for the plan as they drop down over the railing, ready to sweep the place once more for anything left behind. The plan, Cale explains with a grin: since Rosalind and Rayon can do a thorough check for magic gear, why not also keep an eye out for treasure and rare items while they're at it? Rosalind laughs behind her mask. She knew he'd say that. Not money, not food, just treasure, right? She promises she's spot on and she'll do her best, and Cale says he trusts her completely. Choi Han asks if that trust extends to him too, and Cale just nods. You too. The crew moves deeper into the castle in matching black cloaks, taking stock of what they've found so far. Cale isn't satisfied yet. He wants the basement checked too. There's no way the Empire lit that fire pillar and just walked away. That'd be a total waste of effort. Time to go take a look. Before they even reach the fire pillar, danger strikes. Someone shouts for the young master to watch out as something swoops down out of the dark. Choi Han offers to open it himself. Cale doesn't hesitate, just open it. A hand reaches out and flame roars to life instantly. The fire erupts into a massive blast, swallowing the figure whole. Choi Han yells for Cale to stand back. It's dangerously hot. The fire's stronger than expected, Cale notes. He'd figured a pillar this size would burn weaker than the one back in the jungle's district. One thing's clear already: dousing this with water is not going to work. A strange voice cuts through the flames and asks Cale directly, "Are you here to make a sacrifice?" The voice presses further: is it a sacrifice followed by protection? Cale can only stare, completely thrown. He figures the heat must have kicked his heart's vitality into gear, but that doesn't explain why a glowing pebble has suddenly appeared in his hand. Choi Han grabs him fast, snapping him out of it. Something's off with Rayon too. The little dragon is acting strange, twitching on the ground. Then Rayon perks right up. He can smell it, he really can. That same scent from the black swamp is rising up from somewhere below. The black swamp, Cale repeats, clearly not thrilled by the memory. A flash of memory: the dark forest's black swamp, the exact place he once pulled a dragon bone, and a strange aura of ancient power out of the muck. There's something else too, Rayon adds. He can smell the dead mana of that same dead dragon drifting up from below. Cal can't help but smirk. They hid something down there, and it's exactly the kind of item he's been dying to get his hands on. Let's go underground, he says, and the group descends into the glowing red hall. Footsteps echo as they push deeper toward the source of the heat. Cal asks Rosalind to light the way ahead, and she's already glowing before he finishes the sentence. Magic sparks around his hands as Cal takes in the space around them. This isn't just a basement, it's a prison. It's practically a maze down here. Choi Han offers to scout ahead first, and Cal's blunt reply catches him off guard. Do you want to die? The group presses on down the stairs, Rayon trailing close behind. Cal cheers Rayon on to take point, and the dragon happily zooms ahead. Follow me, human. When Cal doesn't follow, the confusion is immediate. Why aren't you coming? He just shrugs. Tell me when you've found it, I'll wait right here. Rosalind offers to trail Rayon using her own magic, and Cal tells her to stay safe. She takes off with a smile, leaving the two men behind. Choi Han finally puts it together. Is Cal hanging back in case there's a bomb Rayon's nose might have missed? Watching him, Choi Han can't help but think it. The guy's rough around the edges, but he genuinely looks out for everyone. Cal's expression sharpens. Sometimes not moving is the smartest move you can make. Rosalind's voice rings out from deeper in. She found it. Cal figures they'll need to lift the stone slabs off the floor, and Choi Han steps up immediately. He'll handle it. Rayon boasts he can do it in a flash, magic already swirling around him. Not to be outdone, Choi Han decides he'll just dig the dirt out himself. Choi Han gets to work, hands glowing as he tears into the earth. He notices something's bothering Cal and asks what's wrong. Cal brushes it off. Nothing. It's fine for now, Cal tells himself right as that same eerie voice slithers back into his head. Are you here to make a sacrifice? His thoughts spiral. Why does that pebble keep saying that? He hates pain, hates getting hurt, but the thing keeps pushing him to sacrifice himself, and worse, he can feel something like joy behind the voice. He doesn't know what power the pebble actually holds, and honestly, he has zero plans to find out. Better to write it off as some crazy noise in his head. Just then Rayon calls out, the smell's coming from right here. Something about the sight in front of them feels off. Both Cal and Rayon zero in on a strange, ticking liquid. Cal's sure the black liquid was pulled straight from the black swamp, and sitting right next to it is what looks like a mana bomb, though he's never actually seen one up close before. Rosalind turns the strange orb over in her hands. This thing wasn't made from any natural attribute, so the only way to know what it really is means cracking it open. Up on the castle wall, Cal gives Rayon a nod. Yeah, they need to analyze this thing properly and fast. Cal mutters to himself, working the plan out in his head. It should come down to fire, right? The pieces click into place. The whole point was to lure Tunka and the Whipper Kingdom inside the castle so the Empire could quietly blow them all sky high. Fire conveniently covers up every trace of a dead mana bomb. Once nobody found anything suspicious, they'd walk right in feeling safe, and boom, the whole castle goes up. If every single bomb goes off at once, everyone inside dies, no exceptions. Getting infected by the dead mana is bad enough, but you'd also have to outrun a pillar of fire to survive it. Basically impossible unless you're built like that blockhead Tunka. Someone throws Cal a satisfied smirk and cracks their knuckles. Well played, human. Rosalind lays out her theory. Alchemists and mages built these together, rigged with a trigger primed by a mage's own mana so it could go off exactly when they wanted. Whoever built these packed just enough dead mana inside to be lethal, and doing that cleanly takes a high-ranking mage. She scans the buried stash. Individually, the blast radius is nothing, small as a human skull, but packed with enough dead mana to torch the whole place regardless. Rayon and Choi Han stand watch nearby, quietly waiting for the verdict. Someone raises the obvious problem. What about the timer? Pull it out and it might just detonate the whole orb right there. Cal's answer is blunt, just blow it up. Rosalind's jaw drops. Wait, what? He shrugs it off. Let's just grab every last one of them. Blowing up a bomb, please, that's the easy part. He calls Choi Han and Rosalind in. Time to put this fire out for real this time. Down in camp, a wounded soldier lets out a grateful sigh. Whoever's been treating them, they're good people. Turns out the mystery healers claimed they just happened to know the commander and were passing through, and they've been taking shifts treating the wounded ever since. Word spreads through the camp. Nobody's complaining about staying up because these strangers aren't asking for a thing in return. One soldier jokes that it'd be great if someone put that raging fire out already. Then he stops mid-sentence. Because right on cue, the whole sky erupts in a massive fireball. The blast keeps rolling, tearing through the night in a wall of flame and sparks. Soldiers scramble as the shockwave rips through the camp. An officer barks at a runner to report the explosion immediately. Yes, sir, right away. And right in the middle of the inferno, someone's cackling like it's the best part of her day. Watching him soar overhead, even the others have to admit it. Rayon's kind of incredible too. A soft purple glow pulses in the dark as the rest of the bomb orbs are gathered up. Cale gives the word, begin. Rayon answers with a roar and takes off. In a flash of green light, he's full dragon size, tearing through the sky to burn every last bomb out of existence. Choi Han crouches low nearby, blade ready, watching the sky light up. The bombs go off in one massive, controlled blast, safely this time. The flames finally start to die down as rain begins to fall. By the time the storm rolls in properly, the fire's smothered and the camp below is finally safe. An enemy commander barks orders, anyone with magic resistance to the front now, yes sir. But the fire's already dying in the rain and it makes no sense to them. Is this magic? Something unnatural is moving through the storm itself. Choi Han strikes and an enemy soldier goes down screaming. Someone stares up at the churning clouds in disbelief. Is he actually controlling the storm itself? This isn't like any imperial mage they've fought before. This is raw nature answering to him. It's a power that makes both magic and men feel painfully small. Who the hell is he? Cale just tilts his head, unbothered. That guy's got a set of lungs on him. Cale, Choi Han, and Rosalind stroll out of the rain like they own the place. Who are you? Cale just shrugs. Honestly, who are we? Cale draws his blade and lets a burst of raw force rip through the storm. One clean, brutal swing. The attack tears straight through the enemy position. Soldiers scream for their commander as the position goes up in smoke. But their commander's very much alive, just a wall of muscle standing untouched in the wreckage. He plants his feet calm as ever while the storm rages around him. Then Tunka swings back and the fight is very much back on. He throws his head back cackling like a maniac, and honestly his own soldiers look more scared of him than the enemy. Something watches from close range, eyes burning bright in the dark. Cale's cloak snaps in the wind as the storm finally starts to settle. The enemy's banner lies torn on the ground, the fire's finally out for good. Tunka sets his sights on the castle looming in the distance. Time to advance and settle things with the Empire and whatever's hiding inside it. Up on the ridge, Cale's group watches the castle in silence, already bracing for what comes next. Tunka just grins wide, itching for round two. Go ahead, bring everything you've got. The wind howls over the castle as storm clouds gather. Something's about to kick off. A fighter charges the line, screaming for everyone to move up and push forward. Above you, someone screams and the fighter's eyes go wide with alarm. Two black-cloaked assassins drop out of the clouds riding a little green dragon, blades drawn and ready to kill. Blood sprays across the sky. Cale barks one order, Rayon, invisibility please. Rayon doesn't hesitate, I got it, and the magic starts swirling. Someone spots him slipping away and yells, are you running? Yes, yes he is, every single time. Enemy soldiers fan out, ordered to search top to bottom. Cale's little vanishing act worked a bit too well. Now invisible and soaking wet, Cale just mutters that it's cold, the great hero undone by a chill. Choi Han offers to dry him off with magic while Rayon panics that Cale might actually collapse from a cold. Cale insists he's not about to faint, stubborn as ever, even half frozen. Rayon isn't buying it, teasing that he'd better not start coughing up blood on top of everything else. The battlefield goes quiet, just leaves rustling in the breeze while the chaos settles. Someone checks in gently, hoping the sudden chaos didn't rattle everyone too badly. The offer to rest gets turned down. She was already awake anyway, and there are more wounded who need tending. A quiet thank you gets a pointed reply, you owe me, don't forget, nobody does anything for free around here. Sunlight cuts through a stone tower window. A quieter, more sacred setting waits ahead. 2 days pass, someone clasps their hands together, almost afraid to ask if she's really leaving. I should, she says simply. The grateful crowd wishes she'd rest a while longer in the castle first. She waves off the comfort. Extravagance, she says, was never meant for someone like her. There are people out there still suffering, she says. That's exactly where she belongs. Crowds part on command, clearing the road for the priests to pass through. A flashback surfaces. A child once begged their father to explain which god he followed, curious despite having no faith of their own. A pale-haired figure smirks faintly, turning something small over in hand, a memory with an edge to it. Hooded figures lift their hands to the sky in silent blessing. Cale remembers mages were once hated and cast out, yet they were the ones who fought to make the world equal for everyone. Don't forget that, comes the quiet reminder. Someone asks why he even brought up the sun god in the first place. Cale just grins. It's all according to my plan. Sure it is. You'd make a great pope, young master, someone says, entirely too seriously. Apparently Cale's just too kind and warm not to comfort people someday, divine powers or not. The irony writes itself. Winter rolls in over the ocean off the Ubar coast. A new leg of the journey begins. No means no, Sir Pasiton. Somebody's not getting on this boat today, no matter how much he begs. And that woman's not getting on either. Someone flatly refuses, though we all know how that usually goes. Fine, the white-haired stranger shrugs. He was taking the ship out anyway, so she might as well ride along. He invites them aboard, warning the whales might get angry, and can't help smiling while he says it. Never a good sign. The hooded woman just smiles back, warning that the ocean's about to be stained with blood. Yeah, she's definitely not normal. Cale catches himself staring at her scars. She asks flatly if he wants her to cover them up. He says he doesn't care either way. She tells him straight she keeps her face bare on purpose. Every time she sees a stranger's eyes flinch at her scars, she remembers the blood of everyone she's killed, so she never lets herself forget. Cale just quietly takes that in. I see. Sails up. Rayon perched on the mast. Next stop, Hayes Island 9. Cale strikes a pose on deck. They're off to meet the tigers now. Sure, why not? They land on Hayes Island 9, Cale's very first look at the tiger tribe. The tigers are huge, someone blurts, staring wide-eyed at the approaching group. You can tell just by looking at them, powerful, and every bit as fierce as their tiger forms suggest. There's supposed to be one more sorcerer here according to Watira, and Rayon immediately clocks that one of these tigers feels off. An old tiger elder strides forward, Sir Gashan himself, robes snapping in the wind. I was waiting for you, he says, and somebody in the group is already regretting this whole trip. Cale narrows his eyes. Does this old man even know who he's talking to? Something about this meeting already feels wrong. Then out of nowhere, Gashan asks if Cale believes in Tao, not exactly the question anyone expected. Cale's read on the situation. This old man is weird and something about him is deeply unsettling. Gashan boasts he's lived long enough to be called a miracle. Cale, unimpressed, just says, so what? Nature is telling me, Gashan murmurs, reading something in the wind itself. He points straight at Cale. The red-haired man from the western continent, the one living a whole new life, has finally come to them. Cale freezes. The old man just told him this prophecy is about overthrowing someone. The one who'll overthrow the secret organization plotting to kill him, Gashan declares, will be a red-haired man. Cale's ears are ringing. Rayon and Cale just stare at each other. Wow, that's creepy, about sums it up. Cale clenches his fist, sweating. How does this old man know that much about him? Somebody nervously asks Cale point blank, is he actually planning to capsize the ships and let everyone on board drown? Cale just shrugs it off. Shaking the boats and letting them die naturally is basically doing them a favor, he reasons, with a straight face that is somehow more terrifying than any threat. Back on solid ground, Cale can't help but admit it. Whatever sorcerer they are about to face is clearly no joke. His butler can't resist poking fun, wondering aloud if young Master Cale wasn't always a bit of a troublemaker growing up. Cale, blindsided, demands to know where that's coming from. The butler clarifies, not still a troublemaker, just used to be one before he reformed. Cale deadpan simply agrees, reformed completely. Cale narrows his eyes, muttering that he's pretty sure that is not what the old man actually meant by any of this. Nearby, someone innocently asks if young Master Cale was ever really a troublemaker. Of course not, the butler answers with a perfectly straight face, not a troublemaker at all. Cale allows himself a small smirk. He's not completely innocent these days, sure, but hey, it's all in service of a nice, comfortable future for himself. His companion grins, connecting the dots out loud, so that is what everyone's been hinting at. Cale just stares back, utterly lost on what any of this even means. Someone lays it out plainly. Every single one of Cale's infamous troublemaker antics back in the day was all an act. Once he'd finally settled into his new life, the story goes, Cale started being honest about what he actually wanted for once. Cale, meanwhile, is left wondering what on earth anyone is even talking about. Geez, someone mutters, embarrassed on his behalf. That old reputation of his as the family troublemaker really was common knowledge among every noble in the land. But the more his butler got to know him, he admits, the more obvious it became. Cale wasn't really trouble, he was just hiding his true colors the whole time. Cale, sweating bullets while everyone chuckles behind him, grumbles that if he ever admitted his actual dream is just to be unemployed, people would twist it into something way more noble than it is. Somewhere else, Ron studies the mysterious sorcerer with narrowed eyes. Yep, this one is the real deal. More shaman than sorcerer by the looks of him, Ron figures, which only raises the question. Cale, staring off into the sunset with his tiny dragon perched nearby, just sighs. Honestly, at this point, who even is he anymore? Word has clearly traveled. Apparently everybody on this island already knows exactly who Cale is. Everyone, that is, except the one sorcerer who actually matters. Cale's eyes narrow with interest. That's everything his informant has managed to gather so far. Cale nods slowly. There's more to this, he suspects. Apparently there's a rumor going around that a mysterious red-haired man is destined to hand the Tigers a brand new stronghold. Cale immediately shoots that one down. Nope, not how any of this works. For one very tempting second, Cale actually considers dragging these Tigers into all-out war with the three northern nations just to watch the chaos unfold. Then he catches himself. No, bad Cale, stop thinking evil thoughts. A new stronghold, is it? Interesting. Cale decides it's finally time for proper introductions. The Tiger's representative steps forward, a sorcerer by the name of Gashan, delighted to finally meet the legendary Westerners, dragon included. Gashan extends a hand, a spark of magic crackling off his fingers, and invites them inside to hash out the details. Meanwhile, out over Hayes Islands 2 and 12, the whale and tiger forces are already gathering on standby, while their dragon scout soars high above one very big ocean. Cale spots the enemy fleet below and blinks. There are way more ships out there than anyone expected. Ron talks him down though. Only 5 of those ships actually carry real threats, roughly 20 fighters apiece. They've been tracking the fleet's every move through the ocean's own wildlife, and at this rate, the enemy reaches the Hayes Island base in about 5 days. 20 each doesn't sound like much to Cale, but he's reminded he's fought the eastern continent's darkness before, so his definition of not a large number is a little skewed. Unlike the underworld thugs they usually deal with, this crowd specializes in straight-up combat and killing, not sneaking around, and more than a few have some nasty, unique abilities to boot. Even their weakest fighters would run circles around most of the mercenary guild. Great. Cale sighs, resigned. 10 whales, 20 tigers, and their own little crew, that's the lineup for this fight. None of this would even be necessary if all the tigers were still alive, Cale notes grimly. A real shame, and not the fun kind. See, these tiger clans lived like total hermits up in the mountains, completely cut off from the rest of the world. Which meant they had no idea the darkness had been quietly picking them off one by one, until nature itself finally called the survivors together. A spirit clued them in on what really happened to their dying kin. Turns out, of the 20 tigers left, only 15 are actually fit to fight. His companion worries aloud about casualties, wondering if they should have called in backup from other kingdoms. They can't afford to lose anyone here, she says, then she gets a look in her eye. A sudden natural disaster would be pretty terrifying, wouldn't it? Cale blinks. Come again? She's already running with it. What if dozens of whirlpools just so happen to appear across the ocean out of nowhere? Panicked and scrambling to dodge, the enemy fleet would have no choice but to steer straight toward the Haze Islands. A few unlucky ships that can't evade in time, those just get swallowed whole. Space the whirlpools out between 15 islands just right and the fleet gets herded exactly where they want them. So what does Cale think? Cale's answer: forget herding them, let's just flip every single ship. And he says it with the brightest, most cheerful smile, which honestly makes it worse. Plan set: they'll spring it in 5 days once the fleet arrives. For now, it's time to head back. 5 days later, right on schedule. Cale grumbles about the winter ocean being freezing, and his dragon immediately pipes up, offering to crank up the warmth magic for his favorite human. He's just making an observation, honestly, and speaking of timing, the fleet has finally arrived. Beyond that lead ship, dozens more enemy vessels stretch out across the horizon. On the beach, word comes in that Gashan's sister has finished all the preparations on their end. Ron grips his staff, time to get ready. A flock of crows scatters across the fading sunset light as the moment finally arrives. One of them mentions that Hana insists she can handle herself, that it's fine. Cale isn't so sure. Is that judgment call actually trustworthy? Choi Han backs it up without hesitation. It's more than enough, he says. After all, he's the one who trained her. Someone else laughs it off and volunteers for the thickest, nastiest part of the forest, no problem at all. Ron slips into the shadows of the tree line with one simple promise: he'll pick every last one of them off, quiet as a whisper. Nearby, his companion insists she's fine going in solo, no partner needed. Cale double-checks. She just shrugs. Alone or not, it makes no real difference to her. There's a flicker of something darker behind her eyes. The second she sees blood, she admits she wants to kill everyone in sight. Cale can't help but think it. Whatever the darkness was thinking, picking a fight with those two specifically was not a great call. The sun's setting, human, his dragon announces gleefully, already vowing to go blow every last enemy sky high. Cale just gives a tired little yes sure and a grin. What a violent little dragon he's raised, Cale muses before calling out one last warning to everyone else: stand back. And just like that, everyone moves into position, each fighting their own way, as the battle finally kicks off in a blast of fire. Cale admits he hasn't gone all out with the ancient power in a long time, hasn't pushed the destructive flame or the red lightning to their real limits either. Tonight, he's cutting loose with the wind and everything else he's got. Flames and lightning swirl around him as Cale finally lets it all go, closing out the chapter on one seriously epic power flex. Cale squares up with a cocky smirk as raw wind energy starts crackling around him. Whatever he's about to pull off, it's big. He calls out to Rosalind the priestess, signaling it's time to begin. Their tiny dragon hovers close, ready to help her channel the spell. A glowing magic circle blooms beneath Rosalind's feet as the dragon lends its own power to the ritual. Something massive is stirring in the air. It genuinely feels like an entire storm is being summoned out of thin air. Rosalind admits, nerves showing, that she's never attempted magic on this scale in her entire life. She chants the old words: let the wind that carries the breath of the weary settle into this humble body and become a mighty storm. Cale feels it hit him like a jolt, his heart suddenly pounding hard. Something about this feels off. His own blood is racing faster and faster, like his whole body is being rewired from the inside out. He can already tell holding onto this much power without losing control is about to become a serious problem. Sweat pours down his face as he grits through it. He never expected an ancient power like this to hit him this hard. Their dragon panics, screeching for him to stop before he wrecks everything and hurts himself. Cale, straining, insists he was already about to quit anyway. Choi Han comes sprinting in, calling out for him, right as the strain is really starting to show. The wind finally starts to settle, but Cale is clearly running on fumes after channeling all that ancient power. Elsewhere, out on a stormy sea, a whole rival fleet presses on through rough water none of them saw coming. Cale's legs finally give out as Choi Han and the dragon rush in to catch him. Completely spent, Cale mutters that it's time to fall back and lay low for a while. On that same rival fleet, its commander, Ophid of the Darkness Battalion, eyes the sky uneasily, wondering if a real storm is rolling in. The rain's light for now, so the plan is to split the fleet and rush to anchor at the Haze Islands to assess things before dark. His second-in-command, Griddle, grumbles they should have packed more sailors for this trip. Can't be helped now, right? Ophid coldly decides they'll need to kill off all those navigators anyway, if Griddle's intel checks out. A strange sound rumbles up from the water, and everyone on deck goes on edge. Whatever it is, it's closing in fast, coming straight from the stern. A massive whale suddenly bursts up out of the storm-tossed sea, towering right over the ship. Ophid's blood runs cold. Whales, they're supposed to be way up north right now, not here. Word is the whale king, Schickler, never leaves his own territory, so if they are out here, the 3 northern nations must have already tipped them off. Ophid barks the order, make for the nearest Haze Island and raise the black flag above the light. Griddle takes off running. This is officially an emergency. Ophid knows running into whales in open water means heavy losses. Realistically, they need to prepare to die out here. He calls for Griddle to round up every sailor they've got immediately. The whale calls are closing in fast now, way faster than anyone hoped. Someone scrambles to hoist the black flag, shouting that it's going up right now. Then a new shape looms out of the storm, and confusion turns straight to alarm. Ophid rushes to the bow to see exactly what they're dealing with. A massive wall of water slams into the ship and Ophid can only stare in disbelief. What the hell is happening out here? The order comes to get to the islands as fast as humanly possible, but someone points out the whirlpools scattered across the water. Ophid shouts over the storm, dodge the whirlpools since the whales are tailing them and their only shot is reaching those islands to make a stand. Sailors are roused and scrambling, but there's a problem. They can't cram every ship onto just one island. Ophid orders them to split into groups and make for whatever land is nearest, with Griddle dividing the sailors between ships. One ship gets dragged straight into a whirlpool, and when someone asks if they should turn back to save it, Ophid's answer is a flat no. He curses under his breath, watching another ship go down, forcing himself not to look back. They have to keep pushing forward no matter what, he insists, even if it costs them several more ships. Someone yells to contact Central Command the moment they hit an island, while another voice screams at everyone to just move faster. The order goes out again, split up and anchor wherever you can right now. Somehow, against the odds, one of the ships finally limps into calmer water near an island. The survivors scramble ashore, someone shouting for everyone to form a defensive circle fast. Now that everyone's narrowly clear of danger, they just need to hold this position, and with whirlpools like these, the whales shouldn't be able to follow. Small mercies. Meanwhile, in a forest somewhere else, an explosion sends a pack of assassins scattering in shock. One of the fleeing assassins gasps out a single word, "Swordmaster." Someone seriously dangerous just showed up. Cut to another island entirely, where a fresh set of hooded figures creep quietly through the brush. An older retainer steps up, calmly promising to handle the assassins himself and telling Miss Mary to go rest. She simply nods and calls him elder, trusting him completely. Back with Cale, arms crossed and smirking at the storm he just helped set loose, he murmurs that the night has only just begun. Cale's still catching his breath after pushing his new power too far, sweat dripping despite the chill. "I said I'm fine," Cale grumbles, wind and frost swirling around him and Rayon like he definitely, totally has this under control. But his hand was shaking mid-cast just a second ago and Rayon isn't buying the tough act one bit. Quit overdoing it with that ancient power. Rayon's genius fix is to hit the gym. Cale just stares at him because no amount of push-ups is going to fix a power that isn't exactly muscle-based. Right on cue, Ron and Choi Han come stomping through the rain, catching the two of them mid-bicker. Choi Han's solution is a lot simpler than Rayon's. Forget the pep talk, let's just go fight the enemy ourselves. Ron's not amused somebody has to actually protect their fragile young master, thank you very much. The old man grumbles that someone needs to be on standby for the next time Cale coughs up blood, and Cale just blinks. Wait, are these two actually worried about him? I'm not feeling my best, but I don't think I'll be spitting blood this round, Cale offers, and Choi Han cheerfully points out he's got the great rayon mirror backing him up. Yeah, I guess I do have the great rayon, Cale admits, and Choi Han nods along like that settles absolutely everything. Cale waves the old man off with a mock formal "let's go, good sir," and Ron just sighs out a flat yes, clearly used to the ribbing by now. Off to the side, Choi Han is trying to meditate his nerves away, whispering for nature to calm the storm in his chest before the real fight starts. Someone reminds him flat out, "Don't level the island this time." Choi Han promises not all that convincingly that he'll be careful. Then the sky rips open with lightning and a scream cuts through the storm. The fight is already underway. Something huge tears through the rain in a streak of light, and the battle's opening move lands hard. Out on the water, Cale notes the whales are practically taking orders from Rayon these days. Rayon just shrugs like, obviously. A hand slaps down hard against the deck as the ship braces for whatever's coming next. Something or someone goes plunging straight into the churning sea. A pair of eyes snap open in the dark, and a low, monstrous growl rolls up from beneath the waves. A massive shape surges up out of the black water, fins and claws flaring wide. Whatever just surfaced is not friendly, and somebody's scream proves it. Claws rake down, trailing fire and fury in the same breath. Someone stumbles back bloodied, gasping that this is flat-out insane. On the shore, a tiger tribe warrior squares up against the people who hunted and skinned his own kind, and this time, he promises, the skinning goes the other way. Entirely alive, he snarls, and the fight turns brutal fast. A scream tears out as the tiger warrior makes good on the threat. Someone drops gut-punched and gasping. Blood drips steadily down into the dark water below. Meanwhile, Ron, yes, the actual old man in this story, stalks up on one of the organization's own creepy old operatives. Something drips off the cliffside in the tense quiet before Ron makes his move. Ron glances up, completely unbothered, already calculating exactly how this ends. Then the whole cliffside goes up in a violent blast. Ron doesn't really do subtle. Somewhere else, another explosion rips through the storm, punctuated by cackling laughter. Choi Han curses, scrambling clear of the blast. Seriously, where did this woman even come from? He recognizes her instantly. The fake saintess the organization tossed aside like trash, now swinging golden energy around like a live wire. She just cackles, manic and unhinged, while Choi Han's stuck wondering what she's even doing on this island. She's mid-sentence about calling her old bosses when Choi Han's blade cuts the conversation short. He needles her as she scrambles. "Go on, try running, see how far that actually gets you." She croons about how beautiful blood is even while she's bleeding out, and Choi Han, down but not out, just curses that he was so close to finishing this. She lunges for an escape route, taking one last desperate leap. Just a little further, she tells herself, eyeing the ship waiting on the shore like a lifeline. She freezes, spotting a figure closing in fast on the ship she was banking on. Choi Han drops onto the deck, and her escape plan just got a lot more complicated. "Oh, you're still here," he says, cool as ever, and her face says it all. She knows exactly how bad this is about to get. Beat up but far from finished, Choi Han squares up for round 2. His blade connects and she goes down screaming. "Huh, that was boring," he mutters, distinctly unimpressed for a guy covered in his own blood. "I'll finish this myself," he says, and whoever's with him just nods. No argument there. He warns her point blank, "Don't you dare blow up this whole island on your way out." She just scoffs. She's already taken out their leader on her organization's orders, and she's not stopping there, she's coming for everyone else too. Later, alone with his thoughts, Choi Han admits he just can't wrap his head around any of this and gets asked, understand what, exactly? Why is this shadowy organization so dead set on wiping out every powerful being it finds, starting with the whales? Then the tiger tribe, then even their own discarded fake saintess. Nobody's safe from their own side, apparently. Forget recruiting the strong to their cause, turns out the actual plan was just to erase them entirely. Choi-han still can't make sense of the logic until it's spelled out for him. Wouldn't ruling the world be a lot easier? If you're simply the strongest thing left standing? Fair point, and honestly, Choi-han decides the why doesn't even matter to him anymore. All that matters is stopping them cold. Pazitin, let's go find the rest of the tigers, he says, calling in his favorite whale for a ride. Smoke curls up into the night as the ship gets moving. Back with Cale, Rayon eyes him sideways, clearly wondering why the guy's being so cagey all of a sudden. What is he even on about now? Rayon grumbles, while Cale insists delicate little human hearts shouldn't be staring at all that carnage down there. I only did it because you told me to, why ask now? Rayon shoots back. Turns out Cale had him plant a dead manhwa bomb, something guaranteed to leave the biggest possible mess. The wreckage alone should read as bomb damage loud and clear. And sure, they've got a manhwa-disrupting gadget, but Cale's betting on more eyes catching this than just theirs. None of the organization's mages who spotted the whale attack are checking back in, which means their bosses are bound to come snooping out of sheer curiosity. Exactly, and once they wander in and spot bomb damage everywhere, what conclusion do you think they're going to jump to? That the Empire itself tried to wipe this place off the map, which is precisely the story Cale wants them to swallow. Rayon grins wide, delighted with the whole scheme, a nice juicy trap dressed up as a disaster, exactly his kind of fun. High above a moonlit sea, the baby dragon Rayon looms in close, practically giddy about whatever wild plan Cale just floated. Cale just stares. Fun is one word for standing next to a dragon that could probably swallow the moon. Down below, a lone wrecked ship bobs in the open water. This view has its own kind of terrifying. A dead whale drifts below, and Cale can't quite tell if he's in shock or just done processing how much carnage happened here. There was no clean way out of this fight. Cale reminds himself one side had to lose big, and it takes a firm heart to face what comes next. Apparently, even the old golden dragon has weighed in, calling Cale the unluckiest human alive. Great, thanks for that. Cale steadies himself and calls out to Rayon, trust me, let's go down and see the damage up close. This was never a losing fight, Cale reflects, not with whales, tigers, and his own crew all thrown into the mix. Flying over the wreckage, he can't help but marvel that anyone signed up for a fight with this much firepower gathered in one place. Even the coastline looks like it lost a fight, cliffs cracked wide open by the fallout of battle. Landing amid the ruin, Cale sighs, yeah, this is a complete mess. Then Rosalind struts out, drenched head to toe in blood and grinning like she just won the lottery. Isn't it great? She beams. Cale just blinks, yeah, covered in blood, noted. He tosses her something small and glowing. Just check yourself over before celebrating, he tells her. Rosalind just cackles, clutching the crimson stone. The saint's going to faint when he sees the state of her. Cale mutters that she's completely lost it, and the saint probably has too, right before she calls his name across the wreckage. Her tone shifts, quieter now, but thanks, she tells him. He kept his promise. The promise to save her, and to finally hand her a real shot at revenge. Every single promise kept. That's just who Cale is, whether he likes the reputation or not. Back at camp, the report comes in. Group 1 is wiped out and the last stragglers are getting flushed out of the cliffs and caves. The whale tribe princess figures they'll have the whole mess cleared by end of day, bodies, shipwrecks, all of it. Then there's the question of the ships that survived intact. Nobody's quite sure what to do with those. Before she can finish the thought, Cale jumps in. Can he just have them? That was clearly not the answer she expected. She reasons the ships are dead weight to her people anyway, may as well go to Cale instead of some rival kingdom. Rayon's already impressed. Cale's already scheming. Those ships are going to make quite the impression when he rolls up to meet the 3 northern kingdoms. Rayon nuzzles in for a victory headpat, thrilled about the free fleet. Cale smirks to himself, the little dragons getting sharper by the day. The group heads back through camp, revenge business as usual. Cale checks in with the cleanup crew. They'll wrap things up quietly from here, and he leaves them to it. Overhead, the sky clears and the birds return, like the island itself is exhaling after the storm. The cries of battle fade out over the cliffs. Looks like it's finally over. Cale catches himself off guard for a second, admitting just for a beat that he let it slip. Complacent, he corrects himself, watching a whole crowd, kids included, stare at him like he just hung the moon. The tribe's elders approach him, and before they can even finish their sentence, Cale's already shaking his head. No, he repeats, whatever gratitude they're about to pile on him, he wants none of it. The tiger elder presses on anyway. Thanks to Cale, they finally got their revenge and a good hunt out of it besides. But staying on the eastern continent means running into the secret organization's shadow sooner or later, so the tigers need to head west, and they're hoping Cale knows of some land. It's not really a big ask, the old tiger insists, but thank you all the same. They didn't pull off this revenge alone, the elder adds, and they've already prepared offerings for whoever agrees to host them. Cale's ears perk right up. They don't need much space, just enough room for the adults to stretch out, and true to tiger honor, every single one of them showed up with medicinal herbs and treasures to offer. One of the young tiger cubs shoves a gift into Cale's hands, beaming with pride. Cale's a little stunned. Even Rayon's charmed, perched on his shoulder, gushing about how nice these tigers are. Hard to argue with that. But Cale's smile fades fast. Now that he's officially sat in on a 4 kingdoms and 1 tribe summit, there's no more dodging the secret organization. Cale floats a condition for the land deal, and the old tiger elder immediately starts shuddering like he's been struck by lightning. Even the kid backs away. Yeah, that's a little unsettling. The old man snaps upright, gasping that nature itself is speaking to him. Nature apparently has a very specific forecast come spring. The tigers are destined to clash with a cold sword in the western continent. Cale's inner monologue is pure deadpan. Oh no, what a miracle shaman, guessing the exact plan Cale was already cooking up against the 3 northern kingdoms. He plays along, join him, and that little prophecy comes true, no takebacks. The tigers, who have lived quietly until now, only hesitate when revenge is on the table. A handshake seals the deal. The dark forest, it turns out, is plenty vast. Big enough for the whole tribe to settle in, and now the whale tribe princess finally understands why Cale held off accepting them for so long. He wasn't stalling out of cruelty, he just didn't want the tigers thrown straight into a war with the 3 northern kingdoms. She offers to help ferry the tigers by sea, and Cale simply says thanks. Mid-conversation about shipping routes, Rayon suddenly lights up, eyes glowing red, tugging at Cale's sleeve. Red means the crown prince is calling, Rayon announces, practically vibrating with the news. Should he even pick up? Cale groans. Last thing he remembers, the guy told him to rest up. This can't be good. Sitting alone in a dim room, a voice needles him. He doesn't even know what the crown prince looks like, does he? Cale's barely awake, and this guy's already left him speechless with the very first thing out of his mouth. Cale bluffs instantly. Of course he knows the crown prince, then quietly backpedals to just knowing his eye and hair color. Busted, he's never actually met the man, and the crown prince quotes the old saying about knowing your enemy right back at him. Go, the crown prince orders flatly. Cale's face does a full system crash. Go as into the empire, just like that. Why him of all people? Cale scrambles, playing dumb. Maybe his ears just malfunctioned. Could his highness repeat that last strange bit? Oh, my mistake, the crown prince says smoothly. Let's go together instead. Somehow that's not much better. The goal apparently is simple: go get a win. A win? Cale just sits with that one. Never heard the crown prince phrase it quite like that before. Cale flicks the little charm away with a scoff. Guess he's off to the empire whether he likes it or not. Meet the crown prince, self-appointed enemy of every magic bomb terrorist in the empire, and apparently a full-time headache for imperial officials. He's spent a year hunting whoever's behind the church bombing, and he just talked the empire into letting him keep digging. This isn't some throwaway kingdom either. Rowoon's got history, and its crown prince has been chasing this case with a very personal grudge. The empire can't exactly look away from a crime this big, especially with word going around that some of their own people were in on it. Cale dryly notes just how annoyed the empire must be with him. The prince just grins and admits he's had plenty of fun stirring the pot. Acting, that doesn't sound like you at all, your highness. So righteous, so kind. Cale needles him, tongue firmly in cheek. Turns out that is the point, it's all an act, and this prince has gotten very good at wearing it. Cale cuts the flattery short. Quit the bull, he says, because if anyone's running an act around here, it's him. The real reason for all this? Cale wanted eyes on the bombed-out square and the church behind it, so he talked his way into a full day's access to the crime scene. And it worked. The Empire signed off, probably because a neighboring kingdom just lost a castle and everyone's on edge about diverting attention from the terror investigation. A year's gone by since the bombing and the Empire's betting Cale won't find a thing, so their cover story is simple. Let him tour the church and admire the alchemy. Truth is, the Empire's already used that same investigation as an excuse to strip the church of everything it had. Cale just nods along like he suspected as much. Cale casually asks after the saint and saintess. The answer trails off before it really goes anywhere. Someone's got a very different question in mind. Is there a hidden treasure stashed at that church worth digging up? You think there isn't any? Oh, there's definitely something there, and that smile means somebody's already got a plan. That's the exact feeling you get reading a story like this. You just know someone's about to loot a church in the name of justice. The prince insists he's being generous. No way he's handing that treasure straight to the kingdom. He'll return it for the right price after burning through his own money on potions last time. Someone's already calling dibs on getting paid back, and his tiny green sidekick is thrilled at the idea of a fresh treasure hunt. 50-50 split, non-negotiable, so when do they leave? Power was never the point. Come December, the two of them are headed to the Empire together. Cut to the Henituse territory, a few days later, because apparently the real plotting happens back home. Cale sits his father down with news. He's bringing some people he knows into the territory. Naturally, Dad wants a head count. About 20, Cale says, people who lost their homes, including kids and the elderly, and he wants to settle them in Harris Village. He even offers to cover the costs himself, though deciding who's let into the territory is strictly the Count's call, not his son's. The real issue was never the head count, it's the new land they'd need to hand over. So Cale tiptoes carefully around it. He's pretty sure his father will say yes eventually. Getting there might take some doing. Harris Village sits right at the northern edge of their land, and with 3 northern kingdoms creeping steadily south, the Count's already wary about who settles up there. Still, come spring, he agrees bring the refugees to the castle, and he'll find them somewhere to stay. Their territory's mine-rich and well-developed, outsiders have never been an issue, and the castle walls just got rebuilt with room to spare. Cale even offers to cover the fees before catching himself mid-sentence. Then comes the punchline: these particular refugees are tigers. Dad just blinks. Come again. Turns out tigers is code for an entire crew of seriously battle-hardened people Cale's bringing home with him. These aren't ordinary refugees, they're basically war-ready, and with nowhere left to go, Cale figures his own land is the safest place to put them. Harris Village's already stable, empty, and near a forest, exactly what they'd want. So handing them that village works out for everyone. Dad sold instantly. Good job, son. Cale's grinning like he just pulled off the perfect con, and his tiny green dragon isn't shy about pointing out exactly how much he looks like his old man doing it. One more ask before he goes: visit home even when he's busy. Message received. Cale promises to spend the new year right there at the territory. Next stop, his mother, who takes one look at him and declares he's gotten way too thin. Mother Cale greets her, bracing for the usual inspection. She's already guessed he's helping the crown prince with the bomb investigation and wants to know if His Highness is working him too hard. Cale says no, he's fine, and the sheer relief on her face makes him wonder exactly what she was bracing for. He's got a favor too. Is Muller done resting after finishing that ship? Cale wants to send him off to Harris Village next. A simple thank you gets him nowhere fast. Mom clearly saw straight through this whole conversation. He leaves it in her hands, with his little green dragon eavesdropping from the doorway the entire time. Even his younger siblings have gotten stronger, his dragon points out, watching them head off together. Yes, Cale agrees, watching them play in the garden they really have. Next up, a familiar blonde face greets him with a cheerful "good to see you, young master." He swears he just happened to be in the area, ready to come running the second Cale calls. Cale's already bracing himself because every single time this guy shows up, chaos tends to follow. Straight to business, they're heading to the Empire. Then the real asks, does he know any alchemists? The question catches him off guard for a second. Sure, there's bound to be deserters who have cut ties with the official alchemy bell tower same way certain mages skipped town from the Whipper Kingdom. He promises to track someone down even if he has 0 leads to start with. Cale approves, great answer. He's also curious where to buy alchemy materials, though he can't help wondering what Cale plans to do with whatever alchemist he finds. Work them to the bone, comes the cheerful reply. Plenty of places in the Empire for that, so Cale just tells him to buy up whatever materials he's asked for. Should he head to the Empire ahead of everyone else? Sure, his schedule already lines up with the Crown Prince's travel plans anyway. Footsteps echo down a quiet hallway. Someone else is about to get pulled into all of this. It's been a while, Frisia, Cale says, and the woman in front of him looks like she's bracing for whatever comes next. First question out of his mouth, was she originally from the Southwest region? She confirms it and explains that crossing into the Empire legally means passing through the southwest border of the LOUT Kingdom. That particular stretch belongs to the Gyara Dukedom, the gateway linking the kingdoms straight to the Empire. Cale lays it out plainly. She fled the southwest after an assassination attempt on a noble and the death of her own leader, and that noble was a vassal loyal to the region. Leader's family, he presses, she confirms it quietly. Turns out everyone tied to what's called the Cale intelligence group used to be part of an actual assassination outfit targeting nobles, and Frisia herself killed the leader who took a job kidnapping a noble's child, then went after the noble who ordered it. In a kingdom where slavery's outlawed, kidnapping a child is a bold, dangerous enemy to make, and Cale clearly respects the nerve it took. Young master, she replies, waiting to see where this is going. She finally asks why he's grilling her with all these questions. His answer is blunt, he's looking for a weakness. Because that stretch of border, the gateway into the Empire through Gyara territory, is exactly the kind of soft spot he doesn't like leaving exposed. That gate can't stay weak with an uncertain future ahead, so Cale's decided to shore it up himself. Don't worry, he tells her he's already got a solid support network. And with the Crown Prince himself in his corner, Cale figures nothing's going to catch him off guard. Must be nice having royalty on speed dial. Meet Antonio Gyara, heir to the Gyara Dukedom, and this cold open already makes him look like trouble waiting to happen. Word is he's all about image. The guy cares deeply about how the outside world sees him. Back home, he tells his aide Frisia he's sticking around the territory a while after his Empire trip, and to have some material ready for whenever he needs it to make threats. Make threats? That sounds harsh, he smirks. I'm a righteous noble. Sure you are, buddy. His staff just nod along. That's exactly the kind of person the young master is, with the enthusiasm of people who know which side their bread is buttered on. Antonio smirks to himself. He knew he could count on Frisia to handle the dirty work. Cut to the LOUT Kingdom's capital city, because that's actually where our real story kicks off. The Crown Prince tells Antonio he's the perfect pick for the Empire trip, and Antonio plays humble, insisting he's just happy to serve the kingdom. The prince praises his devotion as the group heads out, Cale trailing along like he'd rather be anywhere else. Antonio soaks up the compliment, insisting a real noble always puts the kingdom and its people first. Real humble, this one. Enter the Empire's ambassador, who admits he came just to size Cale up and quickly realizes there was no need to worry. Turns out Cale's been dubbed the Silver Shield. Word of his heroics has clearly spread all the way to the Empire, and the ambassador cannot stop gushing about it. Cale tries to play it modest. It was just a weak skill, he insists, and that only makes everyone lose it even more. Ambassador Daltero cackles, practically begging for an encore of the legendary shield. Cale's stomach drops. He really hopes he won't have to pull that shield trick out again. Something about this ambassador is giving him serious goosebumps. Back to lazing about some critter needles. Cale about doing nothing all day, and Cale, ever the philosopher of laziness, agrees wholeheartedly. Cale drops some fake deep wisdom about going with the flow, mountains being mountains, and all that typical Cale nonsense dressed up as philosophy. A knock breaks the peace. They're heading to the teleportation circle soon, someone tells him. He thanks them politely, completely unbothered. Wait, why is anyone telling him this? Then it clicks. The crown prince wants him to hurry up. Pardon, Cale asks, genuinely lost. Turns out His Highness never actually told him anything. About what exactly? Cale's smile is starting to crack. A crowd's already waving him over. Looks like whatever this is, it's happening right now. Cale goes pale on the spot and finally asks the crown prince outright, did you actually call for me? You're traveling with me to the teleportation circle, the prince informs him, and Cale can only ask which one, praying it's the boring nearby one. Cale sizes the prince up in his head. This is a guy who won't let the terror attack investigation drop, and who's aced nearly every job he's ever handed himself. Skilled and righteous. Annoyingly, the crown prince really does seem to be the real deal. Turns out the Empire specifically invited the prince with Cale, hero of the terror attack, in tow, a perfect PR opportunity for the royal family, and Cale knows exactly what game this is. I hate it already, Cale mutters, watching his quiet life evaporate in real time. The crowd's finally getting their look at the famous silver shield, much to Cale's dismay. Ever the diplomat, Cale plays it modest for the crowd. I can't compare to the crown prince, wouldn't you agree? Deflecting the spotlight like a pro. The crowd eats it up, cheering that the crown prince really is the star of the kingdom. Mission deflect, accomplished. But Cale's got a plan brewing. If he's going down for this empire trip, he's dragging someone else down with him. Cut to the Jaira territory, because Cale already knows exactly who that someone's going to be. A stray memory surfaces. Some kid who idolized Cale's silver shield act, promising he'd grow up just as cool. Cale can't believe the kid still remembers it. The prince won't let him live it down either, needling him about it the whole teleport ride. You won't be cool if you want to be like me, the prince teases, telling Cale he should aim to be like his own father instead. Apparently getting carried around on someone's shoulders is peak cool, according to the peanut gallery. Cale shrugs it off, pretending to have no ulterior motive. Really isn't his style, and he's got one brewing right now. A motive and a new destination. Someone greets them the moment they arrive. Enter Sonata Jaira, the dukedom's formidable duchess, welcoming the crown prince with practiced grace. Turns out the old Duke Jaira lived so long that naming an heir got messy, just like the drama we saw with the Sten Mardkey family. The fallout was brutal. Sonata's husband, her son, and her daughter-in-law all died in a carriage accident. Sure, nothing suspicious about that at all. From that day on, she earned the name the Iron-Blooded Woman. The crown prince greets her like an old acquaintance. It's been a year since they last crossed paths, and young Duke Antonio gets pulled into the pleasantries too. Cale clocks it immediately. Sharp is exactly the right word for this woman. Sonata takes over as escort, announcing that Antonio will personally look after the whole delegation before they head to the Empire tomorrow. Word is Antonio's about to inherit the whole dukedom. As he should, Sonata says, not exactly overflowing with warmth. Cale reads between the lines. The Jaira dukedom has been backing the second prince, but the presumed heir just switched allegiance to Alvar, clearly angling to cozy up to the crown prince with this trip. Meanwhile, the rest of the dukedom is quietly still backing the other side. Hedge your bets, cover your bases. That's just how survival works in this family. Cale catches someone staring at him and can't help but stare right back. His little dragon buddy calls him out for smirking, and Cale just shrugs. Why ask when you already know the answer? Everyone treats Cale as the exception to the rule, not the troublemaker the rumors paint, but a proper noble with real pedigree behind him. At least, that's the story he's selling. Sonata warns Antonio flatly, the first prince isn't someone you can take lightly. Underestimate him and it'll bite you in the ass. Understand what your grandmother's telling you. Right on cue, Cale steps up to greet young Duke Antonio in person. Antonio returns the greeting warmly, hoping they'll get some time to sit down and talk properly. Converse, Cale repeats to himself, already plotting exactly how pleasant that conversation is about to get. Pleasant for him, anyway, not so much for Antonio. Out loud, Antonio remarks Cale's nothing like the rumors, and Cale plays it off with a laugh. Antonio's completely buying the act, convinced Cale really is the righteous, upstanding nobleman he claims to be. Cale notes privately that everyone in this family is cut from the same cloth, while Antonio keeps the door open for future chats. Cale's already planning his next performance, play the righteous noble, talk a big game about the kingdom. In the story of this so-called hero, Antonio's about to get cast in a very ambiguous role. Antonio's pride as a noble makes him complicated on the surface, but dead easy to read once you know which buttons to push. The Crown Prince catches Cale's suspicious grin and wants to know exactly what he's up to. Cale casually suggests it'd be great for the prince to pick up another loyal follower. The prince, understandably confused, asks who. Cale means Antonio, the master of this very house, and he's already offered him up as bait, telling the prince to use him however he likes. Cale's already negotiating a cut for himself if the plan works, then pivots, because the Empire's own crown prince apparently already knows exactly who Antonio is. Turns out Antonio's reputation precedes him too, known as the Silver Young Master, and as the one who put out that infamous jungle fire. A flash of memory the moment Antonio openly doused the blaze in Area 1, the exact feat that built his legend. The Crown Prince will be a lot happier to see you than me, Cale insists. Of course not, comes the reply, though a few days later that confidence takes a serious hit. The prince's prediction couldn't have been more wrong. Someone's already thrilled to see Alvar, and they've clearly been waiting a while. A striking white-haired stranger zeroes in on Cale immediately. He's heard all about the young hero who stopped the bomb. It's so great to see we have a young hero like you, he gushes, laying on the charm a little too thick. Cale's not buying it for a second. Good to see me, my ass, he thinks, pegging the guy as a total sociopath who sees him as competition for the Crown Prince's favor. Even his dragon agrees something's off about that smile. Still, Cale can't help but admit it. This is what finally makes the imperial capital feel real. And knowing his luck, the trouble's only just getting started. Cale waves off the hero talk without missing a beat. Me, a hero? I just did what I had to do, he says, dragon perched right on his shoulder like nothing's up. The Crown Prince laughs it off, calling that attitude great, and admits he wishes they had more time to talk, promising they will later at the banquet. Inside, Cale is screaming, no way, he absolutely does not want to talk to this guy again. His dragon isn't helping, quietly noting that this Crown Prince might be just as strong as that so-called cowardly vice commander. As the prince's people are told to take good care of their guests, Cale can only manage a wary "oh." He does not like where this is going. And there it is, the name behind all that charm, Crown Prince Adin. Turns out Adin's doing some sizing up of his own, quietly clocking that grinning alchemist as someone who might really be a high-ranking knight hiding in plain sight. If this guy's really on par with Wilsman, a top-ranking expert, then he is hiding a whole lot more than a smile. Cale is intrigued too, honestly, but not enough to get close. His plan is simple. Score one big win and quietly disappear. Which is exactly when his dragon starts shrieking human human, right in his ear. Cale creeps down the hallway, dragon in tow, spooked by one simple thought: could there really be another dragon around here? Elhaven catches him mid-freak-out and asks the obvious question, what's the matter, young master? Cale just lets out a long, tired sigh. Someone wonders out loud if there's anyone else around quite like him. Cale's answer is a very convincing, maybe there isn't. Then his dragon drops a bombshell: that red-haired guy at 12 o'clock. Apparently he's part of the cat tribe. It clicks when the dragon talked about family, he meant the cat spirit's own and Hong all along. Elhaven leans in with the trivia: nobody asked for the guys, clearly strong, and cats like that almost never show themselves. Oh, and one more fun fact: this particular tribe specializes in assassination. So who exactly are they hunting? Cale just sighs. Great, he found out something else he really did not need to know. The butler shows Cale to his quarters, offering to personally handle any small jobs or errands he needs. He adds that the assigned knights will look after him for the rest of his stay. Cale, walking in with Choi Han, just exhales, seriously. Whatever's bugging him, Cale decides the smart move is to just not see it. I pretend I do not see, he mutters to himself. The butler mentions no guards were posted at his door since he brought his own knights, but offers to assign some right away if he'd like. Cale turns it down flat. He does not need any extra guards, thanks. The butler agrees to be on call whenever needed. Cale just nods all right then. Turns out that unease was earned. His dragon spots someone using stealth on the roof right above his bed and cannot help but admire the technique. Hiding that well, he says, is basically art. Cale puts it together fast. There were plenty of empty rooms in this palace, yet he got placed right next door to the crown prince. That is not a coincidence. He is fairly sure Adin wants to know more about him, specifically about that jungle fire he put out. Cale's brain immediately spirals. How exactly did a sorcerer put out a fire that water could not touch? And what if that sorcerer is tangled up with the darkness? What if the Empire and the darkness are working together, and that same sorcerer handed top-grade magic stones to both sides? Just thinking it through is horrifying enough that even Choi Han and Elhaven look uneasy. He keeps building the case in his head. The sorcerer got treated like royalty, settled in the jungle, and someone planted a spy. If that sorcerer really is the spy, the jungle's as good as handed over. Straight into the Empire's hands, just one more clean little win for them. He snaps out of the spiral, grabs his cloak, and just says it lets go. Choi Han, caught totally off guard, blinks right now. Cale's got errands. He needs to exchange some money, and word is his old friend Bylos is in the Empire. Reunion time. Choi Han is still catching up to how fast this plan came together. They slip out into a quiet street as evening settles in. Bylos spots him first and lights up. Young master, it's really great to see you here. Cale's just as glad to see an old friend, and Bylos swears he won't be meeting with anyone else while Cale's around. Bylos says he understands completely, and offers to personally show him to his room. They head down a quiet corridor lined with bookshelves toward a door that clearly is not meant to be found by accident. Choi Han, Rayon, and Elhaven trail behind, and Elhaven can't help but doubt this shabby little corner is really where Cale's staying. Bylos grins. There is an even better room than this waiting for them. A hidden bookshelf swings open onto a passage nobody would ever notice. Behind it is a small, humble little room, and Cale actually loves it. Small and unremarkable is exactly what he's after. Someone can't help but marvel at the contradiction that is Bylos. Everyone in the underbelly's supposed to be shady, so how is this guy actually kind? Cale decides on the spot he's going to see someone right now. Choi Han does a double take really. When Choi Han offers to escort him, Cale shuts it down with one single word strip. No further explanation needed. The two of them start swapping clothes right there. Let's switch clothes, Cale says, plain as day, while Bylos's jaw hits the floor. Orders come next. Bylos is to dig up everything he can on that mysterious alchemist and bring more materials while he's at it. A nervous alright is all he can manage. Still getting dressed, Bylos confirms he's got a place of his own to stay. Yes, why? Cale just smirks. Send me on an alcohol errand. Bylos sets it up, a friendly little drink, arranged with someone who is definitely not who they appear to be. Now wearing Cale's face and name, Choi Han can't help but admire the work. Thanks to Sir Elhaven, my disguise is perfect. Someone leads Cale onward through the estate. I will escort you this way. As they walk, Rayon reports in the people tailing them are camped at the front gate, and more are staking out Flynn's store. Meanwhile, the real Cale, slipping off on his own, asks his dragon for a favor. Make me invisible, Rayon. Rayon's all in okay. A wash of green light rolls over him, and just like that, he's gone from sight. Night falls over a rain-slicked building, and someone starts knocking hard and more than once. Whoever's out there needs to take a hint. Someone inside mutters, half annoyed, half nervous, who is it? Choi Han, still wearing Cale's identity, tenses up at the sound. In walks a white-haired stranger with a small dragon of his own perched on his shoulder. "Why are you here, priest?" Choi Han blurts out. The priest just shrugs. There's no one else around, human. He states his business plain and simple. He came because he wants to destroy the bell tower. Then almost politely, he asks, may I come in? Flustered, Choi Han stammers out a yes, please do. All he's got to offer is cold water, and he'll admit it. He has no idea which church this guy even belongs to. But hey, drink up and be on your way, he says, kicking a stray bottle aside. Somehow they end up sitting across the table from each other anyway, and someone groans into their cup. The priest lays out exactly what this cover story looks like from the outside: an alcoholic and a fake sorcerer. He keeps going: small bombs and medicine sold to underbelly gangs at war with each other, and apparently enough money buys absolutely anything. He leans in close, eyes locked on. Am I correct? Word is there's a mystery man who never even showed up in the story. Everyone knows nobody knows his real name, and even the info broker who dug into him only found scraps. What little intel exists says he's posing as an alchemist, and a mediocre one at that. His commissioned gear only actually works half the time. Translation: the guy can make real magic items, coin flip odds included. Someone watching from the shadows decides that's a risk worth taking. You want to pay me for a commission right now, you, a priest? The hooded man asks, stunned. Anyone would trust him with real coin. That's right, comes the answer. Our alchemist just about swallows his tongue. Guess there really are unhinged priests running around out there. A pale hand drifts toward a dark bottle on the table, and the alchemist goes rigid. This is from a poison from back when I was young, he stammers, but she's already clocked the amputation, the black creeping up his wrist. It's not your concern, he snaps, sweating. That liquid's as black as your wrist, she presses. Just how nasty was that poison to turn your skin that color? I hear you're in pain every single day. Flashback: 15 years ago, the Alchemy Tower played savior, scooping up orphans and slum kids to train. Kids as young as 5 running errands for the tower. The city ate up the charity act, even if it always felt a little off. The tower's star pupil came straight out of those slums. The other kids, quietly shipped off to towers across the empire. Nothing to see here, folks. That glowing reputation was built on a handful of success stories. Everyone else just believed it because a happy ending is easier to swallow. Then, 10 years ago, it all just stopped. A hidden dossier tells the real story. The tower partnered with the imperial palace to kidnap citizens and slaves for experimentation. They just didn't need children who could vanish without questions anymore, the priestess says flatly, looming over him. Stop, he begs, scarred and shaking. And you showed up in this slum 10 years ago too, she adds. She's clearly done her homework. You like it when the slum kids call you Mr. or Uncle, don't you? And that money from your underground jobs. She keeps peeling back the layers. Besides buying booze with it, you spend it feeding every kid in the neighborhood. Turns out this drunk with a dark past has a soft spot a mile wide. Who are you? He finally demands, because whoever this woman is, she knows way too much. I'm, he starts, then just says it. The tower invented something called a dead mana bomb. A dead mana bomb? She goes pale. No way. It's all thanks to the kids who died 15 years ago and everyone they experimented on 10 years ago, he says, hands trembling. The memory hits him like a wave: shadowy figures, children in the dark. His stomach turns just replaying it in his head. A hunched, bloodied figure in the memory. Whatever happened back then broke something in him that never fully healed. I'm going to ask you again, the priestess says, cool as ever, not moving an inch. Who are you? Her private verdict, though: he's a bad person but kind. He's decent at his craft, but he's got a conscience buried under all that guilt, and he actually knows how to regret something. That's rarer than it sounds. Still, he holds himself to some kind of code. Rebuilding the Sun God Church's whole empire footprint with one outpost was never going to work, not with intel like this in play. So they needed a new source of power, and that's when the Whipper Kingdom's civil war came up. Unaffiliated mages hiding from the world, rebels who broke from the magic tower, exactly the people you'd need to drag out of hiding for a war. And they'll need someone at the center of it. The person I plan to use for that. A tiny green dragon pipes up. Human, did this guy, the one who reeks of booze, really experiment on poor kids 15 years ago? I don't know, the priestess admits. Can't confirm it either way, honestly, makes no difference to me. Rare, he finally offers. My name is Ray Stecker. For 1 month I was in charge of rounding up the slum children. There it is, the confession. With those children, he repeats, staring into the dark. A month later I saw the experiment, what those bastards did to them. He trails off, the memory still raw. In the end, I couldn't stop them. He remembers the fight, the blood, How could I ever admit I ran that I cut off my own hand because I got hooked on dead mana? Ray Stecker, I didn't come here for your sob story, she cuts in, cold. I came to hire you, you work for pay, don't you? I'll pay you whatever you want, can you take a commission no matter what it is? His face goes sharp, you're going after the alchemy tower, aren't you? Yes, I will, silence, just his own heartbeat pounding in his ears. Alone in his cramped hideout, Ray sits with what he just agreed to. He crosses the room to a locked box and pops it open. Inside, a jar, and floating in it his own severed hand, blackened by dead mana. After all these years he never could bring himself to throw it away. Wait for me, I'll grab the commission papers, she calls. I don't need money, Ray answers, not the response anyone expected. Just lessen my guilt, he asks instead. If that's the payment you want, she says, then so be it. Drink some cold water and get a grip, she tells him. I don't work with people who reek of alcohol. Ray just groans. He splashes water into a bowl, hands shaking, trying to shake off the buzz before the real work starts. Face dunked, gulping water like it's a cure for everything. Honestly, relatable. He wipes his face and smirks. My mind is clear now, sure it is, buddy. Cut to a very different skyline. A red-haired figure stares up at a massive cathedral. Is this the Vatican? Yep, Cal's here too, and he's clearly not impressed by the scale of it. Sir Jack, does that thing even really exist? Someone presses a church insider for answers as a golden light blooms. The sun's conviction, apparently, is a genuine divine relic. An item literally handed down by a god if the legends are true, and there's a nasty detail attached to whoever stole it. That thief used it to kill a wind magic assassin and to wipe out members of the mighty Blue Wolf tribe. A relic like that, loose in the wrong hands, is a weapon. Cal wants it found fast. Where is it? I'll find it, Cal says, all business. I don't know, comes the unhelpful reply. So the Pope doesn't have it? Then it's hidden somewhere. That greedy old man must have stashed it. Even if he knew where it was, he couldn't use it anyway, someone points out. Turns out the current Pope was never chosen by the sun god at all, just voted in by church leadership after the real line ended 5 centuries back. Meeting my ass, Cal mutters, politics even in a church. It's an ugly power struggle dressed up in holy robes. Someone's shouting to capture the lowly twins who ruined the citizens, and the church, the sun god church, is cracking wide open. A religion that chases power stops being a religion. The crowd roars outside. Someone mutters that the palace has planted its own people in the mix, stirring the pot. The sun god doesn't need the empire, bring down the church. The chants keep coming as Cal strolls off with his tiny green dragon riding shotgun. Human, let's go find a lot of treasure, priorities. Someone lets slip a secret. There's a hidden table in a hidden room. That's the passage that leads to the real deal, they say. The garden they are led to is a wasteland, dead trees, bloodstains, the works. It's very horrific, right? Someone asks, deadpan, like they're giving a tour. It's all right, Cal says, though the sight clearly stirs something. He just hopes whoever did this gets caught so the dead can finally rest and the living can breathe again. But what's that tower? Cal asks, spotting a lone spire in the distance. Centuries ago, that tower held heretics prisoner at the very top, stairs only, no magic shortcuts, which is exactly why it sat abandoned for hundreds of years. Inside, it all lines up, what St. Jack told them and what the so-called saintess claimed too. Too many threads pointing the same direction to be coincidence. Cal spots a rune circle etched near the tower and freezes. But what's that? Let's split up, he decides. I'll take the steeple. Choi Han falls in step beside him without a word of argument. As you wish. What's wrong? Cal asks, catching something in his face. Sir Cal, your hand. Choi Han notices Cal's palm glowing on its own. Whatever's up in that tower, it's reacting to him directly. The thief who stole a god's relic, fast on her feet and gutsy as hell. Cal can't help a dry laugh. Sounds like his kind of person, honestly. Human, what's wrong? You gonna blow up the tower with a vortex? The dragon asks, way too excited. Don't, I saw your hands shaking last time. If you want this great rayon mirror will destroy this measly tower, I'll flatten the royal palace too while I'm at it. Don't destroy it, Cal cuts him off flatly. The sun's conviction, it turns out, lives up to its name, true conviction. Hard to believe, but this relic apparently stops night from ever falling. Crown Prince Alvar cradles a glowing orb of water, calling it a bright night as the light pours out. Something that manufactures a bright night with zero darkness in it. A divine relic only the sun god church is supposed to hold. No wonder people are killing over it. The tower looms ahead, lit gold in the sun. It's here, Cale confirms, the god's relic is here. We're raiding the steeple tonight, Cale announces, power swirling around him like he's already itching for the fight. Rest up while you can, old tower, your secret's about to get a very unwelcome guest. Night falls on the palace, and while a decoy plays stand-in for Cale back home, the real one is already on the move, dead set on staying off every watcher's radar. Under the covers, all anyone sees is a head of red hair, sound asleep. Cale's mind is elsewhere, locked on a steeple nobody's supposed to look at, and a relic he means to grab before anyone catches on. One of his own hooded escorts posts up by the door to cover for him. With a quiet okay, Cale slips past into the dark. Tonight's the plan: break into the steeple, grab the relic, get out clean. Simple, famous last words. Wrapped in a shimmer of magic to keep himself hidden, Cale gets to work. Now it's just a matter of pulling off the easy part he promised. Someone watching from a window talks themselves into looking the other way, figuring whatever Cale's up to, it's probably for a good reason. Bless that misplaced faith. Lucky break, every guard in the place has their eyes locked on the eastern villa. That leaves the back door wide open, and Cale, with Rayon perched close, slips right through. His intel says the rear garden barely gets patrolled, and whenever the Pope takes his little strolls, nobody else is allowed anywhere near it. Which only confirms one thing: the Pope knows exactly what's hiding in that steeple. So this has to be where the relic's stashed. But it raises a question Cale can't shake: why hand it to nobody instead of Jack, the church's own half-saint? Sure, the faithful get a boost whenever the relic's on display. Maybe the real reason is simpler and uglier: they don't trust anyone, even their own saint, to actually control it. Rayon, ever helpful, just offers to smash the lock open himself. One quick strike later, the door's toast. Cale barely gets a word in before Rayon's already through it. Turns out the door was built for someone a lot smaller than him. Cale hauls Rayon back by the scruff with a sigh and folds himself down to squeeze through the world's tiniest doorway. Crawling through the cramped space, Rayon's already calling it a bust. Nothing to see here, according to him. Just a rusted-out steel bed, a beat-up table, and one lonely chair. On the surface, this cell looks like it hasn't held anything important in years. Looks are deceiving. A flicker of magic answers Cale's search. Whatever he's hunting for, it's definitely in this room. Rayon flexes his magic and hoists a hidden chest up with a satisfying thud, clearly proud of himself. Cale's face says it all. After all that creeping around, he's finally got his hands on it. The chest itself looks less holy relic and more do not open, scorched, cracked, with someone's old dagger still jammed in the lid. Inside, instead of some glowing artifact, Cale pulls out a book, not exactly what he was expecting. The title alone is enough to make Rayon panic: How to Die Peacefully, by someone billing themselves as tender-hearted death. Ominous doesn't even begin to cover it. Cale's not buying the whole divine punishment angle, but he can't shake the creeping thought that this book is about to ask something worse of him. Dead serious now, he asks Rayon to check the thing for a curse. No curse, Rayon reports, just an aura so grim it apparently spooked even the ancient stone master himself. Rayon spots a strange round object in the dark and gets a little too excited about claiming it. Cale shuts that down fast. A sudden gust rattles through the cell and Cale flinches. Something about this room has him on edge. He steadies himself and keeps reading, piecing together exactly what kind of divine they are actually dealing with here. Confirmed, it's a genuine divine relic, no curse involved. But the writing's all in the language of the Roun kingdom, and that raises a whole new question. The book's actual contents are somehow worse than the title, with lines like "The world will be beautiful when every organism is dead," and a cheerful "Do you want to die? Follow me." It even promises the easiest way to die, like some deranged self-help book. delightful bedtime reading. Rayon casually points out it's been a while since the church actually had a saint or saintess. Cale can already tell where this is going and he does not love it. Rayon isn't in the mood to explain further, brushing off the question like it's obvious. Flipping deeper into the book, Cale mutters that this whole thing is getting ridiculous and he's starting to suspect exactly what it is. The divine relic of the god of death sitting in a steeple that belongs to the church of the sun god. That should not be possible. Turns out this cramped little cell wasn't some random storage room, it's where the last saintess of the sun god herself was locked away as a so-called heretic. So why would the death god's relic end up in her prison? Cale reaches to shift the chest aside, looking for more answers. Tucked underneath it, hidden from anyone who didn't already know to look, sits a worn little journal. Cale cracks it open right there in the cell, bracing for whatever's inside. Turns out what's inside is pure, unfiltered rage. This saintess did not hold back. Even Rayon's impressed. He knows every curse word on the continent apparently, and this diary is putting them all to use. According to her, the Pope deserves to die, and get this, he apparently can't even receive a single blessing from the sun god himself. Bold claim to write down. She rages about being locked in this tiny cell despite being, in her words, precious, and swears she'll never forgive him, sleep paralysis and all. She curses herself for ever trusting them, furious they caged her power alongside the death god's relic of all things, and vows to hide this very book underneath it as her revenge. Her plan, leave it all here for her own descendant to find someday. Cale goes very still at that line. He presses on, and Rayon happily keeps reading it out loud for him. Best line yet? She mocks them for having no clue where the real sun god relic actually is, and casually reveals she once dreamed of becoming emperor herself. And there's the real bombshell, she wasn't just any saintess. She was the emperor's own daughter, the one who convinced her father to bring the sun god's faith into the empire in the first place. She'd warned everyone the current pope was a fraud, furious that people kept falling for him, and figured out the truth. They stole the death god's relic simply because that church terrified them. Rayon reads that part out with real fury. If that's not what the aloof sun god actually wants, then somebody's got a beating coming. Cale just rubs his temples. This diary has more drama than an entire royal court. It finally clicks why the Pope keeps coming back to this spot on his walks. It was never about punishment. There's a much bigger secret buried here he needs kept sealed away. She recalls being branded a heretic and mocked for it, and the memory clearly still burns. And then, the real jackpot, the actual sun god relic everyone's been hunting this whole time, is buried under the ruins of the burnt palace. She knew it the entire time. Cale can't help but laugh a little at the sheer audacity of it all. Rayon, already scheming, wants to know if they're about to go rob the burnt palace next. Cale looks like he regrets ever meeting this dragon. Cale tries telling him to sit this one out and let the grown-up handle the looting. Rayon is, predictably, offended. Plan set, tomorrow they go find that real relic under the ruins. Rayon naturally takes full credit already and promises to flatten the entire palace if anyone catches them. Comforting. But under the jokes, there's a real weight to it. This woman spent her whole life locked away in this tiny steeple, forgotten by the world she once tried to save. So the mission just got an upgrade. It's not only about the relic anymore, it's about setting the record straight for her. Morning comes, and with it, a whole new set of problems waiting for Cale. Over a quiet cup of tea, someone cuts straight to the point with a simple question, and doesn't even need Cale to answer out loud to get their confirmation. It's the Crown Prince himself, and he reads Cale's carefully blank face like an open book, which, ironically, is exactly what gives him away. Then comes the question that ends the chapter on the best possible note. What exactly did you do to the Vatican? Cale, we're going to need an answer to that one too. The Crown Prince slams Cale with a blunt question. What exactly did he pull off in the Vatican? Cale plays it cool, snacking through the accusation. Yeah, something went down over there, but nobody's pointing fingers at them. The catch, the Empire just capped their investigation window at 3 measly days out of 7. Turns out the Empire isn't just limiting them, they are actively trying to shut the whole investigation down. So the prince asks, did Cale actually take the deal? Cale scoffs, does he look crazy enough to just roll over? He pushed back hard on that 3-day limit. It's barely a real investigation anyway, so Cale pitches a workaround: cut down the number of officials babysitting them. He's already filed the request, Cale says, clapping like it's no big deal, though he notes the Empire's being awfully cagey about what they really want. He frames the whole thing as a win for the Rowoon Kingdom too, because nothing sells a scheme like patriotism. The prince mulls it over. Cale's schemes always cause chaos, sure, but never once at his expense. If anything, the guys bailed him out before. He trusts Cale, but that trailing but says there's still a catch he can't quite shake. Cale announces he's off to read and stretch his legs, but the prince is more curious who exactly keeps watching him. Cale just grins and points to himself. Obviously, who else would it be? Cut to the Vatican grounds. Their tour guide won't stop stealing glances at Cale. Rayon points out the guy isn't even bothering to hide the staring. He clearly wants them to notice. Cale, meanwhile, mutters he's got zero interest in talking to this guide. Why would he bother? Someone half jokes they don't even know who this guy's here to kill, which gets an awkward, nervous stammer in response. Then, out of nowhere, the guide blurts out the real question on his mind. Does Cale happen to own any cats? Cale, understandably thrown, asks why that even matters. The answer: apparently he just smells like cat. Cale flips it right back, maybe the guide's the one hiding a cat at home. Sure enough, there's animal fur brushed off the guide's own uniform. Busted. Rayon chimes in that the fur's from a ginger cat, coincidentally the same shade as the guide's hair. The guy insists it's just his own hair falling out. He flatly denies owning any pets at all. Cale isn't buying it for a second. Rayon breaks it down. Dude got way too excited asking about cats, yet looked dead serious claiming he hates animals. Something doesn't add up. Cale agrees the guy's interesting, especially since his combat skill is way too sharp for a simple tour guide. He doubles down on hating animals, and he clearly means it, which only convinces Cale more that this whole persona is a disguise. Age 23 for the record. The backstory comes in: raised poor with a pile of siblings, a slum kid who clawed his way into knighthood, a real diamond in the rough. 15 years back, some of his siblings joined the alchemy tower. One more detail: his parents are fully human. But that 15 years and slums combo keeps nagging at Cale for reasons he can't quite place yet. They head into the Grand Imperial Library. First floors stacked with palace history and records of past emperors, and Cale decides he's taking his sweet time in here. A librarian offers help if he needs it, but Cale's already wandering off on his own agenda. Rayon, ever the efficient research partner, points him straight to the shelf on the Vatican's founding. Technically, this floor's open to foreign visitors, except every single book is written in the imperial language. Cale is not impressed. Kind of a pointless open-door policy if you can't actually read anything in here. Luckily, language is no obstacle for Cale. He digs in and finds a new palace was built right around the time the Vatican itself was founded. There's no direct record of a burned palace anywhere, but a cross-reference in another kingdom's history confirms one really was built. Officially, no burnt palace exists in Empire records. Unofficially, there was a garden built right alongside it. Cale digs up the names: the Sun Palace and the Sun Garden, supposedly named jointly by the Pope and the Prince, who was once the leading candidate for the throne. And just like that, Cale realizes he already knows exactly where the Sun Palace and its famous garden actually is. Of course he does, it's where the big banquet's being held. Time to move. Cale's heart is pounding and his hands are itching, which from him is never a good sign for whatever's about to get wrecked. On the final day of their limited investigation window, Cale plots his LOUT officials will be patrolling the main building, so he heads for the eastern annex instead. The prince peels off, telling Cale he'll catch up with him at the banquet once he's done snooping. Before that, though, word drops that a swordmaster is showing up at the banquet, one belonging to the Empire itself. Turns out there are only 3 known swordmasters on the whole western continent, one each in the Empire, the Karo Kingdom, and the North. Cale puts it together fast. The Empire's clearly planning to unveil their swordmaster at the banquet as a flex over the other kingdoms arriving tomorrow. The prince waves it off. A swordmaster's mostly for national pride and morale, nothing they need to sweat over. Sure, they're the opposition, but there's nothing to fear, Cale points out, gesturing at Choi Han, who also happens to be a swordmaster. If Cale brings Choi Han along, the swordmasters would size each other up instantly, so they settle on bringing their top-ranked vice commander instead. For the actual relic hunt, Cale figures a scholar named Elhaven is the better pick to bring along, since Rayon would rather stay hidden anyway. The prince just stares, oh, then flatly, you crazy bastard. He hands something over anyway, telling Cale to go get all of it, whatever it takes. Cale takes the glowing item without a word, already 3 steps ahead in his own plan. Somewhere in the Vatican's Eastern Annex library, a crucial clue is waiting to be dug up. Someone corners Cale with a hard question: is he planning to sacrifice himself for this? Cale blinks, caught off guard. Are they seriously asking if he's about to martyr himself to protect everyone else? Someone stays posted at the door, promising to hold the line right there while Cale goes in. Cale just nods and keeps moving. Elsewhere, the prince pulls a knight named Cora aside and tells him he's coming along too. The two of them head off together down the long cathedral hall. One of their allies vouches for Cale, insisting there's something genuinely special about the guy, and admits he's the one who pointed Cale toward the hidden entrance in the first place. Even with the tip, only Cale actually knows how to get inside. The prince turns to Cora with an order. Listen to every single word Cale says, no matter what he tells you to do. That's a first. Nobody's ever heard the crown prince give an order with that kind of weight behind it. Cora can't help but wonder just what makes this Cale guy so special in the first place. Back with Cale, the plan kicks in. Head to the ancient books corner and check only the shelves bolted to the wall. Every shelf in the Vatican has a phrase engraved on its middle row. One reads, "Darkness disappears when morning comes and all life wakes up." Somewhere among them is a shelf where the engraving's just slightly off, only a couple words out of place but enough to matter. Cale starts reading the phrases back, hunting for the mismatch line by line. There it is: awakens from their dreams, not wakes up. That's the flawed shelf. He presses into it, and something deep in the wall shifts. The whole shelf sinks straight into the floor, right in front of them. Rayon, always looking out for him, offers to go in first. The second the shelf stops shifting, a hidden passage yawns open before them, glowing faintly in the dark, and the chapter ends right on the edge of whatever's waiting down there. The ritual hall's a wreck, and 2 shadowy figures pick through the wreckage. One growls at Cale, "Human, what's this? Something here definitely isn't just fire damage." From above, the scorched circle tells its own story. Cale scans the carnage with his companion, and for once even he admits, "I don't know what really went down here." Blood streaks the walls and Cale's eyes narrow. This isn't ordinary damage, it's the telltale trace of dead mana. Someone set off a dead mana bomb right here. The little green dragon swoops in low. So this is where most of the Empire's top leadership supposedly died, huh? He asks, wings still buzzing with energy. Word is it was a terror attack. But the truth's messier. Several officials hid down here and died for real, and it was the Empire's own dead mana bomb that did it. Cale's smirk creeps in. "I think so," he says, already piecing it together. "Evidence this juicy just doesn't fall into your lap by accident, well, unless you're Cale." "Maybe I'm just lucky this time in the Empire," he mutters. Lucky or not, one thing's clear: he's about to blow this secret room wide open. Cale eyes the library with cold calculation. "When we destroy the Alchemy Central Tower," he says, "let's torch this place too." Somebody's making a very long list of things to burn down. This isn't just petty revenge, though. He needs to drag this horrific evidence out into the light for the whole world to see. Turns out his contact Jack called it exactly right. There really is something hidden down here. Cale runs his hand along a stone table, feeling for the trick. His companion had tipped him off. There's supposed to be a hidden table right in this secret room. Carved into the pillars holding it up are 24 sun engravings, each with a tiny eye. Cale leans into the doorway, already counting. The suns are numbered 1 through 24. The trick, apparently, is simple: touch the eye on sun number 3. He presses it, the stone groans, and right on cue, a hidden passage grinds open. Ancient script glows across the wall as he steps through. The sun doesn't disappear when night falls, and the dark doesn't disappear when morning arrives. Cheerful decor for a church, honestly. Both Cale and the dragon freeze mid-step, stunned by whatever's waiting on the other side of that door. They push deeper into the dark chamber, the dragon scouting ahead through the gloom while the group creeps along below. "Master, are you okay?" someone asks. "There's a hidden compartment right under the table. Let's go," Cale says simply. The dragon just watches him, quietly impressed he's really special. Cale tells the group to listen carefully to every word here. Testing the hollow space, he notes, it doesn't seem very deep. "This way, Cora," Cale calls out, waving his companion over to take a closer look. The chamber rumbles as they finally break through to whatever's been sealed away down here. Jaw set, Cale forces the last barrier open with a sharp crack. And there they are, rows of coffins quietly glowing, lined up like they've been waiting decades for someone to notice. The dragon peeks out from behind him, stunned. "Yo, young master, aren't these coffins?" "Yes," Cale confirms flatly. "These are the coffins of true saints, buried here after being branded heretics for standing up to a corrupt church. So this is where they ended up." One detail stands out: coffin number 10 is empty, and Cale remembers exactly why the Pope always warned people to behave or else. He once told a girl named Hannah that if she ever rebelled, her brother would end up in that very coffin. "Geez," Cale mutters, "what a crazy Pope." Turns out that 10th coffin is the most guarded secret in the entire Vatican, because the Pope's real treasure is hidden inside it. A lock clicks open. Somewhere behind him, a voice demands, "What are you doing?" Bit late for that question. Cale and the dragon both freeze, then light up. Oh my, the sun's tears are here. The rest of the hall looks every bit as valuable. Gold spills out in a glittering wave. "To think there are 10 coffins full of this," someone gasps. "Incredible. The saint said these priests stood against the church's corruption and got dumped here for it. Such amazing people, just neglected and forgotten," Cale notes. "That's right," his companion agrees. "They can't move the bodies right now, so they agree to leave and slip out. But the day will come when these souls finally get the honor they deserve. And that day comes," Cale says, "the moment we expose the truth about this empire, right?" "Yes," comes the answer without hesitation. Several days later, it's the day of the big banquet. Under a blazing chandelier, nobles fawn over him. "Oh, young Master Cale, you look great." "Haha, thank you, you shine like a star, your highness," he replies smoothly. "You're a star too," someone laughs. Off in the corner, the dragon watches Choi Hen get cornered by admirers and mutters that the human and the crown prince are being oddly cozy tonight. Behind the polite smiles, Cale and his companion are already gloating. "We'll have trillions if we sell all this," he grins. "The empire and the darkness will be so jealous." More laughing over the mountain of gold. After tomorrow's short official event wraps up, once the officials clear out, they're making their exit. Since these are the people who handle the empire's secret business, Cale figures they're probably holed up somewhere near the Vatican's spire. Next up on the wish list, the divine relic. The Sun Palace's grand banquet hall glitters under an enormous chandelier, dripping with old money. Tables groan under mountains of extravagant food, a servant standing stiffly at attention beside it all. "Human, there are so many yummy things," the dragon squeals, stuffing his face. "It'd be great if my family could come and the gold dragon grandpa too." Priorities as always: dessert first, diplomacy later. Cale sips his wine, unbothered. Iruhaben's skipping tonight's party, apparently too tired to bother showing up. Must be nice being an ancient dragon. Across the room, Choi Han's got his hands full, cornered by a swordmaster who clearly wants to test him. Nobles drift through the hall in tight little clusters, all smiles and side-eyes, the way rich people do at parties. Enter Houghton, the empire's finest blade, known as the Sun's Knight. Even standing still, the guy radiates "do not test me" energy. The dragon's convinced Choi Han could beat Houghton easily, but worries the old swordmaster's sharp senses might sniff out Choi Han's true skill. And obviously, in his humble opinion, Houghton's still weaker than the great dragon himself. Nearby, a sharp-eyed noblewoman leans in and murmurs that these guests aren't just decoration, they're some of Adin's real powerhouses. The dragon's foot taps against the floor, restless. For once, he doesn't say a word. Cale kneels beside him at the buffet table. Yes, I should eat a lot, he reasons, so I can work, fueling up for crime one plate at a time. The Sun Palace itself spans 3 towering floors of pure excess. Guards mention the 3rd floor staying closed tonight. Security looks lighter than expected, almost suspiciously so. Still, judging by how sharp these guards carry themselves, they're clearly not pushovers, and apparently someone important just walked in too. The hall opens straight up to the 2nd floor with a terrace for mingling nobles and a private 3rd floor space reserved for the real conversations. Cale's basically casing the joint. Wine glass in hand, Cale muses out loud about slowly starting to steal. He means pick up things, subtle. "Ah, young master," someone calls out behind him. "Shit," Cale mutters, caught red-handed before he even got started. The crowd gushes that he's inherited all of Rowoon's finest values and hopes he grows into a truly great nobleman. "Yes, I will," Cale says, playing the humble hero perfectly. The dragon jumps to his defense. "You're wrong. Weak human is weak, but he's still great. I admit it." High praise, dragon style. How harmonious as every field of nobility mingles together for the Empire's final banquet of the year. Nothing says wholesome quite like a room full of secrets in tuxedos. But Cale knows the other side of the coin all too well. Those slaves were supplied straight from Duke Houghton's own territory, and the man's watching him now with a satisfied little smile. Worse, those slaves were funneled into the bell tower with the blessing of Midilona, the vice tower master, who wears her benevolent smile like a mask. Cale's jaw tightens. "I don't know if what I said was too much," someone worries. "You don't look good." Truth is, all this digging has quietly worn Cale down. "Oh no," comes the fussing. "I'm so sorry at an event like this." Someone's genuinely mortified on his behalf. "My body's just frail," Cale sighs, playing it up. He'd hoped tonight might finally settle Rowoon's old grudges and admits he couldn't quite hide his feelings about it. "It's all right," he reassures the crown prince. "We'll expose the truth and catch the culprits eventually. Wouldn't you agree, your highness?" "Of course," comes the reply. The nobles practically trip over themselves fussing about his frail health, insisting he shouldn't waste precious time on people like them, urging him instead to go mingle with the Empire's brightest young talents. Cale gives his farewells to a silver-haired noble. "Thank you, I'll take my leave now," he says, smooth as ever, and slips away. The palace glows against the evening sky as the scene shifts outside. Alone in a quiet hallway at last, Cale finally lets out a breath. "I can finally breathe." Up on a balcony, the dragon waits with him. A knock at the door snaps Cale's attention right back to business. "Vice Commander," Cale calls. "Yes, young master," comes the reply. "I'll close the door, keep watch," Cale orders. Time to get to work. Even if these fools stumbled straight onto the divine relic, they'd never recognize it for what it is. It only answers to someone the god actually acknowledges, and this rotten church sure doesn't qualify. They don't have a shred of divine power between them, so how could they possibly know what they are looking at? And because they've got no divine power at all, they'll never realize someone in this room actually can recognize the divine relic. Cale allows himself a quiet, satisfied smile. Deep in the palace grounds at night, Cale tracks a strange gust of wind, convinced it is leading him straight to a divine artifact. He cannot help but smirk at the irony. Apparently even ancient, godlike power ends up taking after the personality of whoever owns it. His search brings him, of all places, to a plain garden trash can. His tiny dragon swoops in, baffled. Why is a grown man sneaking up on a trash can in the middle of the night? Pickaxe in hand, the little dragon checks that no one is watching. Cale's answer is short and flat: no one. It is not the trash can he is after, it is whatever is buried in the dirt underneath it, and he starts digging. Cale pushes further down the moonlit path, chasing that same whisper of wind deeper into the grounds. His dragon doubts there is really anything here, but Cale is sure the wind is telling him otherwise. Keep going, deeper. The ground cracks open and a burst of green light shoots out. Had he ever used this power openly, the whole world would have branded him a heretic. Cal's eyes go wide. Whatever he just unleashed, it has caught something. A streak of green energy rockets into the night sky, and his dragon darts after it to snatch the prize. The captured light comes screaming back down toward him. His dragon holds up the find, warning it gives off a genuinely scary aura and yelping that the thing is scorching hot. Cal pries it open with a click, only to find the relic inside is cracked straight through. Who would guess this beat-up little thing is a divine artifact, and the sun god's own conviction at that? It really does not look the part. Still, with his dragon curled against him, Cal allows himself a satisfied smile. This, he decides, is interesting. Later, Cal strolls the palace gardens with his dragon gliding lazily overhead. Asked if he is feeling good, Cal does not even pretend to be modest. Of course he is, he just pocketed tens of billions and 2 solid divine artifacts. Then his dragon mentions, almost offhand, that the mysterious book they found days ago is way creepier than that cracked hand mirror. Cal's smile drops into a puzzled frown. His dragon will not let that slide either. Age be damned, a dragon is still a dragon. But hey, if Cal is happy, so is he. The mood shatters when a servant comes sprinting, screaming for Wilsman, who is told in a panic that he needs to get out right now. Cal rounds on the commotion as it clicks. Why is everyone bolting out of the Sun Palace entrance when the banquet should still be going strong? The whole palace grounds are suddenly in an uproar. Orders ring out across the hedge maze, find the assassin now. Choi Han fills Cal in on the run. Somebody just tried to assassinate the Vice Tower Master of Alchemy. The attackers only managed to wound their target before fleeing, Choi Han reports. Cal's stomach drops. Could it be? He asks if the culprits had red hair. Choi Han, startled, confirms it. Yes, they were driven off by alchemists and knights, and now the whole palace is hunting them down. Injured as they are, Choi Han figures they will be caught soon. Cal sighs, then starts laying out a plan of his own. The cover story writes itself. Cal was just resting on the terrace when the chaos hit, and Choi Han carried him piggyback to safety in the garden. With a nod to the guards, the group heads off into the gardens like nothing happened. But something has clearly been through here. Deep claw marks are gouged straight into the bark of a nearby tree. Before Cal can react, he takes a hit, blood beading at his brow. Something bursts out of the bushes at them. What the hell was that? It is a member of the cat tribe, and by the look on its face, the alarm is very much mutual. Cal, Choi Han, and the dragon close in carefully on the wounded creature. It lunges at them anyway, snarling, cornered, and desperate. Cal asks it straight out, "Are you also trying to take down alchemy?" The creature just pants, exhausted. It eyes them warily, clearly deciding whether to fight or flee. It makes a break for it anyway. Choi Han snatches it out of the air mid-leap. Cal exhales, phew. Cal cannot help but gloat internally. The very people trying to bring down the empire and alchemy are practically falling into his lap. His dragon just notes this one is bigger than their usual family members. Someone pours a healing potion over the creature's wounds, and it flinches at the sting. Choi Han explains he cannot just leave it hurt like this. After all, this is the very knight who once guided him. Cal lays out the bigger picture. The Roun kingdom came here to dig up what the Alchemy Bell Tower and the Empire did 15 years ago, and to expose those crimes against the slums to the whole world. The creature guesses they came because of the magic bomb terror attack, then turns the question back. If that were true, why would Cal have saved it? Saved, it repeats, stunned. Cal just shrugs, yeah. The creature murmurs that it should not even be alive. Elsewhere, soldiers march out through the grand doors to manic laughter echoing down the hall. From above, Cal watches servants getting hauled away and cannot shake a bad feeling about all of it. Choi Han keeps the injured creature tucked safely against his shoulder. Knights drag a hooded figure from the cat tribe past them, demanding an explanation for the whole plot. The creature finally opens up. It was an abandoned member of the cat tribe back when it was young. 15 years ago, 3 of them were selected and dragged into the Alchemy Bell Tower. The youngest was ordered to shift into a cat and run. Escape meant survival, and the survivors never once forgot the siblings and friends left behind. Out of that grief, they built an underworld organization from the Empire's filthiest corners, and quietly bought up every alchemist's bomb they could find. Today, after all that waiting, they finally made their move. And it clicks for Cale. This is where every poison and bomb traced back to the shady alchemist Ray Stecker actually ended up. Their people had infiltrated the palace disguised as knights and servants all across the empire. It is almost enough to drive him mad. Alone, alchemy's small bombs are too weak to topple the Sun Palace, but gathered patiently over 5 years and packed for the last month around a single support pillar, they are more than enough. 5 years, Cale mutters, just to bring down one pillar. It is too late to stop now, the bombs will go off no matter what. The captive apologizes to the Roun kingdom and Cale snaps back, what exactly did its people ever do wrong? It is for the greater cause, the captive insists. Cale is not buying it, greater cause his ass, and the creature admits flatly it never planned on living through this anyway. As guards haul the prisoner off, the grim truth lands. It is already too late, the bombs would have gone off by now. His dragon vows they will save everyone anyway. It finally makes sense. Those arrested servants earlier were only a decoy planted ahead of the real explosion, meant to buy time to slip past palace security and finish rigging that one pillar. There is a lot Cale still wants answers to, but first, there is somewhere he needs to be. He breaks into a run through the palace grounds. Oh ho, indeed. He curses under his breath, damn it, he might already be too late. He sprints toward the palace's central pillar, praying he beats the clock. A familiar blonde face spots him and lights up with relief, glad to see the young master safe. Then his expression falters, you. His eyes blow wide in horror a split second before a scream tears through the air, and the pillar erupts. A scream rips through the night as someone gets blasted clean off a rooftop, swallowed in a burst of light. Across the courtyard, the crown prince freezes. The bombs, he realizes, have already gone off. Cale catches up fast, wondering if this is exactly what he was warned about, the bombs finally going live. Good news from his tiny green partner though, it is not too late yet. With Rayon backing him up, Cale doesn't hesitate, they dive straight toward the blast. Rayon's magic flares to life, slamming straight into the chaos. The two of them streak across the sky, chasing down the last of the blast before it can do more damage. Magic and explosion collide in a blinding shockwave. Whoever set this off goes flying, and the fire finally starts to die down. Cale's heart is pounding, did they actually make it in time? Rayon offers to just smother the blast with magic, but worries that kind of power is hard to hide. He's got a point, a swordmaster would clock that kind of firepower in a heartbeat, and there are guards standing right there. Then Cale hears someone nearby talking about sacrificing themselves, and it stops him cold. What sacrifice? He demands, not liking where this is headed one bit. Forget it, comes the answer, but the explosion isn't done making its point. Down below, panic spreads as another blast tears through the palace itself. A hand reaches out of the wreckage, desperate for help, and magic surges to answer the call. Energy crackles across the palace grounds as the rescue kicks into gear. Back it up, Cale calls out, hands glowing as he pours everything he's got into the spell. Rayon locks in without missing a beat, got it, no problem. From a distance, the crown prince can only whisper his name in disbelief. Massive wings of light burst open over the palace, and a shield unfolds to hold back the collapse. The glow spills across the courtyard, swallowing the whole scene in silver light. Everyone watching just stops and stares, stunned by what they're seeing. One old man gets choked up just looking at it, that same silver light again. More people drift closer, drawn in by the glow like moths to a lamp. People are already calling it the Capital Terror Incident, and that same silver shield and wings saved them once before. We're saved, someone shouts, and relief spreads through the crowd like wildfire. Job not quite done, Cale and Rayon peel off to keep working the disaster. Meanwhile, the crown prince is running on fumes, barking at everyone to quit gawking and send backup already. Something catches his attention, and he snaps around on edge. Off to the side, a certain silver-haired noble just looks entertained, real charming timing. Funny thing to look thrilled about when nobles and foreign delegates could actually die tonight. Do cute and get the mages and alchemists out here now, the order goes out immediately. Citizens get moved out, and the crown prince makes sure guards ring around Cale specifically. He splits his people up fast, one to check on a servant who leapt for the pillar, another to check in on Cale's own estate. Someone asks if they should fetch Choi Han. No need, and the fact Cale left his own knight behind tells the prince everything. Cale's got him running some other errand. An aide begs the crown prince to take cover. He waves it off, he's fine. Cale reaches out to steady the situation, and the answer comes back simple: understood. "Cale, you stubborn fool," someone mutters, while Cale grits out, "just a little longer, the mages are on their way." Cale finally exhales and Rayon fusses over him. Does it hurt? At least he's not coughing up blood this time. Rayon gets all mushy about saving people again, gushing that Cale's truly great for a weakling, and gets told to pipe down for his trouble. Rayon begs him to stop pushing himself and just let him handle it all, but Cale's busy worrying what people would think if a swordmaster clocked just how monstrous that dragon power really is. The Imperial mages finally show up, staff in hand, ready to take over. A magic circle hums to life at the tip of the staff. The mages get to work stabilizing what's left of the structure. Streams of magic weave through the wreckage, patching the damage bit by bit. "We'll shore it up with earth pillars," the alchemists call out, and the ground itself answers. Pillars slam up out of the ground and hold collapse averted. "It's all right now, young master," someone finally tells Cale he can stop pushing. Cale lets the spell go, and immediately doubles over, coughing. The crown prince catches him, worry written all over his face. Is he okay? Cale actually finds the whole ordeal weirdly refreshing, typical him, while the prince can't figure out why this man never once flinches from throwing himself into danger. "Oh no, not this again," the prince groans, while Rayon mutters he'd love to torch the whole empire, but hey, Cale looks better than after that red lightning mess, so he'll hold off. For now. Small comfort, really. Cale can't even begin to guess what goes through the mind of a 5-year-old dragon. The prince, oblivious, just asks if he's feeling sick. Cale suddenly blurts out, "Forget him, are the foreign delegates even safe?" "Are you hurt?" the prince asks again, half scolding, half stunned that Cale's still worrying about everyone but himself. "Who are you to be worrying about other people right now?" he starts, then catches himself before. "You crazy bastard," slips all the way out. "Wipe the blood off your face first," he adds instead, and Cale sheepishly obliges. Cale tries to lecture him right back about reckless behavior, which just cracks the prince up completely. Playing the noble hero, the prince declares he'll personally see Cale home because apparently comforting everyone's hearts is a crown prince's sacred duty. Cale just sighs and lets him have this one. "Can you even walk?" the prince asks more gently now. He reaches out anyway. Their hands find each other. And for a second the two just hold onto each other, relief finally catching up to both of them. Nearby, an old attendant just smiles at the sight. Ever the schemer, Cale's already plotting how hard to shake down the empire for reparations right before the prince cuts in with a quiet "glad you're safe," leaving him laughing awkwardly. "You really never change, do you?" the prince says, holding on a beat longer. Word spreads fast, relief that the delegates survived, fury at whoever tried this, and by morning the whole court is convinced there's only one man fit to be Rowoon's next king. Fresh off a battle that nearly leveled the palace, Cale trudges home beside his father, the count, who brushes off the obvious question of whether they're okay. Crown Prince Alvar grips him by the shoulder, checking him over with a look that's half relief, half suspicion, because Cale never walks out of these messes unscathed. Back home, the butler, good old reliable, spots Cale's ruined shoe and instantly knows tonight was not a quiet one. Ron saunters over with that maddening smirk of his, needling Cale with a much too casual "Are you sure you're all right?" Cale about swallows his own tongue, trying to play it cool. "I'm fine," he grunts, cheeks burning. He asks about everyone else first, and the answer comes back warm. Thanks to him, the worst anyone walked away with was a few scrapes. "Just minor injuries," he repeats, unconvinced, while behind him crews are still sweeping up the night's wreckage. Flashback to the chaos itself, white lightning tearing across the sky as someone anxiously asks if it'll really be all right. "Of course," comes the reply, cool as ever. Alvar isn't buying the tough act either. This is worse than the last time Cale pulled this stunt, and they both know it. Cale coughs up blood right on cue, and Alvar practically shouts that coughing blood means his insides are wrecked again. Ruined, isn't that a bit dramatic, Cale mutters, waving it off even as he can barely sit up straight. Someone gently warns him he doesn't need to keep standing just to look tough, as he visibly sways on his feet. Ron tells him almost too kindly that he can finally rest, and Cale can't shake the feeling something's off about how gentle everyone's being. He's told the rest will be handled without him, just go rest with the crown prince. Cale freezes on one word, we. Is the Empire quietly cutting them out of the cleanup? Ron isn't about to be left off that guest list either, and Alvar confirms it with a smug of course. Cale just laughs a dry, exhausted little haw, because of course this is how tonight ends. Cale grumbles that Alvar asks after him with real concern yet somehow never quite gets to an apology. The crown prince simply does not bow, not even to a rival kingdom. Watching from the steps, the count just shrugs. That's who the man is. A healer finishes patching him up and tells him to call if anything feels off. I will, Cale says, already not planning to. Alone in bed, Cale feels a stare boring into him and cracks an eye open, wary. What is it? Alvar looms over him with a smirk, clicking his tongue. Tusk tusk, what an unlucky human. Elsewhere, a gloved hand closes tight around a blade in total silence. Someone's about to go to work. The grip tightens, steel ready, no hesitation left in it. Choi hand slips off into the shadows, all business, and Cale can't help wondering why the man's gone so grimly serious again. Where are they? Comes the low demand. Choi han isn't in the mood for games tonight. Cale gives the order, bring the prisoner in. Choi han returns cradling a small, trembling fox-like creature. The little creature cowers on the bed, clearly bracing for the worst. Cale levels with it straight away. The palace didn't fall, and its comrade who plunged from the building actually survived, though they're being held prisoner. The news lands like a shock, relief, and dread crashing into each other at once. The drunkard alchemist, Cale explains, is the same man who quietly feeds the kids in the slums, and Choi Han will personally escort the creature to him. Then comes the sharper question. Its family, its whole organization, they're all out there hiding somewhere, aren't they? Cale doesn't sugarcoat it. Hide at their current level and the Empire finds them within a day. He offers Choi Han to properly hide every last one of them. He pushes harder. Their comrades could be tortured, could die. Does some part of it feel guilty for surviving while the others got caught? Pull yourself together, he says flatly, then drops the real bombshell. He intends to tear down the alchemist's bell tower himself, and he will not let someone named Adin take the throne next. Curled on his shoulder, the little dragon stirs awake with a startled gasp at all the commotion. Cale promises the creature that Choi Han, a full swordmaster, will guide it safely, and that a brand new hero rising in the Empire will help smooth the way too. A new hero, it asks, confused. Cale just jabs a thumb at himself, me. By morning, he figures he'll be crowned the Empire's hero outright, and honestly, who wouldn't love a face like his? Because I saved everyone, he adds smugly. The little fox just stares at him in flat disbelief. He's not wrong though. The Empire can't hide the fact the Sun Palace's pillars came down, so they'll be desperate for anything else to point the public at. And the man who personally kept that palace from collapsing tonight has every intention of playing along with all of it. No one died tonight, Sir Rex, so they'd better grab this opportunity while it's handed to them. One last order as he scribbles away. Keep quiet about everything that happened here tonight. A simple, obedient yes answers him back. Choi Han heads out with his new charge, promising to be back before sunrise. And with that, the two of them vanish into the night. Cale turns to his little dragon companion and simply tells it to lie down and rest. The dragon wriggles, insisting it could just as easily tag along, follow Choi Han, and come straight back. I could have done a better job if I'd gone, it grumbles. Cale isn't having it, stay right here by his side. You actually want me by your side, it asks, a little too hopeful. Yeah, Cale admits. The little dragon practically lights up, curling in happily beside him. For once, Cale actually lets himself rest, the night's chaos finally behind him. Not long after, a familiar voice teases him for looking so surprised to see him. Our young master Cale, Alvar coos, delighted with himself. Cale can only think, why is this guy here at this hour? Some poor attendant gushes that even freshly woken, His Highness is simply the star of the kingdom, and Cale cuts them off before it gets worse. That's enough. Alvar drops the real reason for his visit. Cale should be awarded a medal. Cale eyes him sideways, deeply suspicious of just how pleased with himself the prince looks. Of course, Alvar adds there's plenty of reward money and perks stacked on top of the medal too. They agree on the spot to throw a full, grand medal ceremony. Together they start sketching the legend they want the public to swallow, a hero who protects the weak no matter their status, wielding some beautiful, ancient power. Righteous, self-sacrificing, outwardly weak yet unbreakable in spirit, Cale settles back thoroughly pleased, ready to become exactly the hero the Empire's citizens will fall in love with. Cale spins around, stunned, when the Crown Prince casually drops a bombshell. Someone called Sir Rex has just agreed to join their cause. Cale racks his brain trying to place the name while the prince just smirks, sitting on a hidden dossier. The two share a loaded, wordless look, the air suddenly thick with things left unsaid. Cale can only laugh at the absurdity of it. By now, this crazy guy's identity has probably spread through every noble house in the capital. Turns out Rex escaped the Empire's infamous alchemy bell tower and knows a truth someone powerful would kill to bury. So they keep him alive, Cale figures. The prince nods coolly, that is exactly what he has already arranged. This mystery man also knows just enough about a certain divine relic, and about the Empire's two legendary saints to be dangerous. The Crown Prince instantly grasps just how useful Sir Rex could be to him, and Cale is not buying the innocent act for a second. What does your grand plan have to do with him existing at all? Cale presses, thought you hated stepping into the spotlight. The prince shrugs it off, sure he hates it but he will manage. The prince lays out his real plan. Install heroes so dazzling that his own name eventually fades into the background. Cale cannot help but scoff, so turning this Rex guy into a hero is just another calculated move. The prince does not deny it. The royal family and nobility have burned through the people's trust. Someone needs to take their place, he reasons, a knight from the slums striking in the dark to expose the truth. Cut to that very night, cloaked in moonlight, blade drawn, dishing out vigilante justice on some unlucky noble. Good, very good, the prince purrs. If Rex avoids capture, a tidy profit lands right in his lap, and honestly nobody involved wants this guy caught anyway. Word spreads that thanks to Cale, the Empire has started treating the Roun Kingdom's delegates with a lot more respect. Even after the palace pillars came crashing down, nobody managed to stop the rumors of Cale's heroics from spreading like wildfire. A noble from another country personally stopping a magic bomb terror attack. That story landed hard, and after nothing but bad news since the war with the Whipper Kingdom, the Empire finally had something to celebrate. And hey, Cale figures if the story was going to leak eventually anyway, might as well let it spread on purpose. So the legend of Cale Henituse just kept snowballing. Elsewhere, someone thanks Bylos for pulling through again. He just laughs it off, all false modesty. Then Hans pipes up, awkward as ever. Cale's eyebrow shoots up. Hans instantly loses his nerve and swallows whatever he was about to say. In a darker corner of the story, Cale gives the order, keep this guy hidden away until they actually need him, Bylos. Choi Han hauls their captive into a cell. Rex, sit tight and stay quiet, he warns. You are a walking bomb, Choi Han growls. Set this off and it is not just you who dies, everyone tangled up in this goes down too. He does not care if Rex is fine putting bystanders at risk for some greater good. His own family, the one he barely managed to gain, comes first, full stop. So hide like a dead mouse and do not make a sound, Choi Han finishes. Rex just breathes out one stunned word, Choi. Cut away and someone blinks in disbelief. Wait, does Han actually have a family? As far as anyone knew, Choi Han never had a single blood relative. If he is calling someone family now, that hits Hans right in the feels, he is practically in tears laughing about it. Meanwhile, a hand quietly slides a small pouch across the table. Here is the item you asked for. A hungover Bylos blinks in confusion. Why bring up the Caro Kingdom all of a sudden? Cale just asks him straight, does he know anything about it? Turns out the Caro Kingdom's VIP auction, the one name dropped back in the Birth of a Hero, is about to become very relevant. It is technically a legal auction, just run in the strangest, most secretive way imaginable. easily the most hush-hush public event around. The problem, the two items Cale swiped from that secret room are way too hot to sell under his own name since everyone already knows who they originally belonged to. So neither he nor the Crown Prince can touch this auction directly. Is it even possible to pull off? Cale asks. Sure, the prince says. Were you planning to bid yourself? Nope, Cale grins, just send invitations to two other people instead. Understood, the prince agrees. He will handle it quietly so nobody traces it back to them, and he will even let Cale keep the transaction fees. That is a pretty generous cut. They share a laugh over how obvious that is, then Cale wraps up, promising to see him next year and asking if he is still due at the Henituse territory in February. Nope, comes the answer as he walks off, the Jaira territory instead. Staying there through the whole new year then, Cale hedges. He cannot say for sure, probably the north first, then Jaira. Someone bows out politely, taking their leave, and the door clicks shut behind them. Back in Cale's room, his dragon pops up thrilled that the troublesome human has finally left. Choi Han checks in on the plan, so Antonio's business is getting pushed to February. We have to, Cale sighs. Their stay in the Empire has dragged on way longer than expected already. Choi Han points out the new year is coming up soon anyway. Would not it be nice to actually spend it at home with family? Understood, young master, he answers quietly. Cale confirms it. He promised to be back in the territory by January, and after that, he is heading north. His dragon perks up immediately. Are they finally going to see the whales? Yeah, Cale confirms while someone else checks over what looks suspiciously like alchemy ingredients. Can you whip up a fire pillar right now? Someone asks. Of course, kid, the dragon boasts. This great one can make anything as long as he has got the ingredients. Back to Cale, sprawled out laughing in bed while his dragon flutters overhead. Let's show it to the whales too, someone chirps excitedly. Okay, comes the easy agreement. Because honestly, nothing beats winter warmth, especially tucked under the blankets. Say no more. Cut to a grand ceremony hall. They are about to award a medal to young Master Cale Henituse for his noble self-sacrifice on behalf of the Empire. Good speech, someone murmurs as the dragon beams proudly overhead, so proud of his human. Cale, holding the medal to his chest, just smiles. We did it. The official reads it out. Cale Henituse, whose decisiveness and courage during the tragedy at the Sun Palace stood as acts of valor beyond fear itself. A brilliant virtue they call it, one that brought no shame to the Empire's dignity. Cale stands there taking it all in, while someone in the crowd whispers, wait, did not they say this guy had a frail body? Word travels fast among the watching nobles about how a certain rival is already using all this to build up support. The speech continues. Even the Empire's own citizens would struggle with a task like this, yet Cale, a noble from another country, carried it out himself. Countless lives were saved, and the Sun Palace still stands today because of it. In recognition of his great achievement, the king announces the third-class medal of Magoru, along with a treasure fitting his merit. The crowd murmurs that is actually a pretty high rank. The first class is normally reserved for the dynasty's own meritorious retainers. The second class goes to war heroes, and the third is reserved for anyone who has done something genuinely important for the country, probably because there has not been much good news lately. The crowd erupts and the crown prince pins the medal on personally. You have worked hard. Now say a few words, someone prompts. Cale's dragon perks up on his shoulder, practically shouting his name. All part of the plan, of course. Then the dragon chimes in with a very unhelpful warning about Bylos lurking somewhere in the crowd. Cale scans the crowd. Looks like everyone showed up. I'm just happy I could fulfill the responsibility given to me, Cale says, keeping it humble for the cameras, so to speak. His dragon goes uncharacteristically quiet, just watching. The king waves off the formality. Speak freely. Cale takes the opening, asking if he could exchange this treasure for something else instead. The king senses something is up, but Cale just deflects. It is nothing. The king studies him for a beat, clearly not buying that innocent look. Cale's grin gets a little too wide. Even his own dragon calls him out for looking suspicious. The king finally asks what he would like to trade it for instead. Cale recalls something a friend once told him. Light illuminates dark places, and light does not run out just because you share it. Rows of candles flicker as Cale makes his ask. He wants to share that same light with the citizens of the Empire too. The little group walks out from the grand hall together, the moment quietly settling in. Because as Cale puts it, light shines equally on everyone. Inside a grand cathedral, someone puts it to Cale point blank. Does he really want to share this treasure with every citizen in the Empire? Cale gives a deep, formal bow and the room erupts in applause. The king himself watches this whole spectacle with a very calculating look on his face. Word has spread that Cale Henituse is a righteous young noble, a real people-first kind of guy. The king, unsurprisingly, isn't ready to take that at face value. Considered righteous, the king repeats only by other people's judgment. He wants to know what's actually going on inside that head of Cale's. Righteousness plus youth, the king mutters, staring Cale down. He's seen that combination before and it rarely turns out well. Is Cale chasing some grand religious ideal, the king wonders, or is he just another young noble convinced he can single-handedly save the world? Intentional or not, the king says flatly, it doesn't matter. Then comes the real question, will Cale hand this treasure to the people and keep nothing for himself? Cale keeps it simple, yes, if that's possible. One stamp of the royal seal later, the king formally accepts and Cale's quiet gesture becomes official empire policy. Such admirable thoughts, someone murmurs, visibly moved. Cale, never one to stop while he's ahead, offers to bestow the treasure on this guy too. The announcement lands like a bomb. The whole plaza outside the palace erupts into cheers loud enough to shake the windows. Hands shoot up everywhere and confetti rains down. For one afternoon, Cale Henituse is the most beloved name in the Empire. Out in the crowd, a couple of onlookers gossip about the whole thing. Shame the noble responsible isn't one of their own, one size, though at least their emperor is generous too. Nearby, a hooded figure eavesdrops on strangers trying to remember his own name. Cale, something, they finally land on Cale Henituse, completely unaware he's standing right there. Is he with the sun god church, one of them wonders. No idea, the other shrugs, but he sure seems like a brave, decent guy. Cale, still hooded and anonymous, just stands there in silence, listening to strangers build up a reputation he never asked for. You haven't changed a bit, a familiar blonde face calls out, spotting him instantly. Word of Cale's exploits already made it all the way from the Roun kingdom, capital terror incident included. To make a decision like that without even a heads up, the crown prince fumes, clearly rattled that Cale pulled off the whole donation without warning him first. Cale apologizes, blaming a sudden surge of emotion. The king waves it off, genuinely touched that Cale's heart was with the Empire's people. Thank you for thinking of it that way, the king says, then gently scolds him. Cale did the same thing during the capital terror incident. His real problem is he always puts everyone else first. The crown prince lets out a long sigh. So it really wasn't some calculated move after all, he admits, not sure whether to be relieved or exasperated. Get some rest before you leave tomorrow, the king tells him. Cale bows out politely, ready to be anywhere but the spotlight. The dragon swoops down with a warning. He senses something wicked coming off the box Cale just received. Not exactly the parting gift you'd hope for. Are you planning to sacrifice yourself again? Someone asks pointedly, clearly used to Cale pulling exactly that move. Cale turns the royal gift over in his hands, feeling the danger signal humming underneath. A gift from the crown, apparently, is never just a gift. On the outside, it's just a light longsword set with a self-defense jewel, an ordinary nobleman's present. What's actually hidden inside is a very different story. And time passes. The road north buries itself in snow as Cale's group presses on toward Harris Village. A sled cuts through the snowy trail as a familiar voice calls out for him. Human, human, some things never change. I'm 6 years old now, the dragon announces proudly, and you're 20, human, you even grew taller. Cale just gives a flat, unimpressed yeh. Choi Han asks if they're almost there. Yes, Cale says Harris Village is just ahead. Soon enough, the new year arrives, a quiet marker of just how much time has passed since Cale made his promises back in the Empire. On his last night in the Empire, Cale recalls, he told his people to hold out at Bylos's hideout. The saint and saintess are alive, and that's more than enough reason to keep moving. I'll be back within the year, he'd promised them. Hold out and I'll bring you everything you want because I am absolutely going to tear that alchemy bell tower down. Once that tower falls and gets rebuilt his way, Cal plans to make Bylos the main partner running the whole operation. Piggy Bank's about to get a serious promotion. The groundwork of rounding up every hidden alchemist, meanwhile, got handed off to Ray. Cal's building a whole network piece by piece. And then there's his own homework. Stacks of books glow like they know something big is coming. Read every single one of them, Cal orders, arms crossed, already looking like a man with zero patience for excuses. Kingship, politics, military strategy, why do I even need to read this stuff, comes the complaint. Just read it when I tell you to, Cal shoots back, it'll do you good to actually study it too. With the empty crown prince seat finally filled, the starting line for what's coming next has officially been drawn. The day he returns to the Empire, Cal thinks, staring out at the snow, he'll be bringing the saint, the saintess, and the divine item with him. That day, he tells himself, is only the beginning. They finally roll into Harris Village, and someone immediately screams young master at the top of their lungs like they've seen a ghost. The poor guy faceplants right off the carriage. What's wrong with him, Cal wonders. Normally this one cowers the second he sees me. A pathetic sniffle rises from the snow as Cal casually takes a seat, completely unbothered by the guy sprawled out beside him. It's better to just follow you, young master, this is, the man stammers, sweating bullets, fully surrendering before Cal's even asked for anything. The dragon spots the chaos and lights up. That looks fun over there. Meanwhile, the poor terrified guy in the snow is just trying to survive the day. Kids are already playing in the snow and the dragon can't resist. Human, I'm going to play too, he declares, zooming off to join them. Tigers are felines too, Cal notes with a straight face, lobbing a snowball at Ron like it's the most normal thing in the world. You've arrived, young master, Ron says. Yeah, it's been a while, Cal replies. Even hapless hands back home has been keeping Ron updated on Cal's growing legend. Did nature have anything else to say, Cal asks, half joking at the scary old man. Ron just gives a knowing heh while kids tumble around in the snow behind him. Cal immediately regrets asking. Wait, why did I even bring up nature, he mutters to himself, already sensing where this is headed. Aren't the three northern kingdoms supposed to be enemies, Ron muses, stroking his beard. Warm air settling over such a cold place worries him, like something good might be brewing for them instead. No need to worry about that, Cal tells him, they just need to do their part and let the plan run its course. Ron lets it go, no point stressing over what hasn't happened yet. The dragon leans in close, delighted that the tiger tribe's sorcerer has no clue what the dragon's wrath even is. Truly miraculous, he grins. That dragon's wrath, it turns out, is an upgraded fire pillar, quietly engineered from scratch. We've been building it in secret, the mage explains, hands wreathed in flame. There's no way the enemy camp could possibly know about it, probably. That smile is back, someone whispers nervously, watching Cal's face. How devious, another mutters. Everyone in the room can tell an incident is about to happen. Choi Han, let's head back to the stone villa, Cal says, wrapping things up. Yes, Choi Han answers simply. Elsewhere, two lone figures make their way through a narrow, shadowy gorge, far from the warmth of Harris Village. Choi Han jolts awake from another unsettling dream. Why do you keep showing up crying, telling me to cling to young Master Cal's coattails, he mutters, still not sure what that warning even means. In the dream's shadows, a dark figure gloats. Finally, Cal is exactly what they expected him to be. Now we can spread beautiful death to the world, the figure cackles, a scythe looming behind them like something straight out of a nightmare. Cage, wanna try being a saintess, the dark figure had once asked her. Like hell, she'd snapped back. Why would she ever agree to that? Wait, this chilling feeling, Cage realizes, going still. It's the exact same aura from the night she swore herself to the god of death as a priestess. No, Choi Han growls, breaking into a run with Cage right behind him. Whatever this feeling is, it can't be good. It's even deeper than they thought, Choi Han realizes, sprinting through the dark, the dread only building the further they go. Shit, Choi-han finally bursts out of the gorge and straight into Cale, swearing the second you see me, Cale deadpans, real warm welcome. Young master, what on earth did you bring back with you? Choi-han pants, staring him down. Whatever that aura is, it's rattled even him. Evening settles over the Henituse estate, and if you know this family, you know quiet never lasts long. Cale calls for tea before getting down to business, because apparently nothing important happens without a proper cup first. But the mood at the table turns ice-cold fast. Someone catches a seriously creepy vibe coming off Cale, and even his own people start whispering that the young master's clearly got something going on. One of his knights finally just asks it outright, young master, what kind of energy did you actually bring back this time? Cale doesn't even need to answer. The second he sets a strange old book on the table, everyone there already knows they are looking at trouble. The others can barely believe what they are seeing. This is clearly no ordinary souvenir, and after a beat of hesitation, they lean in for a closer look anyway. The pages flip open on their own, like the book's been waiting for an audience. Before Cale ever laid eyes on this thing, a god had already spoken a warning. A hero is something even the gods can't fully understand, and it's about time one gets born. No pressure, right? Outside the gates, the little dragon nearly loses it, screeching that it can feel a seriously scary energy radiating all the way out there. Back inside, Cale stares down at the page in his hands, going pale. Whatever this is, it is very much not nothing. This book, he manages to say, and that's about as far as the sentence gets before the words fail him. Turns out the thing only works once, one use, and that's it. Cage mutters something under her breath, and everyone at the table freezes. Wait, did she seriously just say that out loud? Cale, sweating bullets, admits he's honestly not totally sure what he just heard either. Here's the strange part to Cale, the whole book looks like it's covered in just one single sentence repeated over and over. When he actually reads it, the words hit different. And what he reads is chilling. Every living thing is only truly beautiful once it's dead. Do you want to die? Then follow me. Yeah, not exactly the pickup line anyone wants from a book. Turns out every single person who reads this book sees the exact same eerie question staring back. Are you curious how to kill death itself? Every page in that book apparently is just that same line, dressed up in different words. And yet to everyone else flipping through it, it looks like nothing but ordinary text, which honestly makes the whole thing scarier. A book that hides exactly how dangerous it really is. The little dragon lets out a low, nervous growl just looking at it. Even the dragon admits it doesn't read the thing as normal letters at all, more like a jumble of shapes only it can somehow decode. Every time that jumble catches its eye, the same unsettling sentence just pops right into its head. Cale, arms crossed, isn't buying the god of death's reputation for being gentle anymore. Why would a soft-hearted god make something this convoluted? Soft-hearted, my foot. Cage explains where all the doom and gloom comes from. Her church keeps a book of the death god's own words, and generations of priests built a whole doctrine on their own reading of it. The dragon, unhelpfully, just chimes in that it sounds real ominous. So what does killing death actually mean? Cage wants to know if anything in her church's book lines up with what Cale's holding. His answer: nope, not a thing. The book's message keeps unfolding. Cold and absolute death is not the end. From a single death, it says, you get two choices: the righteous path or the twisted one. Step onto the twisted path, and the moment to choose again will eventually come back around. The page flares with light, like the book itself is holding its breath. Cale's jaw clenches. Whatever he just read landed like a gut punch. The little dragon can only mutter under its breath, what an absolutely unhinged god. Cale admits the book's basically asking him again if he's curious about killing death. Cage cuts straight to the point. Are you? Not even a little, he says. Cage, sipping her tea like this is all perfectly normal, tells him there's no reason to hang onto something this dangerous. Cale, meanwhile, is quietly grumbling that he'd at least hoped it was worth some money. Instead, it's just deeply unsettling. Cage mentions she even asked around back in the Empire, but the person she asked just shook his head and said nothing. Since the language of the gods apparently can't be translated, only read by whoever's permitted, she brought the book straight to Cale instead. Cale turns the question right back on her. Is she curious? Cage shrugs it off with a perfectly straight face, not curious at all, apparently, though that smirk says otherwise. Cale asks if she'll hang onto the book for him. She agrees without hesitation, promising to hand it back the moment he actually needs it. Cage warns that a thing this soaked in dread would give an ordinary person nightmares or sleep paralysis just from being nearby and right on cue. The little dragon admits that explains its own bad dreams lately. Cage, weirdly unbothered, says she hasn't noticed anything like that at all. How strange indeed. Of course she hasn't. This is a woman who sleeps like an absolute baby, no matter what horrors lurking nearby. Across the table, the young knight suddenly starts shivering out of nowhere. Something's clearly gotten to him too. He tries to play it off, saying he just felt a sudden chill and wanted some tea to warm up. Cold, hi. But this isn't ordinary cold. It's a bone-deep, gnawing chill that no amount of warm tea can chase away, and slowly it dawns on him what he's actually feeling: the presence of a god. Cale, cup in hand, agrees without missing a beat. Yes, a god's presence is exactly that, unsettling, cold and all. You can't hear a god's voice, but you can absolutely feel its gaze, and watching this knight get singled out, it's starting to look like becoming a saint was simply his destiny all along. Cale asks him straight up, "So, Jack, what do you want to do about this?" Jack asks for the hand mirror to be passed over. Cale just tells him to do as he pleases. The old medallion clicks open in his hands. Jack's whole body goes rigid the moment he actually looks into it. Cage leans in. What does it say? Wait, there are words on that thing too. Jack can barely get the words out. There are words on the mirror, he stammers, and what's etched there is chillingly simple: the sun's conviction. The message keeps going. The sun god doesn't do mercy for its own sake. He's a god of clear-cut right and wrong, and the word staring back at Jack is punishment. But because that god is rational, the book explains, he's also merciful. His judgment always weighs power, affection, and sympathy together. He doesn't favor any one of those over the others, which means Jack can breathe a little. That word punishment clearly isn't meant for him. Even so, Jack admits it's terrifying, overwhelming. Honestly, he doesn't feel like he has the confidence to carry something this heavy. Cage quietly slides the mirror back across to him anyway. She insists he still has to take it with him when he heads to the Empire, and to make her point, she tells him the old story of the alchemist Ray Stecker and Sir Rex of the Cat Tribe. She lays out the whole ugly situation too. The Vatican's in shambles, and citizens across the Empire are out in the streets protesting. Jack sits there stunned for a moment, trying to process just how much bigger this is than he thought. Then he says it plainly: we have to save them. He tells Cale he wants to save people the way Cale does. He wants to become someone like him. Cale, caught completely off guard, just clears his throat and mutters that he understands. Somewhere else in the estate, a door clicks open. Without warning, an old man grabs Cage from behind, and she smacks him on reflex. Startled, he sputters that nature itself told him a great power had just descended, and he only came running to check if something was wrong. Cage, unbothered, tells him he's really something else, being that clairvoyant. Jack, meanwhile, looks like he's seen a ghost. Something else pops up out of nowhere too, and the little dragon immediately scolds the old man for scaring their human half to death again. The old man just laughs it off, marveling that a little thing like this is actually a dragon, then hands something over without much explanation. Someone asks, alarmed, wait, is that dragon's fury? Nope, he says the Empire's real dragon's fury is somewhere else entirely. This is something he lifted from Mipple Castle, and they're going to use it to drive a wedge between the Empire and the 3 northern kingdoms. Then, just as casually, he starts asking whether tigers are any good at climbing rugged cliffs, because apparently that's the next problem on the list. It's almost stranger that nature's gone completely silent for once instead of ominous. Cage mentions that once the weather warms up, she's got somewhere she needs to be. Somewhere to go. The question hangs in the air a beat too long. The Gorge of Death, she finally says, because soon enough she's going to need to use what she's holding. She just smiles, vial in hand, dragon perched on her shoulder like she's already looking forward to whatever's waiting for her out there. Someone repeats the words "the gorge of death" back in disbelief. The answer comes back simple and final: yes. An old prophecy hangs over the place. Dragon's fury is said to descend upon that very gorge. Back at the card table, an old gambler needles Cale for his nerve. "You've got guts for an unlucky bastard," he laughs. "The less luck you have, the bolder you've got to play." Cale gives his thanks, then asks politely for leave. He's got business to discuss with Sir Elhaven. The old man blinks, caught a little off guard. "Ah yes," is all he manages. They slip out through the quiet hall, the weight of what's coming already settling in. Ron gives the little dragon a pep talk before the mission. "Hang in there." Rayon just tilts his head. "Pardon." A few days later, their ship reaches the icy coast of the Ubar estate. Witira, humble as ever, insists it's not just his sister's word, the whole group is worthy of riding on his back. Another whale butts in, offering a ride too, but when it's Witira's turn to be asked directly, he awkwardly backs off. "No, sorry." Now everyone's worried they've offended him. On the shore, the sea breeze bites through the winter air, and Cale can't help but shiver. Riding a whale's back in this weather, they realize, would be brutally cold. So Witira asks for teleport coordinates instead. Rayon and Rosalind can just warp them straight there, but the request draws an awkward pause. Young master." Turns out the whale village sits on a giant glacier that's always drifting, just a little, making accurate coordinates next to impossible. That lands like a bombshell. "What?" Choi Han asks if flying there would just be as cold. Rayon warns it would be freezing, the human would get sick, so someone's told to bring out the warming magic. Cale can't help but marvel. The whale tribe's village isn't just hidden, it's built on a drifting glacier, invisible to the three northern kingdoms watching the mainland. As the ship pulls in, Rayon can't resist bragging about his joyride on a baby whale's back. Feels refreshing. Choi Han isn't convinced the ship's better than a freezing whale's back any day and tells Cale to bundle up. Right on cue, Rayon lets out a sneeze. Turns out even dragons can catch a cold. Cale wraps the shivering little dragon up in his own cloak. Apparently even the great aren't safe from a runny nose. They step off the ship and onto the glacier settlement itself. "Welcome to the whale tribe village, young master." The icy town spreads out before them, all frozen spires and drifting light. Cale barely gets out its beautiful before his feet go out from under him on the ice. So much for a dignified entrance. Someone just went flying. The group looks up just in time to see a body sail overhead. A house nearby crumples like paper. Someone shrugs it off. Happens all the time when everything's built on a glacier. The blue-haired whale tribe princess waves it away. "We only need to rebuild that one house." Cale mutters, "Yet another strange place." Turns out the culprit was just a blue whale, the biggest, strongest of the whale tribe. Cale and Choi Han, sprawled flat on the ice, agree these people are a little unusual. The princess casually drops another bomb. "Don't tell him there's a penguin tribe too." Cale's face says it all. There is, apparently, exceptional with money, ideal butlers, always in black suits, always with a little waddle. You cannot make this up. When she offers an introduction, Rayon and the kittens light up instantly, desperate to make new friends. Cale, on the other hand, has hit his limit. "No, not at all, I don't want to know any more animals." He notices something else missing, too, not a single wyvern in the sky. He's told he won't be seeing any for a few days. Turns out the whale tribe has quietly deployed to deal with a cell of the Darkness Battalion, which is why Witira had to move under total secrecy. The princess mentions spotting a wyvern scout before they even reached the Ubar estate. Their eyes met, she says. Cale just asks, "And?" So she smashed a glacier next to herself and the scout took off running. If Cale hadn't told them to hold back, she or whale taxi Archie would have already stormed the Fowern Kingdom. Rayon shrinks back a little. What a terrifying bunch of whales. Humpback whales are famous for their benevolence, the narration muses, but that's an easy thing to offer when you already sit at the top of the sea. To beings like that, humans spying with wyverns, lighthouses, and ships must look downright ridiculous. As expected, whales are domineering. A servant arrives with a stack of documents, the materials Cale requested, ready and waiting. At the Whale King's residence, Cale offers his thanks. The king brushes it off. He hardly did anything. They'd been so careful watching for surveillance from the mainland. The narration notes that they overlooked one simple fact: the sea itself has eyes. Cale, tea in hand, asks the king exactly what he means by a battle like this. The Whale King grins wide. Chaos, it's been a while since he's fought a battle like this one. He declares he's always been the type to meet an enemy head-on, which earns a nervous ahem, Your Majesty, from his aide. Petty tricks aren't his style, he admits, but now that he's in a position to stab the real schemers in the back, he can't deny it's enjoyable. Cale needles him. Isn't that only because they tried to stab him first? The king laughs harder. Exactly, how could he forgive whoever used the merpeople against them? The Darkness Battalion and the 3 northern kingdoms have no idea the Whale tribe knows about their secret alliance. Chaos is about to unfold. And by the sound of it, the king is going to enjoy every second of it. The sea route east is already prepared, and the king has handpicked the Whale tribe members who will escort them to the continent. Final paperwork gets handed over for a last look before departure. Asked where he's headed once they leave, Cale answers plainly, the Lake of Despair first. That name sets off alarm bells. The world tree is right there. Is he seriously about to torch another lake? Cale clarifies he's not touching the world tree, he's setting fire to the capital's lake instead. That answer somehow lands even worse. What? The scene shifts to that very lake, in the heart of the Fowern Kingdom's capital. Legend says the lake was formed from a god's tears, but when those tears dried up, the god abandoned Fowern for good. All that's left is a dry basin and an old story, a lake that's been waiting for its tears to return ever since. Cale's idea: deliver a god's wrath instead of tears and watch how surprised everyone is. Rayon's already on board. That's right, human, they'll be surprised. He plays it off as nothing more than an errand, one requested by Sir Elhaven, the Gold Dragon. Cale asks what the elves at the Lake of Despair are like. Arrogant and rude, the princess answers. Cale lights up. Excellent, she's not sure what to make of that. No matter how arrogant those elves turn out to be, the narration teases. Meanwhile, Rayon just snoozes on, blissfully unbothered. Cale's confidence says it all. He's got 2 dragons behind him. Arrogant elves don't stand a chance. The scene cuts to the northern coast of the Fowern Kingdom, buried under a raging blizzard. The storm howls over the frozen peaks, swallowing everything in white. Ron points through the whiteout. That's the Lake of Despair. What a tremendous blizzard indeed. They can barely make out the giant lake through the storm, but Cale, cradling his 2 kitten sidekicks Snowball and Ginger, just grins. This is exciting, we're getting stronger. Someone jokes it'd be handy if their own fog could do that. A poisonous blizzard, no less. Now that's something to look forward to. Overhead, Rayon unfurls into his full, massive dragon form, soaring above Choi Han and Cale as they push on through the snow toward the lake.